Writings on Media. History of the Present. Stuart Hall. Edited by Charlotte Brunsdon. Acknowledgements. The research for this selection was based on the bibliography of Hall's writings prepared by Nick Beach, and I am grateful to Stuart Hall's literary executors for inviting me to undertake the book. I have had considerable support from the University of Warwick and thank the head of the Department of Film and Television Studies, Rachel Mosley, the subject librarian, Richard Perkins, and the departmental administrator, Tracy McVeigh, as well as the University Humanities Research Fund. James Taylor, along with Amelia Horgan, digitized many of the original articles. He also offered tech support of various kinds, as have John Burroughs, Michael Piggott, and Richard Wallace. Paul Cuff has worked with me in two phases, first in locating bibliographic items and then, indispensably, in preparing the final manuscript. This is in many ways a Birmingham book, and I am grateful to Vanley Burke for his photograph of Stuart Hall, and to Richard Dyer, Paul Gilroy, and Angela McRobbie for Birmingham-style collegiality. Derek Bishton has been very helpful in the matter of images, and I must also acknowledge Cathal Aberden of Getty Images. Finally, I am indebted to John Akamfra, David Lawson, and Ashidi Akamfra of Smoking Dogs Films for the cover images taken from the Stuart Hall Project, another archival version of Stuart Hall. Introduction. Charlotte Brunsdon. A History of the Present. Stuart Hall engaged with the media throughout his life. He read newspapers, he watched films and television, he listened to the radio. He loved doing this, even if he didn't always like what he saw or heard. His 1970 essay A World at One with Itself, Chapter 9, sparked by the BBC's daily lunchtime radio program, is textured with the deep familiarity of a regular listener, even as it anatomizes the imperial assumptions and class presumptions of the program maker's world. Hall participated, fully, but also often rather obliquely, in those 20th-century rituals of nation-making enacted in reading daily newspapers, listening to the radio, and watching television, and he did so both to find out about what was happening in the world and to scrutinize how it was or wasn't being presented. His writings on the mid-century popular British press trace a history of Britain's emergence from the Second World War and its amnesiac apprehension of the end of empire. The attention to current affairs in the media was part of his broader recognition of the significance of the modern media to contemporary culture and the challenge to the traditional cultural canon manifest in the 1964 book The Popular Arts, written with Paddy Wannell. His passionate engagement with the printed press and broadcasting spanned the second half of the 20th century, when newspapers gave way to television as the dominant medium of the times, and Hall's writings on the media document the rise of the new medium. In the 1960s and 1970s he was deeply involved in thinking about television and trying to theorize how the interloper in the living room should be analyzed. But his engagement with what was then called the mass media was not limited to consumption and criticism, he also contributed to it, and this collection includes tastes of these more ephemeral engagements. While his parts in panel discussions are not retrievable, short reviews and written versions of some radio talks are, and Hall himself has reflected on some of his television work. Hall's understanding of his responsibilities as a citizen and an intellectual led him to engage in public discussion and policy advocacy, and this meant broadcasting, speaking at meetings, writing to newspapers, giving evidence to commissions, and contributing to a wide range of ephemeral publications. This collection sets out to demonstrate the range of this varied work, anthologizing a selection of Stuart Hall's writings on 20th-century media, photographs, the press, radio, cinema, and television. While Hall's influential writings on television, particularly the encoding and decoding essay, are the best known of his media work, here these are contextualized within a career-long interest in how the media more generally, across many different modes, frame and make sense of the world we live in. The conceit of the book's subtitle is that through the sustained analysis of contemporary media over many years, Hall produces a history of those times. It is not a continuous narrative history but, rather, a bricolage, to use one of the Claude Lévi-Strauss concepts he found most attractive. Different types of analysis of different media forms, when assembled together, tell a more substantial story about post-war, post-imperial Britain than is first apparent. This history of the present emerges because of the heavily contextualized analysis Hall practices. For Hall both is and isn't interested in specific texts and media forms. He is interested, of course he is, as is evident from the detailed analyses, in the formal structures and the ways in which meaning is made in particular mediums. He anatomizes the layout of a newspaper page, the cropping of an image, the timbre of a voice, the nomination of speakers in a television studio. He enumerates the different layers of decision-making, at institutional, professional, and individual levels, that contribute to any particular media outcome. Through this close attention, He produces some brilliant analyses of individual newspapers, magazines, and programs. But underlying these particular projects is a wider, more general political concern with the role of the media in constituting the frameworks through which governments govern, politics is debated, and everyday life is lived. His interest in a particular text is always part of a larger project, nothing less than an anatomy of the balance of forces, the vicissitudes of power and resistance, in a particular context, which, for him, for most of his life, was post-imperial Britain. Hence the history of the present. 3. However, that is not the only history found here. Embedded within the history of the contested shifts from the photography of social democracy to the rise of authoritarian populism and the crisis of the British state, there is the history of post-imperial immigration and settlement, in which Hall participates and through which he theorizes questions of race, racism, and, later, identity. Alongside this history of the present, there are at least two other histories. There is the development of Hall's own work, the concerns, methods, and concepts that develop, are jettisoned, are explored with others, and are recombined in new ways. And there is also the development of cultural and media studies, the academic field with which Hall is most associated. This history can be tracked partly through the objects of analysis, gossip columns, high street studio photographs, television, but also through the extent to which the very undertaking of the analysis of these objects must be justified or explained. Readers who know Stuart Hall primarily as a diasporic intellectual and theorist of black identity may be surprised by how very British these writings, which date mainly from the 1970s, are in their topics and concerns. Presenting this material outside Britain while preparing this book, I have been greeted with astonishment that the theorist of what had clearly featured on syllabuses as conjuncture, articulation, representation, and identity should be so embedded in the detail of post-war British history and British media in the second half of the 20th century. The concepts with which Hall is most associated seem in some later accounts of his work to have floated free from the contexts within which they were developed. This book provides something of a prehistory of this unmooring, showing Hall concentrating on changing media forms and genres and attending to the complex articulation of news media with the world they framed as meaningful. The subtlety of his theorization of black and diasporic identities emerges from his apprehension of the contradictory modes of post-imperial subjectivities in Britain. Hall recounts, in the autobiographical Desert Island Discs narrative, Chapter 24, with which this volume concludes, how he found himself West Indian on arrival in England. Before that I had only been Jamaican. For what Paul Gilroy has called the routes of the Black Atlantic gave Hall a particular take on the mother country. 5. It is not diaspora in general that tutors the eye with which he regards the British. As Hall later observed, black men and women know they come from the Caribbean, know that they are black, know that they are British. They want to speak from all three identities. They are not prepared to give up any one of them. 6. Black British identities, with the structuring mediation of empire and commonwealth, are formed in different networks of belonging from those of African Americans, even as the routes of the Atlantic trade underlie all formations, just as the disavowal of this trade structures white British identities. As Hall memorably declared, I am the sugar at the bottom of the English cup of tea. 7. In these media analyses it is possible to see Hall picking away at the representations, assumptions, and disruptions of post-imperial Britain, looking for and at trouble in a world that was seemingly at one with itself. Ideas of context were essential elements in Hall's media analyses. The emphasis he gives to context, and how he understands it, varies throughout his writings. One genealogy suggests that in his early work, in the 1950s and 1960s, when Hall is closest to his undergraduate training in the study of English literature and his unfinished PhD on Henry James, text dominates context. There is a wonderful surviving Tulare recording in which he reads and analyzes William Blake's poem Tiger, Tiger. The attention to the detail of the verse is very precise, and it is these sounds and rhythms, rather than any context, which occupy him. 8. This same precision is evident in the earliest of the pieces reprinted here, in which he discusses the teaching of film and the importance of working with students in the analysis of the textual production of the meanings that they take to be obvious. Chapter 7. The discussion of gossip columns, also from the 1960s, favors delineation of the tone of the column's social worlds, with a wider context left implicit. Chapter 8. During the early 1970s, though, the definition and range of relevant contexts expands significantly. The Social Democratic Group, the Picture Post Essays, Chapters 2 and 3, the Determinations of News Photographs, Chapter 4, and the Introduction to Paper Voices, Chapter 10 explore different manifestations of the printed press in the period from the Second World War to the early 1970s. Each essay inflects what are seen to be relevant contexts differently, and in different relations. Attention to the layout of a page, or the captioning of an image, is embedded within analysis of, for example, the social democratic ethos of the welfare state, the rhetorical repertoire of a single publication, a documentary inheritance, and professional codes of newsmakers. By the time of the 1978 co-authored book Policing the Crisis, what commenced as the analysis of a 1973 newspaper report on the robbery and injury of a man in the Birmingham district of Handsworth has been contextualized to include the crisis of legitimacy of the British state in the 1970s. 9 The book uses paradigms from radical criminology, sociology of deviance, Marxist theories of the state, and emergent media studies to provide an analysis of the role of race within the volatile political contestations of the 1970s. Policing the Crisis gives a strong sense of how robust, methodologically, the notion of context is for Hall and the Birmingham Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies, CCCS, not the invocation of an inert background. Context here has been expanded in socio-political terms, whereas in other essays, such as Reconstruction Work, Chapter 5, Hall is particularly attentive to the contexts of reading and explores how the contemporary viewer might read familiar and unfamiliar images of Caribbean settlement, in the process returning to some of his own readings of Picture Post. Both analyses, though, contribute to a history of the present. In the later part of his life, Hall can, to some extent, be seen to return his writing attention to the text, while at the same time being involved in the very specific contexts of institutional struggle for funding as chair of both the Institute of International Visual Arts, INIVA, and Autograph ABP, Association of Black Photographers. The new contexts in the 1980s of the Black Arts movements, film workshops such as Sankofa and Black Audio Film Collective, curators and cultural workers such as Karen Alexander, David A. Bailey, June Givani, Mark Seeley, and Gielan Tawadros, and filmmakers such as Isaac Julian provided an environment, a context, in which he could at last take for granted so much of what he had spent time insisting on. 11 John Akomfra, in a moving meditation on Stuart Hall's significance for his generation of artists, reflects on a 1964 radio program, Generation of Strangers, on migrant children and their futures, which Hall introduced and concluded. He puts it like this: since 1964, Stuart had been watching us, waiting for us, waiting to see what our presence would say about the country he had chosen to call home. 12. Hall gave his most concentrated attention to the media in the 1960s and 1970s. The Popular Arts was published in 1964, when Hall was working as a schoolteacher in London, and it has clear affinities with Richard Hoggard's uses of literacy, although a very different tone and engagement with vernacular culture. 13 Hoggard invited Hall to Birmingham to the newly established CCCS, where he served first as deputy to Hoggard and then as director. It was during the CCCS period that a number of collective media analysis projects were undertaken. As he describes in the Introduction to Media Studies at the Center, Chapter 13, Hall was involved in projects on the British press, the Western, crime television, women's magazines, violence in the media, and television programs such as the BBC's Panorama and Nationwide. Some of these investigations were written up for publication, while others still linger as piles of cyclo-styled typescript. 14 The best-known CCCS works from this period, Resistance Through Rituals and Policing the Crisis, while encompassing media study, are not primarily addressed to media analysis. However, media representations are part of their multifaceted approach, which, in the case of Policing the Crisis, as the authors point out in their preface to the 2013 edition, proved to be genuinely and, on the whole, accurately predictive of subsequent shifts toward populism, neoliberalism, and an increasingly racialized carceral state. 15. Many of the writings reproduced here engage with news media. Hall read, listen to, and watch the news, and he discusses photojournalism, news photographs, local and national newspapers, radio news, television news, and television current affairs. This entails analysis of varied media forms and texts in different media, and Hall works alone and with others to pay due attention to the specificities of these modes. This can involve very lengthy expositions of the particularities of the practices through which variant modalities of news are brought to its audiences, as well as detailed interpretative work on the ways in which meanings are made available and circumscribed for audiences. However, across all this difference, Hall comes repeatedly to the same conclusion: there is no innocence in news-making. News is not an event in the world that is transparently conveyed through the media. News is always a production of those media, even if that production is undertaken with the best of intentions to render the reported news event as impartially as possible. In Chapter 10, Taken from a report into the social role of two British newspapers in the post-war period, he defines a newspaper as a structure of meanings, rather than as a channel for the transmission and reception of news. Despite all his attention to the differences among news media, Hall's view of news is not medium-specific. There is always more to learn from a news report than the news. Both the deep structure of assumptions and the mode of address must be scrutinized to understand what may be most significant. The meaning of news always exceeds its self-presentation. It is this argument that underlies so many of the apparently unconnected chapters in this book, from the picture Post analyzes to a world at one with itself to the whites of their eyes. It is through this argument that Hall moves away from notions of bias, balance, or a focus on the overt racism displayed in much of the British media. He is much more interested in the structuring assumptions, in what must be taken for granted to make certain events newsworthy, in the inferences of particular reports. The exceptional events reported in the news always simultaneously work to confirm the natural order of things. Questions of method. The book does not propose that Hall's media analysis can be digested to produce a one-size-fits-all method that can now be applied to the digital era, or indeed to non-digital media. His sense of the particularity and contingency of the analyst's task forbids this. Indeed, his insistence on the historical and contextual specificity of any particular analytic task, combined with a certain strategic pragmatism, could be seen as characteristic of his method. Nevertheless, method was a constant preoccupation, and in this, his approach to media forms was encompassed by more general questions of cultural analysis. While he was a teacher in Birmingham and at the Open University, Hall's concern was repeatedly with how to do analysis of any particular cultural form, event, or practice, in a way that gave due attention to its particularity while also recognizing its origins and formation, its place in a wider social world, what was most often referred to as its conditions of existence. In this context, where the methodological question was always how to understand culture within broader frameworks of power and dominance, the media were not an exceptional case. This concern with method is formative for cultural studies more generally. The apparent promiscuity of cultural studies engagement with other disciplines is driven by the search for analytic resources to render any particular analysis more adequate to its object. Instead of a methodological template that can be applied transhistorically, this collection offers the reader a selection of the very wide range of media texts Hall analyzed in different historical and institutional contexts. Across this diversity of topics and media there are elements of Hall's method that both develop and recur across the body of work. In particular, this entails a combination of attention to the formal characteristics of a text or media object with a very wide range of contextual factors. The determination of what constitutes the contextual is in some ways the key methodological question. 16 What do you need to know about and take into account to understand this particular news report? The articulation of the contextual, which may include conditions of both production and reception, with the specificity of the particular object of analysis in a manner that seeks to be neither reductive nor formalist, can be seen to characterize this work. As he put it in 2006, in talking about art, he tries to make connections between works of art and wider social histories without collapsing the former or displacing the latter. 17 In relation to the media, the point of the analysis is to say something about the object of study that is explanatory rather than simply descriptive. What is explained also varies, but usually entails something of the cultural resonance of the media object. For example, in Black and White in Television, Chapter 23, he asks, how should we understand the actual pattern and shape of black visibility on the small screen? First, the pattern and shape must be researched and documented. 18 And only then, in the contexts, among others, of histories of black representation on British television, changing patterns of funding and commissioning, and continuing debates about black identities and the burden of representation, can lopsided black visibility within light entertainment be considered. In this instance, Hall identifies the contemporary vitality of black comedy and speculates that this genre, partly through the contributions of individuals such as Lenny Henry and the producer Charlie Hanson, offered, in the late 1980s and early 1990s, the most diverse picture of black British life. This he attributes to wider cultural shifts in black confidence within the broader culture as well as the television-specific contexts he has described. At the same time, he is conscious of the way in which comedy is always double-edged, and the divergent ways in which the same joke may play to different audiences. Meaning is never obvious to Hall, instead, it is the apparent obviousness of meaning that should itself be subject to analysis. There is no single transferable model for method, but these chapters provide a series of examples of how this articulation of text and context, in any particular instance, might be approached. Then it's up to the reader, in their own particular historical context. Principles of selection. Stuart Hall wrote prodigiously about the media. He contributed to radio and television programs and edited journals such as, in the 1950s, New Left Review, Universities and Left Review, and Latterly Soundings. He wrote for periodicals like The Listener, New Society, and Marxism Today, for newspapers, books, commissions, courses, campaigns, and committees, and he also wrote long position papers and introductions for a range of publications. To collect all of these writings would demand several books the size of this one. 19 Hall was not only prolific, he was also pragmatic and would repurpose material for different contexts. Arguments and examples recur, driven sometimes by new iterations of familiar problems, sometimes by the different rhetorical demands of, say, a commission of inquiry and a television commentary. This poses questions of selection and arrangement that merit further discussion because of the way they illuminate Hall's working methods and his archive. 20. Much of Hall's writing was undertaken in response to invitations or as part of projects in which he worked with others. It is impossible to tell from the published archive how often, and to what extent, Hall initiated the topics on which he wrote, although there are discernible recurring interests, such as the photographic image, the Caribbean, and, always, the state of the world and the balance of forces. Instead, what is most noticeable is an exceptional capacity to join in projects initiated by others, but also, somehow, often to shape the direction of these projects, but from within. It was his gift to enhance the endeavors of others and, in doing so, to enable the making of a provisional we. The positions he espoused in relation to cultural practice contributed to this we. In several of the chapters, Hall intervenes, almost in passing, into fierce contemporary debates about, for example, the merits of avant-garde, realist, and documentary forms to argue that there is never an aesthetic strategy that remains oppositional for all times. His project is inclusive, not exclusionary. This mode of practice poses questions of authorship and voice. As many have testified, Hall's generosity as a colleague, teacher, and mentor was one of his most memorable characteristics, and these chapters emerge from different modes and moments of collaboration. Angela McRobbie, in an article that celebrates Hall's pedagogy as a central part of his body of work, has described Hall's evasion of the process of individualization required of academics today. 21 David Scott emphasizes listening and voice in his series of letters to Hall, describing Hall's practice as characterized by an ethics of receptive generosity. 22 Each of these descriptions identifies something central to Hall's intellectual practice, the profound way in which it is not about the production of Stuart Hall but is instead about the work, the intellectual, political, cultural endeavor being undertaken. Questions of authorship, of who wrote or thought which bit, are distractions from the larger project. This politics and ethics of intellectual labor, in which it is the work, not the author, which is significant, has long historical roots in a range of collective endeavors and was taken up as a practice at both Birmingham and in the Open University. Birmingham CCCS publications were often group-authored, and all Open University courses were produced by course teams. 23 It means that trying to assemble a collection of Hall's writings, Hall alone, only writing, sometimes feels against the grain of his endeavor, striving to disentangle his contributions from their many origins and outcomes. Cobina Mercer writes of the open-ended nature of Stuart's output as public intellectual and delineates the way in which Hall's thought was in an evolving dialogue with its times and audiences. 24 There are recurring characteristic forms of writing. The long essays, such as chapters 4 and 15, are very often simultaneously exhaustive and provisional. He maps the fields, lays out the arguments, and brings together different paradigms, and then, at the end, it often turns out that this has been undertaken so that other work can proceed with a grasp of this mapping. He writes prefaces and introductions and forewords. 25 Hall himself described how he writes a bit. I always write a bit in relation to whatever I'm doing. 26 And often, with a more explicitly political aim, Hall writes or broadcasts a bit which has its origins in discussions elsewhere but which he presents with his own panache, as with Chapter 12, on mugging, and, in a different manner, Chapter 11, which discusses feminist demands. 27. This book includes material selected to represent historically the range of Hall's media writings across medium, topic, and type of writing. Most of the work comes from the 1970s. With the election of Margaret Thatcher in May 1979, and Hall's move to the Open University, his focus changed. Through Marxism Today, under the editorship of Martin Jacques, began the series of essays that defined Thatcherism. 28 At the Open University the media-specific interests are subsumed into more general questions of representation and popular culture. while elsewhere his long-standing interest in photography becomes reinvigorated in the encounter with younger black practitioners and curators such as David A. Bailey. 29 When this volume was planned, it was assumed that it would include all the big television/media essays. 30 Length problems apart, this seemed to misrepresent his media engagements, giving a rather leaden feel to it all. Instead, I have sought out shorter, more ephemeral pieces so that the overall mixture feels closer to the way in which Hall was so often working on many things at the same time. He wasn't precious about his writing, and he often thinks the problem of the moment across several sites, using a range of registers to address different audiences. There are repetitions, but also connections and developments, so that it is possible to see, for example, that book reviews about television in Part 3 come from the same set of concerns as the discussion of the news photograph in Part 1. Later in the book there are more contextual introductions to each of the three parts: the photograph in context, media studies and cultural studies, and television. In a gesture toward the significance of Stuart Hall's voice in his work as a public intellectual and teacher, the book concludes with a transcription of a radio program. 31 This is an episode of the BBC radio program Desert Island Discs, in which he selected the 8 discs with which he would choose to be cast away on a desert island. 32 The life Hall recounts and the music through which he chooses to tell it provide a fitting end to the book. Part 1. The photograph in context. Introduction. This book opens with a discussion, written in 2007, of a 1968 news photograph of London's first black policeman. 1 Hall's analysis exemplifies characteristic concerns and methods in his lifelong engagement with photography. Hall considers both what is and what is not in the image. He produces an analysis attentive to both framing and tone within the image, and questions of empire, settlement, and readership outside it. He discusses its formal organization and speculates about what can be read from P.C. Gums's expression and bearing. However, he also insists that any meanings available from the image are overprinted by how it is caught up in other networks of meaning. He positions his own gaze at the image as explicitly retrospective, informed by the way the relationship between black people and the police has been a fever chart of the whole process of black settlement. The photograph thus poses questions not just of the historical relationship between black people and the police but also of the possibilities for black people to exercise social authority in this type of role. Hall lists some of the questions that can be put to this image in order to make it testify, demonstrating that an apprehension of the image depends partly on the frameworks of historical understanding, of both identity and settlement, that are brought to it. The analysis of P.C. Gums is taken from the preface Hall wrote to Paul Gilroy's collection Black Britain, A Photographic History. 2 In that context, P.C. Gums takes his place alongside many other images of labor, leisure, immigration, and settlement. Hall's scrutiny of the image is an example of what he calls, in a 1984 essay, Chapter 5, Reconstruction Work. This he defines as a politics of reading that must inform the caution with which historical photographs are interpreted as evidence of the history of black settlement. His reconstruction uses the image of P.C. Gums to consider what might be at stake for a man of Caribbean heritage to work as a policeman in 1960s Britain when much public discourse was explicitly racist, while also recognizing the poise with which this young policeman performs his role. 3 Hall's theorization of reconstruction work and his analysis of this image draw on the methods he developed in the early 1970s when he first began writing about photographs. 4 The essays in this section track that attention from the analysis of photojournalism and news photos through to his involvement with practitioners and curators such as David A. Bailey, Derek Bishton, Vanley Burke, and Mark Seeley. This first part of the book is called The Photograph in Context because Hall was not interested simply in the photographic image as such but always, rather, the image in relation to broader social and cultural contexts. These contexts, though, were radically different, ranging here from the layout of a newspaper page through consideration of an illustrated magazine, to the shifts of meaning in being black in Britain. 5 Despite, or perhaps through, these differences, together these essays document a history of Britain from the Second World War to the 21st century, while also registering a series of decisive engagements for their author, such as with the work of Roland Barthes, Louis Althusser, and, later, the Black Arts Movement. One of Hall's most significant intellectual and political contributions has been his role in conceptualizing race and ethnicized subjectivities in a manner that enabled complexity and historicity in relation to debates about identity. These essays show something of the development of these ideas, as he works over questions of how meaning is made, what is taken for granted by whom at which times, how the reading of an image can be directed by captions and cropping, how publications address their readers, and what retrospective views can tell us about old images. There is a characteristic combination of system and flexibility. Hall loves a list, and there are quite a few in what follows as he enumerates stages of production and ranges of possibility. But there is also a marked intellectual agility and, in the later pieces, emotional openness, a recognition that the list doesn't exhaust all possibilities and a willingness to apprehend what is left over. The photograph is especially suited for this pattern of analysis, as there is always something of the image, a feeling, an excess, a third meaning that is not accounted for in words. This articulation of sensibility is what makes his essay on Vanley Burke's photographs, Chapter 6, so powerful. Over 40 years of writing about photography, Hall's key arguments remain consistent. The photographic image is coded, not natural. What appears as the image, particularly if it is published in a newspaper or magazine, is the result of many stages of decision-making, often experienced by those involved as natural, necessary, obvious, and professional. Part of the power of documentary images is their disavowal of these processes. Every image, to be readable, is knitted into chains of already circulating meanings that extend beyond its immediate context. The viewer too brings frameworks of understanding to the photograph and can interrogate the image in a range of ways that illuminate, for example, what is not shown, as well as what is present. What is documented by an image is not necessarily, or only, what it appears to show, and the labor of reconstruction work can shift the meaning of images. Chapters 2 and 3 are from Hall's writings on Picture Post, the popular mid-century British photojournalism magazine, and introduce both his theorization of the social democratic eye and his working methods. Chapter 2, Media and Message, its title a nod to Marshall McLuhan, is the earliest version, a review of Tom Hopkinson's 1970 anthology from Picture Post. 6 Shortly afterward, Hall published a much longer version in Working Papers in Cultural Studies. In this version, the influence of Roland Barthes, and particularly the rhetoric of the image and mythologies, is present, and Hall engages in more detail with the design of Picture Post and the manner in which the meanings available in a photograph can be steered and anchored by layout, design, captions, and context. 7 The length of this expanded version is indicative of the range of contexts Hall sees as necessary to understand this compelling social document, which he saw as a significant element in the 1945 Labour victory. These contexts include the development of the British documentary movement, the changing structures of feeling associated with the Second World War in British culture, graphic and photographic innovation in Europe, and the evolution, in the particular historical context of the 1940s, of Picture Post's distinctive contribution, the social democratic eye. This range exemplifies Hall's method of analysis throughout his work, the way he seeks to apprehend both the particularity of the object of analysis and the broader institutional, historical, and cultural contexts through which it is formed and to which it in turn contributes. This entails fluent movement between formal analysis, the layout of a particular photo spread, and other much broader, finally political currents. The extract included in Chapter 3 comes from the final, longest version, a 2009 revision for a graphics journal, the Typography Papers, in which the essay was printed for the first time with images. While it has not been possible to print the whole of this 17,000-word final version, the juxtaposition of the first short engagement with Picture Post with the later version gives some sense of Hall's working method. The juxtaposition of the Picture Post analyzes with Chapter 4, the determinations of news photographs, reveals how Hall is always working on more than one front. Here his attention is directed not so much at the particular voice of a single magazine but, instead, at the deployment of news photographs in several different newspapers to embody and prove the veracity of each newspaper's worldview. The drive of his argument is to establish that there is nothing natural about the way news photographs appear to illustrate the news, which is itself a cultural production, and he goes to great lengths to enumerate the stages involved in the final appearance of a news photo. These arguments about the social production of news appear in other chapters in the collection, 10, 16, and 19, but this article is also the first appearance of a discussion of the differential decoding of media messages by differently situated audience members. The work of the political sociologist Frank Parkin, and his formulation of the different meaning systems of a class society, is here mobilized as a means to propose socially, rather than individually, differentiated decodings of the same image. These ideas are then developed into the influential essay on television, Encoding and Decoding in the Television Discourse, Chapter 19. Reconstruction Work, from 1984, Chapter 5, brings the frameworks established in the early 1970s writing on photography to the obscured and fragmentary story of black settlement in Britain after the Second World War. Commissioned for the Birmingham-based photography magazine 10.8, the article begins to construct an alternative history of post-war black settlement, using neglected archives such as high street studio photography and dialogue with the better-known images of arrival in the social problem representation of immigration. 8 The photographic sources Hall considers to reconstruct this history take him, once again, to picture post. Here picture post is less benign, its commitment to the revelation of social problems rather more complicated in its effects. From the earliest work on picture post, Hall had recognized that there are limitations to what can be understood from the documentary image and that these had been exposed by a range of avant-garde practices seeking to address underlying power structures. In this essay he argues that picture post's practices of representation drive its construction of the social problem of an increased black presence, and particularly the obsessive return to questions of sexuality. He situates his own rereading within the essay. The post-war settlement is shown to be built on a disavowal of the end of empire. Black migration is constructed as the problem. The thread of what Hall identifies as the problem of the problem, the traumatic fantasy of miscegenation, haunts articles such as "Would you let your daughter marry a Negro?" as it does so much subsequent racist obscenity. Hall rarely addresses just one thing in his writing, and nestled within this discussion of the imaging of post-war settlement there is an intervention into contemporary debates about documentary form and the racist complicities of realist modes. Just when it seems that he is joining the chorus of 1980s disdain for realist modes in his revisiting of picture post, he switches tack and makes a forceful argument against the assimilation of all realisms to one great essential so-called realist discourse. 9 arguments about the complicity of realist modes of film and image making emerge with renewed force in the 1970s in relation to film and in the 1980s in relation to black photographic practice. 10 In reconstruction work, Hall both points to the limitations of picture post's construction of social problems through the apparent revelation of documentary photography and defends the historical necessity of using the camera to document everyday life, particularly the modalities of racism confronted by immigrants to the imperial mother country in the 1950s and 1960s. Hall's position here, which advocates plurality, flexibility, and an understanding of history, is articulated across a range of contexts. 11 He also argues that there is never a one-size-fits-all recipe for the rules of oppositional practice. The question is never simply formal, but always historical and strategic. What works to interrupt dominant ideas at one moment can soon thereafter become part of that iconographic vocabulary. One notable feature of Chapter 6, 1993, on the work of Vanley Burke, is the delicacy with which Hall returns to these often tumultuous arguments about documentary form. As with the discussion of PC gums with which the book begins, here too Hall needs merely to allude to the complexity of the issues about documentary photography, to outline what might be at stake, before proceeding to make a nuanced reading of Burke's work. Hall salutes Burke's achievements as a historian of Black Birmingham and then uses the photographs to consider different modalities of the Black experience. 12 Here, as with reconstruction work, the discussion of photography is informed by Hall's own theorizations of the fluidity of identity and its historically determined contingency. There is a characteristic underlying pun in this short piece, in which photographic tonality and black identity overlay each other, and stand in for each other, in a tentatively hopeful account of settlement achieved. Chapter 1. Preface to Black Britain, A Photographic History. The purpose of showing the images is, in the end, interrogative. The images are designed to make us ask questions. What do the images tell us about the Black experience? What do they say about the way former colonized and colonizers have negotiated living and working together in the same space? When do Black communities emerge and why do they awaken such hostility? How does a visible, identifiable and distinctive Black identity arise? When does racism become more visible and how much of the narrative can be organized within its stark polarities? Here we are greatly assisted by the complexity of the photographic text itself. The photo image signifies, communicates meaning, in a variety of different ways. The camera provides a sharp focus on what the image is manifestly about, the subject, centered in the foreground of the frame. The image is supplemented in dramatic visual and emotional impact by the ways it has been handled, its positioning, cutting and framing. These practices of representation foreground certain aspects, marginalize others. They establish a hierarchy of meanings. Figure 1.1. P.C. Gums, London's first black police officer, 1968. Photographer unknown. Getty Images. But they can always be read from their margins, for their backgrounds. We can focus more on what can be called the incidental evidence. Who are these people? What is their social background, their class, racial and gendered position, and do these apparently incidental things matter? What are they doing, where and with whom? What are they wearing? What do the expressions on their faces and their body language tell us about how life is being lived and experienced? The still image arrests the flow of time, freezes the event, allowing us to look longer, get more out of it. But it is not complete, it can't, in the end, speak for itself. What signifies is not the photographic text in isolation but the way it is caught up in a network of chains of signification which overprint it, its inscription into the currency of other discourses, which bring out different meanings. Its meaning can only be completed by the ways we interrogate it. Think of the graphic image of the black policeman on page 188, see figure 1.1. Ed. Its dramatic impact is enhanced by the way the figure fills the frame, is sharply focused against a blurred background, by the way head and body are tilted, by the open face, the concentrated look, the physique which fills out that prototypical British uniform and helmet, by the pointing finger. However, since the relations between black people and the police and the recruitment of black people to exercise this kind of social authority over the public have come to represent a sort of fever chart of the whole process of black settlement, and says so much about the difficult and contested issue of identification and belonging, we must also bring a set of searching questions to bear on this image. When was this picture taken? When did he join the police force and how has he been treated since he joined? Is that date significant of certain turning points in the ongoing process of exclusion and assimilation and the progress of black people towards full citizenship? Can we read in his bearing the black self-pride he clearly brings to what he is doing, and where did he get that from? Can we read on his face the difficult choices of identity he negotiated before this decision was taken? How has he balanced the contradictory pulls between professional pride and racial solidarity? These, of course, are questions, frameworks, we bring to the image in order to make it testify. They oblige the image to take its place along a spectrum of belonging and identity which has proved to be such an important part of the contested process of settlement. No wonder the figure, so fully self-sufficient in its own terms, says so much more, appearing to connect a past we can no longer clearly see and a future which lies beyond the frame towards which he is urgently pointing. Extract, pages 8 to 10, from Preface to Black Britain, A Photographic History, ed. Paul Gilroy, London, Saki in association with Getty Images, 2007, 5-10. This large-format, handsome book uses the photographic image to document the process of post-war black settlement in Britain in the 20th century, as Hall says at the beginning of his preface, 5, and includes images from the late 19th century as well as a preponderance of images from after 1945. Hall's preface was also published, with a selection of the images from Gilroy's book, as lives on film, in The Guardian, October 15, 2007, 6-15. Text available at https://www.theguardian.com/uk/2007/October/15/BritishIdentity.race, with a further selection of images the following day. Chapter 2. Media and Message. The Life and Death of Picture Post. In recent years Picture Post has become a name to conjure with, perhaps the first, certainly the last really successful British photo news magazine. Tom Hopkinson, with whose name the magazine is properly associated, has now compiled a selection of spreads from the 1938-50 period, with introductions and some hindsights by the original authors. The result is not simply an exercise in nostalgia but a rich social document. The magazine owed its inspiration to its first editor, Stefan Laurent, a refugee Hungarian Jew who made several attempts to launch a serious picture magazine before finally, on the eve of war, persuading the Hulton press to take it on. He and his first two photographers, two German refugees, Felix Mann and Kay Hutton, had all had experience of the new developments in photography on the continent. Laurent himself brought a combination of talents to the task, a belief in the capacity of the public to take a serious, popular presentation of events, strong anti-fascist views, and a sort of wizardry with pictures and layout, the art of visual exposition. Technically, then, Picture Post, a significant departure in British commercial journalism, owed a great deal to the inspiration of Bloody Foreigners, a not surprising fact given the prevailing orthodoxy that the public is an ass and the visual traditionalism of British publishing generally. But an equally important element, a feel for the native qualities of English life, was due, in the formative years, to the presence of Tom Hopkinson, first, assistant editor in charge of copy, then, after Laurent's departure for America in 1940, editor for a decade. The decisive years of Picture Post, 1940-50, coincided with his editorship. Figure 2.1. Picture Post 1938-50, the book cover of the 1970 selection edited by Tom Hopkinson and published by Penguin. The first issue appeared in October 1938 and was an immediate commercial success. Hopkinson reports a print order of 1 million in 2 months, 1,350,000 in 4. The staff was seriously reduced by the war, but during this decade a number of outstanding names in journalism, many now known in other capacities, were associated in some way with the journal, and their relationship clearly exceeded the limits of a commercial contract. The group included Tom Winteringham, A. L. Lloyd, Lionel Birch, Sidney Jacobson, Ted Castle, Maurice Edelman, Fife Robertson, C. H. Rolfe, Robert Key, Kenneth Alsop, and Scott James and James Cameron. They were to offer, in print and picture, a staggering visual record of the imprint of mass warfare and its aftermath on a civilian population. Some of Picture Post's most graphic stories are included here: Lawrence' early assault on the Nazi persecution of the Jews, Back to the Middle Ages, 1938, one of the many series on the unemployed, 1939, Winteringham's The Home Guard Can Fight Itself, a skirmish in the long campaign to defeat blimp and bullshit and end the phony war, 1940, Hopkinson's Defense of Free Speech in Wartime, Should We Stop Criticizing? 1940, The Beveridge Spread, 1943, several striking pieces of wartime iconography, blitzed and burning buildings, ladders, rubble, arcs of water from the hoses, firefighters, the famous last two photographs from Hitler's bunker, the Cameron Inchon story from the Korean War, which ended the Hopkinson regime. In some ways even more interesting are the stories not directly linked with news or public issues, the story on Butlins, for example, or the sequence of photographs of Stanley Spencer, the great wartime artist, painting in a Clyde shipyard, 1943. These spreads have a unique impact on us now. In part, this is due simply to their historical significance. These were crucial and dramatic years, the unforgettable years, and many of their most significant incidents march right across the page before us. In part, this impact is due to the fact that these years continued to exert a powerful hold over the collective imagination. They were also the crucible years. Their mythic power, 30 years after, is attested to everywhere: encyclopedias on the Second World War, a continuing stream of memoirs and records, fond recalls of Itma, and much binding in the Marsh in the Listener, Dad's Army and A Family at War close to the top of the tables on both the television networks. For the reconstruction of historical time in the experience of many people, the flow of events through their lives has been irrevocably ordered into three huge blocks: before the war, after. Something of the impact is in the pages themselves. The essence of the photo news story is the integration of text and picture, stories, captions, longer and more informative than is now the norm, and pictures working together for a cumulative impact. Picture Post marks an early informative stage in the development of a social rhetoric which includes Life and Look, Paris Match and OG, Illustrated London News and the Sunday Color supplements. The integration achieved here is simple. The layout is straightforward, the pictures disposed on the page within an uncomplicated aesthetic, square onto the reader, speaking straight at or to him. They are graphic, Pace McLuhan, mainly in their content. The drama is in the incident recorded, not the value-added product of photographic and editing techniques. Picture Posts seem to offer the essence of the documentary style, the first true realism in the mass circulation of the still news photograph. Yet we know this to be a matter of social convention, of shared agreement and perceptions, not a technical question intrinsic to the medium. In nature, color is real, black and white a convention. In culture, i.e. in still photography, cinema and television, until very recently at least, color is the language of photographic romanticism, black and white the language of realism. It is a matter of the social eye. To explain the formation and disintegration of such socially structured ways of seeing is a major problem in cultural history. Techniques play some part in this process but are inseparable from social convention. The capacity to print photographs in mass for a mass readership in a commercially viable form was comparatively new. In the magazine field, only a unit financed and organized on the scale of Hulton's could have afforded it. Organizing the flow of pictures, processing and printing, and, above all, working out a popular rhetoric with text and pictures combined, must have presented great difficulties, for the medium itself was technically resistant to easy manipulation. The fluidity of editing, the dissolution of meaning in montage and design, which marks the visual rhetoric in popular journalism now, is based on accumulated social knowledge and practice. It depends on the development of a social praxis in relation to the medium. It is common to account for Picture Post's success in terms of the development of the medium. It is said that it belonged to the era before television, but television, as Hopkinson reminds us in his introduction, has not killed life or look. It is said that in the age of the moving image the still image is dead, but Stern, Paris Match and OG testify differently. As Hopkinson remarks, contrary to some opinions, the moving picture does not kill the still picture simply because it moves. Each has its own function. It was precisely its stillness, the sense of a moment frozen in time, that made its impact. It is said that countries like the United States or France can support a weekly news magazine, whether of the text-over-picture variety, like Time, Newsweek or L'Express, or the picture-over-text variety, like Look, Life or Match, because they have no truly national daily press. It is certainly true that the New York Times is only notionally a national daily, and that Britain is the only country in the list where a cosmopolitan press gets national distribution before breakfast, so that the national agenda of news is set, every day, in Britain, once by the press, and then further reinforced by television. Still, this is not a sufficient explanation for the success of Picture Post then and the failure of all efforts to do it again now. Picture Post not only forged a place for itself at a time when the national daily coverage of the country was already fully established, it moved in step with, and alongside, the rise to hegemony of our two most formidable populars, the Mirror and the Express, indeed, in a sort of spiritual tandem with one of them, the Mirror. For an adequate explanation, we must undertake deeper historical soundings. Fundamentally, Picture Post's impact lies in its ability simply to look and record. There is a kind of disinterested, non-aesthetic passion to get what is photographed straight onto the page, a sort of urgency to present. This is not intrinsic to the photographic art itself, as a quick glance at any color supplement will show. There, the technical art of the photograph has been brought to a high pitch of development, but the social rhetoric informing it is not the passion to look and record. No one here is interested in looking hard and straight, everything is angled, posed, framed, prettied up or cocooned. Events have been pictorially overlaid. Nor, if we glance back at what has happened in the commercial use of news photographs immediately before Picture Post, is there much evidence then of the passion to look, to observe. Between the mid-30s and the outbreak of war, something happened in British society which enabled some people to look hard at their society in a new way, not comprehensively, but at all levels, unstructured by the traditional frameworks provided by class and deference which interposed such powerfully constraining ways of seeing between social experience and the camera lens. The breakthrough began outside of commercial journalism altogether, only for a brief period, and under the special circumstances of the war, was this way of seeing temporarily sanctioned within commercial publishing. It lasted, at most, a decade. This documentary impulse took many different forms. We find evidence of it in the characteristic style of visual illustration which was used in the posters and leaflets associated with the protests against mass unemployment and the Spanish Civil War, in the growing social concerns which influenced the styles of the young artists in Artists International, in the reportage work done by contributors to the Left Book Club. A book like The Road to Whig and Peer was its literary equivalent. Indeed, Orwell's characteristic style belongs to the same moment. So does the cinema of Humphrey Jennings, of whose wartime work many of the pages in Picture Post so eloquently remind us. This was the engaged social eye. But there was also a more objective eye, where the passion is almost wholly absorbed into the energy of description and recording. One powerful expression of this is to be found in Mass Observation, the group of social investigators with which Hopkinson himself was closely associated. This too was a way of looking hard at British life formed in response to a changing social climate. Moe attempted to observe the mass and seeks to have the mass observe itself, the first by field study, the second through self-documentation and subjective reportage. Hopkinson, in the introduction to the Moe Retrospect, Britain Revisited, published by Gollancz in 1961. This impulse, Hopkinson says, arose in a situation, in which a dangerous gap had widened between the ordinary and rather non-vocal masses of Britain and a highly specialised set of organs and organisations speaking for all through Parliament, press and radio. In the 1930s, astonishingly little bridged the gulf between the organs of supposed power, press, BBC, etc., in Britain and the mass of relatively non-vociferous Britishers. Though in a rather naive way mesmerised by statistics, Moe observers counted everything, including the number of times men sitting together in pubs drank their pints in unison. The essential tradition was opposed to the statistical measurement of public opinion. The technique was really a sort of homegrown ethnography, watching men drinking in pubs like birds sitting on the branch of a tree. Hopkinson had been an ornithologist before he became an ethnographer. There was the same fascination with detail, with endless human variety, with the particularity of the ordinary lives of ordinary people in the unexplored tracts of what Peter Worsley once called Britain, unknown country. The values which informed this kind of reporting were already responsive to the growing social crisis of the late interwar years. In the conditions of total war, they ceased to be marginal to British life and became for a time the dominant popular structure of feeling, and with that change, the documentary mode became a possible public rhetoric for a commercial news magazine. The war interrupted the settled pattern of social life. It provoked a decisive social transformation, deeper than anything which has happened in British society since. It made the nation visible, transparent to itself, in new ways. It mobilized the country behind ideals which outran the definitions provided by those in power and underwritten by the media of information. Information itself became both an instrument of morale and an element in the formation of social consciousness. The war made it possible for a magazine like Picture Post to be at one and the same time national, patriotic and populist in feel and tone. The grey halftones were a perfect visual equivalent of the mood of emergency which prevailed on the home front. Picture Post week by week documented that mood, gave it a public image. In such moments it is possible for a certain kind of authentic populism to become the language of commercial journalism. It matched the spirit of popular egalitarianism which ran through the forces and the home front. The war could only be won if it were a popular war. It could only be a popular war if it were fought for a future different from that exemplified by Chamberlain and the old gang. The war therefore opened a peculiar space and Picture Post moved into it, so, in a different way, did the Mirror. Both were right about the outcome of the 1945 election, not because they created the spirit that threw Churchill out but because they were in a position to overhear the voices of the men and women who came steadily to resolve, as the war progressed, never again. Thus Wintringham's campaign to make the war a popular war, his attack on the High Command, on blimp and bullshit, was also, explicitly, an assault on the social establishment. It was fought in both the Mirror and Picture Post with equal gusto. The birth of the Home Guard was part of the same phenomenon. Picture Post not only supported the move but forced the government's hand by setting up its own unit at Osterley Park and taught do-it-yourself war. Like the Mirror, Picture Post supported the outsider, Churchill against Chamberlain, and then ran into trouble with the new government because of its continuing criticisms of the conduct of the war. It entered into the spirit of planning for the future by supporting Beveridge and offering its own blueprint. Throughout, it chose to record the experience of war from the point of view of the serving soldier and the civilian population, rather than from some spiritual HQ behind the lines. Like the Mirror, it received a mass of correspondence from former journalists and from men in the forces which testified to the deep currents favoring social change running in the services. It fought, first, a war to win the war and then a war to win the peace. It served the mood of the people by its intrinsic seriousness, its ability to present them to themselves in a history-making mold, frozen in time. In the end, it served that mood better, in a less exploitative, less caricaturing, less self-posturing way than the Mirror. This structure of feeling was neither socialist nor revolutionary in the strict sense, but it was democratic and egalitarian. The period recorded in such dramatic detail in the pages of Picture Post marked the high watermark of the tide of social democracy in Britain. Neither the defeat of Germany, nor the 1945 Labour landslide, nor the welfare state would have been possible without it. It was a remarkable conjuncture. How remarkable, and how short-lived, the subsequent history of Picture Post makes clear. Edward Halton, the proprietor, was, as he said himself in the enthusiastic editorial welcome he wrote for the Labour government in 1945, not personally a socialist, still less am I a materialist. Yet I rejoice that latter-day conservatism has been overthrown. I am more delighted than I can say that Mr. Ernest Bevin has gone to the Foreign Office. All the contradictions are there, the commercial proprietor who is so swept along that he finds it natural to support the popular swing of feeling, the public burying of latter-day conservatism, the mistaken belief that the appearance of Ernest Bevin at the Foreign Office was the beginning of a new era in international cooperation. Within 5 years, as Hopkinson recounts, the views of our proprietor moved one way, and the views of the editor and staff either did not move or moved another. Rifts began to open between editor and proprietor and, as the mood on which it capitalized began to disintegrate under the pressure of the politics of the Cold War, the paper lost direction. The end of the Hopkinson regime, and indeed the death of the spirit of Picture Post, it actually lasted until 1957, steadily losing both its impact and its circulation, is as instructive as its success. As is characteristic, commercial and political logic reinforced one another. The loss of direction at the deep level was accounted for in the usual commercial terms, and the customary commercial remedies proposed. The people after all wanted weekend and reveille, and Picture Post should give them what they wanted. At the same time, it should stop being so soft in its attitude towards Russia and the left. In 1950, James Cameron and Bert Hardy started sending back their dramatic reports on the true situation in the Korean War. The first of their 3 stories, MacArthur's Landing at Incheon, won an award for the finest picture series of the year. The third, a report on the treatment of North Koreans by South Koreans, provoked an open breach, the proprietor's intervention to stop the story, and Hopkinson's dismissal. Squeezed by the Cold War on the one hand, and the greed and philistinism of commercial journalism on the other, Picture Post gave up the struggle. Its moment had passed. In Cameron's words, it painlessly surrendered all the values and purposes that had made it a journal of consideration, drifted into the market of arch cheesecake and commonplace decoration, and by and by it dies, as by then it deserved to do. The paper folded in May 1957, and Halton's, in the now familiar manner, was eaten up by Odom's Press, which was in turn ingested into the infinitely expandable maw of the International Publishing Corporation. The era of social democracy was over. Chapter 3. The Social Eye of Picture Post. Picture Post's way of seeing. Picture Post, then, was a success story, but why? It is customary to relate this to the development of the photo news magazine as a medium, and to suggest that such a medium could not survive into the television era. But television, as Hopkinson reminds us in his introduction, did not kill off life or looked out when it is said that in the age of the moving image the still image is dead, but the survival of Stern, Paris Match, OG and many others testify differently. As Hopkinson remarks, contrary to some opinions, the moving picture does not kill the still picture simply because it moves. Each has its own function. It is precisely its stillness, the sense of a moment frozen in time, that made its impact. It has been argued that countries like the United States, France or Germany can support a weekly news magazine, whether of the text-over-pictures variety, like Time, Newsweek, Der Spiegel or L'Express, or the pictures-over-text variety, like Life, Look, Match or Stern, because they have no truly national press. It is certainly true that the New York Times is only notionally a national newspaper, and that the continental press is far more regionally based than the British. Britain is the only country where a cosmopolitan press gets national distribution before breakfast so that the national agenda of events is set, every day, in Britain, once by the press, and then reinforced by a radio and television, all of them radiating, with comparatively little regional variation, from a single metropolitan center. Still, this is not a sufficient explanation for the success of Picture Post then, and the failure of all equivalents since. After all, Picture Post forged a place for itself at a time when BBC Radio achieved a remarkable ascendancy. By 1938, too, the present pattern of press distribution had already been established. Indeed, Picture Post moved in step with the rise to hegemony of two of our most formidable popular newspapers, The Express and The Mirror, and its trajectory crucially converged at several points with that of one of those papers, The Mirror, with which, for a time, it seems to have been yoked in a sort of spiritual tandem. Picture Post, then, rose to prominence in company with other news media. It did not succeed in a gap and falter when that gap was closed, by television, for example. It survived on, rather than being destroyed by, competition. For an adequate explanation of its success then, and its impact retrospectively, we must take deeper soundings. One part of the impact of Picture Post's memorable wartime spreads is due to the photographs themselves, an impact so taken for granted that it requires explanation. In recent discussions of the photographic, and cinematic, image, it has sometimes been suggested that photography differs from written language and that a photograph is a message without a code. Thus Roland Barthes, a brilliant analyst of visual codes, has argued that it is only the photograph which possesses the ability to transmit, literal, information without forming it by means of discontinuous signs and rules of transformation. To the photograph, even if it can choose its subject, its frame and angle, cannot intervene in the interior of the object, except by trickery. In the photo, the relationship of signifieds to signifiers is not one of transformation but of recording, and the absence of a code clearly reinforces the myth of the natural photograph. The scene is there, captured mechanically but not humanly. The mechanical is here the guarantee of objectivity. A rather similar position seems to be taken up by Christian Metz, whose essay Le Cinéma, Langue ou Langage, has become a classic in the semiology of the cinema. Metz argues that the image in photography is something non-arbitrary and deeply motivated, a sort of analogue of reality, which can't be bounded by the conventions of a langue. Pasolini, one of the great exponents of the modern cinema and of the theory of film, holds the view that the primary elements of cinematic discourse would be the objects themselves which the camera captures for us as autonomous wholes, in the way reality preceded convention. Both the theater and cinema, Pasolini argues, represent reality, with reality. Both are systems of signs which coincide with the systems of signs of reality. They are linguistic signs whose archetype is reality. Peter Weiland, in his excellent introduction to this whole discussion, points to the parallels between this line of argument and the foundations of a typology of signs first established by C.S. Peirce, who defined the photographic image as an indexical sign, i.e. one which is physically forced to correspond point by point to nature, as well as the influential aesthetics of André Bazin, a defender of the realist and neo-realist tradition in the cinema, who spoke of the photographic image as a molding, the taking of an impression by the manipulation of light. The thrust of our analysis runs directly counter to this line of argument. The picture post photograph, we shall suggest, is complexly coded, its effects the result of the application of complex rules of transformation. In this, precisely, lies its cultural and historical significance. But first, some concessions have to be made to the other side of the argument. The photographic power mobilized by a picture post spread owes much to its capacity to present, immediately and apparently untransformed, a visual record of a specially significant historical moment. What impresses us, at first glance, about these photographs is their ability to bring the world of real events massively to our attention, apparently without the intervention of a code. Its reality, as Barthes has observed of the photograph, is that of the having been there, for in every photograph there is the stupefying evidence of this is what happened and how. In the wartime picture post it is as if the significance of the events themselves lends a sort of transferred power directly to the images of them on the page. These were, after all, crucial and dramatic years for the British people. Many of the almost forgotten incidents of those unforgettable years are visually reappropriated on the page before us. In part, this period represented a remarkable collective achievement of the common people under conditions of bombardment and the threat of invasion. It was the People's War. 3 picture posts directly or indirectly served this spirit by depicting the war in terms of this collective effort and experience, rather than from the vantage point of grand strategy and high policy. In part, the impact is due to the way these years continued to exert a powerful hold over the collective imagination. They were also the crucible years. Their mythic resonance is attested to everywhere, in encyclopedias of the Second World War, in a continuing stream of memoirs and records, in fond repeats of it men much binding in the Marsh, in programs like Dad's Army and Family at War. Historical time, experienced or remembered time, flows in a different way to real time, and in the experience of many people who lived through the period, historical time has been retrospectively reordered into 3 massive and discontinuous blocks: before the war, after. For many people, then, looking back on the war through the eyes of picture post is to recapture not only the facts but the experience, the feel, of wartime Britain. The latent content of the photos is this immediate sense of this is what happened and how and of having been there. Yet this is to concede too much to the power of reality itself, unmediated, to implode, resonate and naturalize the image, and not enough to the power of the image to signify reality and thus to communicate it to us transformed. We must turn, then, to the syntax, style and rhetoric of picture post. The essence of the photo news magazine is the integration of text and pictures, stories, captions, photos, layout, all working together for a cumulative impact. Picture post marks an early and formative stage in the development of a rhetoric of visual exposition which includes life and look, match and yogi, but also illustrated, the Illustrated London News and the color supplements. It represents not a point along the single evolutionary curve of development of a technical medium but rather one variant among many, some realized, others which remained virtual in the development of a public social rhetoric, a rhetoric which, of course, exploits the technical possibilities unfolding in the medium, and thus is bounded on one side by those determinations, but which is essentially organized through and by a specific social practice. The integration achieved here is simple. The layout is straightforward, the pictures disposed on the page within an uncomplicated aesthetic. They are square onto the reader, speaking straight at or to him/her. The pictures are usually large. Something is lost in the slight reduction made necessary by the smaller format of the penguin reproduction, suggesting how much is due to the invisible algebra by which the relation of text to picture within a critical space or size is achieved. One may see this by trying to imagine picture post laid out Lilliput size. However, visual impact, in picture post, is not dictated by exaggerated blow-up, fancy blocking or cutting. The photographs are large but remain life-size. This is of course an illusion, that is, a transformation. A convention of social perception, coded, the illusion amounting to a felt correspondence between the scale of the reproduced image and the dimensions of the human world it represents. They have been carefully, though not self-consciously, framed to foreground the central subject, and to contextualize it in a relevant background. The pictures are immensely eventful, they capture the faces, groupings, moments of action frozen in time by the intervention of the camera. These photographs are more than illustrations to the text. They are not self-sufficient or composed enough to stand on their own, as symbolic indexes, crystallizing in a single image the essence of the story. But they exhibit a relative autonomy of their own. Their disposition on the page is also significant. There are practically no bleed-offs to the edges of the page, which truncates the distance between the reader's eye and the details of the photograph. We are not invited into the picture, as we would be in more modern versions of the rhetoric. Margins, for the most part, remain, and frame the photographs, distancing them. At the same time, we are further along the road towards the total integration of text and picture than we are, say, with the Illustrated London News, where photographs are illustrations, ruled off from the text and appositioned with respect to it. On the whole, pictures command text in picture post, but the text retains its authenticity and function. It asks, by layout, typography, and by its direct, descriptive, non-poetic style, to be read. Words have not been reduced, as they often are in the color supplements, photographically treated blocks of type, essentially verbal fillers between the ads and the visual spreads. Picture post thus moves beyond the purely informational, but stops well short of modern creative photography and layout. The photographer contributes to the exposition in his own right, but in the role of journalist rather than of artist. The hand which has composed a picture post page is still following a line dictated by events, by a story, rather than tempted away towards visual or composed effects. The pictures insist on their content, on the what of the events and subjects they document. Some rhetorical correspondence has been constructed between image and event. Pace McLuhan, the pictures in picture post are striking, first, for the recorded incident, not for the value-added product of advanced photographic or editing techniques. There is, of course, the usual relish in the unusual photograph. The scoop photograph of the car in the instant of losing one of its front wheels in the first issue, introducing a short feature on scoop photography, will serve as a representative example. But, compared with the subtle introduction of dramatic effects via the photographic layout and editing processes, now so common a feature of modern documentary photography, the involvement of picture post with the photographic extraordinary seems very straightforward, aboveboard, even naive. A look at the first issue will make these general judgments more precise. For the cover, it was proposed that picture post should carry a girl dancer caught by the camera in mid-leap. Laurent went one better, he put two girl dancers in mid-leap on the front. But there are four featured documentary stories, the four lead spreads, in which the more representative qualities of the visual language of the magazine can be specified. The first is a story on number 10 Downing Street. It is based on the fact that, in the anxious days before hostilities began, people's attention was focused on what was happening there. They tended to drift to the spot and stand expectantly around the closed door. It isn't just that they want to see the premiere. Their instinct draws them to be near the heart of things. There are then 13 documentary photographs of people and groups of people with their eyes focused on the door of number 10. The people are not looking at the camera, they are unaware of it, those facing it look past the camera. Their attention is, actually, on the world-shaking events being considered behind those closed doors, and on each face or profile, with its striking variety of expressions, there is a common kind of preoccupiedness. They are preoccupied with the real events of the real world, they are about to be engulfed by these events, and, in their different ways, these people know it. The decisions being taken behind those closed doors will change their world. They are trying to take its measure, to forecast its impact on their lives. This is a cross-section without being a piece of vox pop. An old man with a hooked pipe, a lady in a bonnet, a man with his child in his arms, an old man with a flat cap, his bottom lip pursed, a gray-haired old lady in pince-nez, a businessman in a trilby and clutching a pair of gloves, his thumbs in his waistcoat. The individuality of the expressions, the fidelity to representative English faces, the variety, the common, central focus of attention. The captions, an integral aspect of the exposition, put titles to the expressions on the faces, but these are more than identifying comments, the captions attribute meaning to the faces. Perhaps it'll all blow over. Surely it's not too late to do something. 20 years ago we thought we'd finished with it. And we have to do the fighting. The date was October 1938. Picture post could not know what such men and women would be called upon to do. Its prescience is therefore all the more commanding. All that picture post was later to accomplish, as the unforgettable Blitz opened, is already signified there. It is potential, virtual in the rhetoric and the exposition. The same quality comes through in the 12 portraits of riveters, carpenters, joiners and boilermakers. These men built Queen Elizabeth. It is there in the feature on the Promenade concerts, one spread devoted to Sir Henry Wood conducting a score. The second spread on the orchestra, bassoons, horns showing faces riveted to the scores, the pictures crammed full of instruments. The third spread, studies of the listening audience, faces and bodies oblivious to the camera, wrapped in attention. It is a characteristic movement of a picture post story to pivot around, so to speak, from the conventional news value of the photograph or subject until it gets into clearer focus and detail the participating actors and onlookers and how they are related to it. This clarity of attention raises the unnoticed subjects to a sort of equality of status, photographically, with the heroic subjects, prime ministers, and activities they elsewhere depict. This is a significant development in the beginning of the democratization of the subject in photography, a development made possible by the technical intervention of the camera, but still not fully realized, held back and inhibited by the socially constraining forces which invade and subvert what the means of reproduction have made possible. The caption title to the fourth feature, On Operations, is characteristic. This is the first full picture story of an operation. A few years ago such a series would have been sensational. Today it is only intensely interesting. Picture post captured for the still commercially produced news photograph a new social reality, the domain of everyday life. The decisive impact of a picture post page lies in its ability to look hard and record. But there are many varieties of photographic reportage, something more needs to be added. This extra dimension is the disinterested, non-aesthetic urgency to get what is photographed straight onto a page. There is a sort of passion behind the so-called objectivity of the camera eye here, a passion to present. Above all, to present people to themselves in wholly recognizable terms, terms which acknowledge their commonness, their variety, their individuality, their representativeness, which find them intensely interesting. People here do not require to be surprised off guard, caught in candid poses, to imitate themselves for the camera, perform or pull special faces. The camera only requires that they be themselves intensely caught up in whatever it is they are doing. The picture post camera finds them interesting enough, complex enough, expressive enough in the detail of their routine everyday lives. It lends the dimensions of significance and intensity to the commonplace. This is not yet a revolutionary use of the still photograph, but it is a profoundly human and, given the commercial context in which it appeared, a startlingly honest one. It compares strikingly with the informing rhetoric of the color supplement. For though, in the latter, the art of the photograph has been raised to a pitch of technical perfection, the social rhetoric on which this art is founded is not based on the passion to record, inform or document. No one in the color supplements is interested in looking hard or straight, everything is angled, posed, framed, prettied up or cocooned. Men and women, in those glossy pages, need to be rich, glamorous, trendy, primitive or degraded to make a visual impact, trapped in the extremes of fantasy or poverty before they can be interesting subjects for the camera. Every event or subject in the supplement is pictorially overlaid. Walter Benjamin once remarked, in criticism of the new style of photographic documentary which flourished in Germany in the 1920s, that it becomes more and more subtle, more and more modern, and the result is that it can no longer photograph a run-down apartment house or a pile of manure without transfiguring it. Not to speak of the fact that it would be impossible to say anything about a dam or a cable factory except this: the world is beautiful. It has even succeeded in making misery itself an object of pleasure, by treating it stylishly and with technical perfection. For the new objectivity it is the economic function of photography to bring to the masses elements which they could not previously enjoy: spring, movie stars, foreign countries, by reworking them according to current fashion. It is the political function of photography to renew the world as it actually is from within, in other words, according to the current fashion. 5. This seems, prophetically, to identify the essential components of the rhetoric of visual exposition in the color supplements with a deadly accuracy. There, a variety of subjects, many of the greatest social and political urgency, captured and reproduced with astonishing technical virtuosity, are nevertheless systematically transformed, by the social values which impregnate the exposition, into objects of consumption. Such a rhetoric regularly displaces the interest of the reader from the social to the aesthetic dimension. It reifies and aestheticizes every topic. It integrates discordant and contradictory human material within the activity of pleasurable contemplation. The latent message of the supplement pictorial layout is, "The world is beautiful." I think this is what critics mean when they say that the color supplements are the creatures of their lush advertising. It is not only that advertising layout dominates the disposition of all its contents, subordinating both text and other kinds of photograph, though that is true. It is not only that the economic function of the supplement, to draw expensive advertising revenue to the paper, is manifest everywhere in its aesthetic, though that, too, is true. It is that the latent content of the advertisements, "The world is beautiful, the world is a commodity," seems to have impregnated the whole contents of the supplement. Only that dimension, aesthetic contemplation, luxury, the spectacle of consumption, images of the good life, has been authenticated, and these values have been imprinted over the whole magazine. Thus, as Benjamin observes, the function photography serves here is to renew the world as it is from within, according to the current fashion. Picture post, then, deploys the codes of framing and cutting, of positioning and spatial relationships, to develop a quite distinctive rhetoric of exposition, a new visual language. It thus acquired a special position in the discourse of visual exposition, of which the color supplements, too, are a part. It has a more particular place in the general development of the art of the still news photograph, and in the unfolding of the photo news story as an idiom, but it occupies a privileged space in yet another discourse, the development of the British documentary style, the first true realism in the mass circulation of the still photograph, and of the cinematic image, in Britain. One feature of this documentary quality is that the picture post photographs are in black and white, more accurately in varying halftones of gray or, occasionally, sepia. Yet we know that visual realism is a matter of social convention, of shared agreement and collective perception, rather than a technical question. Intrinsic to the medium, its relationship to reality or its fidelity to nature. In nature, color is real, black and white is a convention, a code. In culture, i.e. in photography, the cinema and television until very recently, color is the language of photographic romanticism, black and white is the language of realism. Indeed, there are various subcodes within those two dominant codes. For example, in color, compare the natural colors of the modern snapshot, the fuzzy color of a Stanley Donen musical or an Andrex advertisement, and the exaggerated technicolor of, say, South Pacific, in black and white, the deep focus contrasts of Orson Welles' Citizen Kane, as compared with the faded gray of the historical photograph. The varying gray tones of the picture post photograph are certainly read by us now as lending to the image something of the quality of a historical document, and this dimension of historicity may even have been present to the contemporary reader. This reminds us that we are, after all, dealing, in our comparison of picture post with the color supplements, not with natural versus conventional photography, but with two different codes. In part, this is a technical question, but what seems to matter more, in the evolution of a social discourse, is the dialectical relationship between the technical properties and potential of a medium, and the social uses, practices and values which inform them. We know, from the recent history of modern communications, that some technical properties of a medium can remain dormant or unexploited because of the constraints placed over them by the social framework, the social relations of reproduction, we may call them, which enclose or insert them into one dominant mode of communication, while repressing other aspects. We also know that the same technical properties can be exploited in different ways and to different ends, the advertising hoarding and the Cultural Revolution poster, for example. These are questions about the different social practices which employ a medium under certain determinate technical and societal conditions. 6. In short, picture post remains a problem of the social eye. To explain the formation and disintegration of such socially structured ways of seeing is a major problem in cultural history. The historical conjuncture. Sartre has observed that the structures of a society which is created by human work define for each man an objective situation as a starting point. But this defines him just insofar as he constantly goes beyond it in his practical activity. The material conditions of his existence circumscribe the field of his possibilities. Thus the field of possibles is the goal towards which the agent surpasses his objective situation. And this field in turn depends strictly on the social, the historical reality. It is by transcending the given toward the field of possibles and by realizing one, intrinsic to the medium, its relationship to reality or its fidelity to nature. In nature, color is real, black and white is a convention, a code. In culture, i.e. in photography, the cinema and television until very recently, color is the language of photographic romanticism, black and white is the language of realism. Indeed, there are various subcodes within those two dominant codes. For example, in color, compare the natural colors of the modern snapshot, the fuzzy color of a Stanley Donen musical or an Andrex advertisement, and the exaggerated technicolor of, say, South Pacific, in black and white, the deep focus contrasts of Orson Welles' Citizen Kane, as compared with the faded gray of the historical photograph. The varying gray tones of the picture post photograph are certainly read by us now as lending to the image something of the quality of a historical document, and this dimension of historicity may even have been present to the contemporary reader. This reminds us that we are, after all, dealing, in our comparison of picture post with the color supplements, not with natural versus conventional photography, but with two different codes. In part, this is a technical question, but what seems to matter more, in the evolution of a social discourse, is the dialectical relationship between the technical properties and potential of a medium, and the social uses, practices and values which inform them. We know, from the recent history of modern communications, that some technical properties of a medium can remain dormant or unexploited because of the constraints placed over them by the social framework, the social relations of reproduction, we may call them, which enclose or insert them into one dominant mode of communication, while repressing other aspects. We also know that the same technical properties can be exploited in different ways and to different ends, the advertising hoarding and the Cultural Revolution poster, for example. These are questions about the different social practices which employ a medium under certain determinate technical and societal conditions. 6. In short, picture post remains a problem of the social eye. To explain the formation and disintegration of such socially structured ways of seeing is a major problem in cultural history. The historical conjuncture. Sartre has observed that the structures of a society which is created by human work define for each man an objective situation as a starting point. But this defines him just insofar as he constantly goes beyond it in his practical activity. The material conditions of his existence circumscribe the field of his possibilities. Thus the field of possibles is the goal towards which the agent surpasses his objective situation. And this field in turn depends strictly on the social, the historical reality. It is by transcending the given toward the field of possibles and by realizing one. The roots of this historical conjuncture lie outside the era of picture post proper. They must be sought in the experience of mass unemployment in the 1930s, which persisted right into the first years of the war, and in the growing and collective response to the rise of fascism in Europe. These developments began to open up structural fissures in the social fabric of the society in the interwar years, but they reached their apogee, were consummated, and contained only in the extraordinary circumstances of war and its immediate aftermath. The aspect of the war which matters here is the impact of the means of total warfare on the civilian population at home. Picture post provided a rich documentation of the war, but it provided an almost irreplaceable witness to the home front. In such historical moments, societies temporarily become transparent to themselves in new ways. Writing about Cuba in 1960, Perry Anderson and Robin Blackburn remarked that each of these images, the lottery ticket become a housing bond, the fortress a school, is a proclamation. It publicly and visibly announces a connection which in our own society typically remains hidden and unsuspected. We also live in a society where schools, hospitals and houses decay while roadside hoardings and rockets multiply, but we collectively fail to see the link between the two, that advertising is paid for at the cost of health, and bases at the cost of homes. We live in a society that is essentially opaque, the origin and sense of the events in it systematically escape us. This obscurity is also a separation, it prevents us seeing one another and our common situations as they really are, and so divides us from each other. In contrast, Cuban society today is perhaps above all distinctive in its transparency. 8. Cuba 1960 is not Britain in the 1940s, and transparency must be understood metaphorically, since there is no pure moment when cultural and ideological codes are suspended and, to paraphrase Louis Althusser, His Majesty, the economy strides forward to reveal, without mediation, its determining power. Yet the idea is important for understanding what happened. In moments of transparency of the kind described above, usually, also, in moments of revolutionary transformation or of deep crisis, the usual structures of social relations are suspended and the roots of social experience are rendered more socially visible than in normal times. The hidden historical actors, in this instance the masses of the ordinary people, enter the stage of human action, so to speak, in their own person. The society is revealed to itself more clearly in its underlying interconnectedness. Picture post was one of the means, the medium, by which a social transparency of this order was transformed into a visual and symbolic language. For a moment, the conditions were created which enabled a historical experience directly to inform a style. We can speak then neither of picture post as reflecting the mood of the country, and even less of picture post, or, incidentally, the mirror, as creating such a climate unaided. The collective social experience and the formation of a distinctive social eye reciprocally informed and determined each other. Both arose as an active response to what used to be called the real movement of history. We can only summarize in the briefest terms here the contours and limits of the social revolution and the shifts in visual transparency set in train by the impact of total warfare. 3 broad themes will have to suffice. 1. The first we may call the collective response to a common enemy. When the abstract danger constituted by the rise of fascism took palpable form in the mechanics and scenarios of total warfare, British society was invisibly drawn together. The collective emotion of patriotism naturally breaks across class lines, without necessarily disrupting them. But patriotic sentiment, As Orwell justly observed, "Nine is a fickle form of consciousness, and the line between patriotism, nationalism and jingo is very fine." Orwell was wretchedly unfair in his account of the defeatism of left intellectuals in the 1930s and 1940s, but he was, I believe, correct to see that in moments of supreme crisis, the whole nation can suddenly be drawn together and act upon a species of instinct, really a code of conduct, which is understood by almost everyone, though never formulated. Up to a point, the sense of national unity is a substitute for a worldview. Just because patriotism is all but universal, not even the rich are uninfluenced by it. There can be a moment when the whole nation suddenly swings together and does the same thing like a herd of cattle facing a wolf. There was such a moment, unmistakably, at the time of the disaster in France. This common response, latent, as Orwell argues, in the very fabric of English social life, with its strange unities and discontinuities, was crystallized under the conditions of bombardment and the Blitz. Some form of patriotic response was necessary in face of the enemy, but it was the collective response to what one genteel lady once referred to as the even tenor of the Blitz which created what we can only call an authentic popular patriotism. 10. It would be an error to confuse this patriotic populism with the emergence of a true democracy. England was and remained the most class-ridden society under the sun. At any normal time, Orwell observed, the ruling class will rob, mismanage, sabotage, lead us into the muck. Even amidst the remarkable social convergence achieved under the imprint of war, all talk of equality of sacrifice is nonsense. Yet the nation is bound together by an invisible chain, so in any calculation about it one has got to take into account its emotional unity, the tendency of nearly all its inhabitants to feel alike and act together in moments of supreme crisis. 2. The second theme is the mass mobilization of society, what we may call the infrastructure of social upheaval. The war interrupted the traditional and conventional social rules and relations which ensured stability and continuity. Angus Calder has remarked that social mismatching was inherent in the schemes for evacuation which were almost the first signs of collective defense against attack on the civilian population. Rural Britain, especially, he observes, was electrified by every sort of tragicomic confrontation. Elderly gentlemen found their retirement invaded by half a dozen urchins from the slums of London and Liverpool. Neat spinsters who had agreed to take a schoolchild might be gifted instead with a sluttish mother who arrived smoking a cigarette over her baby's head and disappeared with her offspring as soon as the pubs opened. A single factor like the blackout was a powerful social leveler, comprehensive and immediate. It created common conditions of discomfort for a major part of the urban population. If they left a chink visible from the streets, an impertinent air raid warden would be knocking at their door, or ringing the bell with its new touch of luminous paint. Rationing was a far more leaky system, and the middle classes, with their head start in the stockpiling of goods, coupled with the thriving black market, soon blew holes in its system of controls, in any event, a clumsy system, eminently suited to a war of attrition. Yet, gradually, the society, its social distinctions previously so clearly indexed by clothes, taste and style, subsided into the universal grey of utility. Not everybody queued, but the access to service and privilege over the shop counter, for so long the assumed rewards of status and class, had suddenly been publicly delegitimated. The call-up, compounded by volunteer enlistment, evacuation, and the large-scale recruitment of women into production, disrupted the settled patterns of family and social life. The loose structure of controls over employment production and supply created, despite yawning gaps and monumental bottlenecks, the administrative infrastructure, though not the content or meaning, of war socialism. A.J.P. Taylor calls the battle in the Cabinet and in Whitehall on this front, principally between Beaverbrook and Bevan, the great undisclosed theme of British government throughout 1941. Even more important was the far-reaching mobilization of the civilian population in the network of civilian defense organizations, the Civil Defense Corps, the Auxiliary Fire Service, the WVS, Women's Voluntary Service, etc. These transformed the social structure of voluntary effort, so long the privileged enclave of middle-class paternalism. Calder remarks that even the WVS, officered by ladies who for years had provided light refreshments for charity bazaars nevertheless, in certain times and places, transcended its apparently basic middle-classness. Specially significant for us is the instance of the formation of the Home Guard. The government, no doubt extremely sensitive to the possible consequences of an armed, volunteer civilian army at home, was extraordinarily reluctant to initiate its formation. One evening, Hopkinson of Picture Post, Halton, its proprietor, and Tom Winteringham, a socialist veteran of the International Brigade, who was conducting a one-man campaign against the ineffective prosecution of the war by the government and the clogging of the war effort by blimp and bullshit, persuaded the Earl of Jersey, who owned a mansion near London called Osterley Park, to make it available for the private enterprise creation of an unofficial home guard. The school, which included several veterans from Spain, could have been filled 3 times over, Hopkinson remarked. What it taught was simply do-it-yourself war. They were instructed to close Osterley Park, and did absolutely nothing. A month or 2 later, the Home Guard was officially formed, the Army started its own training centers, and Wintringham and his staff were taken over. It was one small successful skirmish in the effort to democratize the war. 3. But this effort, in which picture post played a striking role, brings us to the third theme, the political consequences of mass civilian mobilization. In some related research on the Daily Mirror in the war years, we argued that there seemed to a paper like the Mirror, and to many similar journals in touch with popular currents of feeling in the country, that there were 3 wars to be fought: the military war to defeat Hitler, the war to win at war, and the war to win peace. 11 Each seemed to emerge from the previous phase. Once the dilly-dallying with Hitler was over, and the Blitz brought the fact of warfare home to the civilian centers, there seemed to be a strong rallying of the nation to bring the war to a successful conclusion. But this surge of popular feeling was only hesitantly and haltingly met by a sense of urgency and leadership from above. Delays, the postponement of engagement with the enemy, the interminable lull, the endless bureaucracy, above all, the rigmarole of blimp and bullshit in the armed services led people to ask questions about the competence and position of those in command, and to associate the blunders in the prosecution of the war with the gigantic failures of the interwar period. Responsibility for both quickly came to be laid at the door of the old gang. The intertwining of these 2 themes can be seen in one of the many columns on this subject which Tom Wintringham wrote for the Mirror. He cites the main grouses, Blanco and Brass, polishing things that shine already, or ought not to shine for action. He asks the crucial question, and how to get such a modern Air Force? And he draws the inevitable conclusion: obviously the first thing to do is to get rid of the men at the top. To win the war required, then, a sharp break with the past, and with the men of the past. Only gradually did the resolution appear to form in the minds of people that such a break would have to be final, that the war to win the war would only be completed when the peace, and with it, a new kind of society, had also been won. What the conduct of the war revealed was that the ruling classes were incapable of winning on their own. It so happens, Priestley wrote, that this war, whether those at present in authority like it or not, has to be fought as a citizens' war. Britain, which in the years immediately before this war was rapidly losing such democratic virtues as it possessed, is now being bombed and burned into democracy. 12 Of course, the ineptitude of the ruling class had been indelibly revealed, both in the economic collapse and mass unemployment of the 1930s, and in their temporizing response to the rise of fascism. Social resentment against this old gang had been silently accumulating throughout the pre-war years. But the social crisis was crystallized only under the conditions of total war and mass mobilization. What this war has demonstrated, Orwell wrote, is that private capitalism, that is, an economic system in which land, factories, mines and transport are owned privately and openly sold for profit, does not work. It cannot deliver the goods. We know very well that with its present social structure England cannot survive. We cannot win the war without introducing socialism, nor establish socialism without winning the war. At such a time, it is possible, as it was not possible in the peaceful years, to be both revolutionary and realistic. Orwell was wrong about his specific prophecies, or rather, as is often the case, his prophecy was delivered in a form which he could not predict. But he was not wrong about his sense of the unhinging currents set in motion by the war. The war had made visible the dimensions of the underlying social crisis. It resumed, in a graphic, simple and powerful iconography, the structural gulf between leaders and led, between the old world and us. So powerful was this populist current of feeling, and so strongly did it course through the other ranks in the home front, that even commercial organs, like Picture Post, the Evening Standard and the Mirror, which were sensitive to the popular mood at home, could not resist it for long and retain their commercial viability. It had become possible, as Orwell said, to be both revolutionary and realistic. The Mirror, for example, had long suffered under the illusion that it converted the British public to social democracy by its support for Labour, vote for him. The fact is that, in its effort to stay in front, and by a fortunate series of events, the paper found itself in a position, first, to overhear what was actually being said and felt among ordinary people, and the ordinary ranks, then to be converted by this powerful and changing structure of feeling. As Hugh Cudlip himself observed, no daily journal was in a better position to register the people's pulse. Here, reflect their aspirations and misgivings, and make articulate their relation or censure on the progress of the war. 13. The same moving tide which, in the darkest weeks of the first year of war, floated Chamberlain right out of office, created the convergence which the Mirror and Picture Post, in different ways, articulated. It also delivered the 1945 election to Labour. Chapter 4. I. The level of signification in photographs. In the modern newspaper, the text is still an essential element, the photograph an optional one. Yet photographs, when they appear, add new dimensions of meaning to a text. As Roland Barthes has observed, pictures are more imperative than writing, they impose meaning at one stroke, without analyzing or diluting it. 1. This paper deals exclusively with the still photograph in the medium of a newspaper. First, it analyzes the different levels along which the news photo communicates meaning, or signifies. Second, it examines the role of the photograph in the production of news. Thirdly, it looks at the way photos articulate key ideological themes. The study is therefore, a. concerned with the specificity of the mode in which visual signs signify social meanings. But, b. this process is referred to the structures and mediations in which newsmaking is embedded as a social practice. We understand the practices by which events in the socio-historical world are transformed into news as belonging to the general region of ideological production. 2. News photos constitute what Barthes has called a mixed corpus. 3. Essentially, two different signifying systems operate together to produce the news, the still photo and the story text. We indicate the conjuncture of these two domains by the hybrid term news photo. In newspapers these two elements are united in a single complex unity by the headline, which articulates a news theme common to both. The formal integration on a newspaper page is achieved under the dominance of the code called layout. Headlines and layout provide the modes of articulation between two relatively autonomous elements in news construction. News is thus a composite commodity produced by the formal and ideological articulation of two discourses. It is not simply a piece of information, the record of an event, or a reflection of facts in the everyday world. News is the product of a social practice. It is a commodity, produced by specific types of labor, exchanged in the symbolic marketplace via the vehicle of the newspaper. Newsmaking is a social practice in the strict sense of the term, a process which accomplishes the transformation of a determinate given raw material into a determinate product, effected by a determinate human labor using a determinate means of production. It sets to work in a specific structure, means and a technical method of utilizing the means. 4. Ed. Barthes has noted the ubiquity of the linguistic message as a support to the image in mass communications rhetoric. The primacy function of the caption is anchorage. Anchorage directs the reader between the signifieds of the image, making him avoid certain signifieds and receive others. By means of an often subtle dispatching, it guides him towards a meaning which has been chosen in advance. 5. Anchorage has the function of a selective elucidation. It exerts a repressive force over the relative freedom of the signifieds of the photo. It is therefore, together with the headline, which frames both photo and text and embraces them, par excellence the level of ideological signification. Here, the connotative power of the image is most openly specified, cached and closed. The social practices of news production. We turn, now, briefly, to the social relations of news production. Like other types of ideological production, the social construction of news is institutionalized within a set of distinct apparatuses. And the work accomplished by transforming the photographic reproduction of historical events into a news commodity is accomplished by a set of social practices. 6. The apparatus of news production here consists of institutions or institutional segments, linked together in a structure, which frame the news construction process. Broadly speaking, there is the apparatus by which photographs are produced, the freelance photographer, photo agency, library or independent association of photographers, and the apparatus of the newspaper, in which we might further distinguish between newspaper photographers, reporters, editorial and sub-editorial staff, layout men, printing and distribution personnel within the enterprise. Practices consist of the types of work required to translate the new visual material of everyday life into the finished news commodity in the newspaper. We may divide practices into two elements, the actual routines by which the labor of signification is ordered and regulated. These are the ritual practices of news production, taking the photo, selecting the print to be used, marking it up, cropping, enlargement etc., linking it with its text, captioning and headlining, printing and reproducing the copies. But these routines, in turn, are conducted at all times according to certain ideas. That is, the routines are framed by certain types of knowledge which facilitate the flow of news from source to text, and which enable the signifying process to take place. The type of knowledge we have in mind is that routinized and habituated professional know-how which permits the everyday work of setting the photo into context in a newspaper to get done under the tyranny of tight scheduling and deadlines. The photographer must have at his command the technical practical know-how to produce a good, clear print, focus, exposure, grade of film, developing techniques, etc. But, as a professional, he will also mobilize the ground rules of photographic composition to lend the photograph formal eloquence, angles, lighting, framing, composition, etc. The photographer's ability to perform his routine tasks effectively within the framework of his professional knowledge constitutes his photographic competence. We can only briefly indicate the types of professional competence required within the news-making apparatus at each level of signification. 1. The first level is that of technical reproduction. Here the photographer must be able to handle the instruments of production, cameras, lenses, film. He must also manage the whole situation of photographing the subject. He must meet the requirements of a clear print, transferable via the halftone plate to the newspaper page. Similarly, the printing staff must know the routines of the technical process by which the mounted phototext can be transferred to the machines, how to follow the layout and compositional rules, how to ink and reproduce a large number of acceptable copies. The flow of the product from photographer to printer is linked by the editorial and layout departments. Social practice at this level is governed by the requirements of effective technical reproduction. Whatever its news value, the photo must be a clear print, not too dark or overexposed. The line block must be a clean reproduction of the masses of light and shade left in after cropping. It must print off an acceptable print over millions of copies. 2. The second level is that of the transposition of the real-life subject in three-dimensional space to a two-dimensional iconic image in such a way as to reproduce the rules of perception in the ordinary reader. The photographer accomplishes this by the ritual act of photographing the subject. But there is hardly any distinction to be made between this level and the succeeding one, level 3, where the denoted image is also compositionally framed. In the act of focusing the subject in his lens, the photographer will also employ more subtle compositional rules. Rules which derive from the historically and culturally imprinted codes of the visual culture of his profession as a learned practice. We will examine these in more detail below. It suffices to say that lighting, focus, angle, etc. must be such as will reproduce in the viewer an accurate perception of what the subject is, a man, a building, a place, an object, and not something else, but in lighting his subject so as to bring out deep shadows, or in angling the shot so as to augment its size and dominance. The photographer will also be following certain aesthetic rules which, at a later stage, will facilitate the overlay of connotational meanings. In his routine use of these professional competences, the photographer already contributes to the connotative power of the image. That is to say, ideological themes are already suspended in professional photographic practice. They are embedded in the so-called aesthetics of the visual image. Connotations are present as soon as one of the actors in the signifying chain begins to employ a cultural code. The photographer may indeed have to meet rather different, perhaps contradictory, requirements here. He will have to second-guess which news values are likely to appeal to his editor. There is no point angling a photo so as to emphasize dominance when the news value is the insignificance of the subject or event. But he will also have to safeguard his professional reputation in the photographic world, by producing a well-composed, formally eloquent image. The photographer can manage these multiple, sometimes cross-cutting, requirements in his own practice by a. Exploiting the polysemic character of the photo image, and b. By offering a variety of prints from which the reporter or editor can select. Much the same can be said of practices at the expressive level, level 4. Here, too, the photographer must mobilize for the specific occasion his cultural knowledge at hand about the range of and types of expressive meanings along which his photo will be recognized. And he must employ his technical and compositional knowledge to get these expressive features signified in his image. At level 5, however, we pass from the competence of the photographer to the domain of editorial judgment and exposition. The photo is not only a man, dark-suited and in a hurry through a crowd of onlookers, a man with an expression of serious business plainly registered on his face. It is the Minister of Employment, hurrying to a late-night meeting with union leaders in the middle of an industrial dispute. Here all the signifying elements of the photo are brought to bear on a specific news event, and its news signifying function. The editorial practices, selecting the event as newsworthy, subbing the copy, choosing a photo to accompany the text, deciding what connotational ideological theme in the news will be woven around it, these ensure, as a set of operational procedures, that news considerations exert their dominance over the other levels of signification. By news values we mean those professional/operational practices which allow an editor, working over a set of prints, to select, rank, classify and contextualize the photo within his stock of knowledge as to what constitutes the news. 6, 7. The practices associated with levels 6 and 7 consist of manipulating the image in the interest of its news value. Here editorial staff, with or without photographer and reporter, may execute or supervise the work of cropping, cutting, enlarging the photo text itself, with the help of the picture department. And editorial staff, with the help of layout and design people, position the manipulated image on the page and within the newspaper. Layout expertise, embodied in the formal rules of clean, effective or dramatic page composition, will play a part, but always under the dominance of editorial exposition, which links photo and text with news values, thematic elaborations, interpretations. Thus at levels 6 and 7, a number of sedimented practices connect. Rules about design and page layout will be in play. So will the conventional distinctions between which news item belongs to which news domain, hard and soft news, front page and feature stories, etc. The traditions of presentation and exposition characteristic of each individual paper will play a part. These are very much governed by each paper's personality or self-image. 7. The Telegraph layout will be formal, the Guardian informal, the Mirror impactful, and so on. The exposition of the photograph will be inflected according to the way these different practices are normally accomplished in each newspaper. The paper's self-image will serve as an orienting device. But news values will be ultimately determining. In practice these inflections of the photo image and its exposition are operated as a set of rules of thumb. They are tacit understandings which defy precise specification. They are part of what every newspaper man knows, his stock of knowledge, his sixth sense. 8. Finally, captioning and headlining. This is largely under the control of the editor in charge of a page, or the subs, though they may all take advice from the reporter who covered the event. The addition of a linguistic text includes two different practices. There is the caption, a text which refers directly to the photograph subject or event. There is also the addition of a headline, which unites photo and story text into a single complex unity, and inserts both within a dominant interpretation. In either case, the editorial practice consists in combining the elements, text, necessary element, photo, optional element, within a theme, interpretation or angle. These specific practices may be carried out by different personnel within the newspaper. But it is by the combinations of these routines that the decisive work of ideological closure is achieved. 2. The codes of connotation. Codes, connotations, and ideology. We have distinguished the levels along which the news photo signifies. We have related these levels to the types of social practice, embedded in the apparatus of news production, by means of which this work of signification is accomplished. Now we must turn in more detail to the codes which make signification possible. It is principally codes of connotation which concern us here. Connotative codes are the configurations of meaning which permit a sign to signify, in addition to its denotative reference, other, additional implied meanings. These configurations of meaning are forms of social knowledge, derived from the social practices, the knowledge of institutions, the beliefs and the legitimations which exist in a diffused form within a society, and which order that society's apprehension of the world in terms of dominant meaning patterns. Codes of denotation are precise, literal, unambiguous. The photo image of a sweater denotes, an object to be worn, recognizable as a sweater and not as a coat, a hat or a walking stick. Codes of connotation are more open-ended. In the connotative domain of everyday speech, sweater may also connote keeping warm, a warm garment, and thus by further elaboration the coming of winter, a cold day, and so on. But in the domain of the specialized discourse, subcode, a fashion, sweater may connote a fashionable style of haute couture, a certain informal style of dress, and so on. Set against the right background, and positioned in the domain of romantic discourse, sweater may connote long autumn walk in the woods. 8. The power of the denoted object to connote these additional meanings depends, therefore, on the context of meaning and association in which it is situated. In social life, these domains of meaning are both distinct enough to mobilize a whole set of associative meanings, and yet overlapping enough so that an object may refer to more than one associative field. Thus, whereas the codes which cover the signifying function of the linguistic sign at the denotative level are relatively closed sets, from which quite tightly constructed rules of transformation can be generated, codes of connotation, constructed over and above the denoted sign, are necessarily cultural, conventionalized, historical. To resolve ambiguities at the level of denotation, we need to clarify rules, which belong to the immanent universe of the sign and its relation with other signs. But to resolve ambiguities of connotation, we must refer to the rules of social life, of history, of social practices and usages, ultimately, of ideology, to what Barthes has called the collective field of the imagination of the epoch itself. Eliseo Varon has observed that connotation is a level of meaning that exists as far as the rules of message construction are not entirely deterministic in the different dimensions of human communication. 9. Once again, the alternatives open to communicators, to encode, and to readers, to decode, are never an infinite number, nor are they random. The reader may so fully inhabit the code employed by the communicator that the privileged meaning of a photograph is fluently transmitted. It is also possible for the reader imperfectly to know the code in use, and here the transmission of implied meanings will be imperfect, subject to some distortion, loss of meaning, negotiation between sender and receiver. It is also possible for the reader to decode the message of the photo in a wholly contrary way, either because he does not know the sender's code, or because he recognizes the code in use but chooses to employ a different code. Note here that in the third case, the reader does not refuse to employ a code, he chooses to use a different code. It is not possible to derive meaning from the photo without the use of one code or another. These three ideal type positions along the spectrum of interpretation, from full convergence of the codes to full opposition between the codes, themselves constitute a structured set of alternatives. Broadly speaking, we would refer them to the three variants of ideology or belief systems which Frank Parkin has demonstrated. 10 When the reader takes the meaning full and straight, he is operating within the preferred interpretation of the message, that is, he is inside the dominant ideology. When the reader only imperfectly inhabits the code, and negotiates between the dominant and his own reading of the message, he is within the negotiated version of the dominant ideology. When the dominant code is refused, and a different code is brought in which totalizes the preferred reading, the reader is within an oppositional ideological perspective, which is nevertheless subordinate to the hegemonic interpretation. Thus the photograph of a demonstrator kicking a policeman, intended to support the preferred, dominant, meaning that demonstrators are violent and the forces of law and order are doing a grand job in containing extreme provocation, may be decoded in exactly the opposite way, but only because the reader believes the police acted provocatively, or because he believes the cause of the demonstrators is right and legitimate and the forces of law and order are performing a repressive political function. Expressive codes. Here we deal in detail with only one code, the code of expressions, in order to demonstrate the argument. At the expressive level, the photo signifies within the lexicon of expressive features distributed throughout the culture of which the reader is a member. This lexicon is not restricted to photography, or indeed to the domain of visual representation. We have said that denotative codes are relatively closed, connotative codes are relatively open. Connotative codes are tight enough to generate meanings of their own, but these codes do not produce one, invariant meaning, they tend to delimit meanings within a preferred range or horizon. It is precisely this polysemy which invites interpretation, and which therefore makes the imposition of one, dominant reading among the variants, that is, the ideological closure of the visual message, possible. This is certainly true of expressive codes in our culture generally, where it has been shown, experimentally, that certain confusions of interpretation frequently arise. For example, we seem often to misread expressions of surprise for interest, distress for shame, anger for disgust. The same variations on any one signified expression occurs in the photographed subject. It is therefore common to find a loosely coded expression in a photo used in a closed way, the closure being affected by an anchoring text, caption or headline. The front-page photos of Mr. Modeling on the day of his resignation over the Palestine affair provides us with a good example of this. The Mail, for example, interpreted Mr. Modeling as angry, modeling, the angry man. The photo, head on hands only, certainly supports this reading, though other descriptions are equally plausible, thoughtful, for example, or listening patiently. The interpretation is therefore strengthened by a caption, Mr. Reginald Modeling, angry, disgusted, strongly resentful. Here the caption selects and prefers one of the possible readings, then amplifies it. The Sun, however, interprets Mr. Modeling's resignation as tragedy, the tragedy of Mr. Modeling. It is almost the same photo as the Mail's, certainly the same occasion, a Tory party conference? But a tilt in the angle, a shift of the position of the head, above all, a lowering of the eyes and a slight suggestion of misting over, tilts the reading from anger to tragedy. The Express story has overtones of tragedy too. Reginald Modeling sacrificed his political career yesterday, but its headline and subhead is more non-committal, I'll quit, my way. Exit, alone in a car. The photo, of modeling exiting alone in a car reads less tragically than the sun photo, dense, abstracted, looking to one side, preoccupied by inner turmoil. But the tragic face on the Express front page is not modeling's but Heath's. Mr. Heath after his Commons announcement, caption, below an extremely solemn Heath photo, this time it is the Prime Minister's eyes which tend to mist over with emotion. The Mirror and the Telegraph use the same photo, the Telegraph denotatively, the Mirror to support a reading. But since this photo is generalized enough to be linked with a vast range of expressions, it requires, in the Mirror, an extra linguistic anchor, which the caption supplies, a look of resignation, from modeling. It is a very common practice for the captions to news photographs to tell us, in words, exactly how the subject's expression ought to be read. In all 5 instances, the type of exposition is head and shoulders only, enlarged. Both the composition, excluding other inessential details of body and setting, and the enlargement, which highlights the face and eyes, the most expressive parts of the body, enhance the power of the expressive dimension. This has an ideological significance, since its function is to exploit the expressive code in such a way as to inflect or displace the story, away from its political point, towards some aspect of modeling, the man. The exposition seems to pose an implicit question: what do we most want to know about the modeling affair at this moment? And answers it implicitly: how does he feel? How is he taking it? The exception to this treatment is The Times, which produces a version of the now classic photo of public figure relaxing at home after momentous decision. Mr. Modeling, himself, gave the lead to this angle, with his reference, in his resignation letter, to the glare of publicity which engulfs the private life even of my family. The Times, then, picks up this interpretation, and elaborates it. Its photo, of Mr. Modeling, who resigned yesterday as Home Secretary, photographed last year with his wife in their home at Essendon, Hertfordshire, shows him in short-sleeved check shirt, standing with his wife, who is holding the cat, in their breakfast room before a table laden with fruit, peppers etc. This photo, rich enough in connoted social detail, also makes an ideological point. It produces the classic counterposition, public figure/private man, which is such a central myth in our learned wisdom about men weighed down by/freed from the cares and burdens of high office. It generates what we might call the sentimental effect, one of the most compelling ties which bind the governed to the governors. 3. The ideological level of the photographic sign. The production of news. It is necessary to distinguish 2 aspects to the signification of news. The first is the news value of the photographic sign. The second is the ideological level of the photographic sign. News value consists of the elaboration of the story, phototext, in terms of the professional ideology of news, the common-sense understandings as to what constitutes the news in the newspaper discourse. The ideological level consists of the elaboration of the story in terms of its connoted themes and interpretations. Formal news values belong to the world and discourse of the newspaper, to newsmen as a professional group, to the institutional apparatuses of news-making. Ideological news values belong to the realm of moral political discourse in the society as such. Ideological themes will be inflected in different ways according to the particular construction which each newspaper selects. This inflection will, in turn, be governed by the newspaper's policy, its political orientation, its presentational values, its tradition and self-image. But behind the particular inflections of a particular news angle lie, not only the formal values as to what passes as news in our society, but the ideological themes of the society itself. Thus the death of the Duke of Windsor meets the requirement of formal news values because it is unexpected, dramatic, a recent event, concerning a person of high status. But, at the ideological level, this event connotes a powerful, resonant set of themes: Prince Charming, the king with the people at heart, the monarch who gave up his throne for the woman I love, the celebrity life of the Windsors in retirement, the late reconciliation with the Queen, the death and national burial, the king who came home. Different newspapers will inflect the news story differently, by picking up one or more of these ideological themes. Nevertheless, in general, any of these particular news angles intersects directly with the great ideological theme, the monarchy itself. This is a point which that great chronicler of the British ideology, Walter Bagehot, would have relished. The best reason why monarchy is a strong government is that it is an intelligible government. The mass of mankind understand it, and they hardly in the world understand any other. It is often said that men are ruled by their imaginations, but it would be truer to say they are governed by the weakness of their imaginations. We have no slaves to keep down by special terrors and independent legislation. But we have whole classes unable to comprehend the idea of a constitution, unable to feel the least attachment to impersonal laws. A republic has only difficult ideas in government, a constitutional monarchy has an easy idea too. It has a comprehensible element for the vacant many, as well as complex laws and notions for the inquiring few. 11. The structure of news values appears as a neutral, operational level in news production. It naturally connects stories and events with persons, it attaches qualities, status, positions in the social world to anonymous events, it searches out the drama, the human interest, behind impersonal historical forces. Yet, these operational values are not, in the end, neutral values. As Althusser has argued, it is precisely by operating with the category of the subject, and by producing in the reader familiar recognitions, that a discourse becomes ideological. 12. Figure 4.3. Police and demonstrators at the October 27, 1968, anti-Vietnam War demonstration in Grosvenor Square, London, outside the U.S. Embassy. Original caption, "The Kick Photo." Photo from the Keystone Agency. It appears, then, that the news photo must lend itself to exploitation at the level of what we have called formal news values first, before, secondly, it can signify an ideological theme. Thus the photo of a demonstrator kicking a policeman has news value because it witnesses to a recent event, which is dramatic, unusual, controversial. It is then possible, by linking this so to speak completed message with an interpretation, to produce second-order meanings with powerful ideological content. Thus in They Talk About Provocation. The sketch, What the Bobbies Faced, Express, Victory for Police, Telegraph, The Day the Police Were Wonderful, Mirror. Halloran, Elliot and Murdoch note how this kick photo, taken by a freelance photographer for Keystone Agency, selectively reinforced both a previous interpretation, that the demonstration against the Vietnam War would be a violent one, and a specific news angle, the editorial decision to make the police the center of the story. 13. In news value terms, the police are signified as the center of the story, that is its formal news exploitation, grounded by the kick photo. In ideological terms, the police are signified as the heroes of the story, an interpretation connotatively amplified by the photo. In practice, there is probably little or no distinction between these two aspects of news production. The editor not only looks at and selects the photo in terms of impact, dramatic meaning, unusualness, controversy, the resonance of the event signified etc. formal news values, he considers at the same time how these values will be treated or angled, that is, interpretatively coded. It is this double articulation, formal news values/ideological treatment, which binds the inner discourse of the newspaper to the ideological universe of the society. It is via this double articulation that the institutional world of the newspaper, whose manifest function is the profitable exchange of news values, is harnessed to the latent function of reproducing in dominance the major ideological themes of society. The formal requirements of the news thus appears as the operator for the reproduction of ideology in the newspaper. Via news angles, the newspaper articulates the core themes of bourgeois society in terms of intelligible representations. It translates the legitimations of the social order into faces, expressions, subjects, settings and legends. As Bagehot observed, a royal family sweetens politics by the seasonable addition of nice and pretty events. It introduces irrelevant facts into the business of government, but they are facts which speak to men's bosoms and employ their thoughts. Newspapers trade in news stories. But though the need to harness a multitude of different stories and images to the profitable exchange of news values is determining in the last instance, this economic motive never appears on its own. The ideological function of the photographic sign is always hidden within its exchange value. The news/ideological meaning is the form in which these sign vehicles are exchanged. Though the economic dialectic, here as elsewhere, determines the production and appropriation of symbolic values, it is never active in its pure state. The exchange value of the photographic sign is thus, necessarily, overdetermined. News values. By news values we mean the operational practices which allow editors, working over a set of prints, to select, rank, classify and elaborate the photo in terms of his stock of knowledge as to what constitutes news. News values are one of the most opaque structures of meaning in modern society. All true journalists are supposed to possess it, few can or are willing to identify and define it. Journalists speak of the news as if events select themselves. Further, they speak as if which is the most significant news story, and which news angles are most salient, are divinely inspired. Yet of the millions of events which occur every day in the world, only a tiny proportion ever become visible as potential news stories, and of this proportion, only a small fraction are actually produced as the day's news in the news media. We appear to be dealing, then, with a deep structure whose function as a selective device is untransparent even to those who professionally most know how to operate it. A story, report or photo which has the potential of being used to signify the news, seems, in the world of the daily newspaper, to have to meet at least three basic criteria. The story must be linked or linkable with an event, a happening, an occurrence. The event must have happened recently, if possible yesterday, preferably today, a few hours ago. The event or person in the news must rank as newsworthy. That is to say, news stories are concerned with action, with temporal recency and newsworthiness. These three basic rules of news visibility organize the routines of news gathering and selection. They serve as a filter between the newspaper and its subordinate structures, special correspondents, agencies, stringers in faraway places. Once these ground rules have been satisfied, a more complex set of parameters come into play. These govern the elaboration of a story in terms of formal news values. Formal news values have been widely discussed in recent years, but almost always in terms of a simple list of common attributes. Thus Oskard suggests that the most newsworthy events are unusual, unexpected events with a problematic or unknown outcome. 14 Galtung and Ruhe's list is longer. 15 It includes recency, intensity, rarity, unpredictability, clarity, ethnocentricity, also more presentational features, such as continuity, consonance, elite persons and elite nations, personalization, and so on. These lists help us to identify the formal elements in newsmaking, but they do not suggest what these rules index or represent. News values appear as a set of neutral, routine practices, but we need, also, to see formal news values as an ideological structure. To examine these rules is the formalization and operationalization of an ideology of news. News values do have something to do with what is not, yet, widely known, with a scarce, rare, unpredictable event. In French the news, les nouvelles, means literally the new things. This suggests that news values operate against the structured ignorance of the audience. They take for granted the restricted access of people to power, and mediate this scarcity. News stories often pivot around the unexpected, the problematic. But an event is only unexpected because it breaches our expectations about the world. In fact, most news stories report minor, unexpected developments in the expected continuity of social life and of institutions. They add to what we already know or could predict about the world. But, whether the news dramatizes what we really do not know, or merely adds an unexpected twist to what is already known, the central fact is that news values operate as a foreground structure with a hidden deep structure. News values continually play against the set of ongoing beliefs and constructions about the world which most of its readers share. That is, news values require consensus knowledge about the world. The preoccupation with change/continuity in the news can function at either a serious or a trivial level, the breaking of the truce by the IRA or the latest model on the bonnet of the latest model at the motor show. Either the wholly atypical, the IRA, or the overtypical, the motor show, constitute news because, at the level of deep structure, it is the precariousness or the stability of the social order which most systematically produces visible news stories. 16. Without this background consensus knowledge, our routine knowledge of social structures, neither newsmen nor readers could recognize or understand the foreground of news stories. Newspapers are full of the actions, situations and attributes of elite persons. The prestigious are part of the necessary spectacle of news production, they people and stabilize its environment. But the very notion of elite persons has the routine knowledge of social structures inscribed within it. Prime ministers are elite persons because of the political and institutional power which they wield. Television personalities are newsworthy because celebrities serve as role models and trendsetters for society as a whole. Elite persons make the news because power, status and celebrity are monopolies in the institutional life of our society. In C. Wright Mill's phrase, elite persons have colonized the means of history-making in our society. 17 It is this distribution of status, power and prestige throughout the institutional life of class societies which makes the remarks, attributes, actions and possessions of elite persons, their very being as they are, naturally newsworthy. The same could be said of elite nations. If we knew nothing about Britain's historical connections throughout the world, or the preferred map of power relations, it would be difficult to account for the highly skewed structure to the profile of foreign news in British newspapers. In setting out, each day, to signify the world in terms of its most problematic events, then, newspapers must always infer what is already known, as a present or absent structure. What is already known is not a set of neutral facts. It is a set of common-sense constructions and ideological interpretations about the world, which holds the society together at the level of everyday beliefs. Regularly, newspapers make news values salient by personifying events. Of course, people are interesting, can be vividly and concretely depicted in images, they possess qualities and so on. Personalization, however, is something else. It is the isolation of the person from his relevant social and institutional context, or the constitution of a personal subject as exclusively the motor force of history, which is under consideration here. Photos play a crucial role in this form of personification. For people, human subjects, are par excellence the content of news and feature photographs. There is no ideology except for the concrete subjects, and this destination for ideology is only made possible by the subject, meaning, by the category of the subject and its functioning. 18. A newspaper can account for an event, or deepen its account, by attaching an individual to it, or by bringing personal attributes, isolated from their social context, to bear on their account as an explanation. Individuals provide a universal grammar of motives in this respect, a grammar which has as its suppressed subject the universal qualities of human nature, and which manipulates subjects in terms of their possessive individualism. 19. The most salient, operational news value in the domain of political news is certainly that of violence. Events not intrinsically violent can be augmented in value by the attribution of violence to them. Most news editors would give preference to a photo signifying violence in a political context. They would defend their choice on the grounds that violence represents conflict, grips the reader's interest, is packed with action, serious in its consequences. These are formal news values. But at the level of deep structure, political violence is unusual, though it regularly happens, because it signifies the world of politics as it ought not to be. It shows conflict in the system at its most extreme point. And this breaches expectations precisely because in our society conflict is supposed to be regulated, and politics is exactly the continuation of social conflict without resort to violence, a society, that is, where the legitimacy of the social order rests on the absolute inviolability of the rule of law. Formal news criteria, though operated by professionals as a set of rules of thumb, are no less rooted in the ideological sphere because these transactions take place out of awareness. Events enter the domain of ideology as soon as they become visible to the newsmaking process. Unless we clarify what it is members of a society normally and naturally take as predictable and right about their society, we cannot know why the semantization of the unpredictable in terms of violence etc. can, in and of itself, serve as a criterion of the news. The ideological level. This brings us directly to the second aspect of news construction, the elaboration of a news photo or story in terms of an interpretation. Here, the photo, which already meets and has been exposed within the formal criteria of news, is linked with an interpretation which exploits its connotative value. We suggest that, rhetorically, the ideological amplification of a news photo functions in the same manner as Barthes has given to the exposition of modern myths. 20. By ideological elaboration we mean the insertion of the photo into a set of thematic interpretations which permits the sign, photo, via its connoted meanings, to serve as the index of an ideological theme. Ideological news values provide a second level of signification of an ideological type to an image which already, at the denotative level, signifies. By linking the completed sign with a set of themes or concepts, the photo becomes an ideological sign. Barthes' example is of a Negro soldier in a French uniform, saluting, his eye fixed on the tricolor. This sign already conveys a meaning, a black soldier is giving the French salute. But when this complete sign is linked with ideological themes, Frenchness, militariness, it becomes the first element in a second signifying chain, the message of which is that France is a great empire, that all her sons, without color discrimination, faithfully serve under her flag, and that there is no better answer to the detractors of an alleged colonialism than the zeal shown by this Negro in serving his so-called oppressors. The photographic sign serves, then, both as the final term of the visual/denotative chain, and as the first term in the mythical/ideological chain. On this model, all news photos use the signifiers of the photographic code to produce a sign which is the denotative equivalent of its subject. But for this sign to become a news commodity, it must be linked with a concept or theme, and thus take on an interpretative or ideological dimension. We may take two examples here. The photo of the Nixons, arm in arm, walking in the White House garden. The president is smiling, giving an "it's okay" spot-on gesture. Here the ideological message requires little or no further elaboration. The president's in a happy mood, a figure of world prominence relaxes just like other men, Nixon's on top of the world. There is no accompanying text, only a caption, and the caption, apart from identifying the actors and occasion, their daughter Tricia's wedding, redundantly mirrors the ideological theme, everything in the garden's lovely. This is very different from, 2, the kick photo, where the denoted message, a man in a crowded scene is kicking a policeman, is ideologically read, extremists threaten law and order by violent acts, or anti-war demonstrators are violent people who threaten the state and assault policemen unfairly. This second-order message is fully amplified in the captions and headlines. But note also that it is slightly inflected to suit the position, presentational tradition, history and self-image of each individual newspaper. It is the linking of the photo with the themes of violence, extremists versus law and order, confrontation which produces the ideological message. But this takes somewhat different forms in each paper. The Times inflects it formally, police win battle of Grosvenor Square; the Express inflects it sensationally, accenting the marginal character of the demonstrators, French fanatics foiled at big demonstration; the Mirror inflects it deferentially, the day the police were wonderful. Here the text is crucial in closing the ideological theme and message. It is difficult to pin down precisely how and where the themes which convert a photo into an ideological sign arise. Barthes argues that the concept is a constituting element of myth. If I want to decipher myths, I must somehow be able to name concepts. But he acknowledged that there is no fixity in mythical concepts; they can come into being, alter, disintegrate, disappear completely. This is because the dominant ideology, of which these themes or concepts are fragments, is an extremely plastic, diffuse and apparently ahistorical structure. Ideology, as Gramsci argued, seems to consist of a set of residues or pre-constituted elements, which can be arranged and rearranged, bricoleur fashion, in 1,000 different variations. 21 The dominant ideology of a society thus frequently appears redundant. We know it already, we have seen it before. 1,000 different signs and messages seem to signify the same ideological meaning. It is the very mental environment in which we live and experience the world, the necessarily imaginary distortion through which we continually represent to ourselves the imaginary relationship of individuals to the relations of production and the relations that derive from them. 22 The ideological concepts embodied in photos and texts in a newspaper, then, do not produce new knowledge about the world. They produce recognitions of the world as we have already learned to appropriate it, dreary trivialities or a ritual, a functionless creed. Barthes suggests that we can only begin to grasp these ideological concepts reflexively, by the use of ugly neologisms, for example Frenchness, Italianness. 23 Or by the naming of very general essences, for example militarism, violence, the rule of law, the state of being on top of the world. Such concepts appear to be clearly organized in associative fields. Thus Italianness belongs to a certain axis of nationalities beside Frenchness, Germanness or Spanishness. In any particular instance, then, the item, photo or text, perfectly indexes the thematic of the ideology it elaborates. But its general sphere of reference remains diffuse. It is there and yet it is not there. It appears, indeed, as if the general structure of a dominant ideology is almost impossible to grasp, reflexively and analytically, as a whole. The dominant ideology always appears, precisely, diffused in and through the particular. Ideology is therefore both the specific interpretation which any photo or text specifies, and the general ambience within which ideological discourse itself is carried on. It is this quality which led Althusser to argue that, while ideologies have histories, ideology as such has none. Ideological themes exhibit another quality which makes them difficult to isolate. They appear in their forms to link or join two quite different levels. On the one hand they classify out the world in terms of immediate political and moral values. They give events a specific ideological reference in the here and now. Thus they ground the theme in an event, they lend it faces, names, actions, attributes, qualities. They provide ideological themes with actors and settings, they operate above all in the realm of the subject. The photo of the demonstrators and the policemen is thus grounded by its particularity, by its relation to a specific event, by its temporal relevance and immediacy to a particular historical conjuncture. In that photo the general background ideological value of the rule of law, the generalized ethos of attitudes against conflict by violent means were cast at a moment in the political history of this society when the politics of the street was at its highest point, and where the whole force of public discourse and disapproval was mobilized against the rising tide of extra-parliamentary opposition movements. Yet, in that very moment, the ideological theme is distanced and universalized, it becomes mythic. Behind or within the concrete particularity of the event or subject we seem to glimpse the fleeting forms of a more archetypal, even archaeological historical, knowledge which universalizes its forms. The mythic form seems, so to speak, to hover within the more immediate political message. The smiling face of Nixon is of that very time and moment, An American president at a particular moment of his political career, riding the storms of controversy and opposition of a particular historical moment with confidence. But, behind this, is the universal face of the homespun family man of all times, arm in arm with his lady wife, taking a turn in the garden at his daughter's wedding. In the handling of the kick photo, the Times picks out and specifies the immediate political ideological theme: police win Battle of Grosvenor Square. But, within that message, the Mirror glimpses, and elaborates, a more mythic, universal theme, one which may underpin 100 different photographs, the myth of our wonderful British police. We seem here to be dealing with a double movement within ideological discourse, the movement towards propaganda, and the movement towards myth. On the one hand, ideological discourse shifts the event towards the domain of a preferred political/moral explanation. It gives an event an ideological reading or interpretation. Barthes puts this point by saying that the ideological sign connects a mythical schema to history, seeing how it corresponds to the interests of a definite society. At this level, the rhetoric of connotation saturates the world of events with ideological meanings. At the same time, it disguises or displaces this connection. It asks us to imagine that the particular inflection which has been imposed on history has always been there, is its universal, natural meaning. Myths, Barthes argues, dehistoricize the world so as to disguise the motivated nature of the ideological sign. They do not unveil historical realities, they inflect history, transforming it into nature. At the ideological level, news photos are continually passing themselves off as something different. They interpret historical events ideologically. But in the very act of grounding themselves in fact, in history, they become universal signs, part of the great storehouse of archetypal messages: nature not history, myth not reality. It is this conjuncture of the immediate, the political, the historical and the mythic which lends an extraordinary complexity to the deciphering of the visual sign. News photos have a specific way of passing themselves off as aspects of nature. They repress their ideological dimensions by offering themselves as literal visual transcriptions of the real world. News photos witness to the actuality of the event they represent. Photos of an event carry within them a meta-message: this event really happened and this photo is the proof of it. Photos of people, even of the passport type and size, also support this function of grounding and witnessing: this is the man we are talking about, he really exists. Photos, then, appear as records, in a literal sense, of the facts and speak for themselves. This is what Barthes calls the having been there of all photographs. 24 News photos operate under a hidden sign marked, "This really happened, see for yourself." Of course, the choice of this moment of an event is against that, of this person rather than that, of this angle rather than any other. Indeed, the selection of this photographed incident to represent a whole complex chain of events and meanings, is a highly ideological procedure. But, by appearing literally to reproduce the event as it really happened, news photos suppress their selective/interpretive/ideological function. They seek a warrant in that ever pre-given, neutral structure, which is beyond question, beyond interpretation, the real world. At this level, news photos not only support the credibility of the newspaper as an accurate medium, they also guarantee and underwrite its objectivity, that is, they neutralize its ideological function. This ideology of objectivity itself derives from one of the most profound myths in the liberal ideology, the absolute distinction between fact and value, the distinction which appears as a common-sense rule in newspaper practice as the distinction between facts and interpretation, the empiricist illusion, the utopia of naturalism. The ideological message of the news photo is thus frequently displaced by being actualized. At first this seems paradoxical. Everything tends to locate the photo in historical time. But historical time, which takes account of development, of structures, interests and antagonisms, is a different modality from actuality time, which, in the newspaper discourse, is foreshortened time. The characteristic tense of the news photo is the historic instantaneous. All history is converted into today, cacheable and explicable in terms of the immediate. In the same moment, all history is mythified, it undergoes an instantaneous mythification. The image loses its motivation. It appears, naturally, to have selected itself. But few news photos are quite so unmotivated. The story of the provisional IRA leader, Dutch Doherty, under the headline "Ulster wants Doherty extradited," speculates within the story text on moves against IRA men in the Republic, pressures on the Lynch government not to shelter wanted men, and so on, but it carries only a small, head and shoulders passport photo of the man in question, with the simple caption "Anthony Dutch Doherty." Yet the passport photo, with its connotation of wanted men, prisoners and the hunted, is not without ideological significance. This photo may not be able, on its own, to produce an ideological theme. But it can enhance, locate or specify the ideological theme, once it has been produced, by a sort of reciprocal mirror effect. Once we know who the story is about, how he figures in the news, once, that is, the text has added the themes to the image, the photo comes into its own again, refracting the ideological theme at another level. Now we can read the meaning of its closely cropped, densely compacted composition, the surly, saturnine face, the hard line of the mouth, eyes, dark beard, the tilted angle so that the figure appears hunched, purposefully bent, the black suit, the bitter expression. These formal, compositional and expressive meanings reinforce and amplify the ideological message. The ambiguities of the photo are here not resolved by a caption. But once the ideological theme has been signaled, the photo takes on a signifying power of its own. It adds or situates the ideological theme, and grounds it at another level. This, it says, is the face of one of the bombers and gunmen. This is what today's headline, of another senseless explosion in downtown Belfast, is all about. This is its subject, its author. It is also a universal mythic sign, the face of all the hard men in history, the portrait of every man as a dangerous wanted criminal. Chapter 5. Reconstruction Work. Images of post-war black settlement. The history of black settlement in Britain in the post-war years is only just beginning to be written. One of the essential preconditions of such an account is the collection, preservation and interpretation of documents, public and private, formal and informal, as well as the oral testimonies of those who actually went through the experience in the early days. The past cannot speak, except through its archive. When such histories do come to be written, the photographic evidence is likely to play an extremely important role in their construction. One hopes that by then the historians will have gained some experience in how to read it. This contribution examines some of the difficulties inherent in reconstructing those histories from existing photographic texts, which are themselves extremely diverse. There is no such unitary thing as photography. Photography is a convenient way of referencing the diversity of practices, institutions and historical conjunctures in which the photographic text is produced, circulated and deployed. Many of the photographs relevant to the history of post-war migration will already have made a public appearance in the field of representation, in the press, magazines, etc. and are therefore already inscribed or placed by that earlier positioning. Their meanings will already have been inflected by the discourses of photographic studio, high street shop, news photo agency, book publishing, newspaper or magazine, color supplement or gallery. The vast majority will already have been organized within certain systems of classification which transfer to them the supplementary imprint of their own generic meanings, etc. Family portrait, news shot, agency scrapbook, photo expose, etc. Each practice, each placing, each discourse thus slides another layer of meaning across the frame. It is difficult, if not by now impossible, to recapture the earlier meanings of these photographs. In any event, the search for their essential truth and original, founding moment of meaning, is an illusion. The photographs are essentially multi-accentual in meaning. No such previously natural moment of true meaning, untouched by the codes and social relations of production and reading, and transcending historical time, exists. The exercise in interpretation thus calls for considerable caution, historical judgment, in essence, a politics of reading. The evidence which the photographic text may be assumed to represent is already over-endowed, over-determined by other, further, often contradictory meanings, which arise within the intertextuality of all photographic representation as a social practice. It is unclear which constitutes the greater danger, the confusions caused by the relays of meanings in which the photographs are already over-inscribed, or the riot of deconstruction to which they are certain to be exposed, not least from some of the new orthodoxies of the cultural left, caught as they sometimes are in the spirals of the post-Marxist, post-structuralist, postmodernist deluge. Black historians, especially, handling these explosive little documents, will have to steer their way through the increasingly narrow passage which separates the old Scylla of documentary realism as truth from the new Charybdis of a too simplistic avant-gardism. Take, for example, the news agency photographs of the arrival of black people from the Caribbean on the boat trains. These shots were taken at the big London rail stations, where the steamers spewed out their human cargo at the end of their long journeys, Kingston via Southampton, Avonmouth, Bristol and Liverpool docks, then by steam train through the English rural and urban industrial heartland, to Paddington, Victoria, and Waterloo. Here are the crowded stations, people sitting on their luggage or standing about, hands clasped, waiting to be met, or to recognize a friend or an unexpected relative or even just for an acknowledgement from a friendly face amongst the crowds with their bulging suitcases and straw baskets. Men, women and children, already battened down against the freezing weather by the ubiquitous wearing of hats. People dressed up to the nines, formally, for traveling and even more for arrival. Wearing that expectant look, facing the camera, open and outward, into something they cannot yet see, the new life. These people are in the liminal, the in-between, state, in suspended animation. This, for better or worse, their faces seem to say, is the dead end of one thing and the uncertain beginning of another. It is a scene of transition which occurred any day of the week in the immigration high season throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, until the barriers closed. Trickling out from these focal points into the grey light of Paddington, Notting Hill, Brixton, Handsworth, Moss Side, a graphic record. But what do these pictures mean? Can they fix and prescribe their own reading, decipherment? What do we make of these images now? For one thing, they contradict our expectations. Why are the men and women so formally got up? Why does everybody wear a hat? Why are they carrying their clothes in straw baskets? Why do they look so respectable? Where are the street fighters, the rude boys, the rastas, the reggae? How are we to read what these photographs most powerfully construct? A certain form of innocence. Innocence is a dangerous, ambiguous, ambivalent construction for black people. White discourses so often represent us as simpletons, simple-minded primitives, smiling country people, not quite keeping up in the fast lanes of the advanced world. It is a reading to be refused. These are not country bumpkins, or indigent cousins from the tropics, or primitives just swinging down from the coconut trees, or anybody's smile orange folks. These people have just survived the longest, hardest journey in their lives, the journey to another identity. They are people in transition to a new state of mind and body, migranthood. They are probably from a city, like Kingston, as big and swinging in its poverty and style as any small colonial capital. They have torn themselves up by their roots, saved up what for them, considering the annual average wage, is a colossal sum, paid it over to a steamship company traveling incognito under some assumed Panamanian flag. Half the family is left behind and nobody knows when or whether they will ever be united again. These men and women have just burnt their boats in the determination to carve out a better life. All this may be beyond the frame, but it registers inside the frame, precisely as a kind of innocence. This is another way of referring to that moment of waiting just before you step off the end of the earth into Britain, the ingrained, embattled nature of whose racism you do not yet know, that is, of which you are still, in a way, innocent, because it hasn't yet hit you hard between the eyes, a liminal movement, caught between two worlds, hesitating on the brink. We can find this trace of innocence too, if you know where to look, elsewhere inside the frame. The people are dressed up because they are on the longest one-way journey of their lives, literally and figuratively. Jamaicans traveled as they went to church, or visited their relatives, in their Sunday best, the best thing you had in your wardrobe, for special occasions. The suits and dresses are the clothes of someone who is determined to make a mark, make a favorable impression. The formality is a signifier for self-respect. These are not the victims of migration, like the Jews and East Europeans photographed by Thomas Hine arriving at Ellis Island in New York. These folks are in good spirits. They mean to survive. The angle of the hats is universally jaunty, cocky. Already, there is style. Face the music, darling, and let's make a move. There is a similar problem of interpretation about the vast, uncatalogued collection of formal high street photo portraits which are certain to be brought to light by a systematic search, crumbling away in files or shoved under the beds in boxes. For example, the young woman with the gloves and handbag, holding up or being held up by the basket of artificial flowers. There is a wonderful representation of the same idea in the self-portrait by the black painter Sonia Boyce, of herself, surmounted by her parents and sisters, entitled "She Ain't Holding Them Up, She's Holding On." Some English rose, the well-dressed young man held together by the clip-on fountain pen is talking on a phone which is not connected to anything, but sits incongruously on top of a mock Greek column, straight from the disused basement of the British Museum. Yet despite these ambiguities and disavowals of meaning, these high street portraits also contain a sort of alternative history of black people in Britain, alternative to the documentary or the social problem traditions, their codes and meanings, which now construct the dominant reading of that history, and to which we will come in a moment. Every photograph is a structure of presences, what is represented, in a definite way, and absences, what is unsaid, or unsayable, against which what is there represents. We will have to struggle to bring out what these formal portraits, so powerfully inscribed by the practices of the high street photographer, so much under subjection to the codes of late Edwardian portraiture, have to say as well as their silences. They signify a certain democratization of representation. They are poor persons' portraits. The camera did, For the poor, what painting could not do. The formality and sense of occasion of these photographs are inscribed in the ways in which the figures are formally posed, frozen, in the way they have been suspended in formal space and time. They are certainly not at home. They are not at work either. In fact, they are not represented as being in any human or social environment. They exist only in and for studio time, studio space. They are the bearers of the professional, small-time photographer's aspiration to art. They have been transferred directly under his rules of construction. They exist for him. I use the male pronoun advisedly, since overwhelmingly, but not exclusively, these professional photographers were, until recently, men. You can see what has been constructed out by the very positive functions of the composition only by contrast with, say, the same figures, but this time caught in time, in place, for example, a photo of a road sweeper at work. Original printing included a Keystone Agency photograph of a black road sweeper in front of Big Ben with two white female passers-by keeping their distance. And yet, before we think we have a complete grasp of these archaic representations, it is worth recalling that these formal portraits were also, in their own time, documentary. They documented where people were at a certain stage of life, and how they imagined themselves, how they became persons to themselves and to others, through the ways in which they were represented. The photos were what you sent home as evidence that you had arrived safely, landed on your feet, were getting somewhere, surviving, doing all right. It would therefore be wrong to read these portraits as exclusively the result of the imposition of the codes of formal, white, portrait photography on an alien, black, subject, for that simplification would be precisely to collude, however unconsciously, with the construction of West Indians as objects, always outside time, outside history. The photograph subjects also had a real investment in these representations. In fact, Edwardian portraiture in the formal photograph, icons in the domestic gallery of memories, were as common in my childhood in poor but respectable homes in Kingston as they were in Kingston upon Thames. The round center table in my grandmother's living room in a tiny country village in Old Harbour in rural Jamaica was crammed with them, one formal pose, my grandfather, resplendent in his gold watch chain and three-piece suit, jostling for a place behind another, my wistful fading great-grandmother, grey hair in a bun, with a Victorian tortoise-shell comb resolutely stuck through it. Our family history was constructed through these representations. The codes of respectability and of respect were every bit as powerful, and as complex, amongst black people in post-Victorian colonial Jamaica as they were in post-Victorian colonizing Britain. Slavery, colonization and colonialism locked us all, them, you, and us, them, into a common but unequal, uneven, history, into the same symbolic and representational frames. Afro-Caribbean culture is precisely the result of the contradictory ways these symbolic histories were irrevocably bound together. Those who doubt the complexities of positioning which this history of uneven development contains should read C.L.R. James, the English-speaking Caribbean's most outstanding Marxist historian and intellectual, on the subject of cricket in Beyond a Boundary, and think again. Jamaicans may have been placed in the subordinate position by the codes of the formal family portrait, but they were never outside those codes. This is one aspect of the history of black migration that is going to be all too tempting to forget or disavow, since it does not fit easily with current expectations. It does not fit with either Jamaica, the black nation, or Jamaica, the sign of the tropical exotic. That is why I am pleased this informal evidence exists. Its ambiguities resist simplification and disrupt our reading. That is also why I admire the corrective provided by Val Wilmer's photographs of everyday Jamaican life in Britain in the 1960s, and why I refuse to be absolutist either about the fact that she is a white photographer photographing blacks or about the so-called documentary realist tradition in which her images are often constructed. I find an astonishing plenitude in the constructed complexities of some of those photographs, the pastor and his wife at his front gate, the church-going family, everyone, again, in a hat, including the babe in arms. These images are part of the frequently unrecorded, unrecognized, unspoken history of everyday life and practice in the black communities in Britain. The cultural historian who sets out to interpret this record without an understanding of the complex position which religion has played in the life of the black communities in the black diaspora will undoubtedly see something, but will not have learned to read the cultural signposts and multi-accented traces which history has left behind, traces, as Gramsci says, without an inventory. And yet, of course, to repeat an earlier point, what signifies is not the photographic text in isolation but the text, caught in the network of the chains of signification which overprint it, its inscription into the currency of other discourses, its intertextuality. The photograph of boatloads of West Indians at the customs actually appeared, already in place with others, in a Picture Post article of 1956. It was part of a very distinctive way of constructing its subject, black migrants as a problem, 30,000 color problems. 3,000, the article tells us, is the rate of arrivals per month. 30,000 are expected in 1956. And every last one of them a problem. The written text anchors, as the preferred, the dominant, meaning, one of the many potential meanings which the multi-referentiality of the photographic text supports. This is how a problem is produced within representation. Black people come in such large numbers. Surprisingly, they all want to work and to live in homes. They don't understand how to dress for the uncertainties of the English climate. They don't have an accurate picture of life over here. The problem they pose for us is universal, ubiquitous. It is overdetermined from every conceivable direction. It is outside the norm, beyond the pale. It is, they are, the other. I have written elsewhere about the particular strengths and weaknesses of Picture Post's social documentary style of realism. In many ways, the critique of social documentary is strengthened and reinforced by the discourses of social exposure which are in play in this example. Picture Post turned an observant, socially inquiring eye on many corners of English life and society, before and after the war, which were excluded or invisible to the media of social communication. It became part of a significant ideological formation, what I once called the eye or gaze of social democracy. This way of looking at England was capable of representing hitherto invisible social issues, but, characteristically, it always constructed them as social problems. It represented the subjects of its look as the intensely interesting, intensely human, intensely ordinary, objects of forces they could not control or comprehend. It summoned up a concern which made powerful claims on our humanism, but it could not penetrate more deeply because it had no language for social contradiction, no way of breaking the surfaces of naturalism in which the problem presented itself, or of speaking the oppositional forces out of which radical social transformation might be generated. I have argued that both the strengths and the limitations of this particular way of seeing were bound up with its actual codes and practices of representation, the observing eye, the external, objective character of reality, the documenter in a position of knowledge, the confinement of meaning to the rich surface of things, its particular variant of what I have called, for I believe it to be articulated as a political formation as well as an ideological and discursive field, social democratic realism. This look, inscribed through a particular set of codes and discourses, is all too plainly to be seen again in some of the best documentary photojournalism about the problem of blacks in the early decades of migration. How much this is the product of the practices of representation, how little the outcome of natural, inevitable, or in any simple way true ways of seeing and believing is shown, I think, by an intriguing paradox. In the issue of Picture Post for October 30, 1954, the problem is constructed as the black presence. However, in the news photo of the first major race riots, Notting Hill, 1958, which shows young people charging through the streets of North Kensington in ways which might be thought to be part of the problem, there is not a black face to be seen. Absences sometimes speak louder than words. However, it must also be said that the current critical orthodoxy has somewhat trivialized the argument about documentary realism by assimilating all realisms, which one ought to be at pains to discriminate and differentiate, into one great, essential so-called realist discourse. This, in turn, has been assimilated, not as a negotiation of the dominant discursive codes, which Picture Post clearly was, but as a mere repetition of the dominant code, tout court, and this in turn, via a Foucauldian descant, has been identified, without qualification, with the univocal, scrutinizing gaze or the surveillance of the populace by the ruling class. Of course, all regimes of representation are inscribed in the play between power and knowledge, and Foucault's work is wonderfully insightful on this score. But the kind of account outlined above is built on a sliding series of reductions, of an astonishing, and in the end unacceptable, kind. There is no one system of realist representation, always and forever fixed in position, from which one type of political practice, one empiricist reading of history, emanates, any more than there is one deconstructionist avant-gardism, always forever already inscribed in its progressive modes of seeing. Yesterday's deconstructions are often tomorrow's clichés. It depends, as always, on the way concrete practices are implemented in concrete historical conditions, the effectivity with which certain codes are constituted as in dominance, the struggle within the social relations of representation, at a particular conjuncture, as to whether a tendency can be. The limitations of this particular way of seeing were bound up with its actual codes and practices of representation, the observing eye, the external, objective character of reality, the documenter in a position of knowledge, the confinement of meaning to the rich surface of things, its particular variant of what I have called, for I believe it to be articulated as a political formation as well as an ideological and discursive field, social democratic realism. This look, inscribed through a particular set of codes and discourses, is all too plainly to be seen again in some of the best documentary photojournalism about the problem of blacks in the early decades of migration. How much this is the product of the practices of representation, how little the outcome of natural, inevitable, or in any simple way true ways of seeing and believing is shown, I think, by an intriguing paradox. In the issue of Picture Post for October 30, 1954, the problem is constructed as the black presence. However, in the news photo of the first major race riots, Notting Hill, 1958, which shows young people charging through the streets of North Kensington in ways which might be thought to be part of the problem, there is not a black face to be seen. Absences sometimes speak louder than words. However, it must also be said that the current critical orthodoxy has somewhat trivialized the argument about documentary realism by assimilating all realisms, which one ought to be at pains to discriminate and differentiate, into one great, essential so-called realist discourse. This, in turn, has been assimilated, not as a negotiation of the dominant discursive codes, which Picture Post clearly was, but as a mere repetition of the dominant code, tout court, and this in turn, via a Foucauldian descant, has been identified, without qualification, with the univocal, scrutinizing gaze or the surveillance of the populace by the ruling class. Of course, all regimes of representation are inscribed in the play between power and knowledge, and Foucault's work is wonderfully insightful on this score. But the kind of account outlined above is built on a sliding series of reductions, of an astonishing, and in the end unacceptable, kind. There is no one system of realist representation, always and forever fixed in position, from which one type of political practice, one empiricist reading of history, emanates, any more than there is one deconstructionist avant-gardism, always forever already inscribed in its progressive modes of seeing. Yesterday's deconstructions are often tomorrow's clichés. It depends, as always, on the way concrete practices are implemented in concrete historical conditions, the effectivity with which certain codes are constituted as in dominance, the struggle within the social relations of representation, at a particular conjuncture, as to whether a tendency can be persistently in these early days, at the center of the problem of the problem, so to speak, was the core issue of sexuality, specifically, sexual relations between different ethnic or racial groups, or, to give it its proper name, the traumatic fantasy of miscegenation. It is as if, at the center of this whole regime of representation, there was one unrepresentable image, which nevertheless cast a silent shadow across the visual field, driving those who sensed its absent presence crazy. The image of black sexuality figured transgressively across the boundaries of race and ethnicity. In the mirror of the imaginary, screaming to be spoken, we find figured this unspeakable, the traumatic inscription of black and white people, together, making love, and having children, as the proof that, against God and nature, something worked. How often since, in the syntax of white racism, coiling through the Enoch Powell rivers of blood speech, or in fantasies that drive young bullet-headed fascists or Thatcherite skinheads into an unspeakable frenzy, or in the obscene scrawls that trail their slime across the face of black people's houses and shops, or carved into the walls of public lavatories and on the sides of apartment blocks, has one read, hiding behind what is actually written, this great. The Picture Post of 1954 had a word for it, a way of putting, representing, it. Would you let your daughter marry a Negro? Typically, it is the sympathetic, winsome portrait of a white mother and a black child which is used to construct this representation. If we look at the contact sheets from which this particular image was selected, we find a much wider range of shots, with alternative ways of representing the white mother and black father, close, not distanced, together, or together with the child, doing things, in context, shopping, playing, walking about. The choice of a static mother and child image as the principal signifier of the white family norm in trouble is certainly not fortuitous, however fragile or contingent the meaning seems to be. Indeed, even through its oblique treatment here, we are once again in the negotiated discourses of Picture Post. We are reminded that English racism is not so much a single discourse as the interdiscursive space when several discourses are articulated together, the discourses of race, and color, and sexuality, and patriarchy and Englishness itself. "If she was my kid," muttered the man in overalls, "I'd tan the backside off her." Against this vivid, idiomatic, common-sense English truth is counterposed the silent appeal, the sentimental lies, playing straight to the heartstrings. Sometimes they say it loud enough for her to hear. The pull is irresistibly towards the sense of fairness, the common humanity. The humanist inflection is central to the liberalism of this whole rhetoric. The more consciously posed, formally contrasting, white couple/black couple from another Keystone Agency photograph is inflected in the same direction. The look of the couple in front is full of skepticism. He is black, she is white, the caption in picture post reads, "In case we are in any doubt." The other couple, bound to current traditions. Their world has to be safe, their desires are security and prosperity. The two representations have been set up as binary opposites, mirror images. Then comes the mediation, but there is one thing that they have in common: they are equivalent people with their sorrows and desires, with their hope and anxiety. Here again, the neatly composed construction of oppositions, the surface hostility, resolved by a deep, underlying, essential, oneness. The photograph is universal humanism. A likely story. Each period lays its own inflections on the image. Each photograph already has a context, a set of histories within which alone it signifies. Since the photographs discussed here were taken, many now more than 30 years ago, black people in Britain have been constructed, and begun to construct themselves, as new kinds of subjects, visually, in new, different, often more challenging ways. Of course, a sense of history is never confined to the past, it is always a seizure by history of the present, as Benjamin said. But it does require a delicate excavation, an archaeology, a tracing of the contradictory imprints which previous discourses have stamped, through those old images, on the iconography of popular memory. Chapter 6. Vanley Burke and the Desire for Blackness. For over 20 years, Vanley Burke has been photographing the lives, peoples and scenes of the Black British diaspora. This book represents, not before time, a selection of some of the finest work of one of the best Black British exponents of the urban documentary genre. I first saw his images of Handsworth in the 1970s, but they remain sharply etched in my visual memory. They seem to mark the first time that an intimate, insider's portrait as opposed to a sociological study, of a settled Black British colony and its way of life had found its way into print in the form of a memorable set of images. Of course, black settlers in Britain had been the subject of photography by excellent black practitioners before. But Vanley's work seemed to me particularly specific to time, place and above all location, sense of place. He has ranged much more widely since, including working in other inner-city areas, capturing the poor and other casualties of Mrs. Thatcher's Britain, as well as the strong images of the liberation struggle in South Africa. However, metaphorically, his true photographic home, the inner landscape of the mind and heart to which he constantly returns, is Handsworth and its black peoples. He has described his own work as a sort of histograph, capturing the personal, social and economic life of black people as they arrived, settled and became established in British society. This statement puts at the center of his project the recording in visual terms of a particular set of histories, and places him squarely in the documentary tradition. And yet it seems to me to capture only some of what is going on in his photographs. The histograph metaphor makes the camera and the photographs appear to be a sensitive recording machine, making a template of the life being lived in the black communities. It throws the emphasis away from the photographing process itself, the practice of representation which the photograph always represents, onto the photographed subject. It is the people and their lives, it seems to be saying, which are important. What matters is the photographer's capacity to capture the truth, the authenticity of experience, that is already there in the life as it is being lived. However carefully the practice of documenting is conducted, and Vanley Burke is a highly skilled, highly professional, patient and experienced practitioner, in the end what makes a memorable image in the documentary tradition is its fidelity to a reality, an experience, outside the means of representation, beyond the constructed photographic space of the recorded image. This attention to what is there, going on in front of the camera, privileging the life lived by ordinary people over the rights and aesthetic concerns of the artist, and the capacity to capture in the image, to make the image authentic to a lived reality which is already in place, is indeed the strength of the documentary tradition at its best and references some of the principal strengths of Vanley Burke's images. There is a palpable sense of felt life in his images, a profound respect for the lives and circumstances which are being observed, a deep sense of occasion, of the key moments in the everyday lives of a black community, weddings, funerals, church festivals, learning, playing in the streets, the clubs, playing dominoes, sitting in parks, which give them meaning. It is noticeable in how many of these images the people are not looking towards or at the camera, not seeing themselves reflected, as it were, in the eye of the lens. Thus the images lack the quality of subjective self-referentiality, that sense of preoccupation with looking at and discovering the self, exploring reflexively their own image and identity, which has come so strongly to characterize the black photography of the 1980s which, for obvious reasons, one can call autography. Vanley's subjects are absorbed in their lives, their activities, their troubles, sorrows, joys, celebrations, griefs, struggles and resistances, not his. The skill of the documentary photographer who works in this way is, in a sense, metaphorically, to disappear into the subject photographed, not to intrude, not to be there, to erase himself/herself, simply to capture and distill in an image the truth to experience of what is already there, being lived and suffered. Yet the power of the finest of these images seems to me to contest and undermine not the documentary as such, one photographic genre among many, but the reflectionist or mimetic theory of representation which underpins it. It thus unsettles the theory of representation on which it is based, the self-sufficiency and self-consciousness of the documentary tradition, with which it explains itself, and which warrants or guarantees its own practice. I pose this question, not in terms of the endless and by now banal binary opposition between realism and formalism, or between documentary and avant-garde practices, into which the recent debates about black photography in Britain have been, regrettably, polarized. This has always seemed to me a false dichotomy, since it would be formalist to believe or argue that the form alone of the photography could, in itself, guarantee its progressive political meaning or secure the political value of the photographic practice. There is plenty of completely empty and local formal experimentation, breaking the frames like crazy to absolutely no purpose, just as there is plenty of excellent documentary work which assumes that its value is guaranteed by its fidelity or truth for a reality out there which predates and precedes it. This is an impasse, a leftover from the stale and absolutist polemics of the politically correct aesthetics theories of the 1970s, which is doing the development of critical debate within black British photography no good at all, and the sooner its impossibly polarized alternatives, its essentialized either-ors, good-bads are deconstructed, the better. Still there is a problem with an account of a practice of representation which makes the value and meaning of what is represented solely dependent upon a value or meaning which is already there, fixed in place in front of the camera, and impervious to the way meaning is produced by representations, when what strikes us most is the way the subject, the personal, social and economic life of black people as they arrived, settled and became established in British society, is being constructed, given a certain meaning, significance, value, by Vanley Burke's camera eye, not merely captured. Consider the framing and the composition. Frames do not occur naturally in the world. Of course, the world is already saturated with meanings of different kinds, and the lives of the people photographed have meaning and value to them. But what we find here is the way meaning is conferred, inscribed in, precisely, all those practices of representation which slide surreptitiously out of sight under the apparently innocent naturalistic sign of the documentary. The framing fixes what is not elsewhere fixed, a certain way of seeing these people, a certain moment, in a dance, a baptism, a funeral, which represents a deeper knowledge or truth, and which, because of how it is read by the camera in the context of a whole way of life, largely unrecorded, and undervalued, of a black community, acquires a value, a surplus of meaning, a representativeness it did not know it had. The framing, and the extraordinarily rich compositional sense which drives so many of these images, centers what otherwise would be marginal, slipping inconsequentially out of the frame. Making visible in this way cannot be simply documenting what is already there. In the same way, the rich tonal contrasts of Vanley Burke's images, using the lower, deeper, ends of the range, and the printing which highlines, i.e. deepens, the near blacks, playing very closely off the D-max end of the spectrum, cannot be divorced from the explorations of blackness, of varieties of blackness, and ways of being black in Britain, which is at the center of Vanley Burke's photographic project, form and meaning, together. There is nothing naturally documenting about this. Roy de Carave's explorations of blackness in his Harlem work by exploiting precisely the opposite end of the tonal spectrum. He constructs his visual world through the infinitely shaded and discriminated gray tones, as if for him black and near black must be avoided, since it is the absent tone which gives the other subtly differentiated grays their present meaning. Vanley Burke's best compositions construct meaning tonally the other way, they explore deeply, voyage into, the variations of blackness. Many of his images have an almost black interior, in their form. The fact is that, since being black has many, not one meaning, and this variety of meaning is Vanley Burke's subject, many of his situations could have been photographed by another black photographer to bring out very different meanings, to foreground a different dimension of blackness. One can see the shifting of meaning going across Vanley Burke's photographic career. The early images are equally strong, but angry and more unsettled. Many of them are literally shocking. All his work has a sharp political edge, of course, But the early work is organized to foreground this as the key signifying element in the life of the black communities. This note has not disappeared from his later images, but it is overwritten or overlain, as it were, by another layer of meaning. It is hard to give it a name. Respect? Self-respect? These subjects of his later work have arrived, settled, to use his earlier phrase, settled within themselves. Blackness now has, or acquires from the images, a rich interior life of its own, an inner emotional density and complexity, which no longer requires the rhetorical emphasis of some of the work of the earlier period. This is not because life in Handsworth and elsewhere is easy, or because times are not hard, or because there is nothing to protest about and struggle over, or because the struggle against racism is won. It is because the varieties of ways of being black in Britain which these images represent cannot be defined or placed any longer solely in relation to racism. These lives do not take their meaning any longer entirely from the external perspectives of how race is seen by others, being fought out and struggled over in Britain. Racism persists, but the black people in Vanley Burke's photographs cannot be defined by, or their value exhausted through the relationship to, racism alone. They have, in a sense, come home to themselves. This home is a very distinctive, different sort of place, not the homes they left behind long ago. The topographies of working-class and British inner-city streets are all around them. But they have created an indigenous black space, a place for themselves, within it. They occupy it as they occupy the frames of the photographs in which their settlement is represented. The documentary, classically, is motivated by the search for truth, for authenticity. But these images seem to me to be motivated by something quite different, not truth but love. I am reminded of Vanley Burke's other observation of his own work, that the impetus for this kind of photography came from an early childhood yearning of wanting to see photographs of black people's lives in Britain. These images were conceived and born in desire, a desire for the plenitude of blackness, the desire to come home, as the peoples and the lives they represent, have come home to themselves. They continue to exist, and have their conferred value for us, because of the imagined plenitude, the fantasy, if you like, of this desire for blackness, the unacknowledged, perhaps even unconscious figure in the grain of Vanley Burke's histograph. Part 2. Media Studies and Cultural Studies. Introduction. Part 2 starts with movies, turns to the press and radio, and finishes with television. Many of the chapters have their origin in some of the numerous projects, including teaching, in which Stuart Hall worked closely with others. They are written in different registers: teacher, broadcaster, researcher, activist, with tones and voice that vary but that, in this variation, repeatedly solicit engagement and seek response. They document, simultaneously, Hall's own trajectory, from a politically committed London teacher through to director of the Birmingham Centre for Contemporary Cultural Studies and the development of cultural studies as a field of study. While he remains politically on the left, his interests and involvements shift, as does the way in which he approaches the material he analyzes and the theoretical frameworks within which he works. The chapters were written in the long 1970s, widely recognized as a decade of transition within post-war European history, and can be read as dispatches from this turbulent time as they track Britain's move from the relative stability of the post-war settlement through the ruptures in consensus that opened up in the 1960s to the more explicit political contestations of the 1970s. The longer view of this history is presented in Paper Voices, Chapter 10, which explores the popular resonance, in the immediate post-war period, of the Daily Mirror, a paper that shares the social democratic eye of picture post delineated in part I, and contrasting it with the rise of another popular daily newspaper, The Express, in the more affluent and individualistic later 1950s and 1960s. The British Empire is there from the beginning, flickering through from the first mention of the scene in the Free Cinema London documentary Nice Time, 1957, where he notes the framing of two Jamaicans in front of a market stall with some bananas, Chapter 7. It underlies the 1970 critique of the BBC flagship lunchtime radio programme The World at One, where Hall chooses a news item about Trinidad to demonstrate how imperial amnesia, in combination with a law and order agenda, renders rioting incomprehensible. A world at one with itself, as Hall characterises the BBC, is one in which the disavowal of the history of empire is so profound that it cannot be recognised. The intimacy of empire, though, emerges more directly, on the very streets of Birmingham, in the transcript of the 1974 Open University television programme on mugging, Chapter 12. This early taste from what is later published as Policing the Crisis begins the formulation of the way the political and social crises of 1970s Britain were racialized through the demonization of black youth. Hall sketches the strong contexts necessary to understand the social production of the news of incidents named mugging and articulates the role of the signifier race in the British post-imperial context. To the anxieties and deprivations of a rapidly deindustrializing nation with a self-image drawn from an imperial past, in toxic combination with an inability to move on from the Second World War, were projected onto the figure of the mugger. 3. The political crisis of the legitimacy of the state, experienced in forms such as the 3-day week imposed by the government in response to miners' strike action, increasing redundancies in British manufacturing, currency inflation, and the escalation of the war in Northern Ireland, was, in this argument, expressed through the spectre of unruly black youth. The rise in support for the explicitly racist National Front in the 1970s, and its contestation through the activities of different local black communities, the left, and new polyglot coalitions such as the Anti-Nazi League, provides the context in which Hall reflects, in The Whites of Their Eyes, Chapter 14, on the problems of tactics and strategy for those involved in anti-racist activity. The 1970s was also the decade of identity politics, and the disturbances to Marxist-influenced political frameworks, with their emphasis on structural causation, introduced by ideas such as the personal as political can also be tracked across these essays. In Chapter 8, a 1967 analysis of newspaper gossip columns, as in the 1973 discussion of photographs of Reginald Muddling in Chapter 4, personalization is a troublesome term, hinting at a mode of narrating political events that trivializes and obscures their structural causes. 4. However, the accounts of feminism and anti-racism in Chapters 11 and 14 show a different engagement with questions of subjectivity and begin to track the ways in which the modalities of identity have their own political valency, anticipating the important later theorizations of identity. Down with the Little Woman, Chapter 11, is a transcript of a 1975 radio talk dating from the period in which there was considerable tumult about feminism at CCCS. 5. Hall was, simultaneously, as this chapter shows, broadcasting nationally about the justice of the feminist case and subjecting media coverage of the 1975 Equal Opportunities Commission to analysis, as well as summarizing the domestic labor debate. As the director of the CCCS, Hall had a responsibility to all the graduate students, not just the ones being vocal about a particular issue, as well as a commitment to collective decision-making. At the same time, he had his own sense of political priorities and a national forum, radio, in which he chose to analyze some of the resistances to feminist argument. Feminism was not just an institutional issue, though. At a symposium to mark the deposit of Stuart Hall's archive to Birmingham University in 2019, Catherine Hall very amusingly used the rediscovery of this article to exemplify the surprises of the archive, even to those living with its author. Some of the roots of cultural studies can be found in the earliest writing in the book, the chapters on teaching film, Chapter 7, and newspaper gossip columns, Chapter 8. Film teaching, liberal studies makes a passionate case for the value of using cinema in the classroom and exemplifies the role of film, and the study of film, as conduits through which to expand the traditional humanities canon in the 1960s and 1970s. This chapter is closely related to the popular arts, the book Hall wrote with Paddy Wannell, which can be traced back to the period when we were both teaching in secondary modern schools, and argued for the inclusion of popular media within the school curriculum. 6. The argument here, which advocates the use of the popular medium of film to develop critical judgment, shows the formative influence of F. R. Leavis's notions of what might be learned through the study of English literature and cites D. H. Lawrence, one of Leavis's favored authors, in relation to the disciplines of feelings. 7. Hall's film teaching essay demonstrates his sensitivity to the constraints of particular institutional contexts and his shrewd assessment of what will and won't work in particular situations. Liberal studies was a compulsory minor component of many types of higher and further education courses of study in Britain between the mid-1950s and 1980s and proved, over that period, hospitable to the study of non-canonical cultural material such as cinema, music, and popular literature. However, while many a fledgling cultural studies teacher might have worked their heart out to find relevant material to teach in liberal, complementary, or related studies, it was often seen by students as a soft option, time for a smoke, a chat, and a chance to wind up the eager tutor. 8. Hall is working with science and technology students, and while part of his aim is a Leavisite justification for the study of a popular medium, he is also directly addressing C. P. Snow's influential contemporary description of a split in the intellectual life of the West, in which the sciences and humanities were foreign to each other. 9. Liberal studies was taught in contexts in which the main focus was on getting a trade, technical, or professional qualification, and Hall describes how the course naturally falls to the bottom of the priority list, identifying a kind of floating Philistinism affecting the way students approach film classes. Although Hall's distinguished reputation as a teacher was later forged working mainly with graduate students and then in the Open University, this essay demonstrates his great seriousness as a teacher in a less specialized environment, and his attention to the likely proclivities of the students he meets in Chelsea College. As a pedagogic strategy, he repudiates the temptation to separate style and meaning, arguing that a syllabus that separates the grammar of film from meaning is only too attractive to a student with a technological background. It is important with these students in particular to start at the other end, with a whole response. Instead of colluding with the student's desire to keep things technical, Hall argues, it is important to start with meaning, and then explore how this meaning has been produced. This principle, although expressed in different vocabularies, underlies much of his subsequent work as both teacher and critic. Chapter 8, On the Gossip Column, comes from a collection edited by Richard Hoggart, Your Sunday Paper, 1967. The title of the collection is indicative of the book's address to its readers, and the volume's tone is accessible as it demonstrates the significance of entertaining and apparently trivial aspects of the papers. This is an early version of an identifiably cultural studies approach to the media. Hall compares the gossip columns in several Sunday newspapers, attentive to their different social assumptions and teasing out what is offered to the reader. If the Sunday papers themselves, as Hoggart suggests, had rarely been researched, Hall is analyzing a feature rarely even recognized, and what he does with this triviality anticipates some of the readings that cultural studies will make of other banal and disregarded sites. In considering the way the gossip columnist functions as a mediator for the reader, bringing the reader closer to the world of their social aspiration, he proposes that through the gossip column the reader can assess what he calls the social personality of a newspaper, proving himself an astute decoder of the little snobberies and slightly differentiated social circles appealed to in the quality British Sundays. Concerned as it is with a media form, the Sunday newspaper, which has greatly weight in influence and circulation, the chapter exemplifies the passing of contemporary cultural analysis into history. However, what dates the analysis is not the diminution of the printed press, but the way these glimpses of desirable social worlds are limited, in the 1960s, to the gossip columns. 60 years later, it would be a brave editor who chose not to report on celebrity, political, and royal gossip within the news headlines of newspapers and websites, while the world of the online influencer uses many similar strategies to the gossip columnist. Hall's method in this early discussion of gossip columns is that of a literary scholar turning his gaze to a non-canonical text and using the same skills with which he would analyze a poem or a novel to disentangle the components of this low form. 10 Hall subsequently engages more systematically with the existing social science scholarship on the press, and this can be seen best in Chapter 10, where he introduces an investigation of the role of two popular British newspapers, the Daily Express and the Mirror, between 1935 and 1965 in interpreting social change for their readers. Hall lays out the research questions and the methodological choices that structured the project and governed the handling of the corpus. He explains with precision and economy why the then prevalent method of content analysis was not adequate to the task that the research team had undertaken, challenging the assumption that repetition, the pile-up of material under one of the categories, is the most useful indicator of significance. In a formulation of the mixed methods employed in cultural studies, he proposes instead that literary critical, linguistic and stylistic methods of analysis were more useful in penetrating the latent meanings of a text. The more intuitive approach to the gossip column is here developed and rendered more systematic, but there is still a recognition of the role of human judgment in understanding the making of meanings. The methods used in this project enabled a convincing apprehension of the ways each of these newspapers both spoke to, and were out of joint with, particular historical moments in post-war British history. Away from the British context, the methodological issues debated here, particularly Hall's insistence that even apparently neutral counting involves value judgments, have much broader relevance in the age of big data and the algorithm. The question of who decides, on what grounds, what is to be counted has become even more significant. The methodological move of paper voices is contextualized in a different way by Hall himself in Chapter 13, which he wrote in the late 1970s to introduce a selection of writings from the CCCS Media Group. He whistles through the rejected approaches to the study of the media, name-checking the Frankfurt School, Richard Hoggart, and mass culture hypotheses, and then listing some of the shortcomings of traditional mass communications approaches with which CCCS media work broke. Summarizing what was specific to the way CCCS conceptualized the media in the 1970s, Hall provides an outline of the fields in which this work intervened, positing attention to the structured complexity of media forms, a differentiated notion of the audience, and an interest in ideology as fundamental to the CCCS approach. In providing an account of the different projects and enthusiasms of the group, this chapter also negotiates the way that, over the 1970s, CCCS media research engages in a kind of dance with its objects of study, moving between heavyweight political communication and more everyday entertainment forms. The extent, range, and simultaneity of Hall's work in different contexts make any selection that imposes a single pattern open to challenge, as well as enforcing a certain amount of repetition in editorial commentary. The representation of the development of cultural and media studies in this part of the book, while obviously shaped by the exclusion of photography, Part I, and television, Part III, is also shaped by the absence of the research on youth subcultures, deviance, and the media on which Hall and others were engaged during the 1970s. 11 The best-known outcomes from this work, which was predominantly occupied with working-class male youth subcultures and should be understood alongside contemporary initiatives and radical criminology such as the National Deviancy Conference, are the 1975 issue of Working Papers in Cultural Studies, titled Resistance Through Rituals, and the writings of individual collaborators such as Dick Hebdage, Paul Willis, and Angela McRobbie. 12 This work then developed into the Mugging Study, which explored the mobilization of the signifier race in the political crisis of 1970s Britain and was published as Policing the Crisis, 1978. Chapter 12 is taken from a 1974 Open University program about this new crime in which Hall explores pertinent newspaper coverage. Hall's own ambitious synthesis of material from sociology, media studies, and criminology in a theoretical exposition that underpinned an attack on traditional mass media effects studies of violence, as well as taking on questions about the reporting on Northern Ireland, was published in Working Papers in Cultural Studies and as a CCCS stenciled paper titled Deviance, Politics and the Media in the Early 1970s. 13 The entanglement of these three terms, deviancy, politics, and the media, and the challenge to conventional research into violence was enormously generative for Hall throughout this period and informed contributions he made to many other projects and commissions, including publication in outlets ranging from government publications on violence and the media, to book reviews, see Chapter 16, to collections on football hooliganism. 14. The final essay in this section, The Whites of Their Eyes, gives an account of trying to make television programs that identify and challenge what he nominates as inferential racism within television. Discussing the making of two different programs, The Campaign Against Racism in the Media, CARMS It Ain't Half Racist, Mom, BBC, 1979, and a school program titled The Whites of Their Eyes, Thames, 1980. Hall reflects on the criticisms made of, and the offense given by, these programs. 15 In particular, he insists that to argue that a television program, or the overall framework of understanding through which television approaches a topic such as immigration, is racist does not presuppose that the participants or program makers necessarily had racist intentions or hold racist views. Indeed, he proposes no necessary contradiction between liberal intentions and an inferentially racist outcome, because what he most wants to contest is what he calls pervasive racist common sense. First delivered at the Communist University in London, this piece explicitly addresses a politically left-wing audience that would understand itself as anti-racist. 16 Hall here seeks not only to disturb assumptions that political activity in relation to the media is a trivial matter but also to put on the agenda contested questions of strategy and tactics for this activity. Although a more activist piece than some of the analyses of television in Part 3, it draws on the same understanding of how television works and insists on recognizing the constraints of trying to work within the medium to raise problems about the medium. 17 Toward the end of this piece, Hall's tone changes and there is a perceptible impatience with some of the critiques from the left that the programs encountered. At the same time, Hall persists in trying to lay out the terms of strategic disagreement, because he sees debate and argument as essential to change. The article provides a suitable end to this part of the book, which draws from so many shared projects, because it recognizes the real difficulties of working together, while also polemicizing against the name-calling self-righteousness that afflicts so much oppositional practice. Chapter 7. Film Teaching, Liberal Studies. One cannot separate the discussion of film from the pleasure which people get from viewing it. We learn to appreciate or are enriched in direct relation to our capacities to respond fully. It is with the response that we are concerned in the first instance. Teaching film is, therefore, first of all a training of response, an education of the feelings. It may be considered an enrichment or intensification of the responses which are already there, a deepening of existing pleasures, or it may be an awakening of responses which, because of the hard shell of Philistinism so successfully planted by our present biases in education, lie dormant. The response here is a response to art, to the art of the cinema, one of the greatest of modern forms, But behind this is the response to human experience, which is what must finally control the work of any serious teacher. This kind of work is based on the belief that any education which neglects the disciplines of the feeling is incomplete and inadequate. We are hopelessly uneducated in ourselves. We have no language for the feelings, because our feelings do not exist for us. Educated. We are not even born, as far as our feelings are concerned. D.H. Lawrence, Phoenix. Many educationists respect this point, and some even see how biased against it is our current educational practice in secondary schools. They see the place of the arts in education as one of several components, and they may grudgingly recognize that, in any account of the contemporary situation in the arts, the cinema should have a place. But they would regard this activity as, largely, a leisure interest, unrelated to the educational process itself, and consisting mainly of a sympathetic but uncritical viewing of serious films, by which they often mean, film classics or the adaptation into film of the classics from literature and drama. Few recognize that the full response has anything much to do with intelligence, and even fewer would admit that there are important judgments of value to be made, outside of the established hierarchy of tastes. Film education, in a college of advanced technology, is frequently viewed as simply broadening the student's interests, without any attempt to define what the discipline of such a broadening process is. More disturbingly, it is often thought of as a process by means of which the student who is intelligent in the sciences but inexperienced in culture can quickly catch up with the latest coterie judgments. It need hardly be said that this approach is wholly rejected in the kind of teaching which I am describing here. Film teaching is the disciplined attention to meaning in art, first, an enrichment of response which enlarges the sensibility, but second, an exercise of critical awareness and of moral judgment in relation to that experience, an exercise of intelligence. Intelligence, vigorous and subtle, feeling, strong and sensitive, that is a matured sensibility, together with a strenuous concern for the health and tone of civilization. William Walsh, Use of the Imagination. Intelligence and judgment do not, as is commonly believed, destroy pleasure and sensitivity. They are, in fact, the only way in which the pleasures which we get from the attention to art can be properly integrated into the mind and personality as a whole. A set of feelings which we cannot discriminate between as to their relative order of significance, their respective intensities, their moral quality, may help to build up in us a head of emotional steam, but they are not of very much use to our minds. We apprehend them only as unformed and unshaped squads of emotion. The whole purpose lying behind such courses, therefore, is to get feeling and judgment, sensitivity and intelligence moving together in the student's mind. The only way to do this is to build this process around the response to particular examples of the art of the film, by attending to the different orders of experience brought together within the film, by learning how they have been expressed, or failed to be expressed, within the idiom of the cinema, and by trying to make students increasingly aware of, and hence articulate about, the pleasures they are experiencing and the meanings they are learning as they watch and listen. The cinema is a particularly fruitful, searching ground, since it communicates quickly and directly, establishes an easy and powerful identity between screen and audience, and, perhaps more sharply than the contemporary novel or poetry, embraces a wide and representative range of contemporary experience. What F.R. Leavis wrote of the teaching of literature, I believe applies with equal force to the study of the cinema, that it has become a central educational discipline. By training of intelligence that is at the same time a training of sensibility, a discipline of thought that is at the same time a discipline in scrupulous sensitiveness of response to intricate organizations of feeling, sensation and imagery. It trains in a way no other discipline can, intelligence and sensibility together, cultivating a sensitiveness and precision of response and a delicate integrity of intelligence that integrates as well as analyzes and must have pertinacity and staying power as well as delicacy. Education in the university. All this may seem some distance away from the actual situation in which film teaching is carried on in a liberal studies program. Yet I believe that, unless we have at the back of our minds some such idea about the purpose of what we are doing, we will find it difficult to establish with any authority the proper place of such studies in the institutions in which we work. The work described here is mainly based on courses which have been developed as part of the teaching in liberal studies in a college of advanced technology. The college is an institution of higher education with students only in the sciences and technologies. Most students are working for special or general degrees in one of the natural or physical sciences, either on a 3-year basis or on a 4-year sandwich basis with a year in industry. A number of students are preparing to be pharmacists, a smaller number are on a 4-year course in the Diploma of Technology. For all except the Dec. students, liberal studies is a small option on a crowded timetable, and, in the main, courses in the cinema and the mass media are offered as a terminal course, consisting of a set of 10 or 11 lectures within a single term. Other courses which they are invited to take up during their 3 years include literature and drama, music, sociology, the visual imagination, social and economic history, languages, the history and philosophy of science, and philosophy and practice of education. The DIP. Students who are obliged by the regulations governing their award to take 3-hour liberal studies per week get a selection from the same range of short courses, but have in addition a continuous 3-year course in sociology and individual tutorials based on the preparation for a dissertation, which is the only method of assessment adopted in the department. The department is small, but has played an active role in the life of the college and the activities of the Students' Union, and sponsors jointly outside speakers and lecturers for the college as a whole, as well as such activities as a film society, an orchestra, a film unit, a jazz society, etc. A word should be said about the general approach of the department to this work and background studies. On the whole, the survey method has been rejected in favor of an approach to any subject in depth. Thus, in the cinema courses, a strictly chronological approach is never used, though the work of a single director or a group of directors may be studied intensively. Instead, the thematic approach is used, which offers a selective area for study and discussion, and which strengthens the connections which can be made within the course and between disciplines. This work is seen throughout, not as culturally marginal to the students' main line of interest, but as centrally related to their education and part of the core of their work, though naturally it bulks less largely in their curricula than their main subjects of study. Teaching the arts in such a setting creates problems of its own. The arts and humanities are foreign to the college as a whole. There is no main body of work, teaching or research of this kind within its buildings. The disciplines of science and technology are hard, factual, objective, analytic and experimental. This is perfectly proper to the study and pursuit of these subjects, but they can create a general tone in which it is hard to establish the claims of the human sciences and the arts. One problem which flows from this is the question of general neglect for these studies. They naturally fall to the bottom of the priority list. Another problem which is more difficult to come to grips with is the danger of a type of floating philistinism, a product, not of the deep study of the sciences in itself, but rather of the particular way in which scientific attitudes are allowed to harden and become self-enclosed within our present education system. This affects the way in which students approach the teaching of the arts generally, and of film particularly, in the college. One has to allow for a wide range of response. Often the department has the sense that it is feeding an unfulfilled need in the college, only marginally assuaging an enormous hunger among the students for a wider variety of educational experiences than is actually offered. Looking back across the biographies of students whom we have come to know well, we find that attitudes towards the arts have not really hardened as much as we might have imagined, and that philistinism is often a defensive shell adopted by the scientist as a result of what he feels to be cultural inexperience. In many cases, the choice of science is much more arbitrary than the general phrase, "these are scientists or technologists," might lead one to suppose. The influence of a teacher at an important point in a student's school career, or excellent facilities in the school lab, or even an easier struggle through the barriers in higher education on the science side, has tipped the balance. But there is a background and an interest in the non-scientific subjects there, which it is not difficult to bring back into the open. The danger, where it has been done, begins with the too early specialization in the grammar schools, from which the majority of these students come. The great advantage of the use made of film is easy to see. The film has a good deal of the richness of literature to offer, without seeming to fit into a prefixed category, along with all the other arts subjects which the student has turned or been forced away from in school. It is a medium which is part of the experience of young people. Whatever their particular subjects, they still form a significant proportion of the cinema viewing audience. They regard the cinema as a source of pleasure, which it is, rather than a subject in a curriculum. This makes it easier to cut through and to short-circuit some of the more hardened and damaging prejudices about the arts which science students tend to hold. Of course, some students take quite the opposite line and treat these studies simply as a disguised relaxation. But then it is up to the lecturer and the course to force a more vigorous response to the material which is offered. The great problem in this respect is that time, usually 1 hour per lecture, does not give much opportunity to see a full-length feature film through, so that the courses rely heavily on extracts. But there is an active and sympathetic film society which is well attended, and students have the advantage of living in London, where there are many more opportunities for seeing a wide range of film. The really important problems only emerge within the class. One difficulty stems from the natural desire to abstract the plot or the point of the extract from the whole film. This arises largely because of an inexperience about how to deal with and account for idioms, a language, a way of communicating which is not of the scientific variety. This is why so much time is spent heightening the student's awareness of the way in which the style of the film is part of its total meaning. But by far the most common experience is to find the student jumping to quite the other extreme. Art, he feels, is not a discipline in its own right, with its own kinds of procedure. It is simply a loose, emotional experience. The danger here is wild subjectivity, a substitution for the film actually seen of a private version of the pictures which are really in the student's own mind. Thus the teacher's task is constantly to show how the subject has been controlled and shaped by the language, how the director is evoking, not a general wash of emotive sympathy, but a quite precise sequence of feelings, and how the actual realized quality of the film relates to the director's ability to evoke just the feelings he wants at any particular moment in the film. There is a common view that the best way to sell studies of this kind in a scientific institution is to continually play up the similarities with science and technology. My view is that this approach is less useful than it might seem. One works, not for an indistinct blur of what are in fact quite distinct kinds of language of thought, but a more informed and intense response to a variety of languages. In art, as in the social sciences, the disciplines are different, the evidence or the control is of a different order. It is an awareness of what experiences are appropriate to what order of language, rather than an easy cutting away of distinctions, which one has to work towards. And this is less difficult than we imagine, because the feelings and values treated within the idiom of a cinema are those which undercut the divisions because they are common feelings and values. If only we can see the student, not simply as a scientist, a technologist, a musician, or a poet, but as a whole person. While we think of education simply as part of national productivity, of course, we shall be forced to harden these distinctions in order to set the technologists off as competing against the rest. But it is surely the task of education to speak against and across these formal divisions, in the interest of the educational process itself, which deepens and extends people as a whole, mind, feeling, knowledge and skill together. Each course opens with an introduction to the language of the cinema. This introduction ought to be much longer and fuller than it is, simply because the approach is unfamiliar and one is working against a background of bad viewing habits. But the pressure of time is so great, the whole course is only 10 or 11 sessions, that the introduction has to be compressed into 3 weeks. What is one trying to do in this introduction? First, one has to give the student some basic familiarity with the techniques available to the director. The film is an independent art with a language of its own, and the student needs to know what its vocabulary is in order to be at all articulate about his response to it. Secondly, one has to sharpen his attention to the way in which style carries meaning in art, to the fact that what is being said and how it is said are functionally related. The tendency is always to take the two as separate elements, to fasten on the content at the expense of the style, or to discuss the techniques of editing and lighting and camera angle at the expense of the film's meaning. One wants to get the two, style and meaning, moving together in the student's mind. One way to do this would be to deal with the techniques on their own, to discuss various editing styles, camera angles, lighting techniques, tracking and panning shots, and to give examples of each. But I am convinced that this strictly grammatical approach is a dangerous one. It encourages students to separate style from content, and it develops a technical interest in filmmaking, only too attractive to a student with a technological background, at the expense of any whole response. One has to start at the other end, with the whole response, and then, by relating the content to the technique, show how the one has modified the other. The language of the cinema has to be approached by way of the film's meaning, and the meaning is both what the director wants to say or show, his intention, what he has selected, the content, and how he has translated it into sound and images, his language. I find it useful to begin with a film like Nice Time. This is the right length, they can see all of it, and discuss some of its main points in an hour. The film is about a familiar subject, Piccadilly Circus on a Saturday night, so that they do not have to make too much of an effort to adjust to the subject matter. The film has a soundtrack, but this is neither straight dialogue between characters, which would detract from the visual element, nor commentary, guiding the viewer with an insistent voice. They must work to get something out of it, for the film is constantly making its comment on its subject by way of the juxtaposition of images and sequences, or by the more oblique comment of the songs, music, or recorded sounds, traffic, indistinct snatches of conversation, bits from the soundtrack of a film. In a sense, the viewer is forced to put the film together for himself. The connections are established in the images, but one is aware of an active participation on the part of the viewer to get at their full meaning. The connections between the soundtrack of the war film and the news vendor with the mutilated face is not a difficult one to make. Most of the students can remember having seen this news vendor, and the image has a certain shock of recognition, yet few of them have ever been forced to see him in this way, against this particular set of visual associations. The point of the film, its comment on the quality of leisure and entertainment in the heart of London, is an easy one to grasp, yet it is possible in discussion to underline again and again how strongly the director's attitude towards their theme comes across, without the external assistance of commentary or dialogue. Most important of all, the film's meaning cannot be easily extracted from the experience of watching it. When a student says that the point of the film is that the entertainment being offered in Piccadilly is too thin, debased and processed to match the diversity and fullness of the people who are drawn to it, it is not difficult to make him see that this impression is made only because the filmmakers have succeeded in suggesting, in image after image, the real richness of texture in the lives and faces of the people, the couples holding hands, the young girl lost in the sound of the violin, the two Jamaicans framed behind the bunch of bananas of the fruit barrow, the kids chatting around Eros. This fastening on the actual images seen, and the meanings which emerge from the sequence in which they are presented, is the first essential point to get across. How the images are selected and framed, how the connections are established, why the particular graininess of the shot of the American serviceman with the empty, roving eye captures the whole feel of the circus as it begins to empty in the late evening, these aspects of language fall naturally into place, once the main point of the film and of its style has been grasped. Discussion of the remaining introductory part of the course, featuring an Eisenstein extract and 12 Angry Men, then followed by two different course developments, the first about the young hero in cinema, the second realism and cinema. A third kind of course can be developed which deals, broadly, with the relationship between the cinema and popular culture. Only too frequently one finds that students, judging films entirely by their subject matter, regard good films as those which are adaptations of classics from drama or literature. These students appreciate the seriousness of theme, but they have not fully appreciated the distinctive character of the cinema as an art form. Such a class will often contain a small group who have taken the same line of thinking one stage further, and regard all good films as avant-garde films. A film is good if it is, a. difficult to understand, b. produced in a continental country and subtitled, c. symbolic, and d. full of technical tricks and experiment. Here, appreciating a film seems to be equal to holding to a set of highbrow or advanced tastes, and the problem of the course is really how to break down this meaningless equation between good equals highbrow and bad equals lowbrow or popular, how to disconnect the real response to the art of the film from a phony reverence before a hierarchy of artificially formed tastes. The great power of the cinema lies in the fact that it has managed to hold a bridge between high art and authentic popular culture. Some great and memorable work has been done by original directors which take the film right into the sphere of serious drama, literature or poetry, the work, say, of Renoir, Buñuel, Bergman, Antonioni, Ozu, Kurosawa or Truffaut. But the art of the cinema would be wholly incomplete without that great body of work, done in the more popular forms, and reaching a far wider audience. This takes us into the realm of the commercial cinema proper, and, of course, a great deal of trash has been produced there. But can one understand the full potential of the medium until one has accounted for the real qualities of some westerns, some thrillers, some comedies, and some musicals? For these are where the cinema has been fully creative, making out of unpromising material and debased conventions a quite original contribution to the art form. The aim of the course, then, is to break the false connection between quality and taste, and to develop some critical language by means of which the qualities of the cinema as a popular art can be discriminated from the great welter of rubbish. Such a course might be grouped around Hollywood. It could start with an evocation of the Hollywood spirit and extract from a film like San Francisco which, in spite of its many moments of banality, does finally carry us along by the sheer force of energy behind it. From there one might move to the significance of the star system, on the one hand, the vicious competition of the system in its commercial setting and the disastrous effects of typecasting and stereotyping on the quality of the popular film, on the other hand, the compulsive quality of the star and the role which this identification between audience and screen hero or heroine has played in the history of the art form. Two contrasting extracts, showing two kinds of stark quality might be used, an extract from Garbo, set alongside Marlon Brando's performance, which wholly transforms the film, in Streetcar Named Desire. The next move is into the conventional film in which it is easiest to recognize the nature of the art, the comedy film, with extracts from Chaplin, Harold Lloyd, Buster Keaton and the Marx Brothers. Then one approaches the major genres, the Western, My Darling Clementine, Stagecoach, 3.102 Yuma, the thriller, Blackmail, Maltese Falcon, The Man Who Knew Too Much, and the musical, American in Paris, Guys and Dolls or My Sister Eileen. In each case, one has to suggest the ways in which the films establish their quality within the accepted popular conventions, how the conventions serve to shift our interest on from the naturalistic to other levels. We have to see how the great directors who have chosen to work in these popular conventions, Ford, Hawks, Wilder, Huston, Donnan, Minnelli, manage by the very force of their personal style to lift these films out of the rut of conventional responses, and, by the images on the screen, create a new kind of meaning. As much as anything, the course consists of an attempt to build up a critical vocabulary which is capable of taking the strain of these more delicate, less substantial qualities and values. How can we account for the fact that Summer Holiday is as flat and insipid as Look at Life, yet Gene Kelly's Dance and Singing in the Rain is a moment of real spontaneous and releasing pleasure, or that the opening scene of Guys and Dolls, with its Runyon-esque stylizations, has an extraordinary vigor, vitality and liveliness? How can we discriminate between the boredom of the average shoot-'em-up Western, with its predictable violence and its predictable end, and the tenderness, the sympathy, the idealism and courtliness of John Ford's My Darling Clementine? Sometimes, as with Ford, it is because he uses the conventions from within to develop, by a kind of visual poetry, those very elements and incidents which most Western directors, bound hand and foot by the need to create suspense and action, hurry over. It is the use which Ford is able to make of the evocative scenes and landscapes of the Old West, and his attention, through his heroes, to certain simplified but distinct images of human conduct, which give the films their life and quality. The popular art of the film is almost always a conventional art. Its value is not to teach us anything new about human experience, but to recreate what we already know, yet with a particular force and intensity. Such a course, if it contains extracts with enough quality about them, can well afford to look at weaker examples of the commercial cinema, the big star films, for example, such as Suddenly Last Summer, or a film with some real qualities, The Goddess. But I should close affirmatively, with some examples from a director and an actor who have done outstanding work in the popular genres and contributed in a major way to the art of the cinema: John Huston and Humphrey Bogart, Maltese Falcon, African Queen, and The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. First published as Liberal Studies in Paddy Wynell and Peter Harcourt, eds. Studies in the Teaching of Film Within Formal Education, 4 courses described, 1964, Repper, London, British Film Institute, 1968, 10-27. The cover title of the 1964 edition was Film Teaching. The other essays in this collection were Adult Education, Albert Hunt, Teacher Training, Roy Knight, and University Extramural Classes, Alan Lovell. The text here is taken from the 1968 edition, which the editors declare involved no changes to the text. Note to the second edition, 9. Chapter 8. The World of the Gossip Column. Every Sunday newspaper carries a column or half-page, at least, which is devoted to gossip. The interest in gossip is shared by the Sunday and the daily press, but there is more of it, proportionally, in the Sunday papers. This may be because Sunday is not a very good hard news day, so there is more space for stories and features. In any event, there is a general tendency, discussed elsewhere, for the Sunday paper to assume the character of a weekend magazine, and the interest in gossip parallels this trend. By gossip we mean easy, informal and largely inconsequential chatter about people and social events. Items of gossip in a gossip column are always more informally reported than other items in the newspaper. They are basically inside stories about people and events. They are written in a familiar style which suggests that the writer moves easily in the social world of the people about whom he is writing, or is close enough to their orbit to pick up odd stories and incidents about them. These stories usually, but not always, touch the private lives, interests and doings of celebrities, but they are not entirely private in character. They reveal an aspect of their lives not generally known, and they may lean towards the scandalous. But they are often written in such a way as to suggest that the incidents retold will illuminate something about the public character of the subjects, and it is assumed that we are interested because they are famous or near famous. We may hear of them again, in another, more newsy, context, or meet them somewhere else in the paper. We call gossip stories largely inconsequential because, though the newsworthiness of the subject may be the peg on which the item is hung, the conventions of the gossip column preclude serious news, which belongs elsewhere in the paper. Gossip items are therefore often inconsequential stories about consequential people. The story of the Chancellor of the Exchequer delivering the budget speech in Budget Week is not gossip, it is news, though there is a certain way of writing up and personalizing a news story so as to translate it, virtually, into the world of gossip. But the story of what the Chancellor had for breakfast on budget morning, or what he said to his wife as he selected his tie is, potentially, good gossip material. Gossip stories have a strong personal flavor to them. They are about personalities. These personalities may already be well known, indeed, their reputations may be almost entirely maintained by the fact that their names recur in gossip columns. They may also be little-known people who are lifted into prominence by their appearance in the column, or wholly unknown people who seem to the columnist to deserve recognition, not because of who they are but because of what they have done or said. For example, an item in Graham Stanford's column in the News of the World, chosen at random, is about a very fine man like 80-year-old Mr. Rudolph Van Ingram, of Palmer's Green, London, who still earns a fine business living, has been happily married for 55 years and, with his charming wife, Lily, enjoys their quiet drinks at the local, The Fox. Mr. Van Ingram gets a mention because his friends have helped him out during his wife's illness, and he holds the, to Graham Stanford, now rather unfashionable, view that friends make life. The other aspect of the personal is the personality of the columnist himself, or, where the column is collective, as in the Sunday Times and Observer, to the personality of the column as a whole. In the gossip column, the columnist is reporting on his own world. He has the freedom to draw apparently disconnected events and people together and to comment on them. He evokes a social world, and reports on it for the benefit of his readers. But he appears to have done more than simply ferret out the facts by diligent reporting. He is something of a habitué of the world he is reporting. This manner of handling the gossip story gives the reader, who is not so privileged, an entrée to this round of events and personalities. Indirectly, the gossip column of a Sunday newspaper seems to be a selective microcosm of the newspaper's social universe. The people mentioned in the column are taken to be the kinds of people the readers of the newspaper would be interested in hearing more about. In return, we, as readers, build up over a steady period of reading a picture of the kinds of people the newspaper is in touch with, and eventually an image of the social personality of the newspaper itself. As far as the relationship of newspaper to readers is concerned, the gossip column provides a reference group within which the newspaper/reader relationship is oriented. The world of the gossip column, then, will vary with each newspaper. We can tell something about this world by looking at what kinds of people and events are recorded from week to week. Each column will be somewhat self-contained, but we will only get a sense of how limited the catchment area of each gossip column is by comparing it with others, or by taking into account the kinds of people and events which do not figure in it. We can also learn something from the style and manner in which gossip items are handled. The examples below are all taken from the newspapers of the week March 20, 1966. Let us compare, first, the gossip columns in the Sunday Telegraph and the Sunday Express. Surprisingly, the Albany column in the Telegraph, a regular feature signed by Kenneth Rose, and the Sunday Express column, written this week by Ephraim Hardcastle, bear many similarities. Of all the gossip columns in this week, they seem most concerned with personalities in the conventional sense, the titled, "The Very Rich, People with Establishment Connections." The Express column is largely devoted to the aristocracy, Lord Angus Montague, Miss Virginia Stevens and Max Cordet, Mr. Ian Fairbairn, a city financier, the Marquis of Hamilton, Mr. Michael Astor, Nadine, Lady Shrewsbury, Mr. Jocelyn Hillgarth. The Sunday Telegraph range is somewhat wider, but its items are drawn from roughly the same social stratum: Mark Bonham Carter and Lord Selkirk, rivals for Sir Frank Soskis's favour as chairman of the Race Relations Board, Mr. Paul Mellon, the American millionaire, Dr. Robert Burley, former headmaster of Eton, Dr. Roddenauer and Mr. George Weidenfeld, the publisher, the Brazilian ambassador, Sir Henry Daventry Holtzmidt and Mr. Enoch Powell, old friends, both conservative MPs, Colonel Robert McCormick, the late editor of the Chicago Daily Tribune, and Sir Berkeley Gage, diplomatic representative in Chicago, Mr. Ray Geddes and Ted Hill, the trade unionist, an item pegged to the Shipbuilding Industry Report. The Sunday Express column contains no political items at all, but this may be due to the fact that the paper also runs, on another page, a very well-known political gossip column edited by Crossbencher. Its items are exclusively concerned with the social in the limited sense: marriages, engagements, broken marriages and, in one case, the sale of a stately home. The Sunday Telegraph, by contrast, has a political story and two semi-political ones: old friendships, visits and prospective visits to London, society occasions, two items about paintings, one about the high price paid by Mr. Mellon at a sale, the other an item of Churchilliana. If there is a single predominant thread running through the Telegraph's column this week, and it is a recurring one, the thread is diplomatic occasions. Both columns indulge in frequent name-dropping. In each item, the main figure or point of the story provides an opportunity to mention other people and events of a similar kind. The notion of a whole social world is reinforced by these asides. Other people are associated with the column and drawn into its ambience. The odd an hour story ends with the information that the last time the Chancellor was in London he was greeted by Mr. Heath. The McCormick Gage story informs us that other associates of theirs at Ludgrove Preparatory School were the Duke of Kent and Sir Alec Douglas Home. The Churchill painting on show that the Brazilian embassy is of the Blue Room at Trent Park, home of that Sybaritic statesman the late Sir Philip Sassoon. In the Sunday Express, this process of accretion is taken a step further. Almost every figure mentioned owes his place in the column to another, even more distinguished and sometimes well-known person. Lord Angus Montagu is the Duke of Manchester's son, Max Cordet is Prince Philip's godson, the Marquess of Hamilton is the heir of the Duke of Abercorn, Mr. Michael Astor is the son of the late Nancy, Lady Astor, Mr. Jocelyn Hillgarth is the grandson of the late Lord Burghclere. This pushes the aristocratic count in the Sunday Express column up even further. To judge from these two examples, the gossip column of this type works at two levels. The first is that of the persons principally concerned, the second is the range of well-known people with whom the celebrity is linked. The ability on the columnist's part to know who is whose friend, and who is whose heir, heightens the authenticity of the columnist's voice. Where does the columnist stand in relation to these events and people? There is a sharp difference here between the Sunday Express and the Sunday Telegraph. The Express columnist knows a good deal about the private lives of the titled aristocracy. He gives the impression of having followed up each story for himself. Each item contains verbatim quotes which authenticate the story. From G. Long, Lady Angus tells me, now, Dr. Carroll tells me, Mr. Fairbank says, but, explains Mr. Michael Astor, but he is not sufficiently inside the story to conjure up the picture of a newspaperman who is a familiar of the aristocracy. Albany in the Sunday Telegraph also uses I hear, and I understand, but his greater familiarity is made evident by casual asides and by his phrasing. There was a party at the Brazilian embassy on Thursday. Mrs. Robert McCormick dined in London last week. He shows self-confidence when he comments in parenthesis on the event he is reporting. He knows the Brazilian ambassador's collection is splendid, that Sir Winston's painting is of the Blue Room at Trent Park and that Sir Philip Sassoon was Sybaritic. He expects the National Art Gallery in Washington to be the final destination of the painting Mr. Mellon has just bought for £220,000, where the Express columnist might have said I have been told. Of course, these may simply be examples of greater skill in the phrasing, knowing how to convert an I have been told into an I expect, but the knowingness has a telling effect. The Sunday Express column is written up by a knowledgeable journalist. The Sunday Telegraph column reads as if it were written straight from the columnist's personal diary. The Express has penetrated a social world, but is self-conscious about titles and a little deferential. The Sunday Telegraph seems to be moving among equals. There is a striking contrast between the Telegraph Albany column and the gossip columns of the other two Sunday heavies, the Observer and the Sunday Times, in terms both of content and style. The Telegraph column belongs to the establishment. The Observer and the Sunday Times are far more with it than Albany. When they mention the titled aristocracy, it is done with a good deal of flip irony. The subhead for the Observer's back page is people, patterns, plots. The Telegraph would never, one feels, use the word plot, even in the somewhat slangy contemporary sense. Touches of high society and good living are common to all three, indeed, to all the gossip columns. The Observer in the week of March 20 has an item on the meeting of the Belgian Académie du Vin, at which former Marshal of the Diplomatic Corps and Hampshire wine grower, Guy Salisbury Jones, was honored. But its other items are more typical: a story about the Washington Press Corps, David Wallace, a surgeon just back from a visit to the Imam of Yemen, the late Pope, a note on new fashions in wide neckties. The Sunday Times column, Atticus, is even more fashionable. The Director General of the BBC, Jim Haynes of the Traverse Theatre, the Chelsea manager Tommy Docherty, Carl Rice, Tony Richardson and John Schlesinger, Prince Philip, Peter Brook, and a note on the trend towards pianola playing. Both columns are transatlantic in flavor, very alert to fashion and the trends, to the arts, in the contemporary sense, especially film and pop music. They are more classless in approach than the Sunday Telegraph. The Telegraph's mention of Dead Hill was socially conscious and a little patronizing. The item on Tommy Docherty, the Chelsea manager, fully belongs to the Atticus world, especially the qualities which are picked out for comment: his tough, quiet way, his frankness, I'm a bit of a bastard sometimes, his general style, a neat, square-set executive in the £6,000 a year class. The catchment area of the Sunday Times is striking: the BBC, fringe drama, football, the British New Wave filmmakers, Prince Philip, the Aldwych Marachade. Such a list might also have been found in the Observer, though in fact the catch is not so good this week. But the Observer makes up for this by its style and manner. In the first item, President Johnson and his wife are, throughout, LBJ and Lady Bird. The round of personal gossip in Washington moves on the cocktail party circuit. The item on trends is about wide neckties. The vogue for wearing narrow ties is coming to an end. Any man wearing one will soon run the risk of being condemned as a rinse. This is not so much an item of gossip, it is the Observer making a cultural signal to its readers. It is really a kind of briefing. A rinse, the Observer quickly translates, is a man who wears this year a multiple store version of last year's boutique fad. When dealing with trends, the Sunday Times also uses the current argot term, and then translates. There is even a player piano group. Pianola is as old-fashioned a word as gramophone. The best way of identifying the social world of these two columns is to remind ourselves that these are the two Sunday papers with the color supplements. The gossip world is an extension into the straight parts of the paper of the more elaborate and articulated world of fashion which is caught in the advertisements, the exotic color layouts, the motoring and smart set copy which takes so much of the space in the supplements. The social worlds of the Observer and the Sunday Times overlap with that of the Sunday Telegraph, which, after all, has its own Friday color supplement, and we shall see evidence of this in a moment. But so far as these particular columns offer any evidence, it is of the largely established lifestyle of the personages in Albany as compared with the glamorous, fashionable world which the people in Atticus and the back page appear to inhabit. Though most papers carry a gossip column, gossip is by no means confined to it. But the distinction between gossip and feature material virtually breaks down when one looks at the more popular papers, especially the People, the News of the World and Sunday Mirror. In story after story, on page after page, what are in fact gossip column items become discrete stories. Strictly speaking, in the week of March 20th, the Sunday Mirror has no gossip column. There is a column by Anthony Shrimsley headed Politics and People which does a good deal of incidental name dropping. Harold Wilson, Edward Heath, James Callahan, Fred Peart, Joe Greiman, Ludovic Kennedy and so on. But the overall purpose of the column is not directly political gossip. Let us leave the question of its true purpose for a moment, and note that several other pages of the Sunday Mirror carry gossip-style stories about celebrities. Page 4, Liz Taylor, with photograph. Page 5, Grace Kelly and Prince Rainier, with photo. Pages 8 and 9, Truman Capote and the story of In Cold Blood, Capote's interviews with two convicted murderers, reported by Lionel Crane, the Sunday Mirror Man with a passport to the world. Page 19, the story of the galloping grandfather, Durable Tim Durant. Page 22, Entertainment Talk. Page 23, Virginia McKenna and Bill Travers, and so on. The gossip stories appear to have been displaced from the gossip column and widely distributed throughout the paper. The People and the News of the World also carry a certain amount of displaced gossip on their other pages, though the People recasts a good deal of its material in the form of personal stories of their lives, told by celebrities, the Charlie Griffith story, the Dennis Price/Jeeves story, while the News of the World uses the more traditional form of the report, based on a personality, but with a sex, crime or scandal angle. The People and the News of the World are the most traditional Sunday papers in this, as in many other respects. There is little gossip in the sense of chatter about the titled or the wealthy. But there is a good deal of personalized expose material. We said that, in the more popular Sunday papers, gossip stories have been displaced into other parts of the paper. This brings us back to the Politics and People column in the Sunday Mirror. This looks, at first sight, like a gossip column, and so do the comparable columns in this week's People and News of the World, written by Graham Stanford and Man of the People. These columns are not, however, gossip columns in the normal sense. An inversion has taken place here. The gossip material has been transposed into the longer feature story, and the gossip columns are used as personal columns of moral comment and censure. The Anthony Shrimsley column is in fact a stern reprimand to the political parties for being too concerned with the image of government rather than with the real issues. The tone is severe, nor does it seem to bother the image of government makers whether Labour's National Conference on Productivity will really help to strengthen Britain's economy. They create an impression of activity, a mirage of determination. It is virtually an editorial. The People and News of the World columns could be described as moral editorials. It is well known that this column is dedicated to the task of trying to put this crazy world into focus, opens Man of the People. The items which follow are either exposé stories, about a company specializing in pool permutations, I can tell you now that these chaps are as sore with Mr. Hughes and his scheme, or personal opinion. I trust that a warm heart beats inside this column, but I have to confess almost total failure to work up any sympathy for the subject of an appeal by Mr. K. Celiakos. Graham Stanford's News of the World column is much the same. It opens with a demand that sadistic picture cards given away in bubblegum packets be banned. 2 of the cards are reproduced, however, at the top of the page, and there are altogether 9 exposure plus opinion items. The tone adopted is self-righteous and morally Whiggish. One item, about probation officers' salaries, ends "Who do Whitehall think they are fooling?" Another ends with "But what a pity we can't stop the rot." The item on anonymous letters begins "I am losing my patience." In another story, he writes, "And, cheers, for Mr. Justice Paul who rebuked a building workers' union for not allowing a one-armed man to join them." That's the stuff to give them. There is a tone of embattled truculence throughout the column, a kind of moral cheerleading. It seems paradoxical that the 2 Sunday papers which run the highest proportion of stories with a crime or sex angle should convert the gossip column to the purpose of exercising the conventional moral wisdom, but the paradox is resolved if we set the column in the context of the papers as a whole. Most of the crime stories are presented as exposures which it is the duty of the paper to reveal to the readers, and every sex story is purveyed with a strong tone of moral censure. Gossip columns can be well or badly done, judged in their own terms. But it is difficult to tell what their overall purpose and function is. Because Sunday papers have less hard news, they tend to peg stories to personalities. The gossip column is based on a transient and rather superficial interest in people, in their comings and goings. It has a strong inside flavor, taking us behind the scenes, putting us in the know, familiarizing the wonderful. The gossip columnist is a sort of gatekeeper between the readers and the fictional social world of the newspaper. Most gossip columns tend to play up a snobbish angle. Like advertisements, they are pitched above the average expectations and experiences of the readers, so that our interest in them must depend upon our presumed wish to penetrate vicariously, through the medium of the columnist, into a world we would not otherwise know. First published in Richard Hoggart, ed., Your Sunday Paper, London, University of London Press, 1967, 68-80, a book commissioned to relate to a series of 13 adult education programs, 8, made by ABC, one of the independent television franchises, who retained copyright. An early instance of the way in which Hall's critical engagement with the media was often conducted in and on those media. Other contributors, who included Raymond Williams, Paul Barker, Roy Shaw, George Melly, and A.C.H. Smith, dealt with circulation and ownership, criticism, news, advertisements, humor, and sport. Chapter 9. A World at One with Itself. The issue of violence in the mass media has been posed in the familiar terms of the fantasy or fictional portrayal of violence there. But if the media are playing a role in the alleged escalation of social violence, it is almost certainly not Z-Cars, the Virginian, Callan or codename which are responsible. What is at issue is not the fantasy role of fictional violence, but the alleged real effects of real violence. The area of broadcasting in question is that traditionally defined as news/current affairs/features/documentaries. It is, for example, the only 2 real bodies of only 2 real Vietnamese, floating down an all too real Cambodian river, which some as yet unstated informal theory of cause and effect links in the minds of television's critics with the question of law and order. Thus it is to the question of news that we must turn. As it happens, news has just undergone an enormous expansion in the new radio schedules. In the philosophy of streamed radio which underpins the BBC's broadcasting in the 70s, news got a privileged place. Under the new dispensation, the avid listener is never more than half an hour away from the next news bulletin. But the really striking development is the growth of the news magazine style of program, on the World at One model. What constitutes the definition of news currently employed on radio programs of this new type? I put the point in this way, and not in the more familiar terms of coverage or bias/objectivity, because this constitutes the heart of the matter. Journalists throughout the media are notoriously slippery and defensive when thus confronted. The news, they assume, is clearly what it is, newsworthy people and events, happening out there in the real world, at home and abroad. The relevant questions are always technical ones: how adequately can we cover these events? Is the coverage biased or objective? This view is legitimated by a body of journalistic folklore, with its ritual references to copy, deadlines and news angles. These sanction professional practice and keep non-professional busybodies at bay. Of course, newsmen agree, the news can be either hard or soft, graphically or neutrally presented, sensationalism/objectivity, a report from the front or a background analysis, actuality/depth. But these are matters of treatment, of form and flavor, not of content or substance. It is worth observing that all these routine ways of setting up the problem are drawn from the press, reflecting both the common background of media newsmen in Fleet Street, and, more important, The powerful hold of models borrowed for radio or television from the press. The notion that the news somehow discovers itself may be of service to the harassed news gatherers and editors. Such professional common sense constructs, such ad hoc routines, are employed in most large-scale organizations. They enable hard-pressed professionals to execute their tasks with the minimum of stress and role conflict. These idiomatic shorthands give the professional a map of the social system, just as the categories of classification in mental hospitals, Irving Goffman, the clinical records of hospitals, H. Garfinkel, and the notebooks and case records of police and probation officers, Aaron Sikora, witness to the moral order and the system of meanings which other professionals use to give sense to their tasks. But against this defensive strategy, it needs to be asserted that the news is a product, a human construction, a staple of that system of cultural production, to use Theodore Adorno's phrase, we call the mass media. Journalists and editors select, from the mass of potential news items, the events which constitute news for any day. In part, this is done by implicit reference to some unstated and unstatable criteria of the significant. News selection thus rests on inferred knowledge about the audience, inferred assumptions about society, and a professional code or ideology. The news is not a set of unrelated items. News stories are coded and classified, referred to their relevant contexts, assigned to different, and differently graded, spaces in the media, and ranked in terms of presentation, status and meaning. The process of news production has its own structure. News items which infringe social norms, break the pattern of expectations and contrast with our sense of the everyday, or are dramatic, or have numerous and intimate contacts with the life of the recipients, have greater news salience for journalists than others. As a highly reputable reporter observed to an irate group of student militants, who were questioning her as to why her paper reported every vote cast during the period of a university occupation, but nothing of the weekend teach-in, votes represent decisions, decisions are news, discussion is not. The role of the news journalist is to mediate, or act as the gatekeeper between different publics, between institutions and the individual, between the spheres of the public and the private, between the new and the old. News production is often a self-fulfilling activity. Categories of news, consistently produced over time, create public spaces in the media which have to be filled. The presence of the media at the birth of new events can affect their course and outcome. The news is not only a cultural product, it is the product of a set of institutional definitions and meanings, which, in the professional shorthand, is commonly referred to as news values. Statistics of crime represent not only the real movement of the crime rate, but the changing definition of what constitutes crime, how it is recognized, labeled and dealt with. To label as violent every incident from skinhead attacks on Pakistanis, to Ulster, to protests against the South African tour, is to establish a certain way of seeing and understanding a complex set of public events. Once the category of law and order has come into existence as a legitimate news category, whole different orders of meaning and association can be made to cluster together. Terms of understanding, such as the criminal categories reserved for acts of collective social delinquency, hooligans, say, or layabouts become transferred to new events like the clashes between citizens and the army in Ulster. It may be that there has been some objective increase in real-world violence, but the effect on news values is even greater than that would justify. This shift is difficult to pinpoint in the brief radio or television news bulletin, though if we take a long enough stretch of time, we can observe changes both in the profile and in the style of news reports. But in the format of the radio news magazine, which approximates more closely to the profile and treatment of a daily newspaper, the amplifying and interpretative function of the media comes into its own. News magazines include studio interviews, reports from correspondents, replies to attacks, features and human interest stories. This is where background classifying and interpretative schemes register most forcefully. In terms of direct bias, there seems less cause for concern. Within its limits, radio shows little direct evidence of intentional bias. It treats the spokesmen of the two major political parties with scrupulous fairness, more, in fact, than they deserve. But the troublesome question is the matter of unwitting bias, the institutional slanting, built in not by the devious inclination of editors to the political right or left, but by the steady and unexamined play of attitudes which, via the mediating structure of professionally defined news values, inclines all the media towards the status quo. The operation of unwitting bias is difficult either to locate or prove. Its manifestations are always indirect. It comes through in terms of who is or who is not accorded the status of an accredited witness, in tones of voice, in the setup of studio confrontations, in the assumptions which underlie the questions asked or not asked, in terms of the analytical concepts which serve informally to link events to causes, in what passes for explanation. Its incidence can be mapped by plotting the areas of consensus, where there is a mutual agreement about the terms in which a topic is to be treated, the areas of toleration, where the overlap is less great, and the terms have to be negotiated as between competing definitions, and the areas of commonly referred to as news values. Statistics of crime represent not only the real movement of the crime rate, but the changing definition of what constitutes crime, how it is recognized, labeled and dealt with. To label as violent every incident from skinhead attacks on Pakistanis, to Ulster, to protests against the South African tour, is to establish a certain way of seeing and understanding a complex set of public events. Once the category of law and order has come into existence as a legitimate news category, whole different orders of meaning and association can be made to cluster together. Terms of understanding, such as the criminal categories reserved for acts of collective social delinquency, hooligans, say, or layabouts, become transferred to new events like the clashes between citizens and the army in Ulster. It may be that there has been some objective increase in real-world violence, but the effect on news values is even greater than that would justify. This shift is difficult to pinpoint in the brief radio or television news bulletin, though if we take a long enough stretch of time, we can observe changes both in the profile and in the style of news reports. But in the format of the radio news magazine, which approximates more closely to the profile and treatment of a daily newspaper, the amplifying and interpretative function of the media comes into its own. News magazines include studio interviews, reports from correspondents, replies to attacks, features and human interest stories. This is where background classifying and interpretative schemes register most forcefully. In terms of direct bias, there seems less cause for concern. Within its limits, radio shows little direct evidence of intentional bias. It treats the spokesmen of the two major political parties with scrupulous fairness, more, in fact, than they deserve. But the troublesome question is the matter of unwitting bias, the institutional slanting, built in not by the devious inclination of editors to the political right or left, but by the steady and unexamined play of attitudes which, via the mediating structure of professionally defined news values, inclines all the media towards the status quo. The operation of unwitting bias is difficult either to locate or prove. Its manifestations are always indirect. It comes through in terms of who is or who is not accorded the status of an accredited witness, in tones of voice, in the setup of studio confrontations, in the assumptions which underlie the questions asked or not asked, in terms of the analytical concepts which serve informally to link events to causes, in what passes for explanation. Its incidence can be mapped by plotting the areas of consensus, where there is a mutual agreement about the terms in which a topic is to be treated, the areas of toleration, where the overlap is less great, and the terms have to be negotiated as between competing definitions, and the areas of structure can be expected without its accompanying release of the frozen violence inherent in the. I know that Ulster is a particularly sensitive matter, that the BBC's impartiality came under direct fire during the events of September 1969, and that in this period a close executive watch was maintained over the news output. But then, my criticism is not of the willful, intentional bias of editors and newscasters, but of the institutionalized ethos of the news media as a whole. The influence exerted by this ethos over actual broadcast programs is precisely to be found on those occasions when men of quite varying temperaments and political views are systematically constrained in a certain direction. I recall William Hardcastle's phrase, when reporting the American anti-Vietnam demonstrations last year, the so-called Vietnam Moratorium Committee. William Hardcastle's objectivity is not in question. But I await, without much confidence, the day when the world at one will refer to the so-called Confederation of British Industries or the so-called Trades Union Congress or even the so-called Central Intelligence Agency. The sources for this hidden consensus must be located outside the broadcasting media proper, at the heart of the political culture itself. It is a view of politics based on the relative absence of violence in British political life, the relative degree of integration between the powerful corporate interest groups within the state. This negotiated consensus is both a historical fact and a source of ideological comfort. The sociologist Paul Hurst, in a recent paper on some problems of explaining student militancy, gave a succinct sketch of this political style. What is the nature of this consensus? It is that parliamentary democracy is founded upon legitimate procedures of political action, and that primary among these procedures is that Parliament is the mode of pursuit in accommodating interests within the society. It provides legitimate means for the pursuance of interests without resort to open conflict. British democracy raises the means of political action to the level of ends. The primary values of British political culture are specified by a body of existing institutions. These institutions and their maintenance have become the primary political goals. We can only understand the limits and constraints within which objectivity functions in the media when we have grasped the true sources of legitimation in the political culture itself. We are now at the crunch. For the groups and events upon which, increasingly, the media are required to comment and report, are the groups in conflict with this consensual style of politics. But these are precisely the forms of political and civil action which the media, by virtue of their submission to the consensus, are consistently unable to deal with, comprehend or interpret. The nervousness one has observed in the treatment of these issues reflects the basic contradiction between the manifestations which the media are called on to explain and interpret, and the conceptual/evaluative/interpretative framework which they have available to them. Whereas the core value of the political consensus is the adherence to legitimate means for the pursuance of interests without resort to open conflict, the highly heterogeneous groups I have mentioned are characterized either by political militancy, leading through extra-parliamentary politics to the varying types of confrontation, or by social disaffiliation, leading through collective and expressive acts of rebellion to the various types of civil disturbance. Civil writers, students, black power militants, political hijackers and kidnappers, shop stewards, fall into the political militancy category. Skinheads, hippies, squatters, soccer hooligans, psychedelic freakouts, fall into the social disaffiliation category. The collective label of violence and its twin metaphor, law and order is, at one and the same time, both a staggering confusion of new and old meanings and a penetrating insight. As symbolic categories they only make sense when the issues they refer to are shifted from the explanatory context of media to the content of politics. The effective question about the role of the media, then, is not Callahan's, "Do the media cause violence?" nor Wedgwood Benn's, "Is politics too important to be left to the broadcasters?" with its obvious retort, but rather, can the media help us to understand these significant real events in the real world? Do the media clarify them or mystify us about them? Actuality versus depth is not a simple technical choice. The distinction is already built into the structure of the national press. In the arena of news and foreign affairs, popular journalism does not permit systematic exploration in depth. In the quality press, some measure of background interpretation and analysis is more regularly provided. Both these things are legitimated by the professional folk wisdom. Thus, for the populars, the great British public is not interested in foreign news, though how the regular reader of the Mirror, the Express or the News of the World, our circulation frontrunners, could develop an intelligent interest in foreign affairs is a matter for speculation. And for the quality press there is the rigid separation of hard news from comment. Distinctions of format and depth of treatment flow, via the grooves of class and education, into the papers we get, and they are hardened and institutionalized in the social structure of the national press. But the relevance of this fragmented universe of press communication for a medium like radio at this time is highly questionable. The audience for news through the day is far less stratified by class and education than the readership of newspapers. Radio must operate as if its potential audience is the whole nation. It follows that radio must find ways of making both the foreground event and the background context core aspects of its working definition of the news. Otherwise, the radio audience, whatever its range of interests, will be consigned effectively to getting a perpetual foreground. This becomes a critical issue in the coverages of groups and events which consistently challenge the built-in definitions and values enshrined in the political culture of broadcasters and audiences alike. This position redefines the concept of public service, in relation to radio, in a way which runs diametrically counter to the philosophy of rationalization which infected broadcasting in the 70s. The press has little to contribute to the development of appropriate models. Judged in these terms, the manifest tendencies in radio are not encouraging. A heady, breathless immediacy now infects all of the news magazine programs. In terms of their profile of items, these programs progressively affiliate to the model of the daily newspaper. As events like political confrontation and civil disturbance escalate, so the coverage is doubled, quadrupled. As coverage expands, so we become even more alive to the actual violent events and overwhelmed by their vivid sound and image. But as this coverage takes the characteristic form of actuality without context, it directly feeds our general sense of a meaningless explosion of meaningless and violent acts, out there somewhere, in an unintelligible world where no legitimate means have been devised for the pursuance of interests without resort to open conflict. Out there, let us note, is a rapidly expanding area, covering most of the rest of the globe, Indochina, Latin America, the Middle East, Africa, the Caribbean, Berkeley, Chicago, Tokyo, as well as some growing enclaves closer home. Events of this order play straight into an ideological gap in the media, and in public consciousness. That gap is not filled by the media, or, rather, It is now being filled in a systematically distorted way. Let me conclude with two examples. Take the spate of kidnappings of foreign diplomats in Latin America. These events were endlessly covered on radio and television, usually by reporters on the spot. There was some studio discussion, but the thrust was consistently towards actuality coverage. Has he been shot? Will the government pay the ransom? Will West Germany break off diplomatic relations? The model? Essentially, the front page of the Daily Express. What this coverage lacked was some framework which would make this bizarre series of events meaningful or intelligible. I have been told that this kind of background piece would be provided by the longer reports at the weekend by BBC foreign correspondents. But this is like telling a man whose regular and only newspaper is the Mirror, if you want to understand the politics of Guatemala, read the Sunday Times. The example is not fortuitous. For during the kidnappings the Sunday Times did print a fairly full background article on Guatemala, and a hair-raising, all too intelligible, story it turned out to be. An even better example, and one where the press performed as badly as radio and television, with the exception of 24 Hours, was the recent Black Power rioting in Trinidad. The most generally agreed judgment among intelligent West Indians about Trinidad and Jamaica is that the political situation there is highly explosive. Indeed, the real question is why either society has not, before now, gone down in a wave of riots by underprivileged blacks against the privileged colored middle class. The answer is not unconnected with the presence both of Cuba and of the American fleet within easy striking distance of Kingston and Port of Spain. The background to the foreground problem of riots in Trinidad is the persistent grinding poverty of the mass of the people, intensified by basic conflicts of interest between the colored middle class inheritors of the end of colonial rule, one of the most conspicuous consumption classes anywhere in the Third World, and the massive peasants, workers and urban unemployed, who also happen to be black. Without this knowledge, the large-scale migration from the Caribbean to Britain, which has occupied so much foreground space in recent months, is, literally, unintelligible. It is another of those meaningless events, leading to the expected confrontations, and ultimately to violence. This gap between the urban and rural masses and a native bourgeoisie, grown flush in the hectic, post-colonial years of neo-imperialism, is the political fact about vast tracts of the Caribbean and Latin America. Yet radio discussions in studio uniformity expressed puzzlement at how Black Power could become an organizing slogan in a country where the government is black. The fact which needs clarification, of course, is that in the West Indies, unlike the United States, where the permanent presence of a white power structure creates solidarity between all black brothers, the emergent lines of social conflict are laid down precisely by the overdetermined coalescence of class, power and gradations of color. Unfortunately, neither of the two accredited witnesses, Sir Larry Constantine, who regarded the riots as inexplicable, and Alva Clarke, who regarded them as a tragedy, contributed to this process of conceptual clarification. When faced with this sudden eruption of yet another incidence of political violence, the explanatory concepts of neocolonialism and native bourgeoisie were not available, nor anything else which could do duty for them, in the world of radio. Instead, the ingredients of the consensual view were quickly wheeled into place: the Prime Minister, resignations from the government, state of emergency, small groups of vandals roaming the streets, disaffection in the army, detachment of Marines from nearby Puerto Rico, violence, law and order. In one event after another, now, the same informal theories, supported by the same ideological commitments, and functioning as an objective set of technical professional routines, produce the same mysterious product with systematic regularity. Chapter 10. Introduction to Paper Voices. Introduction. The project had two main purposes: to examine how the popular press interprets social change to its readers, and to explore and develop methods of close analysis as a contribution to the general field of cultural studies. Our starting point was the assumption that at all times, but especially in periods of rapid social change, the press performs a significant role as a social educator. By its consistent reporting and comment about people and events, the press reflects changing patterns of life in a society. More significantly, by its selectivity, emphasis, treatment and presentation, the press interprets that process of social change. What interested us most was this active process of interpretation. The daily newspaper is governed by the rhythm of day-to-day events. The paper must appear fresh every day, giving dramatic coverage to urgent events. In this highly competitive field, the survival of a newspaper depends, to some degree, on its being first in the field with the fullest possible coverage, with reports and comment which are later and newer than those contained in any of its rivals. Yesterday's news is stale, unless a new development has taken place, or a new angle can be found to give the item another lease of life. Even the best news stories have only a brief half-life in the daily press. The emphasis, then, is on immediacy, topicality, the dramatic, which give the daily newspaper its characteristic aspect of radical discontinuity. News stories break and disappear with indecent speed. One story is dropped between editions, or downgraded in importance, to give space to another. But the air of immediacy is deceptive. Newspapers do not come absolutely fresh and open to news. They are already in a complex relationship with a body of regular readers. There is already in existence a strong, continuous practice which, by traditions and routines, defines what constitutes news, how to get it, how it should be presented, which is the hottest story. Individual items fit in with the longer preoccupations of a newspaper, and these preoccupations differ from one paper to another. A Guardian scoop is not necessarily the same as a scoop for the Mirror or the Express. As well as the immediate response to the news-gathering process, any newspaper must have a sense of the continuing areas of interest in the society it serves. A news item therefore takes its place and significance in an existing structure of awareness which frames events, changing at a slower pace than the sweep of events across the headlines suggests. The crucial question, then, seemed to be this: when dealing with so complex a process as historical and social change, what already available stock of meanings was brought to bear by the newspaper so as to make that process intelligible to its readers? Are there core values in a newspaper which provide its staff and its readers with a coherent, if not consistent, scheme of interpretation? Do these core meanings change over time? And, if so, in response to what events? Our first task was to select the papers for close study. We decided to take the popular rather than the quality press as the main focus. From this point of view, the Mirror and the Express virtually chose themselves. The timescale for the project, from the Second World War to the mid-1960s, was the period in which these two papers established an unchallenged command over the daily newspaper reading public in terms of circulation. Within the field of mass circulation newspaper publishing, the Express and the Mirror provided us with striking contrasts, distinctive personalities and styles. They occupy opposed positions in the party political spectrum. Each has a circulation spread through the social pyramid, though the Mirror has a massive readership in the CD categories which the Express does not match, and the Express has a spread throughout the class structure which no other daily newspaper commands. On political grounds alone, the sketch might have seemed a more obvious match for the Mirror, but the gap between the two in terms of circulation was too wide. On the same grounds, neither the Herald, nor its successor, the Sun, nor the Mail, nor, before its decease, the News Chronicle could be considered a true match for the Express. The timescale for the project also presented us with few problems. Our project could not attempt a sustained chronological account of 3 decades, yet, for purposes of comparison, we wanted a period long and varied enough to enable us to test the response of the press to historical change in depth. The period from the war to the mid-1960s was a dramatic one in recent English social history, from slump and depression into the crisis of the war, to affluence in the 50s and the permissive society of the 60s. In addition, the period was punctuated by crucial mid-decade elections, in 1945, 1955 and 1964. Since a close study of all live issues in that period was not possible, we had to choose lines of methodical inquiry, cuts into live material, which, though not exhaustive, were central enough to permit general conclusions to be drawn from them. The first was political, based on a selection of the newspapers from the middle years of each decade, focusing especially on the handling of politics under the pressure of a general election. The intention was not simply to document the known political bias of each newspaper, but to try to get behind the overt political attitudes and reach underlying assumptions, in each newspaper, about the political process. What changes in popular political consciousness did each seem to assume in its readership? What were the changing ways in which newspapers spoke to their readers about politics? How did they seek to wield political influence? Our second theme was more social in emphasis. It centered on the treatment in the press of changing styles of life and society at large. Here, we took as our starting point the familiar contrast between then and now with reference to the spread of affluence in the post-war period. We knew that affluence was a controversial subject, that it had provided for British society a convenient, perhaps too neat and compressed, image for a complex process of social change. At the same time, we found it convenient to take this image, to start with, at its face value. Using affluence as our way of cutting into the material, then, what picture of social change in the period emerged from our study of the two newspapers? How did the press interpret and define social change? What competing models of society were mediated by the press? The political theme touched newspapers at the point where they intersected directly with public affairs. It enabled us to look at the more manifest purposes of the press, the coverage of events and personalities, the images of political parties, the whole business of electioneering, the expression and shaping of public opinion. In our second theme we hope to catch the newspapers responding to subtle changes in public consciousness and in the culture. Elections tend to make shapes for themselves, somewhat independently of the press and media. But affluence needed to be shaped, by the press and the media, and in public debate, in order to be understood at all. Here, we tried to catch the press responding to new, complicated social forces, working harder to represent them in swift, commanding images or myths, moving with the culture, often piecemeal, unconvincingly. What we found does not yield a comprehensive picture of the popular press and 3 decades of social change. But it does seem to us to clarify the nature of the relationship between the press and society. Our intention, broadly speaking, was to enable us, and later researchers, to pose the essential questions about this relationship in fuller, more complex and refined terms than is possible within the available clichés of influence, bias and effect. Berelson, one of the fathers of content analysis in the social science sense of the term, once observed that the crucial question is to know when, and when not, to count. The observation is eminently wise, though clearly it can be adapted to support quite different strategies. Those who believe that evidence is not hard until it is quantifiable will assent to Berelson's dictum, and count wherever possible. Those who have an intrinsic sense that the type of evidence required is not quantifiable, will invoke Berelson's motto at every turn. The problem cannot be solved in this way. In this study, we have tried to count and quantify where, and only where, it seemed relevant and economic to do so. When the distribution of content, or the relative weight of editorial attention and emphasis was in question, or where, as in the war years, restrictions on newsprint made the paper's choice of whether, say, to carry heavy correspondence columns or not a significant one, or where we wanted to know how much political coverage of the 1945 general election turned out to be devoted to Churchill's countrywide tours, it seemed appropriate to summarize the findings in very simple quantifiable terms. But no strict classification scheme was devised and no objective content categories established for the purpose of a massive inventory of the newspapers. The type of evidence which would support or disprove the initial hypotheses of the study seemed to us not graspable in these terms. Content analysis is at its strongest where manifest content is being analyzed, and where the verifiability of any proposition with respect to content has to be supported by objective criteria. Berelson himself has remarked that content analysis is ordinarily limited to the manifest content of the communication and is not normally done directly in terms of latent intention which the content may express. Strictly speaking, content analysis proceeds in terms of what is said, and not in terms of why the content is like that. 1. Literary critical, linguistic and stylistic methods of analysis are, by contrast, more useful in penetrating the latent meanings of a text, and they preserve something of the complexity of language and connotation which has to be sacrificed in content analysis in order to achieve high validation. Both methods are based on a long preliminary soak, a submission by the analyst to the mass of his material. Where they differ is that content analysis uses this process of soaking oneself to define the categories and build a code, based on an intuitive sense of where the main clusters occur, whereas literary, stylistic and linguistic analysis uses the preliminary reading to select representative examples which can be more intensively analyzed. The error is to assume that because content analysis uses precise criteria for coding evidence it is therefore objective in the literal sense of the term, and because literary/linguistic analysis steers clear of code building it is merely intuitive and unreliable. Literary/linguistic types of analysis also employ evidence, they point, in detail, to the text on which an interpretation of latent meaning is bad. They indicate more briefly the fuller supporting or contextual evidence which lies to hand, they take into account material which modifies or disproves the hypotheses which are emerging, and they do not always, indicate in detail why one rather than another reading of the material seems to the analyst the most plausible way of understanding it. Content analysis assumes repetition, the pile-up of material under one of the categories, to be the most useful indicator of significance. Literary/linguistic and stylistic analysis also employs recurrence as one critical dimension of significance, though these recurring patterns may not be expressed in quantifiable terms. The analyst learns to hear the same underlying appeals, the same notes, being sounded again and again in different passages and contexts. These recurring patterns are taken as pointers to latent meanings from which inferences as to the source can be drawn. But the literary/linguistic analyst has another string to his bow, namely, strategies for noting and taking account of emphasis, position, placing, treatment, tone, stylistic intensification, striking imagery, etc., are all ways of registering emphasis. The really significant item may not be the one which continually recurs, but the one which stands out as an exception from the general pattern, but which is also given, in its exceptional context, the greatest weight. The analysis of language and rhetoric, of style and presentation, was therefore chosen as the main method of the study in preference to more objective approaches. In part, we wanted to examine how far these traditional methods of criticism could be adapted to the study of social meanings in a popular medium. But the more forceful considerations related to the angle from which we approached our material. The intention throughout has been to adopt procedures which would enable us to get behind the broad distribution of manifest content to the latent, implicit patterns and emphases. We wanted to bring to light, not the direct and explicit political or social appeals the newspapers made, but the structures of meanings and the configurations of feeling on which this public rhetoric is based. We wanted to know what image of the readers the newspaper was taking for granted when it assumed it could write in that way about politics and society. We wanted to know what image of the society supported the particular treatment given to any set of topics. We wanted to know how such assumptions came to be formed, in response to what historical and social circumstances, and how, through time, they were changed or adapted. What concerned us was, precisely, the question given the lesser prominence in Berelson's paradigm, why the content is like that. Our purpose was, where possible, to uncover the unnoticed, perhaps unconscious, social framework of reference which shaped the manifest content of a newspaper over relatively long periods of time. Our strategy, therefore, reversed the traditional emphases of mass communications research. Such studies, typically, concentrate on the inventory of daily content, on overt appeals, opinions and biases, treating underlying meaning structures as, essentially, the residues of long habitual practice. Our study was based on the initial hypothesis that, once such implicit patterns were brought to light, we would see that they exerted a shaping force over the treatment, on any particular day, of the events and personalities in the news. We suggest that, alongside any day's news, there is a continuous and evolving definition of what constitutes news at any significant historical moment. Naturally, such an analysis must begin with manifest content and rhetoric, but it must find ways of moving through and beyond that to the social foundations of the rhetoric, an investigation, as Umberto Eco describes it, into the reciprocal relations of a rhetoric and an ideology, both seen as cultural phenomena and so limited by historical and social implications. 2. We adopted the practice of giving as much of the evidence in its own terms as we could manage, so that the reader can see for himself how a particular interpretation has been arrived at, and also check the reading offered against the material and offer counter-interpretations where they seem appropriate. This accounts, in part, for what may seem the over-insistent documentation of the study, the length of the quotations offered, and the fullness of the supporting evidence, since the text studied will not be readily available to most readers. Newspapers represent the marketable commodities in an industrial and technical complex which is highly capitalized, and competitive. A full study of the press must take into account, at one end of the spectrum, the technical and social organization of the newspaper industry, and, at the other end, the readers who buy, read, use and discard the product. The flow of news, from news gatherers to readers, is a highly organized and institutionalized social process, a process of cultural production and consumption. Our study, deliberately, concentrates on only one aspect of this exchange, though we ourselves would argue that the study is not completed until the social product has been set back within, and interpreted in the light of, its structural position in this process of cultural production. We began with the least studied element, the contents and forms of the press, treated as privileged modes of communication in their own right. Here a necessary distinction must be drawn. It was not the purpose of this study to rank or judge the style of the express or mirror in literary terms. While certain evaluations could not be avoided, qualitative measures were used, not, as is traditional in the literary critical approach, to enforce a critical judgment, but to establish and support a reading of the material in terms of its social and historical meaning. Both kinds of approach are evaluative, but they point in different directions. It did not seem to us any longer right to retain, separate from the study of meaning, a reserved area for the analysis of literary/aesthetic values per se. Our intention here was to integrate the study of style, language, expression and rhetoric directly into the study of social meaning itself. On the one hand, against the main weight of sociological practice, we approached the newspaper as a structure of meanings, rather than as a channel for the transmission and reception of news. Our study, therefore, treated newspapers as texts, literary and visual constructs, employing symbolic means, shaped by rules, conventions and traditions intrinsic to the use of language in its widest sense. On the other hand, we isolated this moment in the analysis expressly in order to make, from the heart of the linguistic/stylistic analysis of the text, social and historical inferences and interpretations. Newspapers are not simply noisy channels which connect one end of an information exchange with another. They employ verbal, visual and typographic means for making events and people in the news signify for their readers. Every newspaper is a structure of meanings in linguistic and visual form. It is a discourse. All newspapers have distinctive rhetorics, ways of organizing the elements into a coherent whole, styles of presentation. These represent so many ways of reducing the formlessness of events to that socially shaped, historically contingent product we call news, for potentially every event on any day in the whole world is news. The patterns of meanings imposed on events, the logics of arrangement and presentation, are not given in the raw material. Even when events have a meaning of their own, those meanings are modified, and sometimes transformed, when they enter an already formed discourse or linguistic space. Each style, whether of an individual writer or a newspaper, is a system of meaningful choices, and these choices are epistemic. They are clues to the epistemology of those who produce and employ them. Raymond Williams has made the connections between structure, audience and style quite precise. What would happen, for example, if the Times or the Guardian headlined their correspondence columns "You write or you're telling us"? It is a simple enough check. We know whether we have written and told them or not. But you within a real community of interest is still specific, and the impersonality of readers' letters is then a form of politeness. You in the modern popular paper, on the other hand, means everyone who is not us, we who are writing the paper for you out there. There are often blurred edges, but the line between those papers which assume quite different relationships, readers seen as consumers, as a market or potential market, is not too difficult to draw, and is usually directly visible in layout and style. 3. Newspapers employ a variety of ways of distributing the news throughout their pages. They construct the news within the grid of existing common-sense categories. Over time, these categories become convenient ways of pigeonholing the data and generate distinctive idioms of their own. By situating an event within one or another of these categories, a newspaper signifies to its readers where it considers the event to belong, in what context it is to be understood. The traditional newspaper categories, front page news story, feature, woman's page, gossip, sport, leader column, represent ongoing schemes of interpretation. They are intended to awaken in the reader contexts of awareness, for appropriate referential associations. These are the habitual and inherited native schemes of classification of the press as a discourse in our culture. Thus some items clearly belong to the sports page, and if a sports item appears on a news page, it is because the newspaper has judged, and expects its readers to agree, that one context has prevailed over another. The banning of South Africa by the International Lawn Tennis Association is a hard news, front page, item, and could lead on to feature and leader column treatment, middle pages, though its topic is specifically sport, back pages, because its political context has been judged more significant than its sport context. Newspaper categories are, by now, so traditional and routine that we have to take our distance from them in order to bring to light, reflexively, what their meaning is, and how they function as codes of signification. The process of sedimentation. 5. Meaningful categories becoming so routine that they seem the natural way of making up newspapers, is a common phenomenon throughout the field of mass communications. Only when new categories arise, the Mirror's Mirrorscope feature, the Observer's Business section, the Sunday Times' Insight features, the Guardian's Women's page or the color supplements, do we become aware that something more than a simple journalistic innovation or change in format is taking place. New categories suggest major shifts in the direction of a newspaper's appeal, changes in readership, or an assumed shift in the pattern of readers' interests and attention, and thus, indirectly, in cultural assumptions, those taken for granted, seen but unnoticed background features and expectancies by means of which people share a collective world of cultural meanings. A newspaper can also emphasize or depress individual items on a scale of significance by their positioning on a page, or by employing the whole repertoire of typographical distinctions, headlining, underlining, bold use of types, strapline elaborations, attention-getting captions, with or without illustration, and so on. Part of the folklore of newspaper layout is that there are consistent patterns in the ways newspapers are read, for example hardly ever from front to back in a steady progress, and in the way individual pages are read, top left first, bottom left last. Focus of attention, and thus of significance, can be used by a newspaper as another way of ordering the news, either by working within these perceptual patterns, or by deliberately breaking them. using typographical devices to guide the reader's attention from the most crucial to the least crucial item on a page. Newspapers not only employ classifying schemes, they develop special rhetorics. Some of these operate broadly across the whole spectrum of the national press. In general, whatever the paper, women's pages will be lighter in treatment, chattier, editorials are weighty, resonant, offering evaluative judgments, seeking to wield influence with readers or in high places, features are more personal, informative, analytic. Each of these available rhetorics carries powerful social connotations. For example, politics is hard stuff where tough decisions are made and about which newspapers have views. Women are less interested in politics, there is some such thing as the feminine interest with a typically feminine range of topics. Features enable us to make sense of the rapid march of wars, disasters and decisions across the front page. Sport is entertainment, time out from politics and women, masculine and competitive, full of thrills and the unexpected, and so on. These are complex social registers. Indeed, the informal topics of news, as indeed of other themes in social life, appear to generate distinctive fields of association, semantic, lexical and linguistic subworlds, which define and circumscribe particular areas of experience. Our public language is in part built up out of these semantic and rhetorical clusters, and we inhabit such social registers both in our everyday speech and in our public communications. Within those generally available rhetorics, each newspaper makes a selection of rhetorics appropriate to its persona, and these come to characterize the newspaper as a distinctive entity. Since, in our society, class, social position and education constitute a complex matrix, the individual styles of a newspaper represent a registration in language of the assumed social world of its readers. For example, the elaborated linguistic constructions and punctilious syntax of the quality press, as compared with the restricted codes, truncated syntax and vivid vocabulary of the populars. Even newspapers which, broadly speaking, occupy the same end of the spectrum will develop distinctive rhetorics and styles. Compare, for example, the two quite distinctive types of demotic speech employed by the Express and the Mirror. Such epistemic choices characterize the discourse of particular newspapers over relatively long periods of time. They nourish the image and personality of the newspaper. This analysis could be extended. But perhaps enough has been said to establish the point that newspapers employ verbal, rhetorical, visual and presentational means as a structure of complex codes for giving the news significance. Such codes, the way they orchestrate the day's news, constitute the heart, the matrix, of a newspaper as a structured totality. It is only when we learn to interpret the codes, and the social meanings on which they are founded, that we are in a position to grasp the newspaper as a cultural product. This is not to deny that newspapers are also channels for the exchange of information between the producers and consumers of news. But it leads us to insist that the two types of analysis cannot be collapsed into one. Cultural studies requires us to work back to the social and historical process through the necessary mediations of form and appearance, format, rhetoric and style. We have spoken of the persona or personality of a newspaper. Newspapers are not, of course, persons, but, without pushing the parallel to absurd lengths, each does maintain through time something like a collective identity. Just as our sense of the identity of a person depends to a great extent upon his appearance, style of being in the world, how he presents himself, in the same way the collective identity of a newspaper rests not simply on what is said, the predominant number of items in all newspapers on the same day being largely determined by events outside their control, but on how what is said is presented, coded, shaped, within a set of signifying meaning structures. Gregory Stone observes that by appearing, the person announces his identity, shows his value, expresses his mood or proposes his attitude. Whenever we clothe ourselves, we dress towards or address some audience whose validating responses are essential to the establishment of ourself. He adds, appearance, then, is that phase of the social transaction which establishes identifications of the participants. As such it may be distinguished from discourse, which we conceptualize as the text of the transaction, what the parties were discussing. Appearance and discourse are two distinct dimensions of the social transaction. The former seems the more basic. 6. Newspapers, then, do not merely report the news, they make the news meaningful. Their linguistic and visual style, their presentation and format, their address to audiences and topics, their rhetorics and appearance offer us the vital clues to their collective identities. Such matters of style and appearance are not simply referable to the production and presentational choices of the editorial team and its managers. Though speaking to readers from a position outside their world, and about topics on which it is well informed and they are relatively ignorant, the newspaper is, nevertheless, the product of a social transaction between producers and readers. Successful communication in this field depends to some degree on a process of mutual confirmation between those who produce and those who consume. At the same time, the producers hold a powerful position vis-à-vis their audiences, and they must play the primary role in shaping expectations and tastes. The notion that the Mirror or the Express simply reflect the society as it is, and give the people what they want, begs the crucial question of how the people, who do not have the means of communication at their command, know what they want until a model has been offered to them. The point has been forcefully made with respect to the growth of the modern popular press by Raymond Williams. The way of seeing this history that I now want to suggest is first, the emergence of an independent popular press, directly related to radical politics, in the first decades of the 19th century. Second, the direct attack on this, and its attempted suppression, in the period up to the 1830s, and third, and most important as a way of understanding our own situation, the indirect attack, by absorption but also by new kinds of commercial promotion, which aimed not at suppressing the independent popular press but at replacing it, in fact by the simulacrum of popular journalism that we still have in such vast quantities today. 7. Newspapers' styles, identities, are chosen and maintained with continual reference to some notion of who their readers are, what they will understand, what their social position is, what is their state of knowledge, and so on. Newspapers must continually situate themselves within the assumed knowledge and interests of their readership, consciously or unconsciously adopt modes and strategies of address, they must take the attitude of their significant others, their imaginary interlocutors, in order to communicate effectively in any particular case about any particular person or event. Language, style and format are therefore the products of a process of reciprocal symbolic interaction between the newspaper and its audiences, and matters of presentation are not only expressive indicators of the newspaper's collective identity, but forms of address to an audience, requiring reciprocal confirmation, and continually underwritten by a structure of informed but informal assumptions. Such modes and assumptions will not necessarily be consciously recognized by every journalist on the paper, just as a man will not necessarily recognize his own psychological structure. That is why we cannot, as historians in particular tend to suggest, simply go and ask the editors the questions we are applying to the papers. One of the central ways in which a newspaper presents itself, is in terms of its tone. Tone, the term is derived on the analogy of speech aid as a rich and complex mode of linguistic registration. It indicates to the reader an evaluative set, or stance, towards a certain topic, or range of topics, taken by the speaker, and it invites the reader to assume a similar stance. Tone is another way in which the underlying assumptions behind an explicit rhetorical style can be traced out and shown to be at work. We may now return to the point made at the opening of this section, the separation between two kinds of research into newspapers, that which focuses on the social processes by which newspapers are produced, and that which focuses on newspapers as symbolic artifacts. Our point is that these are not two opposing types of research, but essentially complementary. The producer-reader interchange is registered in and mediated through the symbolic structure of the newspaper itself. Without this symbolic mediation, no transaction between editors and readers would be possible. Therefore, the study of the symbolic construct in itself cannot be a subsidiary part of any inquiry, but stands at the very heart of the relationship. Our working hypothesis was that every significant stylistic, visual, linguistic, presentational, rhetorical feature was a sort of silent witness, a meaningful disguised communication, embodying and expressing that relationship, a message, or meta-language, about how the messages, items, should be understood. Similarly, every shift in tone and rhetoric, every change in the balance of content, every move in the implied logic in the newspaper signified something more than a mere stylistic shift. At these points, we suggest, we encounter the core meaning structures of the paper, the value sets which give the paper a consistent identity over time. We are watching the relationship between paper and readers, defined in one historical situation, being reshaped and redefined under the pressure of new events, new social forces. It is only when we penetrate to the deep structures of the newspaper that we really understand how a paper stands in relation to the society which it mirrors day by day, in the kaleidoscope of items which go to make up that construction of reality we call the news. We argue that such a structure does emerge from our study of the Mirror and Express. Increasingly, the central point of the study became the effort to trace this structure out precisely, to account for its historical genesis, to watch its evolution and disintegration over time. We should say structures rather than structure, for we found nothing so solid or uniform as a single, overarching structure in either newspaper, nor any moment in which every item in a single day's newspaper seemed to be coherently orchestrated by a single set of meanings. Every newspaper is a coalition of interests, a negotiated compromise between variety and coherence, So we are speaking of overlapping structures of meaning, rather than a single structure, and of degrees of convergence and structuring rather than of absolute unity. Despite these reservations, we think we located a pattern of recurring meanings and assumptions in different parts of the world of each paper. These patterns seemed both distinctive in their own right, and different from one another. Chapter 11. Down with the Little Woman. The long-promised legislation on equal opportunities for women has made considerable advances in recent weeks. There is now a framework of legislation, backed by a statutory body, in the shape of an Equal Opportunities Commission, directed towards improving the chances of the second sex in such fields as social affairs, equal pay, employment, etc. This will be seen, no doubt, as a sort of climax to the agitation on equal rights for women waged over the past 3 years or so by the reformist wing of the women's movement. No doubt, as usual, it will be carefully distinguished from women's lib, though without women's lib, reform would never have got off the ground. This triumph of reform is, however, taking place in a context where the signs are not quite so propitious. Alongside it is the threatened amendment to the Abortion Act, proposed by the Labour MP Mr. James White, which has polarised public opinion. There is also the persistent ripple of anxiety surrounding the question of rape, already a prime focus of activity in the American women's movement and fast overtaking the concern about battered wives in the British one. This wider, more contentious context reminds us that the women's lib case is not reducible to, and will not be contained by, equal opportunities legislation in Parliament, however well-intentioned. The feminist critique raises questions about the sexual division of labor, the socialization of children into sex roles, and the position of the family, far wider than that of better employment prospects for women. After all, women with experience of either the First or Second World Wars will remember how rapidly the taboos were lowered, but how swiftly, once the men returned, the sanctity of home, family and children drifted back into place. This time round, feminists will not allow their cause to rise and fall wholly in response to the demands of the labor market. Some listeners will, no doubt, think it odd that a man should choose to speak out on behalf of the full feminist case, and also, no doubt, some feminists will regard it as merely another instance of male tokenism. I accept this charge of tokenism. Feminists quite rightly point out that they have to contend not only with the vast number of men who oppose them, but also with men who say they are sympathetic to the cause but continue to act in ways which keep male privilege and male chauvinist attitudes solidly in place. Feminists feel about male sympathizers as militant blacks often feel about white liberals. This charge of tokenism is quite valid. Sympathetic men, protesting their innocence, as it were, all the way to the bank, continue to go out to their absorbing, full-time careers, leaving their feminist women behind to clear up the books and papers and do the domestic chores. They come home to an hour or two of a special relationship with their children, in the best, symmetrical family sort of way, discharging their domestic duties with a spell at the washing up, believing that this adds up to sexual equality, quite ignoring the qualitative difference between lending a hand and the systematic, unending, direct responsibility for the tasks of home life. Sympathetic men excuse themselves on the perfectly correct grounds that, given the structure of jobs and rewards in our society, they can earn more than their women can. But that is just the point. If women are exploited in this society, as they undoubtedly are, it is not just because men have bad attitudes towards women, so that, if they have a change of heart, everything in the garden will be lovely again. It is because men often exploit women in their relationships, and these relationships are integral to the society in which we all live and work, and to the ideologies of society in which we think and feel. Society is not patriarchal by chance. The secondary status of women is widely institutionalized, and we have to assume that this is somehow functional to the kind of society we have, and to how it works. Also, these structures determine what we actually do, how we behave, regardless of what we think we ought to do. What is more, the functional subordination of women to men has been rationalized in the dominant ideology which keeps these institutions in place. Ideas, for example, about what women and men are really like, or about the so-called feminine and masculine qualities, have been deeply internalized in our culture. Boys and girls grow up really to believe in and subscribe to these so-called innate differences. These beliefs are not just rooted in the culture, they represent one of the deepest, most primitive layers of our consciousness. So women are unlikely to get much change out of a token, surface shift of attitudes on the part of a handful of sympathetic men. Unless the structures change, and the ideology of male dominance and female subordination is changed, the position of women will not change. Ideas alone will certainly not alter it. This is an extremely difficult point for feminists to make, for they have to argue it right against the grain of what I would call the English ideology. This ideology finds it extremely difficult to understand how good men can be constrained to act in bad or devious ways by the social systems which they themselves have made. The English have trouble distinguishing between an individual change of heart and structural change. So women are right to point out that, if nothing else alters, then the sympathetic support of men just keeps things as they are. I am not, then, really in a position to advance and defend the feminist case. But I do want to reflect on why that case, after 5 or 6 years of intense activity, propaganda and serious intellectual work, continues to go by default. And I want to suggest that this is connected with the troubling questions which it raises. The case certainly does go by default. Of course, if Germaine Greer or Sheila Rowbottom or Juliet Mitchell writes a book, they will get an interview in the media and reviews in the weekly press. There have been a few big set pieces on television on the new feminism. But it is astonishing to find that, in the media, the image of the women's movement has hardly progressed beyond the stereotype of hysterical women hell-bent on burning their bras in public, though, in fact, bra burning has little relevance to where the movement is at now, and was, in any case, an early American, never a British, phenomenon. However, the real facts have not eroded the stereotype 1 inch. When questions of equal pay reform are treated on radio, the interviewing is careful and restrained. But when issues of women's liberation, or women's lib as a movement, come up, the interviewing is often skeptical and hectoring. And it is always, inescapably, followed by a ritual throwaway joke. The subject seems to require this tension-releasing joke by the male newscaster, man to man, of course. We do not have to dip too far into Freud to know that ritual jokes mark out areas of high sensitivity in a culture, they are the surface evidence of repressive work going on underneath. It is not difficult to identify some, at least, of the themes which set in motion these defensive reactions. Men, of course, hardly have the face to suggest that women are not treated as second-class citizens, the evidence is too overwhelming. Instead, what they produce is a series of rationalizations, and these are, in fact, the source of many of the anti-feminist jokes. Women, they say, are just different, and the difference is given in biology, and in the different reproductive functions of the sexes. Here all the jokes which end with the line Vive la différence have their origins. This assumes that there are two permanent human natures, one masculine, one feminine, and that these are imprinted in the grammar of human biology. Biology, as the feminists say, has become a woman's destiny. But the more we examine the case, the more clearly we see that most of the differences between the sexes are historically specific, socially and culturally defined. The biological argument serves an ideological function. It seems to ground cultural differences, which can, of course, be changed, in biological differences which are held to be part of the unalterable law of nature. Hence the subordination of women comes to be written in the stars as well as printed in the genes. We know that the practice of men going out to forage and women staying home to cook is an ancient one, and the division of labor, on whose development our whole technological civilization depends, probably used this primitive sexual distinction as its original model. But the modern division of labor has clearly massively outstripped these ancient roots. Indeed, the whole point about it is that it does change as the economic system develops. The specialization of tasks in the modern economy is 1,000 light-years away, historically, from the separation of men and women into hunters and housewives. In feminism, the catch of biological determinism has been released. Gender distinction is revealed as a historical structure, and thus amenable to human intervention. Goodness knows how extensively masculine self-identity and self-esteem are supported by this quasi-theory of the natural superiority of the male. We do know that, when it is challenged, men react as if they had been sexually unmanned. One researcher even claims to have proved that, as a result of women's lib, more men are suffering from problems of impotence. Somehow, men, in whom, as we know, the seed of reason has been implanted, do, in their imaginations, stalk through the forests for all the world as if they had to struggle with raw nature in its brute form, win the spoils which they then drag home to their lairs and admiring spouses. Women seem to be the only spoils the modern mighty hunter has left to him. The idea that male and female are not fixed points in a spectrum, each at the extreme end, each with its own God-given nature attached, forces men to recognize the feminine parts of themselves, and the masculine parts of their women, and goodness knows what forbidden range of diverse sexual identities in between. The homosexual principle is enshrined right throughout so-called male culture, from the locker room to the West End club, though men shudder, as if tottering on the abyss, when reminded what, after all, gives exclusive male company its particular flavor and frisson. As well as threatening sexual identity, feminism also threatens the sanctity of that other male refuge, the home. This division between the public sphere, where men rule, and the private sphere, where women rule and men relax, is a powerful distinction in our culture. How will men bear the pressures and conflicts and labor of transforming, heroically, the public environment, if they have no secret preserve of peace and quiet to retreat to back home, where they can unbutton their public selves and learn to love a little? Mastery, competition and performance out there in the big, wide world require the little nest where there is relaxation, unequivocal support from the good wife, and all the other privileges of getting home after a hard day's graft. Home, men argue, is where women really come into their own. In the home, they dictate the pace, they are the power behind the throne. They produce not goods, but men, next morning, fresh as daisies, fit and well for another day's heroic labor. Also, men say, women, through their involvement with the sphere of emotion and feeling in bringing up children, get enormous satisfaction from shaping the next generation. In the home, the values of love and affection, excluded from public life, are allowed their little sway, and these are the things women really know about. So where are men going to hide, to be comforted, protected and loved, if women insist that there are the politics of the family, too? And the politics of child-rearing, and the politics of love-making? In modern, consumer-oriented capitalism, the family is the seat and source of consumption, which is why most of the advertising is aimed at housewives and children. It is also the source of a major, but concealed, kind of labor. More women are, of course, going out to work these days, and early theorists argued that this entry of women into productive activity would hasten the end of their subordination. What this theory omitted is that the real productive activity of women is housework, domestic labor, and without it, men are unable to fulfill their role as productive workers. So women's domestic labor is a precondition of men's productive labor. The fact that this kind of work goes on behind closed doors does not make it any less necessary to productive work. Though the state has taken over many functions previously performed in the home, like the education of children, and looking after the old, there is no sign that the modern economy can do without domestic labor. One of the key questions posed by feminists is, what is the value of this unmeasured, unmeasurable and unpaid work which women, who are likely to say to an interviewer, "No, I don't work, I'm just a housewife," do all day long? Domestic labor used to be thought of primarily in physical terms. But modern production needs the home to produce men, not just physically, but as social and cultural beings. The home provides the cultural environment which enables children, boys and girls, to grow up into men and women who understand what roles they must play, next time around, in another version of the same system. School educates children in the necessary skills, but the family, where feelings are intense and relationships intimate and close, is still the most effective agent for transmitting the basic ideological grid of society. There is, therefore, every reason why a feminist movement which insists on asking questions which we would rather not face will be met in some quarters by a deafening silence, and, in other quarters, by major moral backlash. That backlash is already well on the way. Of course, those who are rallying to the defense of the domestic ideal imagine that everything would have been quite all right if only the feminists had left well alone. But shifts in the position and prominence of the family were provoked, in the first instance, not by women's lib, but by changes already underway in the economic system. Modern consumer capitalism no longer requires the thrifty and respectable family, with its tight budget and its tight values, producing possessive individuals for life's long career. As it entered its affluent era, it began to dismantle that little complex of family, Protestant ethic and subordinate women, which had been serviceable to capitalism in an earlier era. Long before an active feminist movement, consumer capitalism promoted its own version of liberation, the pseudo-liberated women of the glossy magazine with hardly a moment to spare from dressing up and dressing down, doing up their eyes and letting down their hair, swinging left, right and center, to shove a pre-packed meal in the oven and change a nappy or two before setting off again for some weekend paradise in the Bahamas. Consumer capitalism needed women, liberated in this highly specialized and limited way, just as, earlier, it had needed the little homebody, the good little woman, everybody's mom. This change was the precondition for the rise of the feminist movement itself. But the pseudo-liberated woman was no comfort at all to those who still subscribed to the domestic idea. And they have rallied, tacitly, around the defense of women's subordination, and, actively and openly, in defense of the family. This defense of the family in its traditional form is the core of so many movements: anti-pornography, anti-abortion, anti-progressive education, anti-welfare state, anti-the trend to collectivism, which have arisen since 1968. When, recently, Sir Keith Joseph was discussing the essential difference between the trend to statism on the one hand and conservative values on the other, he saw it in terms of tilting the balance away from the state and back to the family. And, Despite the impression that Mrs. Thatcher's rise to the leadership of the Conservative Party was a victory for women's lib, there is much evidence that a defense of the family is also at the heart of her new social philosophy. So, as Milton put it, for the monstrous regiment of militant women, who have known all along that their quite unreformist convictions were leading them further into a political struggle of revolutionary dimensions, there are indeed further stirring times ahead. First published as Down with the Little Woman in the BBC weekly magazine The Listener, July 17, 1975, 71-72. BBC Radio 3 broadcast a regular series of 15-minute broadcast talks, A Personal View, which were normally also presented in written form in The Listener. The occasion here was the government publication of the preliminary materials that led in November 1975 to the Sex Discrimination Act, which protected men and women from discrimination on the grounds of sex or marriage. Chapter 12. Mugging, a Case Study in the Media. Between August 1972 and October 1973, Britain experienced a wave of muggings, robberies following sudden attacks in the open, as they have been officially defined. This mugging epidemic got widespread coverage in the press. In this program, we want to look at the relation between the mass media and a social problem like mugging. Now the common sense view is that the mugging outbreak was sudden and unexpected. Muggings happened, and the press reported them. When the wave of muggings receded, the coverage decreased, so the main constraints seem to be technical ones: getting the facts, presenting them fast and accurately, reporting the experts, expressing editorial views and so on. In fact, we will try to show that the relation of the media to social problems is not so simple, and the main constraints are not technical, but social. But first, the label itself, mugging. In law, there is actually no such crime, and there is no figure for it in the statistics until 1973. No actual British crime is called a mugging until August 1972. The media tend to work with labels. Labels simplify. They identify. They mark things out, and they focus our attention on things. Teddy boy. Hell's Angel. Skinhead. One man's urban terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. Labels mobilize strong feelings and attitudes. They carry a lot of moral weight. They help us to make sense of things, and they give people personal qualities. But they also help to cluster stories in the press which don't necessarily belong together. And the more stories there are about the same kind of crime or disaster, the bigger the coverage. So labels help to create a sort of news spiral. Where, in fact, did this label, mugging, come from? Figure 12.1. The title image for Open University Course D101, Foundation in Social Sciences, Program 9, Mugging, 1974, frame grab. The programs were transmitted late at night on British National Network Television channel BBC 2. It is quite common in the British media to find stories about America used as a sort of early warning device. In each of his three big speeches about immigration, for example, Enoch Powell used America as the basis of a prediction and warning about Britain. Press pictures and stories taught us the meaning of a word like mugging. They sensitized us to mugging, even before muggings appeared. They give us an image of what sort of mugger to expect, his race, his city background. We could build up a sort of identikit picture of him from these stories. His home is in the poorer parts of the city, he is probably black, he would be vicious, there would probably be a connection with drugs, his victims will be elderly and vulnerable, he has a taste for violence, for kicks, he is part of a larger pattern of lawlessness, the breakdown of law and order. When you get a tight description of an event like that, it serves as a sort of selective device. There is another good example of this in the Leicester University study of the press coverage of the October 1968 anti-Vietnam demonstrations. Working on the basis of what had already happened in Germany and France and America, the press expected the anti-Vietnam demonstration to be violent. So they reported the event in terms of its violence, even though the great bulk of the march was, in fact, peaceful. The press coverage was shaped by what we call an inferential structure, and the British mugger was a bit like that, a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you like. This does not mean that the media made mugging up, but it does mean that the press play an active role in constructing the events they are later to report. They do not simply report things that swim up at them out of nowhere. Of course, the media are not the only people involved in constructing a crime wave like mugging. The police help to construct crime waves, simply by giving one kind of crime, drugs, or fraud, or pornography, their special attention. It is police vigilance that produces a rash of cases, which then show up in court, and bulge in the statistics, and the press pick this up, and report it in terms of the rising crime wave. The press reports on muggings, for example, appear first in August 1972, But the London Transport Police and the Brixton Police are actively on the lookout for muggers much earlier in the same year. There are cases involving black youths on the London Underground in February, one or two of them subsequently dismissed for lack of evidence. So the police, too, are sensitized to mugging, perhaps by what is happening in America, perhaps, also, by the difficulties between the police and young black immigrants in an area like Brixton. So the media do not act on their own. Of course, crime is always news, and some papers keep a constant watch on this tantalizing topic of crime. But the media also depend on the definers of crime, the police, the courts, the Home Secretary, to identify the main movements in the incidence of crime, so that when you get headlines in the press about crime waves, those headlines depend on the institutional links between those who define and control crime and those who report it as news. The media love the crime statistics because they tend to go for hard facts, and there is no fact so hard as a number, unless it is the percentage difference between two numbers. But the crime statistics are notoriously hard to interpret. This is not a program about crime statistics, but it's worth remembering that the hard facts behind a 1973 headline like "Muggings go up 129% are not as simple, or as hard, as they seem. Figures 12.2 to 12.4. Further frame grabs from the Mugging OU program, showing how Hall has to move physically in his office to point out features of the press coverage from newspaper articles that have been cut out and attached to the office walls. An instance of media studies on television in a predigital age using economical, one-camera production methods. In terms of press coverage, the mugging crime wave lasted about a year. There is a peak of court cases in October 1972, there is another in March 1973, when 16-year-old Paul Story, from Handsworth, got 20 years. The police draw attention to the rise in muggings, and the judges comment on that rise when they are delivering sentences, and the media report both. They form a sort of circle with the other institutions that are involved, and the mugging topic then gets transferred from the courts and the police to the media. At the same time, the way that these other institutional spokesmen, the police and the courts, see the crime becomes the primary definition of mugging in the press. Here is an extract from a BBC News interview with the Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police in March 1973. Colin Woods: "What is worrying is the increase in muggings. One mustn't be complacent about any sort of crime, but if those where people get hurt go up year after year, and start accelerating, then I think it's time to tell the community this, because they are affected, it's the quality of their lives, and get concentrated effort on it, and then we get a solution." Interviewer: "Haven't your most experienced detectives sometimes been shocked by the callousness of the muggings?" Colin Woods: "This is right, and they are not easily shocked, and if you're investigating a crime you have to ask quite a lot of questions about it. Quite hardened detectives are shocked at the way in which young men have used cruel violence, shocking violence, too old and weak, and are able to discuss their crime, discuss their method, in a way as if they're discussing some event at the local football match. There's no connection between what they're doing and the injuries they're inflicting, and this is worrying." Interviewer: "In fact, there have been murders by muggers for a few pence, haven't there?" Colin Woods: "That's right. One can see the image of mugging there on its way from the police spokesman to the television interviewer. The image is already familiar. The mugger is callous, violent, he attacks the weak and vulnerable, robs for kicks rather than for gain. Naturally, certain features which fall outside this image don't get reported. Now, the general public is sensitized to mugging via this image, and they then express fears about mugging, perhaps in letters to the press. Judges who are deciding on a sentence refer to this public anxiety. The sentences get longer. This, in itself, is newsworthy. It becomes a news story, and it refocuses public attention. This is an amplification spiral, and the media don't stand outside this spiral. They form part of it. Each aspect of the public debate about mugging passes through the media. They form the link between the definers and controllers, the public and the news. Now, of course, the media don't express personal opinions about events such as the Paul Story case. Television is required by the charters to be objective and impartial. Even in the press, where editorial opinions do get expressed, a distinction is drawn between opinion and fact. But this requirement to be objective means that the media must rely heavily on the official definers. The television reporter, for example, substantiates everything he says by referring to what the definers have said, by quoting an authority, and some definers always get quoted. They have a right to be heard. Powerful opinions stand highest in the pyramid of access to the media, and this means that the media naturally incline towards, and tend to reproduce, the definitions of those people who are powerful in the society. The media pick up their definitions first. It is they who define the topic. You may think that doesn't matter, but there are always alternative points of view, Alternative explanations for events. There are few actions, however awful, which are meaningless or absolutely without motive or cause for those people who do them. Accounts which do not fit neatly with the primary definitions do, of course, sometimes also get access to the media. But they do not have access as of right. These opinions come later. They cannot carry the same weight as the primary definers, even when they are closer to the ground. This is the basic source of the social constraints on the media in our society. They do not arise because of bias, and they do not stem from the technical difficulties of getting hold of news stories. They spring from the media's natural and perfectly open relation to the pyramid of power in our society. Of course, the media also exert their own independent, structuring effect on problems. Stories are selected in the media according to a scale of news values. We can see this very clearly in relation to mugging. The reports pass through this sort of news cycle. Drama, violence, prominent personalities, bizarre, quirky aspects, these are the news angles stressed which give a tired story a second life in the news pages, and they are some of our most important news values. Now, we call mugging a moral panic. A moral panic is when a society enters a sort of self-produced spiral, a moral tailspin, about a troubling issue. We do not know whether muggings really shot up, or by how much or why. Events like muggings did happen in our streets, but society's reaction to mugging depends essentially on how we come to understand and interpret such simple facts. So interpretations, labeling, anticipations, prediction, prophecies, these things play a key role in the defining process. And the role of the media in all this is absolutely central. First published as Mugging, a case study in the media in the BBC weekly magazine The Listener, May 1, 1975, 571-72. The Listener, 1929-91 was initially established to provide a medium of record for broadcast radio talks, later including material derived from television, such as 4 articles by John Berger from his program Ways of Seeing, 1972, and this article, which was introduced as an edited version of a program which was broadcast as part of the Open University's Foundation course in Social Sciences. The frame grabs that illustrate the chapter are taken from the OU television program. Chapter 13. Introduction to Media Studies at the Center. The Media Group is one of the longest-running Center research groups, and media studies has been a focus of Center work and interest since its inception. This area has developed through a series of stages, each taking a somewhat different focus of analysis, on the basis of a series of related but developing theoretical approaches. These are briefly resumed in this overview. In the early days this area was heavily dominated by the mainstream traditions and concerns of mass communications research, as defined largely by American empirical social science practice. This tradition was rooted in earlier debates about the relationship between mass communications and mass society, but these Frankfurt School concerns had been thoroughly reworked by the methodologies and concerns of American empirical-based research of a largely quantitative kind, based on the audience survey method, quantitative content analysis and a preoccupation with questions of the debasement of cultural standards through trivialization, pinpointed in the issue of the media and violence. One similar concerns can, of course, be discerned in the way the influence of the media on working-class culture was analyzed in Richard Hoggart's uses of literacy and in the early indications given of the Center's interest in this question as they were outlined in his inaugural essay, Schools of English and Contemporary Society. 2 But in its actual practice the Center, from a very early point, challenged the dominant paradigms and concerns of this tradition and redefined work on the media in the broader framework of cultural studies. This break can be summarized as follows. First, media studies broke with the models of direct influence using a sort of stimulus-response model with heavily behaviorist overtones, media content serving as a trigger, into a framework which drew much more on what can broadly be defined as the ideological role of the media. This latter approach defined the media as a major cultural and ideological force, standing in a dominant position with respect to the way in which social relations and political problems were defined in the production and transformation of popular ideologies in the audiences addressed. This return to a concern with the media and ideologies is the most significant and consistent thread in Center media work. It has profoundly modified the behaviorist emphases of previous research approaches. Second, we challenged the notions of media texts as transparent bearers of meaning, as the message in some undifferentiated way, and gave much greater attention than had been the case in traditional forms of content analysis to their linguistic and ideological structuration. These two concerns, the general ideological nature of mass communications and the complexity of the linguistic structuration of its forms, has been the basis of all our subsequent work, and they were drawn together within the framework of early models of semiotic analysis which had a formative impact on our work. Third, We broke with the passive and undifferentiated conceptions of the audience as it has largely appeared in traditional research, influenced, as these had been, by the surveying needs of broadcasting organizations and advertising agencies. We began to replace these two simple notions with a more active conception of the audience, of reading, and of the relation between how media messages were encoded, the moment of the encoded text, and the variation of audience decodings. Fourth, the question of the media and ideologies returned to the agenda, a concern with the role which the media play in the circulation and securing of dominant ideological definitions and representations. This more classical set of concerns contrasted sharply with the mass culture models which underpin much early American research and the resounding absence in that whole body of work of the question of ideology. Early media work in the center rehearsed many of these emergent themes and concerns, albeit in a still provisional and unfinished form. The relation of the media to broader historical movements of social change formed the basis for the first funded media project, supported by the Roundtree Trust. This was an analysis of the popular press and social change from the mid-1930s to the mid-1960s. It was undertaken by a team of researchers, Anthony Smith, Trevor Blackwell, Liz Emertzi, and subsequently published under the title Paper Voices. 3. Reference to how this project was conceived and conducted is to be found in the introduction to this volume. Included here is Chapter 10, Introduction to Paper Voices ed. The second funded project was a study of television crime drama, undertaken by Alan Shuttleworth, Angela Lloyd, and Marina Camargo Heck. This arose from the initial program of research into television and violence which formed the basis for the foundation of the Center for Mass Communication Research at Leicester, still the largest and most productive of the mass communications research institutes in Britain, and was specifically designed to test some of the alternative hypotheses to those substantively derived from American research. This project concentrated on the analysis of a range of TV crime drama texts and was subsequently published by the Center in its report form. 4 Two other projects deriving from this period deserve mention here. The first was the PhD on the representations of women in visual advertising undertaken by Trevor Millam and later published as Images of Woman. 5 This was one of the very first analyses of its kind on this subject in England, and one of the first to take visual discourse as its central point of reference. The second was a collective research project, undertaken by a large center group in what was the first collective practical research group, 1968-9, which analyzed a selection of women's magazines and the way women and femininity were represented there. The main focus was the large circulation women's magazines, Woman and Woman's Own, and the analysis of the fictional story Cure for Marriage. This was the first analysis of such materials in the center, which made use of Levi-Strauss's studies of myth and the early work of Roland Barthes. This study exists only in manuscript form, though it has had some influence on subsequent center work in this important area and signals a very early interest in the question of feminine representation. 6. At this time, the preoccupation with the questions of cultural trivialization and violence in mainstream research highlighted television as the privileged medium and the entertainment materials provided by the media as the most relevant for research. But, stimulated by the pioneering analysis of the treatment of the Vietnam demonstrations of 1968 in press and TV published by a team from the Leicester Center, with its rich notion of inferential structures, replacing the simplifications of bias, center work took a lead in shifting the emphasis of media studies away from entertainment to the heartland of political communications, especially in the news and current affairs areas. 7 This was, as demonstrations and communications itself had been, a response to the crisis of the media which began to develop in the late 1960s. 8 This crisis had to do with three aspects of the media which now began to command much greater attention: a. Questions of credibility, access, bias and distortion in the way political and social events of a problematic nature were represented in the media, a problem forced onto the agenda by the political movements and crises of the period. B. Questions concerning the relation between broadcasting, politics and the state, and the social role and position of the media institutions in the complex of cultural power in advanced electronic societies. C. The difficult problems arising both from attempting to understand how the media played an ideological role in society and from conceptualizing their complex relationship to power, their relative autonomy, setting aside the simpler notions of the media as the voice of a ruling class, which were clearly inadequate. Here one can find, already sketched out as a program of study, new conceptions of the position and practices of the broadcasting institutions as apparatuses, new approaches to the relation between how messages are structured and their role in the circulation of dominant social definitions, and an area of media production centrally focused on political communications on news, current affairs, the presentation of social problems and so on. This reorientation of concerns was supported and reinforced by the employment of semiotic methods of textual analysis. In the work of Roland Barthes, for example, Elements of Semiology, Mythologies, 9, which was highly influential at the time, these concerns were brought together into what was in effect a new problematic for media work in the center, and one which has been developed with many continuities and some breaks since then. From this period can be dated the work on news photographs and the manufacture of news, some of which appeared as the theme issue of WPCS, Working Papers in Cultural Studies, 3, the first report of working research on this theme published by the Center. 10 to these can also be related the discussions of the media and political deviance, in, for example, essays by Stuart Hall in Deviance and Social Control, edited by Rock and McIntosh, and The Manufacture of News, edited by Cohen and Young, and related papers dealing with the issue of broadcasting in the state and the questions of balance, objectivity and neutrality. 11 This early initiative in the analysis of the news construction of events has since been taken up and has come to provide a central stand in the revival of British mass media work, for example, the Glasgow Media Group, Hartman, and Husband, Golding, Schlesinger, Tracy, Chibnall. 12 Much center work which has been published or has appeared in thesis form derived from this strong and sustained impetus, for example, the analysis of current affairs TV, the unity of current affairs TV, Panorama, in WPCS 9, center theses on political communications, Connell, and on the handling of industrial relations in the media by Connell and Morley, the work reported in the British Film Institute, BFI, monograph Everyday Television, Nationwide by Dave Morley and Charlotte Brunsdon. 13 The latter marked a further advance from the high political world and themes of programs like Panorama to the more popular, more domestic current affairs magazine programs, like Nationwide, with more heterogeneous audiences, in both class and gender terms. These publications have both explored new methods of program analysis and also put forward novel theses on how the complex relations between the media, politics and society could be conceptualized. Two further developments should be noted here. The first concerns audiences. Audience-based survey research, based on the large statistical sample using fixed-choice questionnaires, has at last reached the terminal point it has long deserved, at least as a serious sociological enterprise. This has created a space in which new hypotheses may be tentatively advanced. The first, concerned with a more differentiated approach to the audience, was outlined in an early paper by Dave Morley, Reconceptualizing the Audience. 14 This brought together a concern with a class-based analysis of the cultural orientations of different audience groups to media materials and certain theoretical theses about how programs were decoded. The encoding/decoding propositions were first outlined in a very general form by Stuart Hall in the stenciled paper Encoding and Decoding in the TV Discourse. 15 Both approaches have been pursued in a more disciplined framework in a project funded by the Higher Education Research Committee of the BFI and undertaken by Dave Morley, whose results are shortly to be published. 16 The second development has to do with the shift of interest from the encoding of high political themes in the headline news and current affairs programs to the area where television intersects more directly with, and plays a shaping and formative role in relation to, the popular, practical ideologies of the general audience. This has gone hand in hand with a renewed concern for the missing dimension of gender in much media analysis and therefore a growing preoccupation with types and genres of TV programs more popularly addressed, and hence with a more substantial representation of women and their concerns. Nationwide already represented a shift in this direction. And this has been strengthened and underpinned in the recent work of the group, which has returned, but now from a different theoretical perspective, to the area of popular TV. The mass programming addressed to the popular TV audience in peak viewing times, which functions very much under the sign not of information and education but of entertainment and pleasure. Work in this area has taken the TV zones of light entertainment, situation comedies, crime drama, domestic serials, quiz shows and sport as its main focus. It has also focused on a new set of preoccupations, broadly, the way popular TV handles and manages the contradictions of everyday life and popular experience, the manner and effect of the intervention which such programs make in popular common sense, and the ways in which common sense knowledge of social structures and situations are transformed through the intervention of television. This work has been much influenced by theoretical derivations from the work of writers like Gramsci and Laclau in their concern with the ideological work of transformation, ideologies as the sites of popular struggle and popular common sense constructions as the stake in those struggles. Central to this have been the representations of gender, class and ethnicity, the importance of the domestic and of femininity and masculinity as the privileged discourse into which other social contradictions are condensed. Much of this work is still to appear in published form, but indications as to the shift of emphasis can be found in different places in this collection. For example, In Janice Winship's article Subjectivity for Sale and in Dorothy Hobson's work on the media and young working-class housewives at home. 17. The area of film and media studies has become a privileged one for the construction of new theoretical approaches, and the work of the center in these different concrete areas of research has been considerably influenced by these developments. One can think, here, of the critique of early semiotics mounted by psychoanalysis, especially in its Lacanian version, and the Rethinking the Higher Education Research Committee of the BFI and undertaken by Dave Morley, whose results are shortly to be published. 16. The second development has to do with the shift of interest from the encoding of high political themes in the headline news and current affairs programs to the area where television intersects more directly with, and plays a shaping and formative role in relation to, the popular, practical ideologies of the general audience. This has gone hand in hand with a renewed concern for the missing dimension of gender in much media analysis and therefore a growing preoccupation with types and genres of TV programs more popularly addressed, and hence with a more substantial representation of women and their concerns. Nationwide already represented a shift in this direction. And this has been strengthened and underpinned in the recent work of the group, which has returned, but now from a different theoretical perspective, to the area of popular TV. The mass programming addressed to the popular TV audience in peak viewing times, which functions very much under the sign not of information and education but of entertainment and pleasure. Work in this area has taken the TV zones of light entertainment, situation comedies, crime drama, domestic serials, quiz shows and sport as its main focus. It has also focused on a new set of preoccupations, broadly, the way popular TV handles and manages the contradictions of everyday life and popular experience, the manner and effect of the intervention which such programs make in popular common sense, and the ways in which common sense knowledge of social structures and situations are transformed through the intervention of television. This work has been much influenced by theoretical derivations from the work of writers like Gramsci and Laclau and their concern with the ideological work of transformation, ideologies as the sites of popular struggle and popular common sense constructions as the stake in those struggles. Central to this have been the representations of gender, class and ethnicity, the importance of the domestic and of femininity and masculinity as the privileged discourse into which other social contradictions are condensed. Much of this work is still to appear in published form, but indications as to the shift of emphasis can be found in different places in this collection, for example, in Janice Winship's article Subjectivity for Sale and in Dorothy Hobson's work on the media and young working-class housewives at home. 17. The area of film and media studies has become a privileged one for the construction of new theoretical approaches, and the work of the center in these different concrete areas of research has been considerably influenced by these developments. One can think, here, of the critique of early semiotics mounted by psychoanalysis, especially in its Lacanian version, and the rethinking. For very complex reasons, a sort of racist common sense has become pervasive in our society. And the media frequently work from this common sense, taking it as their baseline without questioning it. We need, urgently, to consider ways in which, in addition to the urgent and necessary political task of blocking the path to power of the openly organized racist and right extremist organizations, we can also begin to construct an anti-racist common sense. This task of making anti-racist ideas popular is and must be part of a wider democratic struggle which engages, not so much the hardline extremists of the right, or even the small numbers of the committed and converted, but the great body of common sense, in the population as a whole, and amongst working people especially, on which the struggle to build up an anti-racist popular bloc will ultimately depend. Questions of strategy and tactics are not easy, especially when what is at issue is the winning of popular positions in the struggle against racism. There are few shortcuts or ready-made recipes. It does not follow that, because our hearts are in the right place, we will win the struggle for hearts and minds. And even the best analysis of the current situation provides few absolute guidelines as to what we should do, in a particular situation. Neither passionate left-wing convictions nor the immutable laws of history can ever replace the difficult questions of political calculation on which the outcome of particular struggles ultimately turns. This essay is written in the firm conviction that we need to be better prepared, both in our analysis of how racist ideologies become popular, and in what are the appropriate strategies for combating them. Both, in their turn, depend on a more open, less closed and finalist debate of positions among people on the left committed to the anti-racist struggle. In discussing the second aspect, I will draw on some recent experiences of attempts to intervene politically in the area of racism and the mass media. In 1979, the Campaign Against Racism in the Media, CARM, won the opportunity to make a program putting its case in the BBC's Access television slot, Open Door. The program, It Ain't Half Racist, Mom, was transmitted twice, in February and March of that year, in the usual corners of the schedule reserved for clearly labeled minority programs. The program produced a significant response. It was widely reviewed. CARM received over 600 letters, the great majority of them favorable. The program also triggered off an internal storm within the BBC and an appeal by one distinguished program presenter, Robin Day, to the BBC Appeals Tribunal on the grounds that his performance in a debate on immigration, which he chaired, had been misrepresented in the program. Since then, the program has been widely used by a variety of anti-racist groups and in schools and colleges, as a way of triggering off a discussion of racism in the media, though the BBC has kept an extremely tight grip on the program's distribution and has been something less than helpful in promoting it. The CARM group, composed largely of anti-racist media workers, worked for some time preparing and discussing the approach to the program, viewing extracts and bargaining with the reluctant broadcasters to allow the extracts we wanted to criticize being used in the program. Many, including ITN and BBC News, refused. I was invited, at a fairly late stage in the process, to help prepare a script and to present the program jointly with Maggie Steed. It ain't half racist. Mum has been well received on the whole, by the left and anti-racist groups. It has also been severely criticized, on several occasions, by Carl Gardner and Margaret Henry, original members of the CARM team, who thought the program seriously misdirected and leaky with missed opportunities. This experience provides us with a useful opportunity to reconsider both the general issue of racism in the media, and the even more serious and knotty problem of strategies of left interventions in mainstream television programming. In 1980 I was invited by Alan Horrocks and his small team in the Thames Television Schools Department to help prepare and script a series of 4 programs on the media and social problems, to be transmitted for schools as the second Viewpoint series in Thames's English program. The first Viewpoint series had also been concerned with representations of social issues on television, and contained the excellent and much-shown double program on sexual stereotypes, Superman and the Bride. It had also proved highly controversial and ran into trouble with the Independent Broadcasting Authority, IBA, who would not agree to repeat the series, despite its highly favorable reception, until a number of changes had been made. The IBA especially required changes to those parts which made the links between programming policy and television company ownership, and to the style of presentation which, in its view, did not sufficiently clearly acknowledge that this was only one of many possible viewpoints on the subjects treated. The vast majority of unsigned and unauthored programs transmitted nightly are, presumably, viewed only through the universal all-seeing, neutral, balanced and impartial eye of God. The making of the second Viewpoint series was, therefore, something of a tricky exercise. One of the programs we made also covered the handling and presentation of race in the media, though from a different point of view from that adopted in the CARM program. This program, The Whites of Their Eyes, has also been transmitted twice in the usual ITV school program schedule, moving up to attract 30% of the school viewing audience. This was for a different audience from that which we aimed for in the CARM program. It was intended for an audience, in a controlled viewing situation, in schools, viewed with a teacher, and allowing for considerable follow-up work in the classroom. A special project booklet for the series was produced for classroom use by Andrew Bethel. The CARM program, on the other hand, aimed at the general viewing public, or that part of it still able to keep its eyes open late at night or on a sleepy Sunday. Together, these programs form the background to this article. Before discussing these programs in more detail, however, we might usefully begin by defining some of the terms of the argument. Racism in the media touches directly the problem of ideology, since the media's main sphere of operations is the production and transformation of ideologies. An intervention in the media's construction of race is an intervention in the ideological terrain of struggle. Much murky water has flowed under the bridge provided by this concept of ideology in recent years, and this is not the place to develop the theoretical argument. I am using the term to refer to those images, concepts and premises which provide the frameworks through which we represent, interpret, understand and make sense of some aspect of social existence. Language and ideology are not the same, since the same linguistic term, democracy, for example, or freedom, can be deployed within different ideological discourses. But language, broadly conceived, is by definition the principal medium in which we find different ideological discourses elaborated. 3 important things need to be said about ideology in order to make what follows intelligible. First, ideologies do not consist of isolated and separate concepts, but in the articulation of different elements into a distinctive set or chain of meanings. In liberal ideology, freedom is connected, articulated, with individualism and the free market. In socialist ideology, freedom is a collective condition, dependent on, not counterposed to, equality of condition, as it is in liberal ideology. The same concept is differently positioned within the logic of different ideological discourses. One of the ways in which ideological struggle takes place and ideologies are transformed is by articulating the elements differently, thereby producing a different meaning, breaking the chain in which they are currently fixed, for example democratic equals the free West, and establishing a new articulation, for example democratic equals deepening the democratic content of political life. This breaking of the chain is not, of course, confined to the head, it takes place through social practice and political struggle. Second, ideological statements are made by individuals, but ideologies are not the product of individual consciousness or intention. Rather we formulate our intentions within ideology. They predate individuals, and form part of the determinate social formations and conditions into which individuals are born. We have to speak through the ideologies which are active in our society and which provide us with the means of making sense of social relations and our place in them. The transformation of ideologies is thus a collective process and practice, not an individual one. Largely, the processes work unconsciously, rather than by conscious intention. Ideologies produce different forms of social consciousness, rather than being produced by them. They work most effectively when we are not aware that how we formulate and construct a statement about the world is underpinned by ideological premises, when our formations seem to be simply descriptive statements about how things are, i.e. must be, or of what we can take for granted. Little boys like playing rough games, little girls, however, are full of sugar and spices predicated on a whole set of ideological premises, though it seems to be an aphorism which is grounded, not in how masculinity and femininity have been historically and culturally constructed in society, but in nature itself. Ideologies tend to disappear from view into the taken-for-granted naturalized world of common sense. Since, like gender, race appears to be given by nature, racism is one of the most profoundly naturalized of existing ideologies. Third, ideologies work by constructing for their subjects, individual and collective, positions of identification and knowledge which allow them to utter ideological truths as if they were their authentic authors. This is not because they emanate from our innermost, authentic and unified experience, but because we find ourselves mirrored in the positions at the center of the discourses from which the statements we formulate make sense. Thus the same subjects, for example economic classes or ethnic groups, can be differently constructed in different ideologies. When Mrs. Thatcher says, "We can't afford to pay ourselves higher wages without earning them through higher productivity," she is attempting to construct at the center of her discourse an identification for workers who will cease to see themselves as opposed or antagonistic to the needs of capital, and begin to see themselves in terms of the identity of interests between themselves and capital. Again, this is not only in the head. Redundancies are a powerful material way of influencing hearts and minds. Ideologies therefore work by the transformation of discourses, the disarticulation and rearticulation of ideological elements, and the transformation, the fracturing and recomposition, of subjects for action. How we see ourselves and our social relations matters, because it enters into and informs our actions and practices. Ideologies are therefore a site of a distinct type of social struggle. This site does not exist on its own, separate from other relations, since ideas are not free-floating in people's heads. The ideological construction of black people as a problem population and the police practice of containment in the black communities mutually reinforce and support one another. Nevertheless, ideology is a practice. It has its own specific way of working. And it is generated, produced and reproduced in specific settings, sites, especially, in the apparatuses of ideological production which produce social meanings and distribute them throughout society, like the media. It is therefore the site of a particular kind of struggle, which cannot be simply reduced to or incorporated into some other level of struggle, for example, the economic class struggle, which is sometimes held to govern or determine it. It is the struggle over what Lenin once called ideological social relations, which have their own tempo and specificity. It is located in specific practices. Ideological struggle, like any other form of struggle, therefore represents an intervention in an existing field of practices and institutions, those which sustain the dominant discourses of meaning of society. The classic definition of ideology tends to regard it as a dependent sphere, which simply reflects an idea's what is happening elsewhere, for example, in the mode of production, without any determinacy or effectivity of its own. This is a reductive and economistic conception. Of course, the formation and distribution of ideologies have determinate conditions, some of which are established outside of ideology itself. Messrs. Murdoch and Trafalgar House command, through the Times, the Sunday Times and the Express Group, the resources of institutionalized ideological power in ways which no section of the left could currently aspire to. Nevertheless, ideologies are not fixed forever in the place assigned to them by the economic. Their elements, as Laclau has argued, have no necessary class belongingness. For instance, democracy belongs both to ruling class ideology, where it means the Western system of parliamentary regimes, and to the ideologies of the left, where it means or refers to popular power, against the ruling power bloc. Of course, though the heads of small shopkeepers are not necessarily filled exclusively with petty bourgeois thoughts, certain ideological discourses do have or have acquired, historically, well-defined connections with certain class places. It is easier for a small shopkeeper, than for an assembly line worker in British Leyland, to think of his or her interests as equivalent to those of an independent self-employed small capitalist. These traces, as Gramsci called them, and historical connections, the terrain of past articulations, are peculiarly resistant to change and transformation, just as it is exceedingly hard, given the history of imperialism, to disinter the idea of the British people from its nationalistic connotation. New forms of ideological struggle can bring old traces to life, thus Thatcherism has revivified liberal political economy. Even in such well-secured cases, transformations are possible, the people coming to represent, not the nation, unified under the ruling class, but the common people versus the ruling class, an antagonistic relation rather than an equivalent and unifying one. The corollary of this is that there is no fixed, given and necessary form of ideological consciousness, dictated exclusively by class position. A third of the British working class has regularly seen itself, in terms of how it votes, as rightfully subordinate to those who are naturally born to rule over others. The famous working class deference Tory vote shows they do not necessarily see themselves as their class position would lead us to suppose, for example as the majority exploited class which ought to supplant the class which rules over us. At the last, 1979, election, Mrs. Thatcher clearly had some success in getting skilled and organized workers to articulate together, their own opposition to incomes policies, wage control and the demand for a return to collective bargaining, with her own, very different, conception of letting market forces decide wage levels. Just as the working class is not impervious to reactionary or social democratic ideas, so it is not a priori impervious to racist ideas. The whole history of labor socialism and reformism is a refutation of the idealistic hope, rooted in economism, that the economic position of the working class will make it inevitable that it thinks only progressive, anti-racist or revolutionary ideas. Instead, what we have seen over the past 2 decades is the undoubted penetration of racist ideas and practices, not only into sections of the working class, but into the very organizations and institutions of the labor movement itself. Let us look, then, a little more closely at the apparatuses which generate and circulate ideologies. In modern societies, the different media are especially important sites for the production, reproduction and transformation of ideologies. Ideologies are, of course, worked on in many places in society, and not only in the head. The fact of unemployment, as the Thatcher government knows only too well, is, among other things, an extremely effective ideological instrument for converting or constraining workers to moderate their wage claims. But institutions like the media are peculiarly central to the matter since they are, by definition, part of the dominant means of ideological production. What they produce is, precisely, representations of the social world, images, descriptions, explanations and frames for understanding how the world is and why it works as it is said and shown to work. And, amongst other kinds of ideological labor, the media construct for us a definition of what race is, what meaning the imagery of race carries, and what the problem of race is understood to be. They help to classify out the world in terms of the categories of race. The media are not only a powerful source of ideas about race. They are also one place where these ideas are articulated, worked on, transformed and elaborated. We have said ideas and ideologies in the plural. For it would be wrong and misleading to see the media as uniformly and conspiratorially harnessed to a single, racist conception of the world. Liberal and humane ideas about good relations between the races, based on open-mindedness and tolerance, operate inside the world of the media, among, for example, many television journalists and newspapers like The Guardian, alongside the more explicit racism of other journalists and newspapers like The Express or The Mail. In some respects, the line which separates the latter from the extreme right on policies such as, for example, guided repatriation for blacks, is very thin indeed. It would be simple and convenient if all the media were simply the ventriloquists of a unified and racist ruling class conception of the world. But neither a unifiedly conspiratorial media nor indeed a unified racist ruling class exist in anything like that simple way. I don't insist on complexity for its own sake. But if critics of the media subscribe to too simple or reductive a view of their operations, this inevitably lacks credibility and weakens the case they are making because the theories and critiques don't square with reality. They only begin to account for the real operation of racism in society by a process of gross abstraction and simplification. More important, the task of a critical theory is to produce as accurate a knowledge of complex social processes as the complexity of their functioning requires. It is not its task to console the left by producing simple but satisfying myths, distinguished only by their super left-wing credentials. If the laws and tendencies of the capitalist mode of production can be stated in a simplified form because they are essentially simple and reducible, why on earth did Marx go on about them for so long, 3 uncompleted volumes, no less? Most important of all, these differences and complexities have real effects, which ought to enter into any serious political calculation about how their tendencies might be resisted or turned. We know, for example, that the broadcasting institutions are not independent and autonomous of the state in the way suggested in the official wisdom. But if we neglect to ask why the question of independence and the media's relative autonomy are so important to their functioning, and simply reduce them to what we think of as their essential nature, pure instruments of ruling class or racist ideology, we will not be able to deconstruct the credibility and legitimacy which they, in fact, carry, which depends, precisely, on the fact that autonomy is not a pure piece of deception. Moreover, we will have an over-incorporated conception of the world, where the state is conceived, not as a necessarily contradictory formation, but as a simple, transparent instrumentality. This view might flatter the super-radical conscience, but it has no place in it for the concept of class struggle, and defines no practical terrain on which such struggles could be conducted. Why it has passed so long for Marxism is a mystery, so we must attend to the complexities of the ways in which race and racism are constructed in the media in order to be able to bring about change. Another important distinction is between what we might call overt racism and inferential racism. By overt racism, I mean those many occasions when open and favorable coverage is given to arguments, positions and spokespersons who are in the business of elaborating an openly racist argument or advancing a racist policy or view. Many such occasions exist. They have become more frequent in recent years, more often in the press, which has become openly partisan to extremist right-wing arguments, than in television, where the regulations of balance, impartiality and neutrality operate. By inferential racism I mean those apparently naturalized representations of events and situations relating to race, whether factual or fictional, which have racist premises and propositions inscribed in them as a set of unquestioned assumptions. These enable racist statements to be formulated without ever bringing into awareness the racist predicates on which the statements are grounded. Both types of racism are to be found, in different combinations, in the British media. Open or overt racism is, of course, politically dangerous as well as socially offensive. The open partisanship of sections of the popular press on this front is an extremely serious development. It is not only that they circulate and popularize openly racist policies and ideas, and translate them into the vivid populist vernacular, for example in the tabloids, with their large working-class readership, it is the very fact that such things can now be openly said and advocated which legitimates their public expression and increases the threshold of the public acceptability of racism. Racism becomes acceptable and thus, not too long after, true just common sense, what everyone knows and is openly saying. But inferential racism is more widespread, and in many ways, more insidious, because it is largely invisible even to those who formulate the world in its terms. An example of this type of racist ideology is the sort of television program which deals with some problem in race relations. It is probably made by a good and honest liberal broadcaster, who hopes to do some good in the world for race relations and who maintains a scrupulous balance and neutrality when questioning people interviewed for the program. The program will end with a homily on how, if only the extremists on either side would go away, normal blacks and whites would be better able to get on with learning to live in harmony together. Yet every word and image of such programs are impregnated with unconscious racism because they are all predicated on the unstated and unrecognized assumption that the blacks are the source of the problem. Yet virtually the whole of social problem television about race and immigration, often made, no doubt, by well-intentioned and liberal-minded broadcasters, is precisely predicated on racist premises of this kind. This was the criticism we made in the Carm program It Ain't Half Racist, Mum, and it was the one which most cut the broadcasters to their professional quick. It undermined their professional credentials by suggesting that they had been partisan where they are supposed to be balanced and impartial. It was an affront to the liberal consensus and self-image which prevails within broadcasting. Both responses were, in fact, founded on the profound misunderstanding that racism is, by definition, mutually exclusive of the liberal consensus, whereas, in inferential racism, the two can quite easily cohabit, and on the assumption that if the television discourse could be shown to be racist, it must be because the individual broadcasters were intentionally and deliberately racist. In fact, an ideological discourse does not depend on the conscious intentions of those who formulate statements within it. How, then, is race and its problems constructed on British television? This is a complex topic in its own right, and I can only illustrate its dimensions briefly here by referring to some of the themes developed in the two programs I was involved in. One of the things we tried to show in the whites of their eyes was the rich vocabulary and syntax of race on which the media have to draw. Racism has a long and distinguished history in British culture. It is grounded in the relations of slavery, colonial conquest, economic exploitation and imperialism in which the European races have stood in relation to the native peoples of the colonized and exploited periphery. Three characteristics provided the discursive and power coordinates of the discourses in which these relations were historically constructed. 1. Their imagery and themes were polarized around fixed relations of subordination and domination. 2. Their stereotypes were grouped around the poles of superior and inferior natural species. 3. Both were displaced from the language of history into the language of nature. Natural physical signs and racial characteristics became the unalterable signifiers of inferiority. Subordinate ethnic groups and classes appeared, not as the objects of particular historical relations, the slave trade, European colonization, the active underdevelopment of the underdeveloped societies, but as the given qualities of an inferior breed. Relations secured by economic, social, political and military domination were transformed and naturalized into an order of rank, ascribed by nature. Thus, Edward Long, an acute English observer of Jamaica in the period of slavery wrote, in his History of Jamaica, 1774 much in the way the Elizabethans might have spoken of the great chain of being of three ranks of men, sick, sh, white, mulatto and black, dependent on each other, and rising in a proper climax of subordination, in which the whites hold the highest place. One thing we wanted to illustrate in the program was the forgotten degree to which, in the period of slavery and imperialism, popular literature is saturated with these fixed, negative attributes of the colonized races. We find them in the diaries, observations and accounts, the notebooks, ethnographic records and commentaries, of visitors, explorers, missionaries and administrators in Africa, India, the Far East and the Americas. And also something else, the absent but imperializing white eye, the unmarked position from which all these observations are made and from which, alone, they make sense. This is the history of slavery and conquest, written, seen, drawn and photographed by the winners. They cannot be read and made sense of from any other position. The white eye is always outside the frame, but seeing and positioning everything within it. Some of the most telling sequences we used were from early film of the British Raj in India, the source of endless radio reminiscences and television historical showpieces today. The assumption of effortless superiority structures every image, even the portioning in the frame, the foregrounding of colonial life, tea time on the plantation, the background of native bearers. In the later stages of high imperialism, this discourse proliferates through the new media of popular culture and information, newspapers and journals, cartoons, drawings and advertisements and the popular novel. Recent critics of the literature of imperialism have argued that, if we simply extend our definition of 19th-century fiction from one branch of serious fiction to embrace popular literature, we will find a second, powerful strand of the English literary imagination to set beside the domestic novel, the male-dominated world of imperial adventure, which takes empire, rather than Middlemarch, as its microcosm. I remember a graduate student, working on the construction of race in popular literature and culture at the end of the 19th century, coming to me in despair. Racism was so ubiquitous, and at the same time, so unconscious, simply assumed to be the case, that it was impossible to get any critical purchase on it. In this period, the very idea of adventure became synonymous with the demonstration of the moral, social and physical mastery of the colonizers over the colonized. Later, this concept of adventure, one of the principal categories of modern entertainment, moved straight off the printed page into the literature of crime and espionage, children's books, the great Hollywood extravaganzas and comics. There, with recurring persistence, they still remain. Many of these older versions have had their edge somewhat blunted by time. They have been distanced from us, apparently, by our superior wisdom and liberalism. But they still reappear on the television screen, especially in the form of old movies, some old movies, of course, continue to be made. But we can grasp their recurring resonance better if we identify some of the base images of the grammar of race. There is, for example, the familiar slave figure, dependable, loving in a simple, childlike way, the devoted mammy with the rolling eyes, or the faithful field hand or retainer, attached and devoted to his master. The best-known extravaganza of all, Gone with the Wind, contains rich variants of both. The slave figure is by no means limited to films and programs about slavery. Some Indians and many Asians have come onto the screen in this disguise. A deep and unconscious ambivalence pervades this stereotype. Devoted and childlike, the slave is also unreliable, unpredictable and undependable, capable of turning nasty, or of plotting in a treacherous way, secretive, cunning, cutthroat once his or her master's or mistress's back is turned, and inexplicably given to running away into the bush at the slightest opportunity. The whites can never be sure that this childish simpleton, Samba, is not mocking his master's white manners behind his hand, even when giving an exaggerated caricature of white refinement. Another base image is that of the native. The good side of this figure is portrayed in a certain primitive nobility and simple dignity. The bad side is portrayed in terms of cheating and cunning, and, further out, savagery and barbarism. Popular culture is still full today of countless savage and restless natives, and soundtracks constantly repeat the threatening sound of drumming in the night, the hint of primitive rites and cults. Cannibals, whirling dervishes, Indian tribesmen, garishly got up, are constantly threatening to overrun the screen. They are likely to appear at any moment out of the darkness to decapitate the beautiful heroine, kidnap the children, burn the encampment or threaten to boil, cook and eat the innocent explorer or colonial administrator and his lady wife. These natives always move as an anonymous collective mass, in tribes or hordes. And against them is always counterposed the isolated white figure, alone out there, confronting his destiny or shouldering his burden in the heart of darkness, displaying coolness under fire and an unshakable authority, exerting mastery over the rebellious natives or quelling the threatened uprising with a single glance of his steel blue eyes. A third variant is that of the clown or entertainer. This captures the innate humor, as well as the physical grace of the licensed entertainer, putting on a show for the others. It is never quite clear whether we are laughing with or at this figure, admiring the physical and rhythmic grace, the open expressivity and emotionality of the entertainer, or put off by the clown's stupidity. One noticeable fact about all these images is their deep ambivalence, the double vision of the white eye through which they are seen. The primitive nobility of the aging tribesman or chief, and the native's rhythmic grace always contain both a nostalgia for an innocence lost forever to the civilized, and the threat of civilization being overrun or undermined by the recurrence of savagery, which is always lurking just below the surface, or by an untutored sexuality, threatening to break out. Both are aspects, the good and the bad sides, of primitivism. In these images, primitivism is defined by the fixed proximity of such people to nature. Is all this so far away as we sometimes suppose from the representations of race which fill the screens today? These particular versions may have faded. But their traces are still to be observed, reworked in many of the modern and updated images. And though they may appear to carry a different meaning, they are often still constructed on a very ancient grammar. Today's restless native hordes are still alive and well and living as guerrilla armies and freedom fighters in the Angola, Zimbabwe or Namibian bush. Blacks are still the most frightening, cunning and glamorous crooks, and policemen, in New York cop series. They are the fleet-footed, crazy-talking undermen who connect Starsky and Hutch to the drug-saturated ghetto. The scheming villains and their giant-sized bully boys in the world of James Bond and his progeny are still, unusually, recruited from out there in Jamaica, where savagery lingers on. The sexually available slave girl is alive and kicking, smoldering away on some exotic TV set or on the covers of paperbacks, though she is now the center of a special admiration, covered in a sequin gown and supported by a white chorus line. Primitivism, savagery, guile and unreliability, all just below the surface, can still be identified in the faces of black political leaders around the world, cunningly plotting the overthrow of civilization. Mr. Mugabe, for example, up to the point where he happened to win both a war and an election and became, temporarily at any rate, the best, because the most politically credible, friend Britain had left in that last outpost of the Edwardian dream. The old country white version is still often the subject of nostalgic documentaries. Old Rhodesia, whose reliable servants, as was only to be expected, plotted treason in the outhouse and silently stole away to join Zapu in the bush, tribal men in green khaki. Black stand-up comics still ape their ambiguous incorporation into British entertainment by being the first to tell a racist joke. No royal tour is complete without its troupe of swaying bodies, or its mounted tribesmen, paying homage. Blacks are such good movers, so rhythmic, so natural. And the dependent peoples, who couldn't manage for a day without the protection and know-how of their white masters, reappear as the starving victims of the Third World, passive and waiting for the technology or the aid to arrive, objects of our pity or of a Blue Peter appeal. They are not represented as the subjects of a continuing exploitation or dependency, or the global division of wealth and labor. They are the victims of fate. These modern, glossed and updated images seem to have put the old world of Samba behind them. Many of them, indeed, are the focus of a secret, illicit, pleasurable but taboo admiration. Many have a more active and energetic quality, some black athletes, for example, and of course the entertainers. But the connotations and echoes which they carry reverberate back a very long way. They continue to shape the ways whites see blacks today, even when the white adventurer sailing up the jungle stream is not Sanders of the River, but historical drama reconstructions of Stanley and Livingstone, and the intention is to show, not the savagery, but the serenity of African village life, ways of an ancient people unchanged even down to modern times, in other words, still preserved in economic backwardness and frozen in history for our anthropological eye by forces unknown to them and, apparently, unshowable on the screen. Adventure is one way in which we encounter race without having to confront the racism of the perspectives in use. Another, even more complex one is entertainment. In television, there is a strong counterposition between serious, informational television, which we watch because it is good for us, and entertainment, which we watch because it is pleasurable. And the purest form of pleasure in entertainment television is comedy. By definition, comedy is a licensed zone, disconnected from the serious. It's all good, clean fun. In the area of fun and pleasure it is forbidden to pose a serious question, partly because it seems so puritanical and destroys the pleasure by switching registers. Yet race is one of the most significant themes in situation comedies, from the early Alf Garnett to Mind Your Language, On the Buses, Love Thy Neighbor and It Ain't Half Hot, Mum. These are defended on good anti-racist grounds. The appearance of blacks, alongside whites, in situation comedies, it is argued, will help to naturalize and normalize their presence in British society. And no doubt, in some examples, it does function in this way. But, if you examine these fun occasions more closely, you will often find, as we did in our two programs, that the comedies do not simply include blacks, they are about race. That is, the same old categories of racially defined characteristics and qualities, and the same relations of superior and inferior, provide the pivots on which the jokes actually turn, the tension points which move and motivate the situations in situation comedies. The comic register in which they are set, however, protects and defends viewers from acknowledging their incipient racism. It creates disavowal. This is even more so with the television stand-up comics, whose repertoire in recent years has come to be dominated, in about equal parts, by sexist and racist jokes. It's sometimes said, again in their defense, that this must be a sign of black acceptability. But it may just be that racism has become more normal, it's hard to tell. It's also said that the best tellers of anti-Jewish jokes are Jews themselves, just as blacks tell the best white jokes against themselves. But this is to argue as if jokes exist in a vacuum separate from the contexts and situations of their telling. Jewish jokes told by Jews among themselves are part of the self-awareness of the community. They are unlikely to function by putting down the race, because both teller and audience belong on equal terms to the same group. Telling racist jokes across the racial line, in conditions where relations of racial inferiority and superiority prevail, reinforces the difference and reproduces the unequal relations because, in those situations, the point of the joke depends on the existence of racism. Thus they reproduce the categories and relations of racism, even while normalizing them through laughter. The stated good intentions of the joke makers do not resolve the problem here, because they are not in control of the circumstances, conditions of continuing racism, in which their joke discourse will be read and heard. The time may come when blacks and whites can tell jokes about each other in ways which do not reproduce the racial categories of the world in which they are told. The time, in Britain, is certainly not yet arrived. Two other arenas which we tried to illustrate in both programs related to the harder end of television production, news and current affairs. This is where race is constructed as problem and the site of conflict and debate. There have been good examples of programs where blacks have not exclusively appeared as the source of the problem. ATV's Breaking Point is one example, and where they have not been exclusively saddled with being the aggressive agent in conflict. The London Weekend Television London programme and the Southall Defence Committee's Open Door programme on the Southall events are examples. But the general tendency of the run of programs in this area is to see blacks, especially the mere fact of their existence, their numbers, as constituting a problem for English white society. They appear as lawbreakers, prone to crime, as trouble, as the collective agent of civil disorder. In the numerous incidents where black communities have reacted to racist provocation, as at Southall, or to police harassment and provocation, as in Bristol, the media have tended to assume that right lay on the side of the law, and have fallen into the language of riot and race warfare, which simply feeds existing stereotypes and prejudices. The precipitating conditions of conflict are usually absent: the scandalous provocation of a national front march through one of the biggest black areas, Southall, and the saturation police raiding of the last refuge for black youth which triggered off Bristol, to take only two recent examples. They are either missing, or introduced so late in the process of signification that they fail to dislodge the dominant definition of these events. So they testify, once again, to the disruptive nature of black and Asian people as such. The analysis of the media coverage of Southall contained in the NCCL Unofficial Committee of Inquiry Report 3, for example, shows how rapidly, in both the television and press, the official definitions of the police, Sir David McNee's statement on the evening of April 23, and the ubiquitous James Jardine, speaking for the Police Federation on the succeeding day, provided the media with the authoritative definition of the event. These, in turn, shaped and focused what the media reported and how it explained what transpired. In taking their cue from these authoritative sources, the media reproduced an account of the event which, with certain significant exceptions, translated the conflict between racism and anti-racism into a contest between Asians and the police, and b. a contest between two kinds of extremism, the so-called fascism of left and right alike. This had the effect of downgrading the two problems at the center of the Southall affair: the growth of and growing legitimacy of the extreme right and its blatantly provocative anti-black politics of the street, and the racism and brutality of the police. Both issues had to be forced onto the agenda of the media by a militant and organized protest. Most press reports of Southall were so obsessed by embroidering the lurid details of roaming hordes of colored youths chasing young whites with a carving knife a touch straight out of Sanders of the River, though so far uncorroborated, that they failed even to mention the death of Blair Peach. This is selective or tunnel vision with a vengeance. A good example of how the real causes of racial conflict can be absorbed and transformed by the framework which the media employ can be found in the nationwide coverage of Southall on the day following the events. Two interlocking frameworks of explanation govern this program. In the first, conflict is seen in the conspiratorial terms of far left against extreme right, the anti-Nazi League against the National Front. This is the classic logic of television, where the medium identifies itself with the moderate, consensual, middle road, average viewer, and sets off, in contrast, extremism on both sides, which it then equates with each other. In this particular exercise in balance, fascism and anti-fascism are represented as the same, both equally bad, because the middle way enshrines the common good under all circumstances. This balancing exercise provided an opportunity for Martin Webster of the National Front to gain access to the screen, to help set the terms of the debate, and to spread his smears across the screen under the freedom of the airwaves. "Well," he said, "let's talk about Trotskyists, extreme communists of various sorts, raving Marxists and other assorted left-wing cranks. Good knockabout stuff." Then, after a linking passage, Southall, the day after to the second framework, rioting Asians versus the police. "I watched television as well last night," Mr. Jardine argued, "and I certainly didn't see any police throwing bricks. So don't start making those arguments. The growth of organized political racism and the circumstances which have precipitated it were simply not visible to Nationwide as an alternative way of setting up the problem. In the CARM program It Ain't Half Racist, Mom, we tried to illustrate the inferential logic at work in another area of programming, the BBC's Great Debate on Immigration. It was not necessary here to start with any preconceived notions, least of all speculation as to the personal views on race by the broadcasters involved, though one can't expect either the BBC hierarchy or Robin Day to believe that. You have simply to look at the program with one set of questions in mind. Here is a problem, defined as the problem of immigration. What is it? How is it defined and constructed through the program? What logic governs its definition? And where does that logic derive from? I believe the answers are clear. The problem of immigration is that there are too many blacks over here, to put it crudely. It is defined in terms of numbers of blacks and what to do about them. The logic of the argument is immigrants equals blacks equals too many of them equals send them home. That is a racist logic. And it comes from a chain of reasoning whose representative, in respectable public debate and in person, on this occasion, was Enoch Powell. Powellism set the agenda for the media. Every time, and on many more occasions than the 5 or 6 we show in the program, the presenter wanted to define the baseline of the program which others should address, Mr. Powell's views were indicated as representing it. And every time anyone strayed from the logic to question the underlying premise, it was back to, as Mr. Powell would say, that they were drawn. It certainly does not follow, and I know of no evidence to suggest, that Robin Day subscribes to this line or agrees with Mr. Powell on anything to do with race. I know absolutely nothing about his views on race and immigration. And we made no judgment on his views, which are irrelevant to the argument. If the media function in a systematically racist manner, it is not because they are run and organized exclusively by active racists. This is a category mistake. This would be equivalent to saying that you could change the character of the capitalist state by replacing its personnel, whereas the media, like the state, have a structure, a set of practices which are not reducible to the individuals who staff them. What defines how the media function is the result of a set of complex, often contradictory, social relations, not the personal inclinations of its members. What is significant is not that they produce a racist ideology, from some single-minded and unified conception of the world, but that they are so powerfully constrained, spoken by a particular set of ideological discourses. The power of this discourse is its capacity to constrain a very great variety of individuals, racist, anti-racist, liberals, radicals, conservatives, anarchists, know-nothings and silent majoritarians. What we said, however, about the discourse of problem television was true, despite the hurt feelings of particular individuals, and demonstrably so. The premise on which the great immigration debate was built and the chain of reasoning it predicated was a racist one. The evidence for this is in what was said and how it was formulated, how the argument unfolded. If you establish the topic as the numbers of blacks are too high or they are breeding too fast, the opposition is obliged or constrained to argue that the numbers are not as high as they are represented to be. This view is opposed to the first two, but it is also imprisoned by the same logic, the logic of the numbers game. Liberals, anti-racists, indeed raging revolutionaries can contribute freely to this debate, and indeed are often obliged to do so, so as not to let the case go by default, without breaking for a moment the chain of assumptions which holds the racist proposition in place. However, changing the terms of the argument, questioning the assumptions and starting points, breaking the logic, this is a quite different, longer, more difficult task. One element of the struggle, then, is to try to start the debate about race somewhere else. But this depends on making visible what is usually invisible, the assumptions on which current practices depend. You have to expose, in order to deconstruct. This is certainly not the only kind of intervention, and one of the problems with the discussion of strategy on the left is exactly the left's inflexibility, the assumption that there is only one key to the door. That, at any rate, was the main, though not the only, reason why the group involved in making the final version of the CARM program decided not to go for the all-out, overarching resume of the anti-racist case, in 25 minutes, but instead to adapt to the given terrain. We don't choose our own battlegrounds, and take a very specific target. In short, to do a program about the media and racism, on the media, against the media. This, however, is one of the main criticisms leveled at the CARM program by its critics, that it was too confined to and preoccupied with exposing the media, and didn't make the general anti-racist case. About this opinions can and do genuinely differ, though the critics, I'm afraid, preferred to attribute these differences, not to the genuine problems of political calculation, but to bad faith on our part. See, for example, Gardner and Henry, Op. Cit. I did think that the limited opportunity provided by Open Door, with all its problems, out-of-prime viewing scheduling, low budgets, little time in the studio, restricted access to equipment, etc., should best be used to hammer a particular target, to make the media, for once, speak against the media's dominant practice, and thus reveal something about how they normally function. This means limiting the topics covered, going for a narrow-gauge approach rather than a scatterfire program covering the history and causes of racism in general. It may have been the wrong choice. It wasn't necessarily because we lost our left-wing nerve, as I think is the main, and familiar, imputation. A second line of criticism is about the audience aimed for. Gardner and Henry, for example, criticize CARM for going for the general audience, which, they argue, is to adopt the traditional media view of the audience as an undifferentiated, passive mass. They would have preferred the program to equip the black, left-wing and anti-racist movements with the tools and knowledge about the workings of television racism. Op. Cit. p. 75. Again, a genuine matter of disagreement. Another view, the one I took, is that black, left-wing and anti-racist groups, already active in the anti-racist struggle, are the last people who need to be instructed about how media racism works, least of all in a 25-minute program on a public TV channel. Such organized activists have far more effective, internal channels for such purposes. What such groups face is the stark fact of a growing racist common sense and the lack of access to the means to engage with this type of popular consciousness. But I'm afraid that, to enter the struggle on this popular level is a quite different order of political task from that of confirming the already confirmed views of the converted. It means struggling over the muddy and confused middle ground, the ground where Powellism, Thatcherism and the National Front have, in recent years, made such remarkable headway. I suspect that behind this criticism lies a much deeper debate about political strategy which these critics did not openly engage. The left confronts very sharp alternatives now between the broadening and deepening of democratic struggle, pressing on with class against class confrontations as if nothing had happened to left vanguardism since the heroic days of May 1968, although the whole terrain of popular struggle has shifted decisively against the left offensive. Ultimately, then, the debates about strategies turn on the analysis of political conjunctures. And it is this which should be openly debated, rather than caricatured into an eternal conflict between the true and the false left. Not only the middle ground but liberal consciousness itself must be an object of struggle, if what we intend is the winning of positions in a protracted war of position. Indeed, if the CARM program had a target audience, I would unhesitatingly define it, not as the casual or confirmed racist, who are unlikely to be converted by 25 minutes on BBC Two, but precisely the liberal consensus. For the liberal consensus is the linchpin of what I called inferential racism. It is what keeps active and organized racism in place. So this was one, at least, of the targets we aimed for. And, recognizing, from our analysis, that one kind of common sense is not displaced in an evening, we deliberately tried to think realistically about what the program could and could not do. Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will, there is nothing worse, for the left, than mistaking a tiny skirmish for the final showdown. For, if optimistic voluntarism raises hearts and hopes for a little while, it is followed, as day follows night, by a corresponding gloom and pessimism. Gramsci is excellent on the oscillations of high optimism and deep pessimism on the left in periods of rapidly shifting fortunes. CARM's intervention could not be anything but a tiny movement in a long war of position, on the stony ground which television, regularly, delivers to the wrong side. Political calculation begins with defining the target of action, the limits of the terrain, an accurate assessment of the balance of forces and a correct estimation of the enemy's strength. Horses for courses. The third major criticism was that the program's style and form reproduced that of the standard formats of dominant television practice, trying to beat the professionals at their own game, rather than consciously breaking those frames. In fact, this is predicated on a much more complex, though largely unstated, argument that it is the forms rather than the content and premises of ideological discourses which constitute their effectivity. Therefore, the main task is to deconstruct the forms of the television discourse. We wanted the program to be offensive, Gardner and Henry argued. This is a complicated issue, and a contentious one, by no means the simple either/or alternative in which it is presented. I myself thought we should go further in the direction of deconstruction than the material constraints on program production eventually allowed. So that is to concede one major weakness in the program's conception. But after that, argument, not assertion, needs to take over. Is it true that ideologies work exclusively by their forms? This position depends on an anti-realist aesthetic, a fashionable position in debates about ideology in the early 1970s. In its absolute form, it needed to be, and has been, quite effectively challenged and qualified. It represented at the time a certain justified formalist reaction to the over-preoccupation with content and realism on the traditional left. But it was and is open to very serious criticism. For one thing, it was founded on a rather loony and quite ahistorical view of the narrative and presentational forms in television. They were said all to belong to the same type of realism. The realism of the realist text, was the phrase, which, apparently, was introduced in the 14th century and had persisted, more or less, right up to Man Alive. This highly specious account was sealed, quite incorrectly, with the signature of Brecht. In this absolutist form, the thesis has proved quite impossible to defend, and many of those who first proposed it have since either backed away from its excesses or fallen into an eloquent silence. The view that lumps together the latest, banal, TV documentary and the TV drama documentary on the general strike of 1926, Days of Hope, is so historically naive and simplistic, and so crude politically, as to give it the status of a blunderbuss in a war conducted by missile computer. This is not to deny the importance of form in the discussion of ideology. Nor is it to deny that programs which simply reproduce the existing dominant forms of television do not sufficiently break the frames through which audiences locate and position themselves in relation to the knowledge which such programs claim to provide. But the argument that only deconstructivist texts are truly revolutionary is as one-sided a view as that which suggests that forms have no effect. Besides, it is to adopt a very formalistic conception of form, which, in fact, accepts the false dichotomy between form and content, only. Where the left has traditionally been concerned exclusively with the latter, this view was concerned only with the former. There were other calculations to be made. For example, that using the existing format of the typical program which viewers are accustomed to identify with one kind of truth, one can undermine, precisely, the credibility of the media by showing that even this form could be used to state a different kind of truth. A second consideration is this: if all the dominant television forms are realist and realist narratives are bad, does it follow that all avant-garde or deconstructivist narratives are good? This is also a rather loony position to take. The history of culture is littered with non-revolutionary avant-gardes, with avant-gardes which are revolutionary in form only, even more, with avant-gardes which are rapidly absorbed and incorporated into the dominant discourse, becoming the standard orthodoxies of the next generation. So, breaking and interrupting the forms is no guarantee, in itself, that the dominant ideology cannot continue to be reproduced. This is the false trail along which some of the French theorists, like Julia Kristeva and the Telkel group, tried to drive us, by a species of polite intellectual terrorism, in the 1970s. In hindsight, the left was quite right to resist being hustled and blackmailed by these arguments. This is no abstract debate, restricted to intellectuals of the left bank exclusively. It relates to political choices, harsh ones, to which there are no simple solutions, but which confront us every day. In any left bookshop today, one will find the imaginatively designed, style-conscious, frame-breaking, interrogative avant-garde little journals of the left, interrupting the dominant ideologies in their form at every turn, and remorselessly restricted to a small, middle-class, progressive audience. One will also find the traditionally designed, ancient-looking, crude aesthetics of the labor movement journals, Tribune, The Morning Star, Socialist Challenge, for example, remorselessly restricted to an equally small and committed audience. Neither appears to have resolved the extremely difficult problem of a truly revolutionary form and content, or the problem of political effectiveness, by which I mean the breakthrough to a mass audience. This is not simply a problem of the politics of popular communication on the left, a burning issue which no simple appeal to stylistic aggressiveness has yet been able to solve. If only the social division of labor could be overcome by a few new typographical or stylistic devices. Actually, however, it would be wrong to end this piece with a simple defense of what was done, which simply mirrors by reversal the criticisms leveled. We knew we had an exceedingly rare opportunity, not something the left can afford to squander. We knew the program could have been better, more effective, including using more effectively ideas we did or had to jettison. These are genuinely matters of debate and properly the subject of criticism. I want, instead, to draw a different lesson from this episode. It is the degree to which the left is unable to confront and argue through constructively the genuine problems of tactics and strategy of a popular anti-racist struggle. To be honest, what we know collectively about this would not fill the back of a postage stamp. Yet, we continue to conduct tactical debates and political calculation as if the answers were already fully inscribed in some new version of Lenin's What is to be done? Our mode of political calculation is that of the taking of absolutist positions, the attribution of bad faith to those genuinely convinced otherwise, and thereby, the steady advance of the death watch beetle of sectarian self-righteousness and fragmentation. It somehow enhances our left-wing credentials to argue and debate as if there is some theory of political struggle, enshrined in the tablets of stone somewhere, which can be instantly translated into the one true correct strategy. The fact that we continue to lose the key strategic engagements and, in the present period, have lost very decisive terrain indeed, does not dent, even for a moment, our total certainty that we are on the correct line. My own view is that we hardly begin to know how to conduct a popular anti-racist struggle or how to bend the twig of racist common sense which currently dominates popular thinking. It is a lesson we had better learn pretty rapidly. The early interventions of the Anti-Nazi League in this area, at a very strategic, touch-and-go moment in the anti-racist struggle, was one of the most effective and imaginative political interventions made in this period by groups other than the already engaged groups of black activists. It is an experience we can and must build on, not by imitating and repeating it, but by matching it in imaginativeness. But even that leaves no room for complacency, as we watch the racist slogans raised on the soccer stands and listen to racist slogans inflect and infect the chanting of young working-class people on the terraces. Face to face with this struggle for popular advantage, to fight on only one front, with only one weapon, to deploy only one strategy and to put all one's eggs into a single tactic is to set about winning the odd dramatic skirmish at the risk of losing the war. Part 3. Television. Introduction. Television in the 1960s and 1970s was the perfect medium for someone of Stuart Hall's interests and formation. It was contemporary, hybrid, political, documentary, entertaining, and popular. There wasn't much scholarship specifically about television, and what there was mainly failed to grasp the complexity of the relevant factors or combine the requisite disciplines. One television demanded new combinations of approaches with attention to, at least, questions of technological innovation, structures of ownership, regulation, genre, production practices, professional ideologies, taste, textualities, the production of meaning, and audiences. Television was also, in this period, national in the way that newspapers were national. However, in Britain and much of Europe, while newspapers were privately owned, television was much more closely bound to the state through the structures of public service broadcasting. As television grew in significance and popularity within national contexts, it also seemed to provide a privileged site for exploring the state of the nation. The BBC's dominance of the British broadcasting environment, the complexity of the relationship between the BBC and government, and the vitality of British television production in this period produced a unique environment for a scholar interested in questions of the arts, politics, empire, culture, and the everyday. From the early discussion in the popular arts through the next decade, Hall researches questions of television in general and particular instances of policy, programs, and analysis. In the context of the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies, television attracted attention alongside the press, radio, and cinema as one of the media through which contemporary life was constituted, and Hall works both individually and with others to develop methods adequate to this new object of study. To the shift through the television essays, from the arts focus of the first, Television as a Medium, Chapter 15, through to the later concern with television and ideology and culture, the media and the ideological effect. 3 enacts a similar and well-documented move within the Birmingham Center, from its earlier, more hoggish concern with popular culture to a preoccupation with questions of ideology. Each of the early essays works through concerns about how to conceptualize television, but with different emphases. There is a persistent drive to extend what might be considered pertinent to a consideration of the upstart medium, and challenges to both existing communication studies paradigms and the currently chic work of Marshall McLuhan. Hall is developing a larger argument, concerned with both television production and the ways in which programs might be read, much of which he has already begun to formulate in relation to news photographs. Within this extensive view of what is relevant to an understanding of the medium, there is a constant endeavor to identify what might be specific to it. This is undertaken partly through comparison with other media. In television as a medium, it is cinema that forms the main contrast, whereas in external/internal, television is conceptualized within broadcasting, and therefore alongside radio. This question of the specificity of television is also considered in relation to questions of technological determination, professional practices, and existing cultural and social hierarchies. The work combines sociological and humanities approaches, attentive to wider social structures, historical contexts, and particular textual characteristics of the new medium, and can thus be seen as exemplary of a 1970s cultural studies approach to a contemporary medium. Television as a Medium, Chapter 15, is concerned with the aesthetic and cultural possibilities of television, engaging with the hybridity of the medium and its ambiguous position between what is traditionally defined as art and what is commonly understood as communication, while also polemicizing against the window on the world ideologies so prevalent in discussions of television. Hall tries to unpick why the deeply manipulative nature of television as a medium is subject to such widespread non-recognition, while recognizing the enormous potential of the medium to make an art of the everyday. While paying attention to the technological affordances and new capacities of television, Hall is rigorous in his refusal to separate the technological from the social. Pace McLuhan, demonstrating their interpenetration through the example of the transition to color television. Read in the 21st century, when the place of technological novelty is decisively occupied by the digital, and when everyday life is increasingly penetrated by algorithms developed by white boys who have had little social interaction or experience, Hall's insistence on the social shaping of technological innovation is relevant to more than its original application to television as a new medium. The concern with an art of the everyday disappears from the later television essays, Chapters 19 and 20, which are much more explicitly concerned with power, political discourse, television's role in the framing of interpretation, and, famously, audience responses. Encoding and Decoding, Chapter 19, is the best known of Hall's television essays and was used subsequently by David Morley in a CCCS/British Film Institute project as the basis for an investigation of how media audiences actually responded to a television program, the BBC early evening news magazine Nationwide, which had been the subject of detailed analysis by the CCCS Media Group in 1975-76. Morley has pointed out that the best-known versions of this essay omit the first part of the process Hall addressed, the encoding, and thereby emphasized only differential decodings. 5. The question of how to understand television was a public debate, and the longer chapters are here partnered with some reviews of television books written in the early 1970s for New Society, a weekly magazine that was, as Laurie Taylor has observed, part of the social conversation of the nation. 6. Hall's thinking about television is multi-sided and is conducted in the Academy, in semi-governmental and international fora, in weekly journals, and at home in conversation with his children. Contemporary with Hall's book reviews in New Society, Raymond Williams was writing a television review column for The Listener, and Hall himself also contributed discussions of broadcasting issues to The Listener, Chapter 21, which also published transcripts of his Radio Talks. 7. In these polemical reviews, Hall stakes out a position in relation to existing approaches to the medium, insisting on the importance of questions of meaning-making and the power to define the news agenda. There was shared ground with the Center for Mass Communications Research, Leicester University, as is evident from Watching the Box, Chapter 16, in which he identifies innovations in James Halloran's approach to excoriate the tradition of mass communications research that had dominated much discussion of the politics and the media, and to welcome the restoration of the wider political and historical context to this discussion. 8. One way Hall contested the culturally prevalent idea of bias was through an emphasis on the significance of production routines and assumptions in determining what appears on the television screen. This is part of the argument of media power, Chapter 20, and it also appears in Gogglebox Gigolos, Chapter 17, and TV Types, Chapter 18, reviews of books exploring television production, of which he observes, there can be few occupational milieus so thoroughly dependent on background expectancies and tacit understandings to get their work done, Chapter 18. While Hall welcomes research into television production, it is evident that he thinks he would have come to rather different conclusions about what is significant in the practitioner accounts. The BBC dominated the British broadcasting environment for most of the 20th century, its hegemony challenged definitively only beginning in the 1990s with the arrival of satellite, and subsequently digital, channels. Before the transition to digital, though, there were identifiable moments, such as the arrival of commercial television, ITV, in 1955, which meant there were 2 television channels, and the birth of Channel 4 in 1982, in which factors external to the BBC both affected the BBC itself and transformed the wider media environment. Chapters 21 and 22 address the changing broadcasting landscape and were written prior to the renewal of the BBC's Royal Charter in 1981 and 1996. In the run-up to the 1981 renewal, the government commissioned a report by the BBC's historian, Noel Annan. The 1970s were very difficult for the BBC, with a series of short-term license fee settlements, sustained criticism from right and left, and a range of political pressures associated particularly with the coverage of industrial disputes, the 3-day week of Heath's 1974 government, and the continuing troubles in Northern Ireland. In Will Annan Open the Box? Chapter 21, Hall discusses broadcasting's crisis of credibility and the possible outcomes of the Annan Report. Hall's title is drawn from the popular Saturday night ITV television show Take Your Pick, seen as the acme of non-BBC vulgarity by media commentators, in which contestants drawn from the general public were urged by a vocal audience, at the climax of the show, to either take the money or open the box, in which a mystery prize was concealed. The title dramatizes the unknown outcome of the report and the possibility of surprise, while also alluding to the possibility that Annan will take the money and simply recommend another advertising-funded commercial TV channel. As it turned out, Annan did open the box, revealing a recommendation for a publisher broadcaster with a special remit to serve those publics not served well by current arrangements, Channel 4. Channel 4, ironically introduced in the early years of the Thatcher government, proved a challenging and hospitable home for many dissenters in its early years, and its minority audience's brief led to a series of initiatives, some of which Hall discusses further in Chapter 23. Which public, whose service? Chapter 22, was commissioned for a collection on public service broadcasting in the 1990s when the radical transitions of satellite broadcasting and a deregulating media economy were becoming evident. The BBC was at that point, as it was so very often, under attack, this time in the drive to marketize broadcasting. The elegance of Hall's title condenses many of the issues at stake and points to the ambivalence, and downright hostility, toward the BBC that has historically characterized some leftist and socialist attitudes toward the corporation, attitudes that have so successfully been mobilized by Rupert Murdoch and his successors. Nearly 20 years separate the challenge of the Annan Peace, Chapter 21, from this, a clearly post-Thatcherite essay that positions public service broadcasting as one of the sites on which Thatcher's declaration that there is no such thing as society can be contested. For public service broadcasting to have any future, Thatcher's insistence on only individuals and families must be challenged with the notion of a society, a public, greater than any accumulation of these individuals. In contrast to the earlier essays on the nature of television, the argument here posits that access to broadcasting is now a condition, a sine qua non, of modern citizenship and has overtaken the role of agenda-setting attributed to the press earlier in the century. Hall makes a trenchant defense of the possibilities of public service broadcasting in what might be called a post-identity politics mode. It is not that he thinks that the confident, top-down, traditional Reithian mode of address should be undisturbed by the difference and diversity, which are irreversible facts of modern life. Instead, he argues for a future public service broadcasting that understands its own constitutive relation to its publics whom it forms as it addresses. Public service broadcasting needs reimagining to enable it to serve as a site for the negotiation of modes of difference and interdependence in our general life together, because this the market, left to itself, without regulation, will never provide. The final chapter is Hall's opening address to the 1992 Black and White in Television Conference, organized by the BFI's African Caribbean unit as part of a collaborative research project in which he had been involved since the mid-1980s. Earlier that year, another part of the same project, Isaac Julian's two programs Black and White in Television, to which Hall had made a substantial contribution, had been broadcast. 10 Like the previous chapter, and written at about the same time. This talk was partly driven by the rapid changes to national broadcasting occasioned by the rise of transnational broadcasters such as Sky and the constant pressure, within Britain, under a conservative government since 1979, to break the power of the BBC by embracing the market. Seen together, chapters 22 and 23 demonstrate how Hall works over the same research material in different contexts, deploying different emphases and arguments about representation, multiculturalism, entrepreneurship, Black communities, and public service broadcasting. While the focus of Chapter 22 is how and whether there might be a future for public service broadcasting, in Chapter 23 Hall gives an overview of the dilemmas of Black intervention in television, while insisting on the urgency of debate within a rapidly changing context. Black and White in Television is a complicated piece, not because of theoretical complexity but because of what it seeks to bring together. Hall identifies a series of strategic questions for the present within broader historical and political frames, including a history of Black and Asian visibility on television, the vibrancy of Black cultural production in the previous 15 years, the role of cultural gatekeepers, concerns about the dark side of Black popular culture, and uncertainty about the future of broadcasting. He reflects on the historical significance of British public service broadcasting, particularly the protected ethnic minority units, budgets and slots that were opened as a result of political interventions in the 1970s, in the context of fierce debate among Black practitioners about the positive attractions of participation in the market and the necessity of leaving broadcasting ghettos. 11 This chapter is written much later than most of this book, after the debate-changing interventions Hall made about identity in the 1980s. And he is careful both to specify that he has long ago laid down the burden of Black representation and to undermine any idea that there is a unified Black community that can resolve differences and demonstrate the correct way forward. Instead, he poses the aim of speaking responsibly, both about Black subjects and Black cultures and to audiences. Speaking responsibly entails some difficult truths. If the broadcasting context for this chapter entails some reflection on the considerable, if uneven achievements of the 1980s, particularly on Channel 4, with programs like Bandung File, Black on Black, Desmond's, and The Real McCoy, its 1990s political context is marked by the changing significance of the always contested notion of multiculturalism and the disaggregation of the political identity Black as an ecumenical identity. 12 Hall identifies the growth in cultural entrepreneurial energy and elapsing of a more collectivist, Black identity forged in contesting racism. At the level of institutions, the Greater London Council, so significant in relation to oppositional cultures, had been abolished by Margaret Thatcher's government in 1986, and Channel 4, after its extraordinary first 10 years, was now under new management. While Hall recognizes the motivations of black practitioners who want to move out of a system of patronage, he insists on the importance of these negotiated spaces to produce what visibility has been achieved, arguing in particular that the flowering of black British filmmaking in the 1980s would have been impossible without the television-funded film workshops. 13 Hall both recognizes the diversity of the constituencies he is addressing and, characteristically, seeks to arrive at a shared recognition of what is at stake. The guidance, and hope, he offers in conclusion is that the answer to these questions will come not from a singular, authentic, unchanging, black voice but, citing Cobina Mercer, from the transformative creativity of the dialogic imagination. Chapter 15. Television as a medium and its relation to culture. Some provisional notes. So far we have been trying to give the reader some sense of how British television presents and handles culture and the arts at the present time. We have tried to set the present uses of television within their institutional and social setting. We turn, now, to the nature of the medium as such and its paradigmatic relation to culture itself. This is an extremely complex question and our purpose here can only be to offer some very provisional formulations. Technical determinants. Can an aesthetic of a medium, and a systematic account of its social uses, be given primarily in terms of its technical characteristics? Clearly, there are certain technical givens in any medium, especially one which, like television, is a product of an advanced electronic technology. Television screens are small. The overall scale of the visual image is thus compressed as compared with the cinema screen. At its present level of technical development, the television image has poor definition, and the variations in tonal range and focus are limited. It is impossible to reproduce on television the contrasts, either of depth or of light and shade, with anything like the intensities possible in film. Yet these basic technical qualities are not fixed enough to provide the basis for a television aesthetic. Both definition and contrast have clearly improved as a consequence of the move from 405 to 625 lines. Potentially, the television image is probably capable of a definition and tonal variety as refined as that of the cinema. It would be foolish, therefore, to speak of anything further than the technical limits of the television at its present determinate stage of development. We are, after all, in any proper timescale, still at what one television critic called the Grammar Gurdon's needle or horse and buggy stage in television. Its great and significant work, in terms of which an aesthetic might be convincingly elaborated, remains to be accomplished. We may, then, want to hold to some notion of the intrinsic technical properties of a medium, such as will provide one level of determinations for its uses and potential as a communicative form, but we will have to recognize that technical development may itself, at a later stage, and within changed structures of use, economic, technical, social, etc., redefine these givens or even transform them out of existence. We need go no further than the potent observations of Marshall McLuhan to detect the problems which arise when we make hard and fast distinctions between technical qualities and use qualities of a medium. McLuhan, it will be recalled, defined a hot medium, like radio, as a medium that extends one single sense in high definition. A cool medium, like the telephone or speech, is low in definition because so little data is given, and so much needs to be filled in by the listener. The distinctions are, of course, highly arbitrary. The movies he calls a hot medium, though it is directed at more than a single sense, whereas the telephone is a cool medium, though it is directed through a single sense. This suggests that the matter of single sense is not so important, for McLuhan, as the matter of high and low definition. On this level, McLuhan argues that the television image is cool because it requires each instant that we close the spaces in the mesh by a convulsive sensuous participation that is profoundly kinetic and tactile. Now it is true that the television image is composed of dots and lines transmitted each second, only a small number of which the viewer resolves into an image. But it does not necessarily follow, because the image requires the sensuous participation of the viewer, that television is a cool participant medium in the social sense. This is a metaphorical play with the double meaning, physiological and social, of the word participation which McLuhan neither justifies here nor indeed acknowledges. It is a product of that technical determinism which runs right through McLuhan's later work. It is perfectly possible, indeed, it has been forcefully argued, that though we have, sensuously, to come to the aid of the television image, socially and emotionally, it leaves us uninvolved, alienates us from the passing spectacle of what is being shown. The repetitive nature of television contents and forms, and the saturation quality of its coverage, might offset its technical properties. As Jonathan Miller has remarked, The type of psychological transaction which takes place while filling in the information gaps contained in a poor image has no bearing upon the sense of conscious involvement. The picture gets completed in accordance with purely automatic rules of visual inference, and if this activity ever reaches consciousness, it does not do so in the form of participant pleasure, but as a subliminal exhaustion which actually undermines attention. There is in fact an inverse relationship between the quality of the picture and the degree of conscious psychological involvement. The poorer the image, the more alienated the viewer becomes from it. As Miller subsequently observes, people tolerate the poor image of television not because of the feeling of participation they get from filling in dots, but because television, as a medium of social communication, is cheap, convenient, omnipresent, and answers certain congruent needs and interests in the viewing population. Much the same point can be, and has been, made about the technical way in which the television image is produced. A recent and bitter exchange of correspondence between McLuhan and Miller in The Listener has not to any degree fundamentally altered the position. There are two related points in the argument here. McLuhan argues that the television image is not a still shot. It is not a photo in any sense but a ceaselessly forming contour of things limned by the scanning finger. The resulting plastic contour appears by light through not light on, and the image so formed has the quality of sculpture and icon, rather than of picture. Thus, because the linear structure of the screen and of the scanning finger is similar to the movement of a hand feeling its way across a page of Braille, McLuhan offers the proposition that television is not a visual medium, but an audio-tactile one. But once again, we seem to be in the presence of a half-concealed pun, this time on the notion of scanning, and from this confusion, McLuhan once again tries to derive social effects and possibilities for television from the technical level alone. It is certainly the case that the television image is produced by a beam which scans over several hundred lines, but, as Miller again observes, the fact that the actual movement is a scanning movement, doesn't mean that television is to be subsumed under the general category of a tactile experience. It simply means that the tactile and visual modalities employ identical techniques when exploring a contour, a particular form of the general case that all perception involves an active negotiation between the agent and the environment. Two general points follow from this brief discussion. The first is that the technical properties of a medium, at a particular stage in its historical evolution, do impose certain constraints on its use, though McLuhan seems to have gotten even this level of determination wrong. Thus, though it is incorrect to say that television is a tactile medium while film is a visual one, it is correct to say that, as visual images, at the present stage of development, the television image does differ significantly from the cinematic one. And this imposes certain limits on the uses which can currently be made of television as a medium. The relative visual poverty of the television image is a technical matter in part, since the film image is a photographic emulsion which is an extremely fine-grained affair, and the television image is made up of these 500 lines, which is a very crude one. Now, one of the aesthetic consequences of this technical variation is that the television image cannot as effectively transmit small or distant objects. It's also been said that television cannot cope with the wide-angled shot, though this is more doubtful. Certainly, in general, television tends to avoid the distant focused shot, the detailed visual exploration of a complexly defined space, and is, until recently, reluctant about the panoramic view. It favors closer mid-shots, fairly large objects and heads. Miller argues that the famous Western film shot, of the lone horseman on the skyline, isolated in time, distance and relationship, is virtually impossible to read on the television screen at the present moment. So the level of technical determination is important, though it is neither immutable nor all-determining. The second, and contrary point, however, is that we cannot move directly from technical questions straight to either the aesthetic properties or the social uses of television. There is no one-to-one fit of that kind possible in the analysis of the media. For technical questions are almost immediately compounded by other levels of determination. One such level is the corpus of traditional practices and uses which develop within the ranks of the broadcasting professionals and which try to make sense of, and elaborate modes on the basis of, what the medium is technically capable of. Thus, for example, television is good at reproducing images in mid or close shot, but most producers try to avoid like the plague what is called in the profession a succession of talking heads. They can't, of course, fully escape this, and most television studio discussions do in fact consist mainly of two shots of heads talking and responding, the famous cutaway reaction shots being a further, aesthetic elaboration of this basic fact. Similarly, the taboo on the wide-angle or long-distance shot is being rapidly expelled in the actual practice of television production. Increasingly, documentary programs with a geographical, architectural, archaeological or historical subject matter are beginning to experiment with a wider-angled shot. In addition, the development of color has brought into television production a more epic approach, involving outdoor settings and lavishly set and mounted indoor scenes, and these have simply required the producer to overcome, by one means or another, the technical inhibitions against using the intimate screen for epic purposes. The proliferation of outdoor television spectaculars like Mountbatten, ITV, Thames, Civilization, BBC, and the 2.5-hour Violent Universe is pushing towards new wide-angled possibilities in television production. Thus we can see, in those and other ways, how the image is a photographic emulsion which is an extremely fine-grained affair, and the television image is made up of these 500 lines, which is a very crude one. Now, one of the aesthetic consequences of this technical variation is that the television image cannot as effectively transmit small or distant objects. It's also been said that television cannot cope with the wide-angled shot, though this is more doubtful. Certainly, in general television tends to avoid the distant focused shot, the detailed visual exploration of a complexly defined space, and is, until recently, reluctant about the panoramic view. It favors close or mid shots, fairly large objects and heads. Miller argues that the famous Western film shot, of the lone horseman on the skyline, isolated in time, distance and relationship, is virtually impossible to read on the television screen at the present moment. So the level of technical determination is important, though it is neither immutable nor all-determining. The second, and contrary point, however, is that we cannot move directly from technical questions straight to either the aesthetic properties or the social uses of television. There is no one-to-one fit of that kind possible in the analysis of the media. For technical questions are almost immediately compounded by other levels of determination. One such level is the corpus of traditional practices and uses which develop within the ranks of the broadcasting professionals and which try to make sense of, and elaborate modes on the basis of, what the medium is technically capable of. Thus, for example, television is good at reproducing images in mid or close shot, but most producers try to avoid like the plague what is called in the profession a succession of talking heads. They can't, of course, fully escape this, and most television studio discussions do in fact consist mainly of two shots of heads talking and responding, the famous cutaway reaction shots being a further, aesthetic elaboration of this basic fact. Similarly, the taboo on the wide-angle or long-distance shot is being rapidly expelled in the actual practice of television production. Increasingly, documentary programs with a geographical, architectural, archaeological or historical subject matter are beginning to experiment with a wider-angled shot. In addition, the development of color has brought into television production a more epic approach, involving outdoor settings and lavishly set and mounted indoor scenes, and these have simply required the producer to overcome, by one means or another, the technical inhibitions against using the intimate screen for epic purposes. The proliferation of outdoor television spectaculars like Mountbatten, ITV, Thames, Civilization, BBC, and the 2.5-hour Violent Universe is pushing towards new wide-angled possibilities in television production. Thus we can see, in those and other ways, how instead, however, technical and financial resources, and a great deal of promotional energy in the broadcasting organizations were diverted into the rapid development of the color. This matter is worth exploring further, since it brings to the surface the complex ways in which technical, aesthetic, professional, institutional and economic levels of determination interpenetrate in the historical evolution of a communications medium. The motives of the electronics industry were clear-cut. Investment in color at that point brought them clear economic rewards. Anxious to stimulate the sales of receivers, and to activate the turnover from old sets to new, the manufacturers were able to offer a highly publicized marginal variation in the product color reception, to the prospective buyer. This clearly benefited the manufacturers. Its benefits to the majority audience are less obvious. For the price of new color sets was so prohibitive that only the well-off could afford to buy one. The color set thus entered the space reserved for the luxury consumer goods, thereby cross-cutting one of the most significant social characteristics of the medium, its extremely wide distribution over the population as a whole, through the ranks of wealth, status and education, the great heterogeneity of the majority audience. The mass of television viewers in Britain continue to view, in black and white, programs conceived for and produced in color. The choice between alternative technical strategies has also had immediate repercussions at the aesthetic level. Most programs are now, routinely, produced in color, and any ambitious producer who wants to retain institutional support within the organization and critical recognition outside must produce in color or fall behind in the race. Clearly, some programs have, from an expressive point of view, benefited enormously by the addition of color. Yet, at the same time, the aesthetic development of black and white television, a development by no means exhausted when color was introduced, was cut short, at a level of achievement well below that, say, of black and white cinema at its best. Similarly, the advance to a color aesthetic in television began at a point in the evolution of the medium well behind that already available, in film, to an Antonioni, a Peckinpah or a Viterberg. Such ground is irrecoverable. As one critic observed, a huge sector of aesthetic invention is virtually ruled out of court. And this because, as a result of very complex pressures, one technical potential of the medium had been realized at the expense of others. The advance to color was an even more complex process within the broadcasting organizations themselves. Here the contradictions between the development of a medium's potential and the socio-economic and institutional factors are even more clearly revealed. The color system adopted by Britain is generally acknowledged to be an advance on all the earlier systems. Its quality is excellent, given the technical limitations of the medium. In his article on A Year of Color, in the BBC Handbook for 1969, David Attenborough stated that the corporation had taken great care that color should not impair the quality of the black and white image, since the majority audience still possessed black and white sets only. Color, he insisted, should be used where it was natural or enhanced the communicative impact of a program. It should not become an excuse for spectacular productions or be used as a production fetish. The use of color should be seen essentially as a part of high-fidelity television, presenting the viewer lucky enough to have a set with a more accurate and informative a picture than was possible in black and white. Programs would continue to be made in black and white whose producer could make out a good case that this would be positively better for his subject matter. This was certainly a careful and coherent response to the introduction of color at the program executive level. But the evolution of a medium like television, which is at the pivot of a national communications network, is rarely so straightforward a matter. The section in the Handbook on TV Enterprises, the organization responsible for selling television programs abroad, put a different, more hard-headed, gloss on the matter of color. It noted, with jubilation, that the color year was the first time that the U.S. had become the biggest buyer of BBC television programs. Color, then, was not only a technical triumph, but also part and parcel of the economic and institutional drive to produce a marketable product for sale to other national networks abroad. We say economic and institutional, for the motives within the BBC were indeed mixed. Sales of programs in the lucrative American market, and elsewhere, no doubt made a significant contribution to the depressed financial position of the BBC. But it also brought kudos to the BBC in the international television stakes, and thus, indirectly, advanced the competitive position of the BBC at home, and enhanced its prestige as an organization. Where the BBC is concerned, in the long run, prestige is far more important than hard cash, for if its prestige as a national organization remains high, money, in the form of a higher license fee, etc. will follow. It mattered, therefore, that color should be seen, not simply as another weapon in the armory of communicative instruments in the hands of its producers, but that it should also be a tour de force of technical virtuosity, a triumph of managerial skill, an index of the BBC's long march to technical perfection. Later handbooks proclaimed a period of expansion and successful trading, the penetration of the Japanese and Russian color markets, and so on. And, as the costs of lavish color production mounted, so the practice of co-production, with costs shared between the BBC and other European networks, followed inevitably. Color production was, by now, stimulated by such complex motives and riding so many contrary streams that it would be difficult to conceive of it as, in any simple sense, a technical development. The trend in the commercial companies was more open and straightforward. The big ITV companies were soon, also, fully color capable, which included the fact that they could record simultaneously on both British and American color systems. Indeed, some ITV companies were producing in color for the export market before a domestic color service was available. The first major color export breakthrough in ITV was ATV's This Is Tom Jones. More of the same has followed, a path marked out and occupied largely by one of the big five London companies, ATV. ITV's successful marketing and exporting operation was crowned by the award of the Second Queen's Award to Industry for its contribution to the exports drive, and a knighthood for the great show business entrepreneur and doyen of commercial television, the head of ATV, Sir Lou Grade. Whatever else the advance to color production meant, both for BBC and ITV, it certainly had a very great deal to do with its marketable and exporting potential. The advance to color, then, also had direct program consequences. Color increasingly sets and redefines the limits within which television producers conceive and execute their work, but it also affects the whole balance of program policy. Plays with lavish studio settings, Exotic locations or elaborate costumes, built around great set pieces, flourish in an era of color production, as against plays in black and white, with a documentary or realistic flavor. It is still, after all, true that in culture, though not in nature, color is the language of photographic romanticism, black and white is the language of realism. The general production swing to historical adaptations, period serializations, set-piece epic documentaries and international jet-set thrillers, remarked on earlier in the report, has been amplified by the shift to color production. Color did not determine the general draining of the documentary impulse from television drama and fiction, but it underwrote, at a technical level, a tendency already powerfully stimulated by other pressures, and it compounded this shift in program content, balance and emphasis. If British television exports in color, other national networks import in English. Increasingly, if American shows like I Love Lucy and The Defenders command the world markets in television at the level of mass entertainment, British television programs are coming to command the world markets in the prestige range. It may be too soon to speak of a new wave of cultural imperialism, but, around the world, 1969 was certainly the year of the Forsyth saga and the royal investiture, 1970 the year of civilization. We would argue, then, that not only is it impossible to deduct a television aesthetic directly from the technical elements of a medium at one determinate stage in its evolution, but that the technical development of a medium is itself a determinate function of the socio-economic and institutional networks into which any communications medium is and must be inserted. Techniques of the medium. By techniques we mean those qualities of the television medium which, though not belonging to the technical sphere as such, seem to be intrinsic to its nature, its use, and to its characteristic mode of communication. Television is a hybrid medium. In part, this is because it is so extraordinarily heterogeneous in content and subject matter. But, in terms of its formal properties, television also appropriates and cannibalizes a variety of forms and techniques from other sources, including other media. Its position as a highly advanced and socially specialized technology is marked by the degree to which it combines old and new media into a new medium. As Enzensberger has remarked, in his article The Consciousness Industry, all new forms of the medium are constantly forming new connections, both with each other and with older media. In the domain of culture, broadly defined, a good deal of television appears to be a relatively untransformed reproduction of presentational forms typical of other arts and entertainments, the cinema, the theater, the concert hall, the circus, the stage show, the music hall, the cabaret, the public lecture, the after-dinner conversation, the seminar, the interview, etc. I stress the point relatively untransformed. As Richard Dyer has remarked, pure, straight transmission in television is a utopian category. Television always manipulates its raw material, it is, by nature, a dirty medium. Though nature and actuality constantly appear before us on the screen as if transparently captured by the telescene, the images we see are constructions of or representations of the actual, not reality itself. This is the case even when television seems content simply to reproduce a theater play on its original terms. The production has, in some way and to some degree, been rethought/reworked/realigned. The transparency of the television screen is an illusion. The most significant test case here is, perhaps, the cinema film, which might appear the perfect example of straight transmission on television. Yet this is not the case. There is always controversy about the degree, nature and extent of cuts imposed by television on films transmitted on the television screen. The cutting is mainly of two kinds: a, to tailor films of uneven length to the rigid requirements of program schedules, especially on ITV; b, to remove unsuitable incidents, especially though not exclusively violent incidents, during the hours when children are watching. Further, the transmission on the small screen of an image intended for the big screen crucially alters its form and impact. Film on television is thus on several levels the product of small but significant transformations. Again, as Enzensberger reminds us, the most elementary processes in media production, from the choice of the medium itself to shooting, cutting, synchronization, dubbing, right up to distribution, are all operations carried out on the raw material. There is no such thing as unmanipulated filming or broadcasting. What makes television distinctive in this connection is, a, the relatively low level of the type of transformation which television operates on the great bulk of its contents, and, b, the very high proportion of cases in which the raw material is itself the content of another medium. A great range of transformations of material for television transmission consists of minor cuts in film, slight alterations of angle, lighting and composition of theater plays for more compact television camera movements, rearranging the seating at public occasions so that they offer a more orchestrated studio audience for the performance being filmed, rearranging the order or length of acts so as to suit the requirements of the camera or the schedules, etc. The instances where television fundamentally modifies its subject matter are far fewer than we might suppose. Television uses up, indeed, exhausts, the contents of other media and of everyday life, but it does not characteristically, decisively impose its forms upon that material. The weak character of its transformations is the source of what Dyer called the utopia of straight transmission. The question of forms seems inseparable here from contents. A fair proportion of television content is actuality, pictures of people, events and places in the real world. A great deal of television material which is not live actuality is in the form of a report or documentary, that is, it tries to reproduce the forms of a live actuality. Because television communicates in pictures, and is a rapid if not instant visualizer, a very high proportion of television is conceived in the naturalistic mode. When the illusion of formal transparency is linked with the weight of naturalistic content, we can understand why television's channel functions appear to predominate so widely over its medium functions. The cinema, of course, is also a medium of visual realism, and the documentary film made for the cinema has many of the characteristics of a television program. Indeed, as a presentational form, the documentary is in general an ambiguous or intermediary zone between the two media. Many cinema documentaries are transferred straight from film to television, and vice versa. But characteristically, though the cinematic image has a fidelity or transparency to actuality, we have come more and more to think of the cinema as exploring, through its forms and language, the raw material or actuality with which it deals. On the other hand, we tend to think of television as reproducing the reality with which it deals. Thus, in the domain of culture and the arts, the audience probably values television as much, if not more, for its ability to give us the artistic experience direct, in its original form, as it does television's capacity to do something in its own terms with that experience. Via television, we can be in the theater, Covent Garden, the festival hall, the talk of the town, Barnsley Working Men's Club, etc. This is television's really function. Television's power to capture reality and transmit it into the living room is, then, its dominant function. In technical terms, this is often conceived as coincidental with television when it is transmitting live as opposed to using film or videotape. But more careful consideration suggests that there is a complex and shifting relationship between the channel/medium continuum in television and the live versus film/tape distinction. Television might transmit the last night of the prom concerts while the occasion is in progress. The technical link, then, is direct between the outdoor cameras and the transmitting/receiver apparatus. But it might film the last night of the proms as it happened, and transmit it later. In the first case, television is transmitting live. In the second, it is transmitting filmed or stored images. The feel of actuality is an illusion. But both types of transmission still belong, essentially, to television's channel functions. In both cases, the presentational form is dictated largely by conditions in the concert hall. Television only weakly imposes its own forms upon this already formed material. The same is true, in reverse, when productions are mounted entirely in the television studio, and when the presentational forms and techniques have been worked out with television's requirements as the sole determinant. A studio play may be transmitted live or it may be filmed/videotaped and transmitted later, but in formal terms, this is television operating as a medium. The script has been prepared, acting positions and movements worked out in relation to camera positions and angles, etc. In some cases, we have a complex interplay of all the elements. For example, a play with a strong documentary emphasis may be filmed on location, and transmitted at a later time. Its context and location then is very close to that of an actuality transmission. This is indeed the illusion being sought in moving from studio to location. But it has been conceived formally in television terms, and probably edited, much as a film would be. Its mode of transmission is in the filmed/taped category, not in the live category. In short, television's channel functions, where the imposition of television forms is weak, and its medium functions, where the imposition is stronger, make indiscriminate use of the technical means of transmitting material. The fact that much of television's canned material creates the illusion of live actuality is important, but this is an aesthetic and social matter, not a technical one. It has to do with television's innate naturalism, of form and content, and the developing body of practices and idioms in television, which tend strongly to favor and exploit that naturalism. There does appear to be a continuum or spectrum here which impinges directly on the domain of culture. It seems to be a general rule that the more serious, highbrow or high culture in orientation the production is, the less it will be conceived ex novo for television. the more it will borrow forms from other media. The Shakespeare play will tend, on the whole, to be either a straight relay from the Stratford stage, or a production in studio which is subordinate in form, setting, acting technique, rhythm and staging to theatrical forms. The closer we get to the popular end of dramatic productions, popular plays, serials, series, the stronger will be the medium elements, the more distinct they will be from theatrical conventions. The predominant way in which television operates as a medium, rather than as a relay, is in the great variety of studio situations. Sans, a great range of programs, sports coverage around the country on Saturdays, the attempt to integrate the various regional news magazine programs into a single transmission, nationwide, or the arts magazines like Reno or Aquarius, are sequences of filmed inserts presided over by a compere or presenter. The presenter in the studio builds a program for the viewer out of these filmed and video transmitted items. An edition of Grandstand, for example, consists of a. Bits of live video transmission from the racetrack, rugby game, horse jumping competition, with the commentator on the spot providing a voice-over commentary, plus b. the tying together of these reports, in studio, by resident compere, who administers the breaks between one event and another, smooths the transitions from one place to another, and, occasionally, makes use of studio aids, charts, diagrams, superimposed captions, etc., to give an overall sense of the results or the state of the sporting world that afternoon. Now the in-studio bits of that program are formally strong in medium elements. No other medium, except perhaps radio, can create a program of this kind out of discrete fragments. The filmed or video transmitted elements are weak in medium elements. The form of the race meeting, the rugby game, etc., belongs intrinsically to sport, not to television. However, television has also transformed even these bits of actuality. It does not give us the whole rugby game, but edited highlights. It does not cover the whole field statistically, but moves cameras around, shifts angles and distances to recreate parts of the game for us in visual terms. So, in both aspects, the program transforms its content. But the degree of transformation differs, as we move from the outdoor situation to the studio. Such a program, which combines live studio and filmed insert elements, is close to a television original. There is nothing quite like it in any other medium. Radio, as we have observed, comes close in some respects, because it too can integrate into studio transmission taped inserts. The filmed newsreel comes close to it in another sense, since it too can edit together bits of film taken on different occasions, though, unlike television, the newsreel rarely if ever makes use of the live studio situation. Sans this assembly role of television is one of its unique properties. The degree of technical coordination required to effect these switches from place to place, event to event, live-to-canned material, is enormous. So are the social, communicative, indeed, managerial, skills required to effect smooth narrative transitions between studio, reporters, events. The program is an enormous feat of collective socio-technical coordination and control. But the effort to account for the program as a whole in terms of a unified set of aesthetic criteria, or the attempt to derive such a coherent aesthetic from such programs, is an extremely difficult, if not impossible, task. When the viewer is not totally absorbed into the raw material of the program, what he tends to notice most are aspects of this assembly and coordination process. He notices the mannerisms of the compere, his style or delivery, his encyclopedic knowledge. He notices especially when things go wrong in the flow of production, loss of contact with a commentator at the other end of the line, unrehearsed pauses as we lose and regain sound, references to play in the rugby game unaccountably followed by an insert from a boxing championship. That is, he notices breaks in the smooth assembly and coordination integration of the elements, because formally this is what the program is. The aesthetics of the medium, then, tend to be fragmented or serialized. It is difficult to see what common formal terms can be applied, overall, to a program which consists of good or poor coverage of the rugby game, good or bad link commentary or illustration provided in the studio, and good or poor continuity maintained by presenter/producer between these elements. The predominance of the assembly process as a characteristic of television communication has, of course, crucial consequences. It highlights the role and performance of the presenter or compere, to the degree that programs become associated with the style, manner and personality of their presenters. These resident managers imprint programs with their personalities because the programs themselves so centrally depend on the live execution of the skills of communication management before the camera. But this, in turn, means that the vast bulk of television material is mediated to the audience through the techniques and personae of the presenters. Now this is of critical significance in the domain of culture, since what is important for this domain are the social values and attitudes invested in or overprinted on the cultural material itself. Television can almost never be the means by which the viewer gains access to the raw materials of culture, free of the mediation of cultural social values inherent in the presentational elements of the program. Thus Monitor derived its strengths and weaknesses not simply from the range of cultural things it offered to the viewer, but because of the socio-cultural package in which the raw material was integrated. It was welded on culture which Monitor offered us, and, through the presenter, a selective range of cultural attitudes were powerfully mobilized and transmitted. Because television so often consists of embedding one kind of content form within another, the very form in which the links and connections are forged becomes an intrinsic and powerful formulative element of the program itself. Just as the camera guides, selects and omits as it ranges over its material, so the presenter or producer guides/selects/omits/stresses what has already been guided/selected, etc. The collective values and attitudes which structure and frame such processes of selection and assembly thus interpenetrate every content which television appears to present straight. In short, whether to good ends or bad, television is technically and socially a thoroughly manipulated medium. The utopia of straight transmission, or the naturalistic fallacy in television, is not only an illusion, it is a dangerous deception. The whole argument hinges around one of television's technical properties which has not yet been clearly pinpointed. We speak of the television camera, but we think of it as we think of a film camera. In the cinema, the production/editing of the image and the distribution of the image are two distinct processes. We do not often take into account the fact that the television camera has a decisive dual function. When equipped with film stock, the television camera functions like a film camera, it stores content on the film stock itself. When equipped with videotape, the camera can also store information and content for later transmission. But when, in studio, the camera is linked directly to the transmitting apparatus, it stores nothing, it is a medium for passing the images directly into the channel and through to the receiver. In short, the television camera is itself a storing, an assembling and a transmitting device. The technical heart of the process is not the camera alone but the link-ups from cameras to transmitting apparatus. Sans television is a highly sophisticated and technically advanced piece of equipment. Its decisive socio-technical breakthrough can be identified with the link between cameras and transmitting apparatus, between pictures, however captured and stored, and the open channel. Its techniques are unique, so are its social uses. But it is formally and aesthetically a grossly underdeveloped medium. Its forms and techniques are crossbred with other forms and media, its aesthetic massively interpenetrated by social values and relations. Is there, then, no formal aesthetic which embraces the heterogeneous contents and occasions of television within a single coherent language? Are there a series of distinct, discrete television discourses, rather than a single discourse composed of different narrative elements? Our argument is the reverse of this proposition. Despite its massive heterogeneity, there does seem to us a single, coherent language of television to which all its different practices can be referred. This language is, for all practical purposes, indistinguishable from that of the cinema. Despite the many differences between the content, nature and social uses of television and the cinema, we believe that a formal aesthetic for the medium must and can be elaborated. And we would base this elaboration on the phrase which the Horsings and Truffauts shoot the pianist: La télévision, c'est un cinéma, où l'on peut aller en restant chez soi. Sans though television continually cannibalizes and hybridizes the content and presentational forms of other media and events/occasions, the universal set of practices by which this extremely heterogeneous raw material is transformed into television is a set which derives from the cinema. Thus, whether television is transmitting an interview in studio, a circus performance, a political rally, a demonstration, the results of a natural disaster or a chamber concert, the technical instrument by which it intervenes in these natural and cultural spaces is the camera. The link-up in television is the connection between cameras and the transmitting/receiver apparatus. The basic unit of all standard television discourse is the shot or sequence, and the rhetoric of all television discourse is a cinematic rhetoric: framing, distance, lighting, focus, filter, editing, mounting or assembling images together in sequence, montage, angle, etc. There are of course important differences in the balance between these rhetorical elements, and in the conditions of fabrication and of distribution, as between the cinema and television. But, as Christopher Williams has remarked, perhaps quantitatively television drama will use more close-ups and close shots than the cinema would, but the language will stand or fall as an alternating dialectic expressed through close and long shots, just like the movies. Cinema has the advantage over much television in that its composition of individual frames can be more detailed and controlled, Its discourse is consequently much tighter, more coherent. Television has the advantage over the cinema in that it can edit in images and sequences from several different places into the single channel, or alternate live sequences with filmed or videotaped inserts. Its discourse is consequently looser, more heterogeneous. But these distinctions, though important in certain respects, represent mainly variations on a set of standard modes of signification. Where television does differ from film is in terms not of how it communicates, but of what, characteristically, it communicates. The great bulk of the content of film is, openly and recognizably, fiction. Because the camera possesses the power of such fidelity to nature, the majority of films work within a naturalistic/realistic set of conventions, but the material is clearly a fictional representation of the real. Television, by contrast, constantly reproduces the events, actors, manners and interactions of everyday life. Its subject matter is so frequently the subject matter of reality that we are constantly tempted to believe that it has no intrinsic mode of signification at all, that it is a discourse without conventions. The failure to recognize that television is, in every instant, a mode of communication, not real life, a failure common to producers, critics, administrators and theorists alike, has prevented the articulation of a coherent social aesthetic for the medium. The whole apparatus of the medium appears to have been trapped within the illusion, the utopia of straight transmission. It has colluded with the fantasy that what we are seeing is a slice of life and not a message about life. In short, the symbolic mediation in television has been collapsed, with fatal consequences. The illusion that television transmits reality in the raw leads us to pose the question, is life like that? The recognition that television transmits a symbolic representation of, a message about, reality leads us to pose a quite different question, namely, who says? Why does he see life like that? The consequences of this displacement are manifold, and can only be briefly documented. Producers have become accustomed to think of their routine functions, apart from specially mounted productions, in terms of their ability to be faithful to reality. They go to the scene of an event, and they try to give a faithful reflection of what is there. Yet, in fact, every program about a real event or occasion is a reinvention, not a reflection, of reality. What they offer is an interpretation, in visual terms, of some raw slice of experience. A television program, like a poem, is the adoption of various strategies for the encompassing of situations, as Kenneth Burke once remarked. These strategies size up situations, name their structure and outstanding ingredients, and name them in a way that contains an attitude towards them. Administrators, too, have been absolved of their determining editorial responsibility, falling back on the prevailing excuse that their task is to open a window on the world. Like the producers, much of their thinking about the medium is done within the limits of literary realism. The television program is conceived as Stendhal conceived the novel, a mirror in the roadway. When these common metaphors of reflection are extended to the domain of culture, they become something like the phrase used by Humphrey Burton to describe the arts review magazines, magic casements. And here we really are deeply enmeshed in the toils of the naturalistic fallacy. A magic casement is, presumably, a sort of window on culture, on the realm of fancy and the imagination. The most important, and neglected, aspect of the window casement metaphor is the question of the frames which windows impose upon scenes, the structures they make of what has been brought together, related together, within their viewpoint, most crucially, what is excluded by framing reality in precisely that way. Theorists of the medium have not, on the whole, helped in any significant way to cut through these mystifying formulations about television. As the critic and analyst George Gerbner remarked, television violence is not violence, it is the communication of violence. Yet this aspect of television, which has been massively researched and theorized about, and which is a subject of widespread public anxiety, has been systematically dealt with on the basis of a one-to-one link, on a behavioral continuum, between television and the real world. This is not, of course, to absolve television of all effects. But it is to insist that, in this area as in all others, the behavioral link, television to nature, is, consistently, the wrong dimension along which to look for social effects. The crucial link is the socially mediated one, television to culture. As Gerbner remarks, the symbolic functions of the communications are not necessarily the same as those of the behavior they symbolize. Even when television seems most to open a window on the world, it selects what it sees, and it can only communicate what it selects by transforming behaviors into images, by translating the social into the symbolic. All such transformations must, by definition, be forms of accomplished work. There must be rules and conventions, that is, an aesthetic, and there must be techniques, codes, idioms and values, that is, a set of social practices. Social practices. The essential transformation of reality which television ceaselessly practices is achieved, we are suggesting, by way of a set of rules and conventions through which behavior becomes symbolic action, and a set of social idioms and practices which form the basis of the professional techniques available to producers, directors and technicians, by which symbolic actions become communication. This is the eminent structure of television as a communicative praxis. It is embedded in socio-economic structures and institutions, and these in turn within political and ideological configurations which establish outer limits and determinations, but which bear back upon the screen and the image itself, its production, distribution and reception, through the internal practices. The working knowledge about television, the ideas about what sort of medium it is, the theories about its use and the sum total of established conventions are sedimented as a form of socio-technical knowledge within the profession itself. They form part of the practical do's and don'ts which television producers pick up on the run, which they apply and refine in their working lives, and which they call upon and elaborate through their work on any particular program. Such working knowledge professionalized, informally codified as a set of routines, transmitted from one generation of producers to another as the folklore of the industry, rarely if ever is forced back to first principles, or obliged to examine its theoretical and ideological presuppositions. The naturalistic illusion has thus become deeply imprinted into the technical conventions of television production, and underpins many, if not all, of the significatory techniques which are used in the making of programs. There is no space here to examine in detail what the existing set of codes and idioms are in British television, we can only offer a highly abbreviated characterization. On the whole they seem to amount to recipes and tags which can be integrated within the notion of what constitutes good television. Good television captures the ongoing form of real life. It is close to actuality. Good television is smoothly edited, chaired and presented, it offers a polished professional product, largely in terms of the assembly of material, the smooth management of the transitions. It is good television if there are no breaks or discontinuities. Despite recent innovations, it is still the case that, by and large, in good professional television, the technical nature of the medium is thoroughly suppressed. Any reminders that there are cameras, cameramen, sound booms, interviewers, commentators, technicians, secretaries, script girls, location or studio managers, producers, directors, telescene recordists and so on, invisibly intervening as a collective production unit between reality and the viewer, destroys the illusion of immediacy and transparency. Some of the more creative programs, especially in the comedy and discussion area, do make use of the television hardware as part of the set, but standard television production, which aims at the polished professional product, still characteristically suppresses the technical component. All television must be rapid. It is not a medium which can be permitted to stray from its point, desert or digress from its original program conceptions, turn up unexpected materials, etc. Good television talk is brief, concise, makes one or 2 points only in a clear and simple manner. Television is not a medium for complexly structured or nuanced argument or exposition. Good television conversation is well-bred, allows a balance of points of view, never disrupts the even tenor by shows of anger, deep commitment, flights of rhetoric, symbolic or metaphoric statement. Good television is, essentially, majority television, that is, for an audience composed not, as it almost certainly is, of different groups, with cross-cutting minority interests, but as a large, undifferentiated homogeneous mass. Thus, good television must be either plain, simple and straight, or it requires the mediation of the explainer/guide/moderator, who stands in for the absent audience and makes the complicated plain, simple and straight. There are, of course, 2 variants of this gospel, the demotic variant, which pretends that television is exactly real life, where the people are, what the people want, and the paternalistic variant, which pretends that the medium itself must continually translate complex realities into the simple terms which the man in the street can comprehend. Good television visualizes whenever it can, never uses a word when it can supplant it with an image or an illustration, and is constantly beset by people who do not understand its visual mysteries and who insist that television should sound intelligent as well as look professional. Good television is visually dramatic, the pictures are full of incident. Bad television is static, talking heads, long camera takes, pictures which do not move. Some of these idioms may well be the distilled wisdom of the profession. Many of them are pure fictions. Yet they enclose the practice of television production like an iron corset. Any producer who wishes to work outside the conventional limits has to struggle hard and ceaselessly against the tide of professional orthodoxy. This is constricting enough in the news/current affairs/documentary area, but it is punishingly limiting in the area of fiction, drama and the arts. Around these conventional wisdoms there has accreted over time a hard shell of professionalism, to which most broadcasters are strongly committed, and which it is difficult to break or dislodge. This is not helped by the speed at which television is obliged to work, the massive absorption of varied contents to which it is devoted, and the short lifespan of the program as a finished product. Here, the long-term interests of the medium are contradicted by the way television work is organized. Programs are used up once and for all as commodities and then abandoned to the files or, more often, simply wiped. The actuality myth actually works against the repetition of great past programs, and creates the illusion of the instantaneous. Yesterday's program, like yesterday's newspaper, is a discarded commodity from which no one can learn anything of much use. In any event, only the prestige programs are retained for posterity, whereas producers would probably learn more from less prestigious productions, and there is no sustained, developing body of criticism or theory. As Tony Garnett, a producer who has spent much of his time struggling against the dominant conventions, has remarked, television producers are always talking, not about what it would be right to do, but rather about what sort of works in television. What sort of works in television is, really, television's accreted common sense, its conventional wisdom. And 9 times out of 10, common sense is wrong. There are institutional reasons too, ultimately political ones, why the deeply manipulative nature of television as a medium is subject to such widespread non-recognition. For both the BBC and ITV are massively constrained, within the limits of their charters, on the question of editorial freedom. Until recently, all programs had to be balanced, in terms of point of view or interest, within the individual program. It is now commonly accepted that they need to be balanced only within a reasonable space of time. But whenever the subject matter of a program is political, controversial or likely to arouse strong feeling, television becomes vulnerable to political, institutional and interest group pressure, and to defend itself against or preempt such attacks, it will tend to try to balance out the extremes in terms of the people it invites to participate. Editorial balance and objectivity is then reinforced by the neutral role of the studio presenter/interviewer, who compounds his role as technical manager or administrator of presentation with his role as the socio-political manager of opinions and attitudes. Even in areas which are not overtly political, the domain of culture and the arts, television rarely expresses an overt view. The presenter is, again, a ubiquitous figure. In this way, television meets the public requirement that it should not have opinions of its own, that it should not editorialize, while concealing the fact that, since it must constantly select material, edit, mount in sequence, omit, emphasize, link and associate, it cannot help but editorialize. And each single act of selection is saturated by social values and attitudes. Television has suppressed this level of editorializing by setting up a false opposition between overt content and attitudes and the technical/professional aspect of television production. The first, it is suggested, falls within the domain of politics and opinion, or at best of program policy, and the professional broadcasters must avoid it. The second falls within the domain of the medium's technical requirements, and here television can operate objectively. This apologia is then underpinned by the utopia that, for much of the time anyway, television does not select or reproduce at all, it simply shows what is already there. The American documentary filmmaker Frederick Wiseman has put the point succinctly in an interview with Cinema magazine. His observations could be applied, tout court, to television. The editorial decisions are going on all the time, what to shoot, what not to shoot, how to shoot it. I'm constantly thinking about what it is I'm getting, what it's saying, and what I want to say out of the material. That goes on in a much more intensive way in the editing room. It becomes a more rational process. Each film represents a theory, towards the material, and the theory is the structure of the film. If television does not as yet have a social aesthetic, it is not because the medium possesses no intrinsic form, but because its powers to transform content, and its existing weak and strong transformations, have been subjected to a sort of collective repression. Television's formal underdevelopment is the outcome of this socially located phenomenon. Politics of the medium. In his remarkable essay The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, Walter Benjamin remarked on the absolute uniqueness of the camera. The camera need not respect the performance, or the event, as an integral whole. Guided by the cameraman, the camera continually changes position with respect to the performance. The sequence of positional views which the editor composes from the material supplied him constitutes the completed film. Hence the performance is subject to a series of optical tests. The naturalist painter, Benjamin observed, maintains in his work a natural distance from reality. The cameraman penetrates deeply into its web. The camera, whether on location or in studio, does not reproduce the form of an event or production as a whole, it penetrates into that seeming totality, it dissects reality, breaking it down into the composed reality which is the product of the dialectic of shots, angles, edited sequences, etc. Its illusionary nature is thus the product of the fact that the mechanical equipment has penetrated so deeply into reality that its pure aspect, freed from the foreign substance of equipment, is the result of a special procedure, namely, the shooting by a specially adjusted camera and the mounting of shots together with similar ones. The equipment-free aspect of reality here has become an orchid in the land of technology. There is no space to develop in detail what the consequences are for the aesthetics of television communication. What is certain is that use of the camera enables the medium to explore reality, a potential which is not always realized. Thus, for example, the way a football game is photographed for television contains, embedded in its rhetoric, a theory about the game, as well as pictures of the game. We could derive from the so-called formal analysis of such a transmission the common-sense ideas about what is and what isn't exciting in sport, what does and doesn't constitute a significant play, how good and bad moves are anticipated in the shift from one monitor to another, at which points the producer believes a detail will be significant, at which points he believes the whole shape of the play and the disposition of the field matters most. Each shot also contains assumptions about the spectator, what he is assumed to find exciting, what dull, how he is likely to read the game as presented, perhaps about the role of sport in the structure of leisure itself. Similarly, the way a camera is used to explore a painting or piece of sculpture has imprinted into its movements and sequences a theory about painting, and a theory about what the audience will find important about painting. If we know how to read the rhetoric of images, we ought to be able to tell, from the way the material of culture is handled visually in civilization, what sort of script Sir Kenneth Clark would have to write for that film, and what view of culture made him choose to take those objects filmed in that way. When filming in the studio, the producer has greater control over his material, and he can predispose it for the fluid transcription into images and sequences. On location, the director must edit and compose as he goes, and, while appearing to follow the natural line of an event or action, must constantly translate this into a different logic, the logic of presentation, exposition and reception, including the ability of the finished product to be read in a certain way by an audience. The producer may or may not be consciously aware of this massive and persistent manipulation of reality, and much of the practice of television production and criticism is clearly based on a sort of collective forgetfulness. But this does not mean that no manipulation is taking place. It simply means that, for much of the time, television operates with what can only be called an unconscious aesthetic based on a veiled social practice. Benjamin argues that the development of forms of mechanical reproduction profoundly transforms both the status of the work of art itself, and the relationships of viewers and audiences to what they see. The uniqueness of the work of art, he suggests, is inseparable from its being embedded in the fabric of tradition. Our attitude towards its uniqueness, its unreproducibility, weaves what he calls an aura about it, with a basis in ritual. But with the growth of means of communication which are fundamentally manipulative, that is, which, by their nature, continually break up and rearrange totalities so that they cease to be whole in themselves, and which assert the endless reproducibility of the work in new forms, that aura is destroyed forever, there is a tremendous shattering of tradition. And artistic production comes to be based not on ritual but on another practice, politics. For the same reasons, the mechanical means of reproducing reality profoundly alter the traditional attitude of the audience to what it sees. The unique object becomes the object of infinite reproducibility. The tradition in which the object is embedded becomes a plurality of traditions, offering different ways in which the object may be appropriated, both by the camera and by the audience. The notion of an audience frozen in a single attitude or stance towards art is transformed by the continual reappropriation of the work within different attitudes and stances, thus its aura of distance, intangibility, and the appropriate attitudes of reverence and silent acknowledgement, are totalized. With respect, then, either to art or events in the real world, the coming of the camera, and its use as a means of everyday communication, greatly enlarges the audience's sphere of action. As Benjamin remarks, by focusing on hidden details of familiar objects, by exploring commonplace milieu under the ingenious guidance of the camera, the film on the one hand extends our comprehension of the necessities which rule our lives, on the other hand, it manages to assure us of an immense and unexpected field of action. Our taverns and our metropolitan streets, our offices and furnished rooms, our railroad stations and our factories appeared to have us locked up hopelessly. Then came the film and burst this prison world asunder by the dynamite of a tenth of a second, so that now, in the midst of its far-flung ruins and debris, we calmly and adventurously go traveling. Evidently a different nature opens itself to the camera than opens to the naked eye, if only because an unconsciously penetrated space is substituted with the resources of its lowerings and liftings, its interruptions and isolations, its extensions and accelerations, its enlargements and reductions. The camera introduces us to unconscious optics, my italics sh, as does psychoanalysis to unconscious impulses. The everyday milieu of social life become, for the first time in a mass medium, the scenarios of action. Ordinary people become, in their reproduced image, and still, of course, contained within and by a rhetoric of domination and expropriation, the actors in a play which is everyday life. Television itself, of course, continues to be governed by ideologies and social practices dictated by the social exclusiveness of its means and content. It continues to reproduce the model of small groups of communicators, the arbiters of taste, the judges of action, the guardians of tradition, speaking to the excluded, atomized, serialized, anonymous audience. But here the forms of domination are deeply contradicted by the images of a transformed world, which tradition and exclusiveness can no longer pacify and appropriate, and which break through the aura in every hour of broadcasting. Television holds an ambiguous position between what is traditionally defined as art and what is commonly understood as communication. But this is not a simple confusion. Within the prevailing wisdom, it is seen as a medium which continually lowers art into the contours and images of everyday life. But it could equally well be understood as a medium which, by revolutionizing the boundaries between these two hitherto exclusive domains, perpetually raises everyday life into a sort of artistic communication, which continuously transforms the real world into a powerful image of itself. For these reasons, television is least comfortable, and seems least to exploit its intrinsic qualities, when it inhabits, with the traditional attitudes, the domain of high art itself. This relationship, between the traditional culture and the medium, seems increasingly an inadequate way of trying to conceptualize the relationship of the medium to culture itself. It is in relation to television that we seem most to require new ways of defining the categories of everyday life, art, entertainment. It is not therefore surprising that, in drama, it is the blurring of this fine distinction, the overlap between fiction and documentary, which has proved most revolutionary. And the documentary or everyday elements of life, integrated into a fictional form of representation, on the one hand account for some parts of the spectrum of television production which we still think of as art, for example, documentary plays as against the Shakespeare production, but also overlap with domains which are only ambivalently, if at all, appropriate to art. The quality of the serials, the popular dramas, the thriller stories and the situation comedies is of course extremely variable. But when they are done with care, originality or conviction, they seem to inhabit a world natural to television in ways which the routine handling of traditional high art material does not. If we think about the medium, rather than about art as traditionally defined, we would be obliged to list, as variable points of reference from which a truly television art could be elaborated, not Aquarius or Monitor but Steptoe and Son, Till Death Do Us Part, Coronation Street, the early Z Cars, Family at War, Monty Python's Flying Circus, the early Rowan and Martin Laugh-In, and so on. And, whatever is the individual critic's list, these programs seem to contain elements of what is a truly authentic television language because they exploit its potential outside the traditional aura of art, which, increasingly, comes across as a domain of exclusive privilege and taste, appropriated into a social mode and invested with ritual values altogether at odds with television's indigenous soap and style. Popular drama, the serials and so on, are of course, given the present structure of television, mercilessly subject to routinization, to formula work, shot through with the false demotic, and so on. What is intended here is not a defense of these kinds of television works as against art television, but an effort, by way of such examples, to wrest from its present uses some image of the medium's true potential. And what, at the very least, it seems possible to claim is that an authentic development of television as a medium will rest on a full recognition of the degree to which it has already, in fragmented and unsuccessful ways, revolutionized the basic triadic relationship between communicator-message-audience. It may be possible, from such a position, to reappropriate the traditional content of art and culture, but this, too, like everything else in television, will have to begin by recognizing that the ritual relationship between art and audience has been destroyed, and that the transformation and reproduction of the content of art is utterly different when the instrument of reproduction is the camera, and the recipient is the great mass of the viewing public. What is so striking, then, about the existing uses of television in the domain of art and culture is its rooted anachronism, its playing over again of old tunes, its attempt to restore modes of deference, of dutiful attention, in a period and a medium which is beginning, in however contradictory a manner, to transcend them. Television is still, Of course, a medium in which characteristically the few address the many. At present, the only feedback which really counts is the feedback of audience figures, that which assures the broadcaster of his dominant minority position in a majority medium, and which reinforces the exclusivity of discourse. Yet what is potential in the very language and form of the medium is a different, an alternative, set of relationships, in which, through the mutual exploration of reality, new, transformed realities begin to be jointly created. Nowhere is it so clearly the case as in the domain of art and culture that television is, at present, a powerful mobilizing mass medium of a special and specially democratic kind, which is currently defined and used in sophisticated elitist ways. The images of an unintelligent audience, a homogeneous mass of anonymous viewers, linked to the medium only by their common ignorance, which sustain so much television production, and of the privileged professional minority in its midst, are ideological fictions of a powerful sort which now constitute the major brakes and constraints on the development, in television, of its intrinsic social and political qualities. Television invites us, not to serve up the traditional dishes of culture more effectively, but to make real the utopian slogan which appeared in May 1968, adorning the walls of the Sorbonne, "Art is dead. Let us create everyday life." Chapter 16. Watching the Box. These two books are spin-offs from the Productive Center for Mass Communication Research at Leicester. The first is a study of media coverage of the 27th of October anti-Vietnam demonstration, the second a collection of original essays edited by James Halloran, the Leicester Centre's director, secretary of the Television Research Committee and one of the most energetic British professionals now working in this field. Halloran's introductory essay, and his major contribution, The Social Effects of Television, are both model exercises in revisionism. From first to last he discounts the attempt to find final causes in the media, he attacks the attempt to isolate the media from their context. He directs attention specifically to different forms of presentation, to the study of values, the question of trivialization, the role of television in supporting an active, participatory democracy, to long-term effects and changes over time. Researchers should not be deterred by the difficulties and complexities of the problem from carrying out investigations along a wider front than one normally found in mass communication research. With respect to the role of television in socialization, he speaks of its influence not so much per se, but, through interpersonal relationships and social situations. More significantly, he deals with the complex articulation between the media and social values. Television, he suggests, may have an effect through presenting models of behavior, giving definitions, putting across an attitude or mode of behavior by presenting it as an essential component of required behavior in a social group. Such indirect mediations between the media and culture are not, of course, graspable or measurable in a research strategy dominated by a simple notion of attitude change. Halloran places television within a broader societal context, and to suggest its differentiated impact as one factor along with others in complex social situations. But the whole of influence, if not yet wholly abandoned in its more primitive form, is certainly well on its way, here, to being massively redefined. Influence should certainly not be equated with these relatively narrow definitions of social change. The strategy here is to draw a sharp distinction between the effectiveness of specific messages and the social effects of the general day-to-day fare provided by the television companies. This represents a significant shift of emphasis. Once the breakout from the theoretical and ideological restraints of previous research frameworks has been made, the new line of thinking so clearly offers a better point of departure that the intriguing point raised is how the field ever found itself so confined in the first place. The answer to this question is too complex to enter into here. The subordination of much media research to the service of media and consumption organizations undoubtedly played a part. But there seems to have been a wider, and fatal, symbiosis, a response to a whole climate of thinking, which shaped the field of knowledge from within. That the media provide social realities where they did not exist before, that, in complex societies, television adds to the repertoire of potential behavior, providing pictures of the world intriguing. Phrases which are scattered throughout the Halloran essay, are surely not wildly heretical hypotheses with which to begin. Yet, so unbreakable was the professional consensus that, for several decades, the only forms of influence that were considered legitimate for scientific study were those which could be incorporated within the model of the advertising campaign or the model of the presidential election, and measurable within the reified methodology of quantifiable variables. Already, with the influence of learning theory in the social sciences, and with the attempts to sketch a more sociological framework for media studies, rifts were appearing in the seamless web. Yet, less than 5 years ago, and within the time span of the Television Research Committee, the suggestion that television might play a cultural role in providing pictures of the world would have evoked a resounding snort of disapproval from the professional denizens of hard-nosed empirical research. Clearly then, the new departures raise questions which are not easily resolved, and which the essays in this collection do not attempt to deal with, though, even here, the selection is notable, in contrast with previous readers, for the breadth of its range. Apart from the Blumler article on the political effects of television, there are two interesting articles, by Roger Brown on television and the arts and by McQuail on television and education. This makes all the more welcome the case study on demonstrations and communication, which is modestly presented, thoroughly researched and, implicitly at least, a thoroughly subversive study in its own little way. It can be unreservedly recommended to readers long since turned off political studies of the media by their intrinsic trivialization of the field. The study is an account of press and television coverage of the anti-Vietnam demonstration held in London on October 27, 1968. The difference in approach between this study and political media studies as traditionally defined may be seen by comparing it with the literature which is elegantly reviewed by J. Blumler in his essay in the Halloran collection on the political effects of television. Still, the literature Blumler draws on, the political model he employs, the field of politics which commands attention, and on which the work has been done, is that essentially defined by the established political party system and the electoral process. The system is explicitly identified as liberal democratic, and the problems of tension management, though skillfully delineated, are thoroughly predicated on that model. Such a theoretical premise may have served a useful function in the era between the early-era county studies and the close of the Eisenhower period, but it hardly begins to touch the deep shifts and fissures which have appeared throughout Western Europe and North America in the last decade in the political culture which underpins the liberal democracies. In most of this literature, a degree of mass political alienation, weak political involvement, is written into the basic paradigm as an imperishable fact of life. From this position, Blumler is more sanguine about the stability of the political consensus than the situation seems to warrant. Demonstrations and communication seems to come from a quite different universe of discourse. First, it deals with the political culture at a point of tension well outside the self-validating limits of the established political system itself. Secondly, it takes the politics of these outgroups seriously. It is not seduced by the convenient labeling of extra-parliamentary politics as the politics of deviant minorities, young people out for a laugh, or hooligans out to cause trouble, again, a labeling activity in which the media bear a heavy responsibility. Thirdly, it sets the politics of the demonstration fully in its historical context. It situates the mood of the march in the evolution of the politics of protest from the active reformism of CND, campaign for nuclear disarmament, through the nonviolent activism of the direct action phase to the politics of confrontation which characterized the student revolts of 1967-68 and the more recent demonstrations. Fourthly, it employs a sophisticated contextual account of the parallel evolution in similar movements elsewhere, especially in Paris 1968 and Chicago. The point to stress here is not the rightness or wrongness of the political line, but the central relevance of this political and historical context for the actual study itself. For, in essence, the main finding of the study is that this context crucially structured the way the demonstration was shaped up as news in the media, in the period before the demonstration itself took place. This led to what the team called the definition of the event as news and inferential structure which began to emerge fully 2 weeks before the demonstration, and which provided the media with such a compelling way of understanding the unfamiliar that subsequent events were selected and interpreted so as to fit in with, or appear congruent with, that evolving structure. Crucially, this led the media, the press first, television close behind, to expect a violent confrontation on the Paris/Chicago model. Despite the fact that the vast majority of the march proceeded successfully to a peaceful rally in Hyde Park, explicitly under the direction of its main organizer, Tariq Ali, the main focus of attention in the media was the small breakaway demonstration in Grosvenor Square, and as predicted, the violent events. Differences in the performance of different papers, and in the coverage of the 2 television channels, also examined in depth in the study, were less significant, in the last analysis, than the shaping power of this inferential structure right across the media. This leads the authors into a discussion of the influence of news values in shaping how an event becomes a news story, which will drive defensive journalists and media editors quietly wild with rage, and which is especially valuable precisely on that account. The wider point, however, is that this study avoids both the traditional definitions of the field which operate in standard media political studies, and also the extreme Agnew position which makes the media the prime source of violence. By restoring the historical and political context, The study pinpoints the amplifying and labeling role of the media, its power to define situations which are unfamiliar or ambiguous, and the retrospective and prospective power which such definitions exert over both audiences and participants. In different ways, then, these two books point to the transition in media studies between an essentially stimulus-response-based model of explanation in the social sciences to a critical social theory based more firmly on the study of social meanings and of definitions of the situation. This, in turn, reflects the beginning of the breakup of the consensual period in sociology, and the opening of the social sciences back into cultural theory and history. I expect, from within the discipline itself, this broader movement is viewed with suspicion and hostility. Probably, from the vantage point of Lester, it is seen rather as a slow and natural evolution. From further outside, however, it looks remarkably like a break in the field, and all the more welcome for that. First published as Watching the Box, Review of Demonstrations and Communication, a Case Study, by J. D. Halloran, P. Elliott, and G. Murdoch, and the Effects of Television. Ed. James Halloran, New Society, August 13, 1970, 295-96. Chapter 17. Gogglebox Gigolos. This book is based on a long set of interviews with the makers of television programs and their executive masters in the BBC and ITV. The author's manifest aim here is to look at British television from the point of view of the people who make it what it is, an aim founded on the engaging but regrettably false liberal assumption that as television is created by individual human beings they can change it if they so desire. Would that the new priesthood were so shiftable! In fact, as the substance of the interviews here overwhelmingly testifies, the whole content and quality of British television is crucially determined by social and economic structures, by the ethos and self-recruiting characteristics of the institutions, factors so deeply rooted in the history and culture as to constrain, in certain highly predictable ways, the variety of people who have found their way into its enclaves. The guiding notion, stated in the introduction, is that the new men of television are the inheritors of Coleridge's Clerisy writ Small, men formed in the critical response to the industrialization of Britain, who, having raised culture to the level of an abstraction and an absolute, and then been sanctified in their calling by Lord Reith, are now suffering a loss of nerve as the new society is in the process of giving birth to a new and more egalitarian tradition, a loss of nerve characterized as fashionable hopelessness. I do not know, frankly, what to make of this hopelessly fudged thesis, which begins with a misreading of Raymond Williams's Culture and Society and moves steadily downhill from there. Fortunately, not much is heard of it after this opening salvo. But no alternative sketch is offered of the formation and ethos of this new group of highly paid middlemen in the flow of knowledge in our society. What we are left with, instead, are selections from the interviews, containing some very rich primary material, several useful introductions to the various sections, and two conclusions. Nicholas Garnham's introduction to the section on BBC executives is particularly acute, especially since it contains extracts from one of the few pronouncements by a high-ranking BBC executive which is worth reading 6 months after it has been uttered. I mean Carlton Green's properly frank paragraphs about the poverty of the concept of giving the people what they want and its status as a piece of fraudulent rationalization for high-minded wickedness. The questions put by the authors are sharp and probing, and as a consequence the talk is intelligent. But I wish this could compensate for the inevitable fragmentation of the form of the transcribed interview, which seems to me critically to weaken the impact. People rarely attain the succinct and clarifying formulation of a viewpoint in the relaxed atmosphere of an interview. Further, the dialogue about television within the trade, at anything but the level of the higher gossip, is very fragmentary indeed. So much production work and so many executive policy decisions are taken on the basis of ad hoc routines and prescriptions, legitimated from time to time by reference to public service ideals and so on, that it really requires a major act of reinterpretation and analysis to get behind the occasional aperçu and to formulate the outlook which these men inhabit. There are many significant asides, among which I specially treasure Barry Took's observation that Steptoe is the last situation comedy ever written of any value at all, a gently therapeutic show, whereas Till Death was a producer, a star and a writer acting out psychotic things in them. I valued also the tributes, coming from several unexpected quarters, that the baronial wars between rival fiefdoms in the BBC did sometimes permit the necessary space for creative work to get done. Anthony J. is intriguing about the program dialogue, a concept attributed to Hugh Weldon to explain how the intuitions, instincts and skills of a small creative group pass into a corpus of knowledge in the institution. There are also some memorable unintentional revelations, including Sir Lou Grade's account of how he got going in the television game. We applied for a license and didn't get it. Norman Collins had formed a group which applied for a license and got it for 5 days in the Midlands and 2 days in London, and we somehow felt that a combination of the two would be a good thing and we got together. Somehow. The larger themes, the costs of competition, the inevitable preoccupation with ratings right across the board, the split between information and entertainment, the narrow margins for creative work in the profit-driven contracting companies, the slow but decisive loss of confidence in the BBC, are all sounded, but are somewhat dispersed. In modern broadcasting, new kinds of men have come to serve as the means of transmitting knowledge at a particular stage in the history of British culture. The infinite varieties of reconstructed paternalism which keep the BBC going, and the infinite compromises with the commercial ethos which reign throughout ITV, these must be the starting points for a character sketch of the new elite. This book does not provide us with such a portrait, but it offers very useful documentation for another try. First published as Gogglebox Gigolos, Review of the New Priesthood, ed. Joan Bakewell and Nicholas Garnham, New Society, November 19, 1970, 919-20. Chapter 18. TV Types. There have been remarkably few studies of television from the production end. Thus we know next to nothing in detail about the occupational culture, ideology and practices of program makers and their institutions. Philip Elliott has, therefore, considerably enlarged our understanding by his participant observation-based study of the making, by ATV, of an educational series on the nature of prejudice, networked in the spring of 1968. The central premise is that there is a relationship between artistic and cultural forms and social structure and process. Elliott's aim is to examine a set of programs, forms, as they pass through the relay system of the production structure, process. The technical, organizational and occupational world of production will be reflected in the finished product. This aim is tied to an important hypothesis, that in a television program, society, as an audience, is presented with a selective image of itself, ultimately derived from society, society as a source. The cultural role of the professional communicator is, therefore, as the creator of the intervening image. Elliott then shows in detail how topics, contacts, background research material, are generated by the interplay of the production team, how ordinary citizens, experts and media superstars become visible as potential program material, and how scripts, filmed material and studio appearances are orchestrated together to produce the finished programs. In this process, the personal interactions among the creative personnel, but also their position in the hierarchy, their expertise, as well as technical and financial constraints, all play their part in determining the crucial choices which shape the program. The approach is essentially interactionist and situational, and this yields results, especially in terms of the suggestive typologies which Elliott constructs as he progressively moves through his material. At this level, the study is a model of grounded theorizing. But what comes through even more clearly is the really massive double-fitting and ad hocing which frames the process from end to end. There can be few occupational milieus so thoroughly dependent on background expectancies and tacit understandings to get their work done. Topics emerge naturally, library material is chosen on the basis of unusual variations on a common theme, operational definitions of prejudice provide the most readily recognizable account, cameramen and film editors tend to go, unprompted, for similar pictorial qualities and effects. Technical and financial constraints are allowed for within the cultural understandings which all production personnel share, and affect the handling of the production process almost out of awareness. Implicit hypotheses about audience attention and response are integrated into studio sequences on an almost notional basis. It reads like a regressive-progressive casebook compiled by Garfinkel out of Peter Berger and Luckman. It is essentially this taken-for-granted aspect of the book which allows Elliott to argue that events are selected and reported through the media to fit a limited number of self-supporting themes and images. The result is to limit the number of views of the world available in society. Indeed, it is difficult to see how anything new at all, even something as simple and palpable as a conscious bias, ever penetrates this dense web of shared perspectives. The final chapter extends and develops this argument, and if it seems, at times, to run too far ahead of its warrant in the evidence, this is largely because the study does not penetrate deeply enough into the types and sources of knowledge which frame these intensely routinized professional practices. First published as TV Types, Review of the Making of a Television Series, by Philip Elliott, New Society, July 6, 1972, 30. Chapter 19. Encoding and Decoding in the Television Discourse. Two themes have been cited for this colloquy on the significance of television. The highly focused theme concerning the nature of the televisual language, and the very general and diffused concern with cultural policies and programs. At first sight, these concerns seem to lead in opposite directions, the first towards formal, the second towards societal and policy questions. My aim, however, is to try to hold both concerns within a single framework. My purpose is to suggest that, in the analysis of culture, the interconnection between societal structures and processes and formal or symbolic structures is absolutely pivotal. I propose to organize my reflections around the question of the encoding/decoding moments in the communicative process, and, from this base, to argue that, in societies like ours, communication between the production elites in broadcasting and their audiences is necessarily a form of systematically distorted communication. This argument then has a direct bearing on cultural policies, especially those policies of education and so on which might be directed towards helping the audience to receive the television communication better, more effectively. I therefore want, for the moment, to retain a base in the semiotic/linguistic approach to televisual language, to suggest, however, that this perspective properly intersects, on one side, with social and economic structures, and on the other side, with what Umberto Eco has recently called the logic of cultures. This means that, though I shall adopt a semiotic perspective, I do not regard this as indexing a closed, formal concern with the immanent organization of the television discourse alone. It must also include a concern with the social relations of the communicative process, and especially with the various kinds of competences, at the production and receiving end, in the use of that language. 2. In his paper, Professor Halloran has properly raised the question of studying the whole mass communication process, from the structure of the production of the message at one end to audience perception and use at the other. 3. This emphasis on the whole communicative process is a comprehensive, proper and timely one. However, it is worth reminding ourselves that there is something distinctive about the product and the practices of production and circulation in communications which distinguishes this from other types of production. The object of production practices and structures in television is the production of a message, that is, a sign vehicle, or rather sign vehicles of a specific kind, organized, like any other form of communication or language, through the operation of codes, within the syntagmatic chains of a discourse. The apparatus and structures of production issue, at a certain moment, in the form of a symbolic vehicle constituted within the rules of language. It is in this phenomenal form that the circulation of the product takes place. Of course, even the transmission of the symbolic vehicle requires its material substratum, videotape, film, the transmitting and receiving apparatus, etc. It is also in this symbolic form that the reception of the product, and its distribution between different segments of the audience, take place. Once accomplished, the translation of that message into societal structures must be made again for the circuit to be completed. Thus, whilst in no way wanting to limit research to following only those leads which emerge from content analysis, we must recognize that the symbolic form of the message has a privileged position in the communicative exchange, and that the moments of encoding and decoding, though only relatively autonomous in relation to the communicative process as a whole, are determinate moments. For the raw historical event cannot in that form be transmitted by, say, a television newscast. It can only be signified within the oral visual forms of the televisual language. In the moment when the historical event passes under the sign of language, it is subject to all the complex formal rules by which language signifies. To put it paradoxically, the event must become a story before it can become a communicative event. In that moment, the formal sub-rules of language are in dominance, without, of course, subordinating out of existence the historical event so signified, or the historical consequences of the event having been signified in this way. The message form is the necessary form of the appearance of the event in its passage from source to receiver. Thus the transposition into and out of the message form or the meaning dimension, or mode of exchange of the message, is not a random moment, which we can take up or ignore for the sake of convenience or simplicity. The message form is a determinate moment, though, at another level, it comprises the surface movements of the communication system only, and requires, at another stage, to be integrated into the essential relations of communication of which it forms only a part. From this general perspective, we may crudely characterize the communicative exchange as follows. The institutional structures of broadcasting, with their networks of production, their organized routines and technical infrastructures, are required to produce the program. Production, here, initiates the message, in one sense, then, the circuit begins here. Of course, the production process is framed throughout by meanings and ideas, knowledge in use concerning the routines of production, technical skills, professional ideologies, institutional knowledge, definitions and assumptions about audience, etc. frame the passage of the program through this production structure. However, though the production structures of television originate the television message, they do not constitute a closed system. They draw topics, treatments, agendas, events, personnel, images of the audience, definitions of the situation from the wider socio-cultural political system of which they are only a differentiated part. Philip Elliott has expressed this point succinctly in his discussion of the way in which the audience is both the source and receiver of the television message. 5 Thus circulation and reception are, indeed, moments of the production process in television, and are incorporated, via a number of skewed and structured feedbacks, back into the production process itself. The consumption or reception of the television message is thus itself a moment of the production process, though the latter is predominant because it is the point of departure for the realization of the message. Production and reception of the television message are, not, therefore, identical, but they are related. They are differentiated moments within the totality formed by the communicative process as a whole. At a certain point, however, the broadcasting structures must yield an encoded message in the form of a meaningful discourse. The institution-societal relations of production must pass into and through the modes of a language for its product to be realized. This initiates a further differentiated moment, in which the formal rules of discourse and language operate. Before this message can have an effect, however defined, or satisfy a need or be put to a use, it must first be perceived as a meaningful discourse and meaningfully decoded. It is this set of decoded meanings which have an effect, influence, entertain, instruct or persuade, with very complex perceptual, cognitive, emotional, ideological or behavioral consequences. In a determinate moment, the structure employs a code and yields a message. At another determinate moment, the message, via its decodings, issues into a structure. We are now fully aware that this re-entry into the structures of audience reception and use cannot be understood in simple behavioral terms. Effects, uses, gratifications are themselves framed by structures of understanding, as well as social and economic structures which shape its realization at the reception end of the chain, and which permit the meanings signified in language to be transposed into conduct or consciousness. Clearly, what we have called meanings I and meanings II, as we see in diagram I, figure 19.1 may not be the same. They do not constitute an immediate identity. The codes of encoding and decoding may not be perfectly symmetrical. The degrees of symmetry, that is, the degrees of understanding and misunderstanding in the communicative exchange, depend both on the degrees of symmetry/asymmetry between the position of encoder-producer and that of the decoder-receiver, and also on the degrees of identity/non-identity between the codes which perfectly or imperfectly transmit, interrupt or systematically distort what has been transmitted. The lack of fit between the codes has a great deal to do with the structural differences between broadcasters and audiences, but it also has something to do with the asymmetry between source and receiver at the moment of transformation into and out of the message form. What is called distortion or misunderstandings arise precisely from the lack of equivalence between the two sides in the communicative exchange. Once again, this defines the relative autonomy but determinateness of the entry and exit of the message in its linguistic/meaning form. The application of this rudimentary paradigm has already begun to transform our understanding of television content, and we are just beginning to see how it might also transform our understanding of audience reception and response as well. Beginnings and endings have been announced in communications research before, so we must be cautious. But there seems some ground for thinking that a new and exciting phase in audience research, of a quite new kind, may be opening up. At either end of the communicative chain, the use of the semiotic paradigm promises to dispel the lingering behaviorism which has dogged mass media research for so long. Though we know the television program is not a behavioral input, like a tap on the kneecap, it seems to have been almost impossible for researchers to conceptualize the communicative process without lapsing back into one or other variant of low-flying behaviorism. We know, as Gerbner has remarked, that representations of violence on the TV screen are not violence but messages about violence, but we have continued to research the question of violence as if we were unable to comprehend the epistemological distinction. 6. Figure 19.1. Encoding and decoding. Let us take an example from the drama entertainment area in television and try to show how the recognition that television is a discourse, a communicative, not simply a behavioral, event, has an effect on one traditional research area, the television/violence relation. 7 Take the simple structure, early, and now children's, TV Western, modeled on the early Hollywood B-feature genre Western, with its clear-cut, good/bad Manichaean moral universe, its clear social and moral designation of villain and hero, the clarity of its narrative line and development, its iconographical features, its clearly registered climax in the violent shootout, chase, personal showdown, street or barroom duel. For a long, on both British and American TV, this form constituted the predominant drama entertainment genre. In quantitative terms, such films/programs contained a high ratio of violent incidents, deaths, woundings. Whole gangs of men, whole troops of Indians, went down, nightly, to their deaths. Researchers, Hilda Himmelweit among others, have, however, suggested that the structure of the early TV/B feature Western was so clear-cut, its actions so conventionalized and stylized, that most children, boys rather earlier than girls, an interesting finding in itself, soon learned to recognize and read it like a game, a cowboys and Indians game. It was therefore further hypothesized that Westerns with this clarified structure were less likely to trigger the aggressive imitation of violent behavior or other types of aggressive equivalence between the two sides in the communicative exchange. Once again, this defines the relative autonomy but determinateness of the entry and exit of the message in its linguistic/meaning form. The application of this rudimentary paradigm has already begun to transform our understanding of television content, and we are just beginning to see how it might also transform our understanding of audience reception and response as well. Beginnings and endings have been announced in communications research before, so we must be cautious. But there seems some ground for thinking that a new and exciting phase in audience research, of a quite new kind, may be opening up. At either end of the communicative chain, the use of the semiotic paradigm promises to dispel the lingering behaviorism which has dogged mass media research for so long. Though we know the television program is not a behavioral input, like a tap on the kneecap, it seems to have been almost impossible for researchers to conceptualize the communicative process without lapsing back into one or other variant of low-flying behaviorism. We know, as Gerbner has remarked, that representations of violence on the TV screen are not violence but messages about violence, but we have continued to research the question of violence as if we were unable to comprehend the epistemological distinction. 6. Figure 19.1. Encoding and decoding. Let us take an example from the drama entertainment area in television and try to show how the recognition that television is a discourse, a communicative, not simply a behavioral, event, has an effect on one traditional research area, the television/violence relation. 7. Take the simple structure, early, and now children's, TV Western, modeled on the early Hollywood B-feature genre Western, with its clear-cut, good/bad Manichaean moral universe, its clear social and moral designation of villain and hero, the clarity of its narrative line and development, its iconographical features, its clearly registered climax in the violent shootout, chase, personal showdown, street or barroom duel. For a long, on both British and American TV, this form constituted the predominant drama entertainment genre. In quantitative terms, such films/programs contained a high ratio of violent incidents, deaths, woundings. Whole gangs of men, whole troops of Indians, went down, nightly, to their deaths. Researchers, Hilda Himmelweit among others, have, however, suggested that the structure of the early TV/B feature Western was so clear-cut, its actions so conventionalized and stylized, that most children, boys rather earlier than girls, an interesting finding in itself, soon learned to recognize and read it like a game, a cowboys and Indians game. 8. It was therefore further hypothesized that Westerns with this clarified structure were less likely to trigger the aggressive imitation of violent behavior or other types of aggressive semiological analysis. We could trace the specific codes which were used to signify these elements within the surface structures of particular films, plots, programs. What is clear is that, from this deep structured set of codes, extremely limited in its elements, a great number of surface events and transformations were accomplished. For a time, in film and television, this deep structure provided the taken-for-granted story of all stories, the paradigm action narrative, the perfect. In the semiotic perspective, of course, it is just this surface variety on the basis of limited transformations which would define the Western as an object of study. Nor would the transformations which we have witnessed since the early days be at all surprising. We can see and follow at least the basic methods which would be required for us to account for the transformation of this simple structure Western into the psychological Western, the Baroque Western, left-handed gun, the end of the West Western, the comic Western, the spaghetti Western, even the Japanese and Hong Kong Western, the parody Western, Butch Cassidy. Paradoxically, the return of violence Western, the Wild Bunch, or the domestic, soap opera Western, the TV series The Virginian, or the Latin American Revolution Western. The opening sequence of a film like HUD, one of the moments when the heroic West begins to pass into the decline of the West, in which the hero appears driving through that familiar landscape in a Cadillac, or where the horse appears in the back of an Oldsmobile truck, far from indexing the breakup of the code, shows precisely how an opposite meaning can be achieved by the reversal of a limited number of lexical items in the code, in order to achieve a transformation in the meaning. From this perspective, the prolonged preoccupation of mass media researchers with the issue of violence in relation to the Western film appears more and more arbitrary and bizarre. If we refuse, for a moment, to bracket and isolate the issue of violence, or the violent episode from its matrix and the complex codes governing the genre, how many other, crucial kinds of meaning were in fact transmitted whilst researchers were busy counting the bodies? This is not to say that violence was not an element in the TV Western, nor to suggest that there were not quite complex codes regulating the ways in which violence could be signified. It is to insist that what audiences were receiving was not violence but messages about violence. Once this intervening term has been applied, certain consequences for research and analysis follow, ones which irrevocably break up the smooth line of continuity offering itself as a sort of natural logic, whereby connections could be traced between shootouts at the OK Corral, and delinquents knocking over old ladies in the street in Scunthorpe. The violent element in the narrative structure of the basic Western, shootout, brawl, ambush, bank raid, fistfight, wounding, duel or massacre, like any other semantic unit in a structured discourse cannot signify anything on its own. It can only signify in terms of the structured meanings of the message as a whole. Further, its signification depends on its relation, or the sum of the relations of similarity and difference, with other elements or units. Olivier Bergelin has long ago, and definitively, reminded us that the violent or wicked acts of a villain only mean something in relation to the presence/absence of good acts. We clearly cannot draw any valid inferences from a simple enumeration of his vicious acts. It makes no difference whether there are 10 or 20 of them, for the crux of the matter obviously is, what meaning is conferred on the vicious acts by the fact of their juxtaposition with a single good action. One could say that the meaning of what is frequent is only revealed by opposition to what is rare. The whole problem is therefore to identify this rare or missing item. Structural analysis provides a way of approaching this problem which traditional content analysis does not. 9. Indeed, so tightly constructed was the rule-governed moral economy of the simple structure Western, that one good act by a villain not only could, but apparently had to, lead to some modification or transformation of his end. Thus, the presence of numerous bad violent acts, marked/absence of any good redeeming act, unmarked, equals unrepentant villain. This in turn means that he can be shot down, without excuse, in the final episode and makes a brief and bad or undistinguished death, provided that the hero does not shoot the villain in the back, or unawares, and does not draw first. But, the presence of bad violent acts, marked/presence of single good redeeming act, marked, also can equals possible salvation or regeneration of the villain, deathbed reconciliation with hero or former cronies, restitution to wronged community, at the very least, lingering and good death. What, we may now ask, is the meaning of violence when it only appears and signifies anything within the tightly organized moral economy of the Western? We have been arguing, a. The violent act or episode in a Western cannot signify in isolation, outside the structured field of meanings which is the film or program. B. It signifies only in relation to the other elements, and in terms of the rules and conventions which govern their combination. We must now add, c. That the meaning of such a violent act or episode cannot be fixed, single and unalterable, but must be capable of signifying different values depending on how and with what it is articulated. As the signifying element, among other elements, in a discourse, it remains polysemic. Indeed, the way it is structured in its combination with other elements serves to delimit its meanings within that specified field, and effects a closure, so that a preferred meaning is suggested. There can never be only one, single, univocal and determined meaning for such a lexical item, but, depending on how its integration within the code has been accomplished, its possible meanings will be organized within a scale which runs from dominant to subordinate. And this of course has consequences for the other, the reception end of the communicative chain. There can be no law to ensure that the receiver will take the preferred or dominant meaning of an episode of violence in precisely the way in which it has been encoded by the producer. Typically, the isolation of the violent elements from the Western by researchers was made on the presumption that all the other elements, setting, action, characters, iconography, movement, conduct and appearance, moral structure, and so on, were present as so many inert supports for the violence, in order to warrant or endorse the violent act. It is now perfectly clear that the violence might be present only in order to warrant or endorse the character. We can thus sketch out more than one possible path of meaning through the way in which the so-called content is organized by the codes. Take the ubiquitous semantic item of a simple Western. Hero draws his gun, faster than anyone else, he seems always to have known how, and shoots the villain with bullseye aim. To use Gerbner's term, what norm, Proposition or cultural signification is here signified ? And it is possible to decode this item thus: the hero figure knows how to draw his gun faster, and shoot better than his enemy. When confronted by the villain, he shoots him dead with a single shot. This might be called a behavioral or instrumental interpretation. But, research suggests, this directly behavioral message has been stylized and conventionalized by the intervention of a highly organized set of codes and genre conventions, a code of codes, or metacode. The intervention of the codes appear to have the effect of neutralizing one set of meanings, while setting another in motion. Or, to put it better, the codes effect a transformation and displacement of the same denotative content unit from one reference code to another, thereby effecting a transformation in the signification. Peter Berger and Thomas Luckman have argued that habitualization or sedimentation serves to routinize certain actions or meanings, so as to free the foreground for new, innovative meanings. 11 Turner and others have shown how ritual conventions redistribute the focus of ritual performances from one domain, for example, the emotional or personal, to another, for example the cognitive, cosmological or social, domain. 12 Freud, both in his analysis of ritualization in symptom formation and in the dream work, has shown the pivotal position of condensation and displacement in the encoding of latent materials and meanings through manifest symbolizations. 13 Bearing this in mind, we may speculatively formulate an alternative connotative reading for the item. To be a certain kind of man, hero, means the ability to master all contingencies by the demonstration of a practiced and professional cool. This reading transposes the same, denotative, content from its instrumental behavioral connotative reference to that of decorum, conduct, the idiom and style of masculine action. The message or the proposition, now, would be understood, not as a message about violence, but as a message about conduct, or even about professionalism, or perhaps even about the relation of professionalism to character. And here we recall Robert Warshaw's intuitive observation that, fundamentally, the Western is not about violence but about codes of conduct. 14. I have been trying to suggest, without being able to take the example very far, how an attention to the symbolic/linguistic/coded nature of communications, far from boxing us into the closed and formal universe of signs, precisely opens out into the area where cultural content, of the most resonant but latent kind, is transmitted, and especially the manner in which the interplay of codes and content serve to displace meanings from one frame to another, and thus to bring to the surface in disguised forms the repressed content of a culture. It is worth, in this connection, bearing in mind Eco's observation that semiology shows us the universe of ideologies arranged in codes and subcodes within the universe of signs. 15 My own view is that, if the insights won by the advances in a semiotic perspective are not to be lost within a new kind of formalism, it is increasingly in this direction that it must be pushed. 16. Let us turn, now, to a different area of programming, and a different aspect of the operation of codes. The televisual sign is a peculiarly complex one, as we know. It is a visual sign with strong, supplementary oral verbal support. It is one of the iconic signs, in Peirce's sense, that, whereas the form of the written sign is arbitrary in relation to its signified, the iconic sign reproduces certain elements of the signified in the form of the signifier. As Peirce says, it possesses some of the properties of the thing or object represented. 17 Actually, since the iconic sign translates a three-dimensional world into two representational planes, its naturalism with respect to the referent lies not so much at the encoding side of the chain, but rather in terms of the learned perceptions with which the viewer decodes the sign. Thus, as Eco has convincingly argued, iconic signs look like objects in the real world, to put it crudely, for example, the photograph or drawing of a cow, and the animal cow, because they reproduce the conditions of perception in the receiver. 18 These conditions of recognition in the viewer constitute some of the most fundamental perceptual codes which all culture members share. How? Because these perceptual codes are so widely shared, denotative visual signs probably give rise to less misunderstandings than linguistic ones. A lexical inventory of the English language would throw up thousands of words which the ordinary speaker could not denotatively comprehend, but provided enough information is given, culture members would be able or competent to decode, denotatively, a much wider range of visual signifiers. In this sense, and at the denotative level, the visual sign is probably a more universal one than the linguistic sign. Whereas, in societies like ours, linguistic competence is very unequally distributed as between different classes and segments of the population, predominantly, by the family and the education system, what we might call visual competence, at the denotative level, is more universally diffused. It is worth reminding ourselves, of course, that it is not, in fact, universal, and that we are dealing with a spectrum, There are kinds of visual representation, short of the purely abstract, which create all kinds of visual puzzles for ordinary viewers, for example cartoons, certain kinds of diagrammatic representation, representations which employ unfamiliar conventions, types of photographic or cinematic cutting and editing, etc. It is also true that the iconic sign may support misreading simply because it is so natural, so transparent. Mistakes may arise here, not because we as viewers cannot literally decode the sign, it is perfectly obvious what it is a picture of, but because we are tempted, by its very naturalization, to misread the image for the thing it signifies. 19 With this important proviso, however, we would be surprised to find that the majority of the television audience had much difficulty in literally or denotatively identifying what the visual signs they see on the screen refer to or signify. Whereas most people require a lengthy process of education in order to become relatively competent users of the language of their speech community, they seem to pick up its visual perceptual codes at a very early age, without formal training, and are quickly competent in its use. The visual sign is, however, also a connotative sign. And it is so preeminently within the discourses of modern mass communication. The level of connotation of the visual sign, of its contextual reference, of its position in the various associative fields of meanings, is precisely the point where the denoted sign intersects with the deep semantic structures of a culture, and takes on an ideological dimension. In the advertising discourse, for example, we might say that there is almost no purely denotative communication. Every visual sign in advertising connotes a quality, a situation, value or inference which is present as an implication or implied meaning, depending on the connotational reference. We are all probably familiar with Barthes's example of the sweater, which, in the rhetoric of advertising and fashion, always connotes, at least, a warm garment or keeping warm, and thus by farther elaboration, the coming of winter or a cold day. In the specialized subcodes of fashion, sweater may connote a fashionable style of haute couture or, alternatively, an informal style of dress. But set against the right background, and positioned in the romantic subcode, it may connote long autumn walk in the woods. 20 connotational codes of this order are, clearly, structured enough to signify, but they are more open or open-ended than denotative codes. What is more, they clearly contract relations with the universe of ideologies in a culture, and with history and ethnography. These connotative codes are the linguistic means by which the domains of social life, the segmentations of culture, power and ideology, are made to signify. They refer to the maps of meaning into which any culture is organized, and those maps of social reality have the whole range of social meanings, practices and usages, power and interest written into them. Connoted signifiers, Barthes has reminded us, have a close communication with culture, knowledge and history, and it is through them, so to speak, that the environmental world invades the linguistic and semantic system. There are, if you like, the fragments of ideology. 21. The denotative level of the televisual sign may be bounded within certain, very complex but limited or closed codes. But its connotative level, though bounded, remains open, subject to the formation, transformation and decay of history and fundamentally polysemic. Any such sign is potentially mappable into more than one connotative configuration. Polysemy must not, however, be confused with pluralism. Connotative codes are not equal among themselves. Any society/culture tends, with varying degrees of closure, to impose its segmentations, its classifications of the social, cultural and political world, upon its members. There remains a dominant cultural order, though it is neither univocal nor uncontested. This question of the structure of dominance in a culture is an absolutely crucial point. We may say, then, that the different areas of social life appear to be mapped out into connotative domains of dominant or preferred meanings. New, problematic or troubling things and events, which breach our expectancies and run counter to our common sense constructs, to our taken for granted knowledge of social structures, must be assigned to their connotational domains before they can be said to make sense, and the most common way of mapping them is to assign the new within some domain or other of the existing maps of problematic social reality. We say dominant, not determined, because it is always possible to order, classify, assign and decode an event within more than one mapping. But we say dominant because there exists a pattern of preferred readings, and these mappings both have the institutional/political/ideological order imprinted in them, and have themselves become institutionalized. 22 The domains of preferred mappings have the whole social order embedded in them as a set of meanings, practices and beliefs, the everyday knowledge of social structures, of how things work for all practical purposes in this culture, the rank order of power and interest, and a structure of legitimations and sanctions. Thus, to clarify a misunderstanding at the denotative level, we need primarily to refer to the immanent world of the sign and its codes. But to clarify and resolve misunderstandings at the level of connotation, we must refer, through the codes, to the rules of social life, of history and life situation, or of economic and political power and, ultimately, of ideology. Further, since these connotational mappings are structured in dominance but not closed, the communicative process consists, not in the unproblematic assignment of every visual item to its position within a set of prearranged codes, but performative rules, rules of competence and use, of logics and use, which seek to enforce or prefer one's semantic domain over another, and which rule items into and out of their appropriate meaning sets. Formal semiology has too often neglected this level of interpretive work, though this forms in fact the deep structure of a great deal of broadcast time in television, especially in the political and other sensitive areas of programming. In speaking of dominant meanings, then, we are not simply talking about a one-sided process, which governs how any event will be signified. We might think, for example, of the recent coup in Chile. It also consists of the work required to enforce, win plausibility for and command as legitimate a decoding of the event within the dominant definition in which it has been connotatively signified. Dr. Tierney remarked, in his paper, by the word reading we mean not only the capacity to identify and decode a certain number of signs, but also the subjective capacity to put them into a creative relation between themselves and with other signs, a capacity which is, by itself, the condition for a complete awareness of one's total environment. 23 Our only quarrel here is with the notion of subjective capacity, as if the denotative reference of the televisual sign is an objective process, but the connotational and connective level is an individualized and private matter. Quite the opposite seems to us to be the case. The televisual process takes objective, i.e. systemic, responsibility precisely for the relations which disparate signs contract with one another, and thus continually delimits and prescribes into what awareness of one's total environment these items are arranged. This brings us, then, to the key question of misunderstandings between the encoders and decoders of the television message, and thus, by a long but necessary detour, to the matter of cultural policies designed to facilitate better communication, to make communication more effective. Television producers or encoders, who find their message failing to get across, are frequently concerned to straighten out the kinks in the communicative chain, and thus to facilitate the effectiveness of their messages. A great deal of research has been devoted to trying to discover how much of the message the audience retains or recalls. At the denotative level, if we can make the analytic distinction for the moment, there is no doubt that some misunderstandings exist, though we have no real idea how widespread this is. And we can see possible explanations for it. The viewer does not speak the language, figuratively if not literally, he or she cannot follow the complex logic of argument or exposition, or the concepts are too alien, or the editing, which arranges items within an expository logic or narrative, and thus in itself proposes connections between discrete things, is too swift, truncated or sophisticated, etc. and so on. At another level, encoders also mean that their audience has made sense of the message in a way different from that intended. What they really mean is that viewers are not operating within the dominant or preferred code. This ideally is the perfectly transparent communication. Instead, what they have to confront is the fact of systematically distorted communication. In recent years, discrepancies of this kind are usually accounted for in terms of individually aberrant readings, attributed to selective perception. Selective perception is the door via which, in recent research, a residual pluralism is reserved within the sphere of a highly structured, asymmetrical cultural operation. Of course, there will always be individual, private, variant readings. But my own tentative view is that selective perception is almost never as selective, random, or privatized, as the concept suggests. The patterns exhibit more structuring and clustering than is normally assumed. Any new approach to audience studies, via the concept of decoding, would have to begin with a critique of selective perception theory. ECO has recently pointed to another, intermediary, level of structuration, between competence in the dominant code, and aberrant individual readings, that level provided by subcultural formations. But, since subcultures are, by definition, differentiated articulations within a culture, it is more useful to specify this mediation within a somewhat different framework. 24. The very general typology sketched below is an attempt to reinterpret the notion of misunderstandings, which we find inadequate, in terms of certain broadly defined societal perspectives which audiences might adopt towards the televisual message. It attempts to apply Gramsci's work on hegemonic and corporate ideological formations and Frank Parkin's recent work on types of meaning systems. 25 I should like now, adapting Parkin's schema, To put into discussion four ideal-type positions from which decodings of mass communications by the audience can be made, and thus to represent the common-sense notion of misunderstandings in terms of a theory of systematically distorted communications. 26. Literal or denotative errors are relatively unproblematic. They represent a kind of noise in the channel. But misreadings of a message at the connotative or contextual level are a different matter. They have, fundamentally, a societal, not a communicative, basis. They signify, at the message level, the structural conflicts, contradictions and negotiations of economic, political and cultural life. The first position we want to identify is that of the dominant or hegemonic code. There are, of course, many different codes and subcodes required to produce an event within the dominant code. When the viewer takes the connoted meaning from, say, a television newscast or current affairs program, full and straight, and decodes the message in terms of the reference code in which it has been coded, we might say that the viewer is operating inside the dominant code. This is the ideal typical case of perfectly transparent communication, or as close as we are likely to come to it for all practical purposes. Next, here we are amplifying Parkin's model. We would want to identify the professional code. This is the code, or set of codes, for we are here dealing with what might be better called metacodes, which the professional broadcasters employ when transmitting a message which has already been signified in a hegemonic manner. The professional code is relatively independent of the dominant code, in that it applies criteria and operations of its own, especially those of a technico-practical nature. The professional code, however, operates within the hegemony of the dominant code. Indeed, it serves to reproduce the dominant definitions precisely by bracketing the hegemonic quality, and operating with professional codings which relate to such questions as visual quality, news and presentational values, televisual quality, professionalism, etc. The hegemonic interpretation of the politics of Northern Ireland, or the Chilean coup or the Industrial Relations Bill are given by political elites. The particular choice of presentational occasions and formats, the selection of personnel, the choice of images, the staging of debates, etc. are selected by the operation of the professional code. 27 How the broadcasting professionals are able both to operate with relatively autonomous codes of their own, while acting in such a way as to reproduce, not without contradiction, the hegemonic signification of events, is a complex matter which cannot be further spelled out here. It must suffice to say that the professionals are linked with the defining elites not only by the institutional position of broadcasting itself as an ideological apparatus, but more intimately by the structure of access, i.e., the systematic over-accessing of elite personnel and definitions of the situation in television. 28 It may even be said that the professional codes serve to reproduce hegemonic definitions specifically by not overtly biasing their operations in their direction. Ideological reproduction therefore takes place here inadvertently, unconsciously, behind men's backs. Of course, conflicts, contradictions and even misunderstandings regularly take place between the dominant and the professional significations and their signifying agencies. The third position we would identify is that of the negotiated code or position. Majority audiences probably understand quite adequately what has been dominantly defined and professionally signified. The dominant definitions, however, are hegemonic precisely because they represent definitions, situations and events which are in dominance, and which are global. Dominant definitions connect events, implicitly or explicitly, to grand totalizations, to the great syntagmatic views of the world. They take large views of issues, they relate events to the national interest or to the level of geopolitics, even if they make these connections in truncated, inverted or mystified ways. The definition of a hegemonic viewpoint is, a, that it defines within its terms the mental horizon, the universe of possible meanings of a whole society or culture, and, b, that it carries with it the stamp of legitimacy. It appears coterminous with what is natural, inevitable and taken for granted about the social order. Decoding within the negotiated version contains a mixture of adaptive and oppositional elements. It acknowledges the legitimacy of the hegemonic definitions to make the grand significations, while, at a more restricted, situational level, it makes its own ground rules, operating with exceptions to the rule. It accords the privileged position to the dominant definition of events, whilst reserving the right to make a more negotiated application to local conditions, to its own more corporate positions. This negotiated version of the dominant ideology is thus shot through with contradictions, though these are only on certain occasions brought to full visibility. Negotiated codes operate through what we might call particular or situated logics, and these logics arise from the differential position of those who occupy this position in the spectrum, and from their differential and unequal relation to power. The simplest example of a negotiated code is that which governs the response of the worker to the notion of an industrial relations bill limiting the right to strike, or to arguments for a wages freeze. At the level of the national interest economic debate, he may adopt the hegemonic definition, agreeing that we must all pay ourselves less in order to combat inflation, etc. This, however, may have little or no relation to his willingness to go on strike for better pay and conditions, or to oppose the industrial relations bill at the level of his shop floor or union organization. We suspect that the great majority of so-called misunderstandings arise from the disjunctures between hegemonic dominant encodings and negotiated corporate decodings. It is just these mismatches in the levels which most provoke defining elites and professionals to identify a failure in communications. Finally, it is possible for a viewer perfectly to understand both the literal and connotative inflection given to an event, but to determine to decode the message in a globally contrary way. He detotalizes the message in the preferred code in order to retotalize the message within some alternative framework of reference. This is the case of viewer who listens to a debate on the need to limit wages, but who reads every mention of the national interest as class interest. He is operating with what we must call an oppositional code. One of the most significant political moments, they also coincide with crisis points within the broadcasting organizations themselves for obvious reasons, is the point when events which are normally signified and decoded in a negotiated way begin to be given an oppositional reading. The question of cultural policies now falls, awkwardly, into place. When dealing with social communications, it is extremely difficult to identify as a neutral, educational goal, the task of improving communications or of making communications more effective, at any rate once one has passed beyond the strictly denotative level of the message. The educator or cultural policymaker is performing one of his most partisan acts when he colludes with the resignification of real conflicts and contradictions as if they were simply kinks in the communicative chain. Denotative mistakes are not structurally significant, but connotative and contextual misunderstandings are, or can be, of the highest significance. To interpret what are in fact essential elements in the systematic distortions of a socio-communications system as if they are technical faults in transmission is to misread a deep structure process for a surface phenomenon. The decision to intervene in order to make the hegemonic codes of dominant elites more effective and transparent for the majority audience is not a technically neutral, but a political one. To misread a political choice as a technical one represents a type of unconscious collusion with the dominant interests, a form of collusion to which social science researchers are all too prone. Though the sources of such mystification are both social and structural, the actual process is greatly facilitated by the operation of discrepant codes. It would not be the first time that scientific researchers had unconsciously played a part in the reproduction of hegemony, not by openly submitting to it, but simply by operating the professional bracket. Chapter 20. Media Power, the Double Bind. British broadcasting institutions have a great deal of formal autonomy from the state and government, but their authority to broadcast derives from the state, and, ultimately, it is to the state that they are responsible. What are usually understood as external influences on broadcasting are in fact the everyday working context for broadcasting. The study of such specific influences therefore is an inadequate model for examining the mediation between broadcasting and power. It is predicated on a model of broadcasting which takes at face value its formal and editorial autonomy. External influences are seen as encroaching upon this area of freedom. I do not mean to deny specific instances of pressure, influence, and censorship to which broadcasters have been subject. Nor do I mean to deny the relative autonomy of broadcasting in its day-to-day practice. Nevertheless, the real relationship between broadcasting, power, and ideology is thoroughly mystified by such a model. One difficulty is that we have few ways of understanding how power and influence flow, how relative institutional integration is accomplished, in societies which are of the formal democratic type. Institutions are conceived of as either state-controlled and dominated, in which case they belong within the complex of state power, or as free and autonomous. We cannot, from an external influences model, predict or comprehend the specific areas of conjecture and disjuncture which arise between different institutions in civil society. Thus, we would find it impossible to account for the fact that on some specific occasions broadcasters assert their editorial independence against clear political pressure, and at the same time account for the mutual adjustments, the reciprocity of interests and definitions, occurring from day to day between broadcasters and the institutions of power. The coverage of recent events in Northern Ireland has been subject to massive internal watchfulness and external constraint. Specifically, this has operated with respect to the broadcaster's right to interview representative spokesmen of the IRA, Irish Republican Army. Here, clearly, The broadcasters have been subject both to external influence and pressure and to internal institutional self-censorship. But, even had no specific representations on the issue been made to the broadcasters, can one envisage a situation in which, systematically, the broadcasters of their own accord gave precedence in their current affairs coverage to the definition of the Northern Ireland situation proposed by the IRA and its sympathizers? There seems to me only one, distant but just conceivable, contingency in which such a practice could ever become widespread within the broadcast organizations, if opinion were to crystallize so powerfully against government policies that the broadcasters could refer to an external authority alternative to that of the state itself, public opinion. Otherwise, whether the state intervenes directly to censor broadcasting's coverage of Ulster or not, the prevailing tendency of the organizations has been to orient themselves within the dominant definition of the situation. The broadcaster's decision not to interview IRA spokesmen as the free reproduction, within the symbolic content of their programs, of the state's definition of the IRA as an illegal organization. It is a mere reflection and amplification of the decision, to which both political parties subscribe, that the IRA do not constitute a legitimate political agency in the Ulster situation. Simpler, but more misleading, models are frequently advanced by both the political right and the political left. On the right, spokesmen try to account for what they call a taste for agitprop in the media by what they see as the leftist tendencies of the people who are recruited for work in broadcast institutions. Much the same proposition, in reverse, is advanced by those on the left. Television certainly recruits from an extremely narrow social band, and those who work in television are powerfully socialized into the ethos and morale of the broadcasting institutions. But I do not believe that television's built-in biases can be accounted for in terms of the overt political inclinations, to left or right, of its individual practitioners. What is far more significant is the way quite different kinds and conditions of individuals are systematically constrained to handle the variety of news and accounts which they process daily within the framework of a limited set of interpretations. Nor do I believe that the broadcasters are systematically censored and pressured from extrinsic sources except in limited and largely exceptional cases. Just as it is impossible to net the influence of advertising in the press in terms of the number of times advertisers have explicitly threatened editors with the withdrawal of their custom, so it is impossible to net the real structure of interests in television or radio in terms of direct representations by government officials to broadcast institutions. Certainly there are issues and areas where the system of scrutiny is very precise, and it is important to identify where and what these are. But the relative autonomy of the broadcasting institutions is not a mere cover, it is, I believe, central to the way power and ideology are mediated in societies like ours. Broadcasting accommodates itself to the power-ideology nexus by way of a number of crucial intervening concepts. These concepts mediate the relationship of the broadcasters to power. They provide the structure of legitimations which permit the broadcasters to exercise a substantial measure of editorial and day-to-day control without contravening the overall hegemony. At the same time, it is essential to recognize that this orientation of broadcasting within the hegemonic ideology is not a perfectly regulated, fully integrated one-dimensional system. The central concepts which mediate broadcasting's relationship to the power ideology complex are balance, impartiality, objectivity, professionalism, and consensus. Until recently, producers were expected to provide balance within single programs, and whenever a topic is controversial this ground rule is more strictly applied. Elsewhere, it has come to be more liberally interpreted, balance over a reasonable period of time. The broadcasters are thus required to recognize that conflicts of interest and opinion exist. Indeed, because controversy is topical and makes good, lively broadcasting, controversial programs flood the screen. Thus broadcasting appears as the very reverse of monolithic or univocal, as precisely open, democratic, and controversial. Yet balance is crucially exercised within an overall framework of assumptions about the distribution of political power. The conflict here is scrupulously regulated. A debate between Labour and Conservative Party spokesmen, an area subject to both executive and informal sanctions, is itself framed by agreements, said elsewhere but reproduced in the studio, on television's presentational devices and in its very discourse. Political balance operates essentially between the legitimate mass parties and the parliamentary system. Balance becomes trickier when groups outside the consensus participate, since the grounds of conflict then become the terrain of political legitimacy itself, an issue on which Labour and Conservative spokesmen stand together, against the others. In this way television does not favour one point of view, but it does favour, and reproduce, one definition of politics and excludes, represses, or neutralizes other definitions. By operating balance within a given structure, television tacitly maintains the prevailing definition of the political order. In one and the same moment, it expresses and contains conflict. It reproduces unwittingly the structure of institutionalized class conflicts on which the system depends. It thereby legitimates the prevailing structure of interests, while scrupulously observing balance between the parties. It also, incidentally, offers a favorable image of the system, as open to conflict and to alternative points of view. It is this last twist which keeps the structure flexible and credible. Broadcasters are not supposed to express personal opinions on controversial issues. They are committed to a rigorous impartiality between the conflicting parties. In practice, of course, all broadcasters have views. The working compromise is to insist that the broadcaster must be the last person, if at all, to express a view. But as all good producers know, there is more than one way of cutting a program. Producers have become extremely skilled at producing balanced studio teams. The infinite calculation of how many Bernadette Devlins make an Ian Paisley is one of those editorial acts which all producers are skilled at intuiting. Yet the practice of impartiality has several inescapable consequences. It leads broadcasting into the impasse of a false symmetry of issue. All controversial questions must have two sides, and the two sides are usually given a rough equality in weight. Responsibility is shared between the parties, each side receives a measure of praise or censure. This symmetry of oppositions is a formal balance. It has little or no relevance to the quite unequal relative weights of the case for each side in the real world. If the workman asserts that he is being poisoned by the effluents from a noxious plant, the chairman must be wheeled in to say that all possible precautions are now being taken. This symmetrical alignment of arguments may ensure the broadcaster's impartiality, but it hardly advances the truth. Impartiality as a practice gives the broadcaster/presenter a built-in interest in compromise, in conflict resolution. It commits him to the pragmatic view of politics. His only way of intervening actively in a controversy is to act, in the studio, the shadow role of the compromiser, the middleman. His only legitimate interventions can be to salvage some lowest common denominator from the deeply held but opposing positions before him. All conflicts thus become translated into the language of compromise. All failures to compromise are signs of intransigence, extremism, or failures in communication. The other way of neutralizing conflict is to assert some overriding interest which subordinates the conflicting parties. Thus all broadcasters are safe in asserting that Britain's perilous economic position overrides all industrial conflict, even if the strikers have a good case. This stake of the broadcaster in conflict resolution has the function of legitimating those elements in a conflict which are realistic, which can be abstracted from a general case and built into a package. The case which is intrinsically not amenable to this process is unrealistic and unreasonable. Broadcasting is thus raised above the conflicts which it treats. It seems to stand outside the real play of interests on which it reports and comments. The men and women who produce programs are real social individuals in the midst of the conflicts they report. But this subjective dimension is repressed in the objectivity of the program. The programs they produce are outside these conflicts, they reflect on and judge them, but they do not participate in them. This tendency of broadcasting to stand above conflict is especially damaging for the viewer, who is encouraged to identify with the presenter and who thus comes to see himself as a neutral and dispassionate party to a partisan and impassioned struggle, the disinvolved spectator before the spectacle of conflict. Objectivity, like impartiality, is an operational fiction. All filming and editing is the manipulation of raw data, selectively perceived, interpreted, signified. Television cannot capture the whole of any event. The idea that it offers a pure transcription of reality, a neutrality of the camera before the facts, is an illusion, a utopia. All filmed accounts of reality are selective. All edited or manipulated symbolic reality is impregnated with values, viewpoints, implicit theorizings, common sense assumptions. The choice to film this aspect of an event rather than that is subject to criteria other than those embedded in the material itself, this aspect rather than that is significant, shows something special, out of the ordinary, unexpected, typical. Each of those notions is operating against a taken-for-granted set of understandings and only has meaning within that context. Each decision to link this piece of film with that, to create a discourse out of the disparate fragments of edited material, makes sense only within a logic of exposition. The identification of social actors, their projects in the world, is accomplished against the prevailing schemes of interpretation which we regularly but tacitly employ for the recognition and decoding of social scenes. It partakes of the stock of social knowledge at hand which men employ to make sense of their world and events in it. Such a stock of knowledge is not a neutral structure, it is shot through with previously sedimented social meanings. The illusion of reality depends on such contexts of meaning, such background schemes of recognition and interpretation, for its construction. How objective is a clip from a miner's picket line used in a news or current affairs documentary program? The images we see are real enough, no one doubts that the cameraman and reporter were there, saw it happen, are trying to show it as it is. Yet the brief extract of this denoted foreground event is an enormously compressed item of information, rich in connotations. It only has meaning for us within its multiple contexts: the picket, from the viewpoint of the strikers, as an index of the union's power to hold the line while the strike continues; the picket, from the viewpoint of the coal board, as an index of the strength and effectiveness of rank-and-file resistance; the picket, from the viewpoint of the government, as an element which might contribute to the defeat of the government's wages policy; the picket, from the political viewpoint, as an index of escalating class conflict; the picket, from the viewpoint of the police, as a problem in the policing of class conflict, and so on. Whether the item is accompanied by commentary or not, whether it provides the actuality basis for a studio discussion or not, its meaning lies in its indexical significance within the relevant context of meanings. We decode its significance. It cannot literally be read off the denoted images themselves, in terms of these contexts of awareness, in terms of the connotative power of the message. The different logics of interpretation within which this objectively presented item makes sense in a public discourse are not neutral networks of meaning, and no broadcast program can offer such an item without situating it within one or another of those logics. Professionalism in broadcasting seems to serve as a defensive barrier which insulates the broadcaster from the contending forces which play across any program making in a sensitive area. It is often a species of professional retreatism, a technique of neutralization. By converting issues of substance into a technical idiom, and by making himself responsible primarily for the technical competence with which the program is executed, the producer raises himself above the problematic content of the issues he presents. What concerns him is identifying the elements of good television, cutting and editing with professional finish, the smooth management of transitions within the studio or between the program elements, good pictures, full of incident and drama. The most pervasive of these semi-technical structures is that of news value itself. The media journalist, like his counterpart in the press, knows a good news story when he smells one, but few can define what criteria are integrated within this notion. News values are, however, a man-made, value-loaded system of relevancies. Such a system has great practical use, since it enables the editor to get his work done, under the condition of heavily pressured schedules, without reference back to first principles. But the idea that such sedimented social knowledge is neutral, a set of technical protocols only, is an illusion. Consensus provides the basis of continuity and fundamental agreement in common social life. The consensus is the structure of common sense ideology and beliefs in the public at large. In formal democracies, a great deal of what holds the social order together consists of those tacit, shared agreements about fundamental issues embedded at the level of common sense ideology, rather than what is formally written down in constitutional protocols and documents. The consensus on any specific issue is, however, extremely fluid and difficult to define. The opinions of very few individuals will coincide exactly with it. Yet, without the notion that some shared bargain or compromise has been reached on fundamentals, it would be difficult either to govern or to broadcast in formal democratic societies. In modern, complex bureaucratic class societies, consensus plays the role which public opinion was cast for in ideal democratic theory. In practice, since the majority of people have little real, day-to-day access to decisions and information, common sense ideologies are usually a composite reflection of the dominant ideologies, operating at a passive and diffuse level in society. Though the consensus is extremely difficult to locate, its existence also underwrites and guarantees the broadcaster in his day-to-day functions. His sense of the state of play in public opinion provides a sort of warrant for his performance. It offers a rough and ready way of referring to what people in general are thinking and feeling about an issue. It is my impression that in their everyday professional practice, broadcasters are more consistently regulated by their sense of their audience than by any single other source. But, as we have noted, the consensus is in fact an extremely fluid and ambivalent structure, at best. In practice, the agencies of government and control, while responsible in some formal sense to the people/the electorate/public opinion/the audience, are, for that very reason, driven to treat the area of consensus as an arena in which they win consent for or assent to their actions and policies, their definitions and outlooks. The elites are in a powerful position to win assent, a. because they play a dominant role in crystallizing issues, b. because they provide the material and information which support their preferred interpretations, c. because they can rely on the disorganized state of public knowledge and feeling to provide, by inertia, a sort of tacit agreement to let the existing state of affairs continue. We are thus in the highly paradoxical situation whereby the elites of power constantly invoke, as a legitimation for their actions, a consensus which they themselves have powerfully pre-structured. Thus the process of opinion formation and attitude crystallization is, like so many of the other processes we have been discussing, a process structured in dominance. We can now understand why broadcasting itself stands in such a pivotal and ambiguous position. For the media and the dominant institutions of communication and consciousness formation are themselves the primary source of attitudes and knowledge within which public opinion crystallizes, and the primary channels between the dominant classes and the audience. At the same time, as the rift in the moral political consensus in the society widens, the consensus ceases to provide the broadcaster with a built-in ideological compass. The ruling elites thus have a direct interest in monopolizing the channels for consensus formation for their preferred accounts and interpretations, thereby extending their hegemony. They also have a vested interest in ensuring that, when left to their own devices, the media will themselves reproduce, on their behalf, the tentative structure of agreement which favors their hegemony. In such moments, the media themselves become the site for the elaboration of hegemonic and counter-hegemonic ideologies and the terrain of societal and class conflict at the ideological level. Both of television's functions are locked into this process, those occasions when it elaborates interpretations and accounts of the world on its own behalf, and those many occasions when, via the skewed structures of access, it is obliged to reproduce and validate the status of accredited witnesses, whose views it is obliged to attend and defer to, and whose statements in other places, in Parliament, in conferences, in boardrooms, in the courts, it is required to transmit. The media cannot long retain their credibility with the public without giving some access to witnesses and accounts which lie outside the consensus. But the moment it does so, it immediately endangers itself with its critics, who attack broadcasting for unwittingly tipping the balance of public feeling against the political order. It opens itself to the strategies of both sides which are struggling to win a hearing for their interpretations in order to redefine the situations in which they are acting in a more favorable way. This is broadcasting's double bind. From Journal of Communication 24, No. 4, 1974, 19-26, a U.S. edited iteration of a paper that also appears, with variations, as The Limitations of Broadcasting in the Listener, March 16, 1972. The longest version is External Influences on Broadcasting, the External/Internal Dialectic in Broadcasting, Television's Double Bind, paper to the 4th Symposium on Broadcasting Policy, University of Manchester, 1972. Published as a CCCS stenciled paper. Chapter 21. Will Annan open the box? Despite its very wide terms of reference, there are many things about British broadcasting which it would be silly to expect the Annan Committee to say. It is not, for example, about to turn the broadcasting structures inside out, or dismantle the central instruments of broadcasting, or embrace producers' control, or abolish advertising, or revoke the licenses of program companies, or substantially extend the degree of access programming. These things are far outside the existing logic within which broadcasting operates and, in the hope of producing a document which looks realistic and is politically effective, Annan will try to work within that logic, modifying, changing the emphasis here and there, where he can. It may seem churlish to begin with constraints, but anyone with the fate of Pilkington in mind will want to begin there. After all, Pilkington said some pretty important things about public service broadcasting which commanded quite wide assent. It was when he tried to make his general judgments effective, in terms of changes in the structure and practice of broadcasting, that Pilkington ran into trouble. The constraints Pilkington encountered are still operating. The main patterns are well established, the mixture of public service and commercial, the centralized areas of programming, weighty editorial control, balance, a heavy overlap between the great heartland of current affairs broadcasting and the big battalions of power, politics and the state. These are the institutional givens of British broadcasting. Television and radio are now absolutely central to the whole system of public and social communications in our society, and, though there will continue to be squabbles, internal contradictions, tugs of war between different interests, for example, between broadcasters and politicians, the broadcasting system has become both adapted and adaptable to its position within that system. These are the real social and political relations in which British broadcasting is enmeshed. They are unlikely to be dismantled by decree from above. Annan could do worse than to begin by pondering aloud, for the benefit of us all, on just what those relations really are, how they operate, what the real system of constraints is, for broadcasters and inquirers alike. That would help to clear the air. Then there is the matter of a practical philosophy for broadcasting. Annan will need to address himself to these philosophical issues, for, without such a statement, we shall have no criteria by which to judge his more short-term proposals. This is no easy task. The old standbys, the holy trinity of purposes, to inform, educate and entertain, are no longer adequate. They no longer adequately express what broadcasting is and does in a modern society like ours. It is broadcasting, rather than the press, which now establishes the central agenda of issues and concerns, broadcasting which sets the terms in which those issues are debated and discussed. Broadcasters, and those with regular access to the media, define political and social reality for viewers and listeners, and by no means only in the domain of news and current affairs. Broadcasting commands the pass between powerful and powerless, between governors and governed. The media no longer simply open a window on the world, they also structure the view. Annan may be happy with how this function is presently executed. I happen to think that the frameworks are too narrow, the range of reference too restricted, the relations between broadcasters and their powerful sources too routinized, the perspectives of broadcasting and the state too congruent. Wherever Annan's judgment on this matter falls, we need to know what he thinks about the way this structuring role is executed by those who literally have the monopoly of the means of communication at their disposal. Annan will do us all a good turn if he admits these controversial questions to conscious view, and allows the light of realism to play upon them. There are certain immediate questions which force this review of broadcasting onto the political agenda, which Annan will be obliged to address. The first has to do with the financing of broadcasting's costly services at a time when economic recession is eating into advertising revenue, production costs are rising, and the license fee has become a political hot potato. The split system of financing seems increasingly wasteful, and, in some respects, harmful. I can think of several ways in which revenue, drawn from a variety of sources, could be pooled so as to support 2, 3 or 4 different kinds of channel. The typical commercial program company, making programs with one hand, and siphoning off capital for reinvestment in travel agencies, publishing and bowling alleys with the other, is an anachronism, a dinosaur left over from previous good times. Whether Annan will be bold enough to meddle with these delicate economic mechanisms depends, of course, on 1. How sensitively his ear is attuned to the siren voices of the IBA, the program companies, the manufacturers, advertisers and rental lobbies, and 2. How committed he is to Pilkington's sovereign principle, that what matters in broadcasting, the only thing that matters, is the quality of the programs. Another question relates to the rapidly changing technology of the industry. Here I detect a growing awareness that videocassettes and cable are not about to overtake the central areas of national programming at anything like the speed which the media freaks once, in their innocence, assumed. If and when they emerge, they are far more likely to be supporting tributaries, annexed to the mainstream. Yet Annan would be foolish to pilot us into the 1980s without recognizing that, in some fundamental way, the earth beneath one-way transmission has shifted. It can no longer be taken for granted as the broadcaster's permanent right, as it once was. Non-professionals are going to record programs, make them, learn to handle the equipment, use it to explore new types and scales of communication, break down its professional mystique, and expand the quality and range of media literacy at an accelerating pace in the next decade, and this will have its consequences in further weakening the God-given right of the professional broadcaster to broadcast when and what he likes, to whom he pleases. This is an explosive development, with a long fuse, it is true, but it is already alight. Annan cannot ignore it. Of much greater long-term consequence, however, is the matter of broadcasting's crisis of credibility. This crisis is really what brought Annan into existence in the first place, though it is a common habit of official inquiries to sit so long, and in so enclosed an atmosphere, as to forget the circumstances to which they owe their origin. This had to do with the consensual nature and tendency of broadcasting, in a period when the structure of consensus is fragmenting in all the central areas, political, economic, social, moral. It has to do with the heavily centralized, one-way, top-to-bottom pattern of British broadcasting, with its built-in sensitivities to power, its heavy editorial superstructure, its habit of referring upwards, its nervousness in the face of controversy and conflict. The forgotten debate about access, the continuing demand for greater viewer control, the attacks from all sides on broadcasting's partisanship, the highly successful moral backlash, before which broadcasting has silently capitulated, all these stem from this crisis of credibility. There was a moment when broadcasting was more directly and critically engaged with these issues, when it lived in a state of permanent tension with these contradictions, these living conflicts, and, in some measure, gave them voice. That moment has certainly passed. Our broadcasting is no longer engaged in the same way, to use Richard Hoggart's telling phrase, in society's quarrel with itself. Programs have become, At the same time, more professional and more predictable. The creative tension has gone. The going got too rough. Broadcasting has gone into a distinguished semi-retirement. It is quite crucial for Annan to identify the causes of this loss of nerve, and to put his finger on the structural, political, economic and production sources of this scramble for the middle ground, in entertainment, drama and current affairs alike. Classically, the critical disengagement in British broadcasting has taken the form of a flight to greater control. As conflict proliferates, the tendency to manage topics, people, programs, producers, has increased. Political and economic crisis, and the uneven tempo of moral change, have driven broadcasting towards a deadly conformity, of course, at the highest level of professionalism. I believe that few practicing broadcasters, as contrasted with the hosts of controllers, would deny that, overall, the reins are tighter, the contracts shorter, the scale of innovation more narrow, the editorial eye keener now than it was 10 years ago. And this, at the very moment when society, locked in the most difficult arguments and struggles over crucial issues, needs, from broadcasting, not greater professional competence or more reassurance, but more critical engagement with the issues. It is hard, given the constraints, to see what Annan can do, immediately, about this. But any recommendations must have some bearing on the questions of structure, decentralization and bureaucracy. At the very least, some measures must be taken, and they will need to be both tough and quite concrete, to enlarge the scope of the producers, as against that of the controllers, and to positively foster variation in viewpoint, approach, format. The fourth channel, if we are to have one, may provide one kind of test, but the changes will first have to be visible within the existing program sources, in the broadcasting heartland, at peak hour viewing and listening. Against this overall tendency towards constriction, which I believe to be the one most important thing about broadcasting, at present, Annan will need all the courage at his command to affirm a few awful truths and try to harness the structures, the habits, the inertia of the system to them. Broadcasting is not a can of beans. It is not the monopoly of the powerful and the conforming. Questions do not need to be solemn, serious, boring and balanced to be relevant and germane. There are more realities claiming access to the truth than could be disinterred from the premises on which programs are currently constructed, and some of these are absolutely pivotal to our future. It is necessary for the mass audience to hear, see and be aware of them, to hear and see them without their being at once labeled extremist, irrational or impractical, to hear them expressed with force and vigor, with the utmost, in the best sense, professional power. Broadcasting does not need to believe everything which it transmits, it is not its task to settle and arbitrate the controversies which enliven and divide us. Indeed, there is no corporate which believes, no truth entirely above the play of opinion, interest and power, including the power which, above all, broadcasting possesses, the cultural power to define. If Annan comes through with the most polished of practical proposals, but fails to embody and express this conception of broadcasting, he may as well not have sat at all. From the Listener, October 9, 1975, 463-64. The Committee on the Future of Broadcasting, Annan Committee, was established in 1974 and reported in 1977. Chapter 22. Which public, whose service? The idea of a broadcasting system as a public service is completely at odds with the prevailing spirit of the age, out of keeping with the current orthodoxy that the market alone supplies the basis of all social judgments about the public good, and wholly at variance with the barbarous newspeak of the new managerialism, the favored discursive instrument of post-Thatcherite institutional restructuring, with its efficiency gains, quality assurance audits, performance indicators, devolved budget centers and franchisings out. Against that background, as seamless a disciplinary regime as the old welfare consensus it has replaced, a debate on the idea of public service broadcasting appears quaint, anachronistic, a last-ditch, merchant ivory-like exercise in national nostalgia. The hard men in the investment rooms, who seem to be the only ones who know how to run the economy, they are certainly the only people whom the broadcasters ever interview about it, must be falling about laughing in their cufflinks and striped braces at the idea of a philosophical debate about a system which, as they see it, the blind forces of technology and the hidden hand of market forces are driving in an inevitable, unstoppable movement towards them. Will the BBC, last bastion of the public service idea, prove no more impervious to their seductive influence, their evangelizing gospel, than our hospitals, schools or universities have proved to be? The new buzzwords, to learn which, public and private institutions alike are paying thousands in consultancy fees, have already penetrated the vocabulary, if not the actual thinking, of parts of extending choice. The BBC's statement of its role in the new broadcasting age, So, in this brief respite in which to collect our thoughts, before B-Sky completely submerges us in the virtual reality of total sport, we should seize the time. Only the surprisingly favorable tenor of the Green Paper, another of the unexpected legacies to the national good of Mr. Miller's turbulent tenure of office, has given the idea of public service broadcasting another, perhaps its last, gasp of life. And when the history books come to be written, the 1992 Green Paper, from a government otherwise driving through the Thatcherization of the public sphere with the same frenzied zeal, will be as difficult to explain as the opening of Channel 4, 10 years ago, in the teeth of the Thatcher deluge. But how can we take advantage of this unexpected window of opportunity? Public service broadcasting in Britain was so much a creature of its time, so deeply enmeshed with the strength, weaknesses and above all the peculiarities of the BBC, the institutional framework in which it was first enshrined, that it is difficult now to approach it in any other context. Of course, the idea only deserves to survive into the next century if it can be made practical, viable and relevant to the rapidly changing broadcasting environment which is emerging, which will set the broad parameters for all forms of structural innovation and reform for some decades to come. Nevertheless, it is worth trying to stake out a few of the underlying issues of principle before grappling with such nitty-gritty questions as the future of the BBC or the viability of the license fee. Three basic questions arise here. What assumptions, what rationale, underpins the idea that a broadcasting system, in a society driven by commodity production and market forces, should be a public service? What, in the 90s, do we understand by the words the public in this context? And what should be the nature and scope of the service offered? The public service idea rests squarely on the claim that there is such a thing as the public interest, a social interest, at stake in broadcasting. This public interest must be taken account of in theory, calculated into the equation and institutionalized in practice whenever the question of the best broadcasting system for the country is up for discussion. This public interest derives from the fundamental role which broadcasting now plays in cultural life, its formative, multifaceted impact on society and the life of the nation as well as on individuals. Modern culture has been transformed by the communication and information revolutions. In modern societies, broadcasting is now the main source of popular knowledge, pictures of the world about society and the world. It forms the discursive space in which the key issues that shape the world and our everyday lives receive their first, popular, often decisive formulation, where they are widely visualized, debated and imagined. It occupies an enormous proportion of the waking lives and leisure time of most adults and children, an enormous popular investment in the symbolic. Its creative work in a variety of forms and languages, its figuring of the world in image and sound, feeds the public mind, the social imaginary. It shapes what the public knows, but also gives form to its fears, anxieties, desires and pleasures, thereby helping to constitute the social identities through which we experience ourselves and act in the world. It commands one of the key passes between the governed and the governors. Access to broadcasting has thus become a condition, a sine qua non, of modern citizenship. It is a foundation stone of all those forms of democratic life which are not mere fraudulent cover-ups for elective dictatorships, more accessible than parliament, more frequently convened than free elections and a primary source of free expression, of which, of course, it is, however imperfectly, the modern instrument. It is true that this social interest in broadcasting cannot remain the same through time. The idea has constantly to be redefined and reworked, concretely, in the light of changing cultural, economic and technological conditions. Already, in the relatively short time span that separates the Re-Ther from Channel 4, it has changed almost out of recognition. It will not survive its present vicissitudes if defended simply as a Rethian afterglow. It's there because it's there. However, it only makes sense in terms of a conception of the audience and the society it serves which is wider than, and irreducible to, the numerically aggregated sum of the needs, interests, choices and tastes of individuals, however sovereign. This may sound unwholesomely totalizing in this day and age, a point to which we return at greater length below. The economist and political philosopher Hayek thought the very idea of trying to identify the social interest in any sphere totalitarian, as did his disciple in high office, Mrs. Thatcher. This attitude was immortalized in the phrase which will undoubtedly stand as the epitaph of the Thatcher era: there is no such thing as society. There are only individuals and their families. In this view, to speak of society, or to attempt to calculate its needs collectively, inevitably leads to the imposition on the people of the tastes and interests of some elite group, restricted caste or state-paid bureaucracy. For example, BBC Mandarins. The people can only be liberated from this tyranny by gearing the system directly to their choices through the impersonal play of demand and supply in response to market forces. The fact that this transfers the people, who after all cannot supply their own programs for themselves and their families any more than they can all educate only their own children, build only the roads they need to drive on, purify only the air they breathe, dig the sewers through which only their own daily effluent passes away, etc., from the guardianship of a cultural elite to the pockets of the alternative suppliers, the global investors and media moguls, is a thought which is not likely to cut much ice in such an ideological climate. This is the gospel of market forces, which roots the present restructuring of the whole public sphere in a populist, individualist and libertarian conception of freedom and choice. It is the fact that this has become, to all intents and purposes, all that we have as a public philosophy of anything, which has precipitated the current crisis in broadcasting. This crisis is therefore part of a much wider political phenomenon, the crisis of a public philosophy, from which, in the last result, it cannot be separated. We underestimate at our peril the capacity of this market forces conception to reshape broadcasting, and its ability to enlist popular support among sections of the general audience against the vested interests of the cultural guardians and barons who have dominated broadcasting culture for so long. The key reasons for the current crisis are, in fact, fourfold: technological, political, economic and social. Technologically, it is argued, public service broadcasting was a product of scarce resources and restricted channels. But technology, from cable to satellite, has exploded scarcity and, in the plurality of channels which this makes available, 5 terrestrial and 20 satellite and cable television channels, 9 national and almost 200 local radio shows by 1996 on the estimate of extending choice, the idea of regulated provision implicit in the public service idea, has become obsolete. To this is added the compounding factor that the technology now multiplies channels, not only within national cultures, but across national boundaries and between national cultures. Broadcasting can thus no longer be thought in terms of a nationally defined audience or regulated within a national policy or legislative framework. It has become part of that wider process of globalization which is undermining the nation-state as a political, economic and social entity, and eroding national cultures as distinctive formations. Politically and economically, the crisis is precipitated by what we have summed up as the prevailing climate within which the broadcasting debate is unfolding. This is a climate in which there has been a wholesale assault on the very idea of a public sector, and its association with the state, with the old welfare consensus, with public services that produce nothing and with feather-bedded bureaucracies. This is underpinned by the economic argument, an attack on the costs of all public activities, protected from the disciplines of real costs and efficiency gains as well as on the very form in which it is funded. The license fee is a covert form of taxation. Market forces and individual choice, the audience as a serialized aggregate of consumers of television, are the only factors which should determine the overall shape of the broadcasting system. This is the taxpayer view of the audience, the only discursive disguise in which individuals are allowed to appear, coupled with the usual sleight of hand that, whereas public sector systems are a cost on the people, free market provision is somehow not a cost on anybody. This illusion has haunted the popular reaches of the broadcasting debate for years. Because the license fee is collected centrally and allocated to the BBC, it is seen to be a tax. But somehow, ever since the coming of the commercial system in broadcasting, many people have sustained the illusion that, because they do not pay for it in a taxable form, it comes to them free. In fact, of course, the costs of providing programs commercially, like the salaries of commercial broadcasters, their perks and lifestyle, as well as the profitability of their companies, are calculated, like the packaging and marketing of any commodity, alongside running costs and investment, into the price which every consumer pays, an invisible but real tax on every single advertised item or service he or she purchases. The difference appears to be the form in which the tax is collected and the service funded, and whether or not it bears directly or indirectly on the individual consumer/viewer. Whereas, in reality, the difference is whether it is a public cost, and therefore criteria of public good and social need can be calculated into the equation, or a private cost. It is always a cost. Nothing in this life is for free, and thus driven exclusively by market forces, consumer choice, criteria of maximizing audience size and the profitability of the providing institutions. To draw the parallel elsewhere, the idea that a strictly commercial television system comes free to the viewer is as profound a piece of popular mystification as the belief, among those passengers on the railway hurrying past the empty first-class coaches to the overcrowded economy-class ones at the rear of the platform, that the businessmen who are occupying the former are paying for themselves, rather than being financed by us every time we buy one of their products. Perhaps this is what Marx meant by the magic of commodification. Costs are, of course, rising, and likely to go on doing so, The fiscal crisis of the state is the principal material factor which underpins the growing anti-welfare state consensus. In a world of scarcity, and an economy in long-term, secular and apparently irreversible economic decline, the funding of a public service element in broadcasting cannot expect to be insulated from the pressure of relative costs, efficiency, audience size, management, more rigorous appraisal systems and accountability. But that is because it has to make its way in the world of resources in competition with other equally important social goods. The existence of the independent sector, working to much tighter margins all round, has rightly exposed some of the privileged conditions in which public sector broadcasters have worked. On the other hand, every public sector institution knows that the comparison of internal with external costs does not always favor privatization and contracting out options, which are most often ideologically driven rather than economically. Producer choice will prove the most contradictory strategy of all, as Thatcherite reforms often do. It will give greater flexibility to producers and take many key decisions closer to the point of execution. It may also help to open up the BBC to the wealth of talent in all production skills which lies outside its privileged walls. But no one should deceive themselves that producer choice is not being advanced primarily as the most effective way of bearing down on costs and driving cost awareness downwards through the whole institution. The fourth source of instability in the current situation derives from the growing social diversity of the audience, some would say, fragmentation of society, and the consequent pluralization of cultural authority, which makes it increasingly difficult for broadcasters to see society as a public at all or to speak to it as if it were still part of a homogeneous, unified national culture. This diversity, it is argued, undermines the modes of address which public service broadcasting has developed and the authority from which it speaks. Can a public service broadcasting system coexist with commercial forms of provision? The answer to that question is, surprisingly, in the light of the British experience, yes, but, of course, the commercial logic in broadcasting, if left to itself, is remorseless. It is well summed up in extending choice, though anyone with experience of the much more commercially driven and highly deregulated American system does not need a BBC document to spell it out. Commercially funded broadcasters have, and no doubt will continue, to produce, for those sections of the audience as demand it, high-quality programs. However, they quite properly set their priorities for programming and services against the overriding need to make a profit and generate a return for their shareholders. That is their obligation as commercial organizations. Within the constraints of their contractual obligations to regulators and their own concern for the public interest, these priorities require them to broadcast programs that attract large or commercially attractive audiences, to schedule them in such a way as to maintain those audiences, and to limit their investment in programming to what the commercial market will afford. Whereas, since the publicly funded broadcaster's primary obligation is to the public, their overriding public purpose is to extend choice by guaranteeing access for everyone in the country to programming services that are of unusually high quality and that are, or, might be, at risk in the purely commercially funded sector of the market. Extending choice, p. 18. This is well expressed, and undeniable. Nevertheless, the fact is that the public service idea did not perish with the coming of commercial broadcasting and the breaking of the BBC monopoly. But the reason why it did not was, first, because the BBC, funded by an alternative, license fee system, existed alongside and with the freedom to compete with the commercial part of the system, not in selective corners of the schedule but right across the board, and secondly, because the public service requirement was imposed on the system as a whole. In short, the market was institutionalized in British broadcasting in a highly regulated form, not in the market forces form which has since become the economic gospel. In this regulated form, the commercial imperatives of audience maximization, formulaic programming appealing primarily to existing popular tastes and profit enhancement were harnessed within the framework of a public philosophy which the system as a whole was required to address, and to which it was accountable, however unevenly that accountability was exercised in practice. Indeed, some would argue that, in this regulated form, the introduction of commercialism into the system can be seen to have done some good to the public service idea, since it broke the cultural elitism through which the BBC in its monopoly position has exercised its public service function, and opened broadcasting to ranges of popular experience, to voices and ideas and interests and experiences which, with the BBC's more hierarchical cultural model and view of the nation, would have been much more difficult to challenge and displace. On the other side, regulation by the public service idea also saved the commercial parts of the system from its worst self, and opened the space in which much genuinely innovative and exploratory work by some commercial broadcasters and providers could flourish. None of this is an argument that the system worked wonderfully well, and is certainly not intended as a covert defense of the status quo. But it is an important ingredient in thinking about the conditions in which a public service philosophy in broadcasting can be made to prevail, in the inevitably mixed regime of the future. We could and should go further. There is an argument that the most significant development in the public service idea since Reith rescued the BBC from what he saw, correctly, as the chaos of the airwaves in American broadcasting, and shifted it to what he frankly acknowledged as the brute force of monopoly and the indirect shelter of the state, good liberal collectivist as he was, occurred not in the public sector of the system but in the so-called commercial parts. I mean, of course, the foundation of Channel 4 and creation of the independent sector. Channel 4's remit represented a genuinely novel and original way of rethinking the public service idea outside of the BBC and a watered-down version of the Reithian model. It genuinely enfranchised large sectors of the audience, opened the airwaves to excluded groups within the population, gave representation within the broadcasting mainstream to marginalized ways of experiencing modern life and legitimized neglected forms of cultural expression. Many of these would have remained excluded, or marginalized, had the BBC not been confronted by the challenge of a different and more contemporary version of its own mission. Again, this is not a blanket defense of everything Channel 4 has done, or a considered judgment on whether it is still fulfilling this function as well as it did. There is some strength to the argument that the best long-term evidence of Channel 4's contribution to public service broadcasting is now to be seen in the way it has transformed, modernized and rescued BBC Two from its earlier self. The point is nevertheless valid, if we are thinking about how the public service idea has evolved as a system in the British context. What is more, since individuals cannot provide their own broadcasting for themselves, one of the major innovations of the Channel 4 idea, the idea of an authority as a publishing channel for different voices which public service broadcasting was not reaching, was that it also enfranchised the independent sector of broadcasters. It altered the caste-like character of television production and opened access to the industry. It broadened broadcasting's social, ethnic and gender composition. It enabled broadcasting to tap into a whole echelon of new ideas and experiences and voices which had been excluded from the more ingrown structures of the BBC. It was a genuine exercise in accessibility and democratization with respect to the airwaves. Some of the most innovatory work in British television in the past decade has been produced, and could only have been produced, from this sector. There would, certainly, be very little black programming, or programming for women, or for gay and lesbian people, or in new formats for young people or the unemployed, without the novelty of the access definition of public service which Channel 4 institutionalized. Further, in its financing, it recognized the need for public service broadcasting to be, properly, a public levy on the commercial sector's license to print its own money. It simply is not the case, then, that public service broadcasting must perish if commercial provision is allowed into the system. But it is the case that there is an unstoppable logic in unfettered commercial provision unless, a, there is an alternative source of programming across the board which is not driven by a purely market forces logic, and, b, unless the commercial system is regulated by public service criteria. Though this does not prescribe exactly the forms in which public service must be embedded, Channel 4 was unthinkable from within a purely Reithian universe. It does establish certain minimal criteria for a mixed system in which the public service idea persists. First, there must continue to be a publicly funded and organized provider, like the BBC, alongside the other providers, setting the pace and exemplifying what quality, access and range mean in broadcasting. This must be a provision, not only within certain narrowcasting sectors of programming, but across the full spectrum and to the whole audience. Second, the commercial imperatives of the system must be governed by regulative public service criteria, backed by effective forms of public accountability, which have some real institutional and financial clout. Incidentally, the idea that there are any markets which have no prior conditions and which are without any regulation is a fantasy, which is nevertheless widespread among market gospelers and apparently still perpetuated by some of our finest business schools. In short, the BBC and the license fee have a critical leading-edge role to play in any attempt to sustain the public service idea, but, to be effective, it cannot be exercised within a restricted, specialist, narrow-casting or subscription-based sphere, and the public service idea cannot be safeguarded within the BBC alone, however transformed, but has to be made operative across the whole system. Now one can turn to the second factor which is threatening the broadcasting system. On the basis of what cultural authority can a public service broadcasting organization speak to the nation? This takes us back to the foundations of the public service idea in the Reith era. The cultural model here was clear. It was the educated guardians of the nation, the national interest and the national culture who were speaking. Their cultural authority was unquestioned. This assumption was of a piece with the idea of the BBC as a corporation, with its corporate structures, its intimate relationship to the state, to other established sources of political, social and cultural power, and its corporate voice. This voice never pretended to be the whole nation. Reith never assumed it was possible to incorporate everyone into it on equal terms. Just as it was widely recognized that, despite universal suffrage, there remained a political class differently placed in relation to the political life of the nation from the general populace, the economist and journalist Bagehot had some pertinent things to say about how these two halves of the nation were differentially incorporated into it, so the Reithian model assumed there must be what, by analogy, we can call a cultural class, whose privileged position in cultural life was assured. It was some time before the BBC found ways of inscribing within its practices, of interpolating and representing, the people. Rather than being, from the outset, the voice of a nation which preceded it and on, Reithian universe, it does establish certain minimal criteria for a mixed system in which the public service idea persists. First, there must continue to be a publicly funded and organized provider, like the BBC, alongside the other providers, setting the pace and exemplifying what quality, access and range mean in broadcasting. This must be a provision, not only within certain narrowcasting sectors of programming, but across the full spectrum and to the whole audience. Second, the commercial imperatives of the system must be governed by regulative public service criteria, backed by effective forms of public accountability, which have some real institutional and financial clout. Incidentally, the idea that there are any markets which have no prior conditions and which are without any regulation is a fantasy, which is nevertheless widespread among market gospelers and apparently still perpetuated by some of our finest business schools. In short, the BBC and the license fee have a critical leading-edge role to play in any attempt to sustain the public service idea, but, to be effective, it cannot be exercised within a restricted, specialist, narrow-casting or subscription-based sphere, and the public service idea cannot be safeguarded within the BBC alone, however transformed, but has to be made operative across the whole system. Now one can turn to the second factor which is threatening the broadcasting system. On the basis of what cultural authority can a public service broadcasting organization speak to the nation? This takes us back to the foundations of the public service idea in the Reith era. The cultural model here was clear. It was the educated guardians of the nation, the national interest and the national culture who were speaking. Their cultural authority was unquestioned. This assumption was of a piece with the idea of the BBC as a corporation, with its corporate structures, its intimate relationship to the state, to other established sources of political, social and cultural power, and its corporate voice. This voice never pretended to be the whole nation. Reith never assumed it was possible to incorporate everyone into it on equal terms. Just as it was widely recognized that, despite universal suffrage, there remained a political class differently placed in relation to the political life of the nation from the general populace, the economist and journalist Bagehot had some pertinent things to say about how these two halves of the nation were differentially incorporated into it, so the Reithian model assumed there must be what, by analogy, we can call a cultural class, whose privileged position in cultural life was assured. It was some time before the BBC found ways of inscribing within its practices, of interpolating and representing, the people. Rather than being, from the outset, the voice of a nation which preceded it and on. In fact, the situation is actually more complex and contradictory than is represented there. The nation was always highly differentiated, composed as a unified entity through differences of class, region, community, gender, ethnicity, religion, educational level, taste and interests. What the broadcasting system did was to knit them into a particular formation which it represented and addressed as a complex unity. In the 90s, of course, society has become much more pluralized, diversified and fragmented than it was. A number of different processes are contributing to that. Individuals belong to many communities, in addition to that of the nation, many of them symbolic communities, which are convened, across space and time, by precisely such means as the modern forms of communication provide. In addition, globalization is eroding the centrality of the nation and the national culture as the dominant or overriding social identity. Many other imagined communities now constitute alternative points of identification and are as critical in the formation of social identities as the national culture once was. Ties of cultural identification and symbolic attachment above the level of the nation-state, such as our links to Europe, or below the nation-state, one's locality, city, region, football club, or across national boundaries. Second-generation migrants belong to both Britain and their cultures of origin, all pluralize our identities, and thus the ways in which we can be addressed. Migration, the great unplanned movements of peoples, which is the overwhelming historical fact of the end of the 20th century, has greatly augmented and complexified the already hybridized cultures of the old nation-states of the West. After all, no Western European nation was ever ethnically, that is, culturally, pure. They are all culturally hybridized. But now they are hybridized in new ways, from their peripheries. One consequence of these unplanned movements of people is the slow and uneven decentering of the West, and of the Western experience and cultural models as the privileged or paradigmatic sources of cultural authority. More and more people and groups, hitherto peripheral to the dominant dispositions and configuration of culture, now have a stake in modernity and where it is headed, and intend to have a voice in shaping it. National televisions are certainly being decentered and undermined by these global developments. Even more startling, and unsettling for established cultural models, much of the cultural energy, creative vitality and novelty appears now to come precisely from these hitherto marginalized peripheries and silenced voices, no longer outside but increasingly from within. It was always the case that the public or audience for the Reithian conception of the nation was, in fact, a series of multiple and overlapping audiences, and that we all belonged to more than one of them at different times. The BBC was obliged, even in its monopoly form, to make some moves to accommodate these forms of difference within its unitary voice to the nation. The breaking of the monopoly took it, and broadcasting generally, further down that road. We are even further along, for some old and many new reasons, today. In addition, there are new forms of social exclusion which, at an earlier stage, were absorbed or dissolved into the class cultural hierarchies which organized broadcasting as a cultural model. These have not only become more organized, more politicized, more vocal, they are also more autonomous, not willing to have their experiences marginalized in the hierarchy of culturally privileged voices, but insisting on the distinctiveness of their difference. These forces are deeply unsettling for the highly traditional culture on which the Reithian mode of address was predicated, questioning all the old settled relationships and identities, moral absolutes, gendered identities, attitudes to sexuality, the security of tried institutions, the authority of vested interests, ideas of England, etc. Difference and diversity are irreversible facts of modern life. And the public service idea can only survive in this changed climate if it can adapt to it, pluralizing and diversifying its own interior world, its buried assumptions. Contrary to conventional wisdom, the idea of public service will perish if it is recruited as a means to restoring an integral conception of the nation, a closed, unified, defensive, ethnically absolutist and buttoned-up model of the national culture. Change in that direction is not inevitable. There are many forces abroad committed to closure with respect to how the nation should be defined, but it should be unreservedly welcomed. Not principally as an act of goodwill to our less fortunate others or because of some paternalist impulse to cater for the many minorities in our midst, but because a public broadcasting system always has a formative and educative, in the broad sense, relationship to its audiences, and the most important thing it could do for the nation is to educate it in the art of living with difference, one of the hardest, but most critical lessons for an old imperial nation like Britain to learn at the end of the 20th century. The public service idea, then, cannot take the definition of the public for granted, for it is not in a reflexive, external relation to it. It stands in a constitutive relation to its publics whom it forms as it addresses. Its broadly defined educative function is to produce a new, more plural, diverse, culturally differentiated conception of the nation by representing its diversities, to find modes of address which do not rest on the old sacred sources of cultural authority or reproduce the old cultural hierarchies. However, it is also a counsel of total despair to suggest that, because the old cultural models are breaking down or being eroded, therefore there is no such thing as society conceived as a set of overlapping publics which broadcasting can address because now there are only individuals and their families. In fact, Thatcherism, which advanced this reductionist philosophy, knew perfectly well that the society which it addressed in the neoliberal, deregulated, disaggregated language of the free market had also at some other level to be symbolically bound together by some other language. This is why Thatcherism always played simultaneously off two ideological repertoires, the neoliberal repertoire of freedom, choice, the market and individualism, and the neoconservative repertoire of nation, family, patriarchy and tradition, Victorian values harnessed to Great Britain Limited. Some of us thought at the time that this contradictory strategy might sooner or later come apart at the seams, as it is patently doing now. The social fabric is falling apart, since neither the traditional culture of the past nor market forces on their own can create the ties of reciprocity which keep societies, however loosely, together. And all the efforts to find some alternative in their place, active citizenship etc. have proved merely cosmetic. The same conjuring trick was attempted in broadcasting, where the system was deregulated and the airwaves opened up to satellite penetration at exactly the same moment as the Broadcasting Standards Council was created, in the vain hope that it could impose some semblance of the old moral order on the new deregulated market-driven system, or putting William Rees-Mogg and Rupert Murdoch in orbit in tandem. In fact, we have to find ways, not of imposing a new closed and unified conception of culture on a diversifying audience, but of negotiating the many points of interdependence and interconnection on which the quality of our general life together depends. The market, left to itself, has never and shows no sign now of enabling us to do that. Marginalized minorities, who have been badly served over the years by the dominant cultural model, are sometimes tempted to collude with a more contractual, market-driven system. Blacks, for example, sometimes argue that since they constitute nearly 5% of the population, they should have 5% of the programming. The commercial providers are more likely to provide this programming, since they are more directly motivated than the BBC by maximizing the audience criteria. But this is a mistaken strategy. It implies that only the majority of blacks, living largely in inner-city areas, need to see black programming, or that only gays and other high-risk groups need to see programs about AIDS, and so on. This only compounds the fragmentation of the audience, and, incidentally, their own marginalization from the cultural mainstream. In fact, of course, the quality of life of black or ethnic minorities depends on the whole society knowing more about the black experience, and the same could be said, pari passu, for any minority audience whose problems are societal, not personal, and whose quality of life cannot be achieved through personal social engineering. It is a matter for the whole society, which is why it is a public question, and involves a system which is committed to addressing the whole audience, since, as we argued earlier, the majority audience is really a set of overlapping minorities. Just as there must be some public sphere in social and civic life in which our common needs, our interdependencies and obligations, are recognized, acknowledged, institutionalized and funded, the same must be true of broadcasting. The way to address the very real fact of fragmentation lies, not in settling for it, but in trying to imagine the nation in a different, more diverse, more pluralized, less centered and closed way. The fact is, as Benedict Anderson argues, all communities are symbolic communities, all communities are imagined. Communities are to be distinguished not by their falsity/genuineness but by the style in which they are imagined. 1. Broadcasting now has a major role, perhaps the critical role, to play in this reimagining of the nation, not by seeking to reimpose a unity and homogeneity which has long since departed, but by becoming the open space, the theater in which this cultural diversity is produced, displayed and represented, and the forum in which the terms of its associative life together are negotiated. Richard Hoggart once said that the major thing which Hugh Carleton Green had done for public service broadcasting was to make it the site of the nation's quarrel with itself. This cultural negotiation about the terms on which the centralized culture of the nation can be reconstituted on more openly pluralistic lines remains broadcasting's key public cultural role, and one which cannot be sustained unless there is a public service idea and a system shaped in part by public service objectives to sustain it. Certain things follow from this argument. It follows that the range within which the public service idea operates cannot be ghettoized into those parts of the schedule which are for serious viewers and listeners, or current affairs and information programming alone, or those areas of programming which can be supported by subscription because they are too marginal to figure in the mainstream, commercially defined schedules. There is a worrying undercurrent in this direction in extending choice, both in the argument about declining market share and in complementing what the commercial channels do best. Television, the key medium in this argument, is by definition a multi-channeled, multi-genre medium. Its modernity consists precisely in the fact that it does not respect, and in fact has helped to pioneer the breakdown of, the high culture, popular culture distinction on which so much of the older cultural models were predicated. Quality appears right across the board. Highbrow minority programs can be as formulaic as some soap operas, popular comedy or music programs, and indeed some soaps, as innovative as Arena, The Late Show or The South Bank Show. It is to be hoped that the decision not to compete in the formulaic forms of scheduling does not mean the BBC withdrawing from the popular genres, a very different thing. As to the BBC's declining share of the market, it is true that terrestrial channels will probably gain a declining proportion of all viewers. But it does not necessarily follow that the BBC should attract a declining share relative to other terrestrial providers. This looks like throwing in the towel before the battle commences. It is the nature of television's investment in all the widely diverse forms of popular cultural expression which has made it the silent engine of democratization and the unwitting accomplice of cultural diversity. Hence, The public service idea in relation to a reimagined conception of the nation must have the freedom to experiment, of course, with the commitment to quality which befits its leading-edge role, and to innovate right across the whole programming spectrum, since so many of what the old cultural models would have considered peripheral are precisely what is central in a more plural and diverse culture which is negotiating the terms of its quarrel with itself. Essential to this commitment is the fact that time is required for innovation in broadcasting to make an impact, time to make mistakes, and for programs to persist long enough to create their own audiences. This is something which has happened time and again in the short history of British broadcasting. Almost none of the programs by which it will be remembered were instant majority audience hits, and which would certainly not happen in a system from which the public service idea was eradicated. Much of the argument advanced here tries to set the debate about public service broadcasting and the future of the BBC in the new broadcasting era in a wider context. That is because the idea, originally, represented the application, to the new sphere of broadcasting in its early forms, of a public philosophy which always required conditions of existence which could not be produced from within broadcasting alone. The present problems besetting broadcasting are particularly novel, difficult and intractable, the internationalization of the media which we have not dealt with extensively here being perhaps the most intractable of all. It is not easy to see, outside of a massive collective effort of international regulations, how the public philosophy of broadcasting can easily be translated to the global stage. But we are not there yet. Meanwhile, it will take something of a revolution in our ways of thinking about what Raymond Williams called our common associative life to set a concept of public service, relevant to and responsive to our times, back on the agenda. Chapter 23. Black and White in Television. Shifting Sands. The aim of this opening chapter is to set the scene for the more detailed discussions which follow. It signals some key issues, and tries to open up the whole box of tricks around the relations between black programming and the television institution. It may also, inadvertently, set a match to some of the explosive debates that were simmering around the conference agenda and lob a few carefully aimed provocations. On the other hand, the essay does not aspire to be comprehensive, to cover all the bases, or judiciously tiptoe through the tulips, or be prescriptive in closing off options before they have surfaced. There are lots of shady corners, hidden agendas and unexplored home truths here, not the least of which is the unspoken assumption that, despite the evidence to the contrary, there is some unified subject called the black community which, once invoked, will settle all awkward issues and resolve all divergencies of interest between us. Inevitably, the narrative follows my own, peculiar and idiosyncratic, line of interest. I long ago laid down the burden of black representation, that is to say, the impossible attempt to speak on behalf of the black community as if any singular object exists. On the other hand, we do have to speak responsibly about black subjects and black cultures, which are indeed the subjects of our representational practices, and we have to learn to speak responsibly to black and other audiences. This is quite different from trying to underpin our particular prejudices and critical judgments by making for them spurious claims to representability which we can't in fact deliver. A number of critical interfaces are involved here, between blacks and the television institution/apparatus, between black programming and black audiences, between makers of programs and commissioning editors and other policymakers. In each, a critical gatekeeping function is involved. The intersection which most immediately concerns me is that between black cultures and the multicultural audience out there a relationship which is powerfully mediated and transformed by the apparatuses, the discursive strategies, organizational practices, professional knowledge and technologies, what, in short, Foucault would call the governmentality of television. How has this relationship been staged and shaped in the last decade? What patterns of production and viewing, what regime of representation has this delivered? What institutional relationships have been constructed and sustained? How do we see the future? What strategies do we want to put in place, in the period of rapid restructuring, of market forces and producer choice, of terrestrial and extraterrestrial, with its multiplication of channels, fragmentation of audiences and perhaps demise of any conception of television as a public service? Let us establish some of the broader parameters of the debate. Things have moved very rapidly in the 1980s and early 1990s. There is no denying the greater visibility, the wider access, of black practitioners, black representations and black culture on British television. On the back of the highly politicized campaign for access and space of representation conducted in the 1970s, and the pressures stemming from the riots in the early 1980s, the last, more apolitical decade has nevertheless witnessed significant breakthroughs in black programming. Certain doors, hitherto closed, have been slowly and painfully prized open, first of all in the wider culture, and thus inevitably, that is, slowly and unevenly, inside television itself. It is important to put the matter this way round so that we can all see how our particular concerns about television are always framed by wider historical and cultural developments. Of course, these gains have been extremely limited in scale, limited in terms of key positions which blacks occupy in shaping long-term policy in the institution, and limited in the range and repertoire of black representations. That repertoire has a distinctive, peculiar, lopsided, uneven and, in disconcerting ways, predictable shape. Blacks everywhere on the screen transferred through sport, blacks increasingly in light entertainment, in TV popular culture and youth TV, more black newscasters and presenters, some strategic breakthroughs in comedy, much more fitful and marginal in serious documentary and current affairs, and especially in arts features, serious drama, film and fiction. No one should read the acknowledgement that there have been gains as saying that everything is rosy for black British programming in the television garden. Nevertheless, the baseline for the discussion must be that, at the same time as these limits are openly and explicitly registered and acknowledged, the fact of a shift in the growing black presence across the face of British television cannot be denied. Sport is a good example here. Racism on the terraces is still widespread and black athletes have been extremely articulate in recent programs about the lack of a black presence in the upper echelons of the organization and administration of sport. Nevertheless, the penetration of black athletes into the key bastion of British sport, soccer, following their well-established presence in cricket and their massive dominance in athletics, has a wider significance for British popular culture and social life as a whole. Of course, television is more than simply a window onto the world. It is constitutive of our world. However, insofar as the picture of Britain we carry around in our heads is due, in part, to how television represents it, British society, as seen on TV, is fast becoming ethnically and racially heterogeneous, multicultural. Not even Norman Tebbit's citizenship test could prevent the small screen from transmitting worldwide that emblematic image of Linford Christie at the end of his record-breaking 100 meters race, draped in the Union Jack. In the light of the profound ambiguities of that image, it is probably more accurate to say that increasingly the small screen, like the big screen before it, marks out the critical tension across which the culture wars between a rampant nostalgia for a lost Englishness and the emergence of a vigorous multiculturalism are being fought out. One parameter underlying this shift in visibility is the vigor, vitality, and diversity of the black cultural revolution which has exploded across the British scene in the last 15 years, especially from Asian and Afro-Caribbean, black British, urban cultures. Its effects can be seen, at one level, in the vitality of black music, dance, theatre, and the visual arts, with their inevitable spin-offs into television, film and video. However, its principal space of representation in television is the highly ambiguous pop music/youth TV sector, where black street styles and black bodies have become the universal signifiers of modernity and difference. Only a very small proportion of the innovative energies of the new black cultures has so far been harnessed by television or figured in British TV programming. This raises questions about the regulative arrangements, the gatekeeping practices and structures, which mediate between the culture out there and the small screen. It also implicates the role and position of that critical sector of black cultural intellectuals, media workers and producers who are the privileged translators or cultural brokers between the black cultural practices of that crucial third generation in television. There is one further provocative thought about this: how much do black program makers really understand what is happening now in this black urban culture? They know is it enormously vigorous and innovative. They are beginning to know, but rarely acknowledge, one of its best-kept secrets, the degree to which it has become socially, perhaps even class-stratified. Julian Enriquez the Ragamuffin is one of the few attempts to tap into its rhythms close to the ground or to inhabit imaginatively its perspectives on the world. Elsewhere, in entertainment TV, producers are only too happy to deploy its imagery emblematically for its street cred signifying value. There has been little or no serious or informed analysis of its various and contradictory currents, or exploration of its intricate metaphorical entanglements with the sudden death gun and drug culture of the posses, its play with violence, the latent homophobia, the paradoxical way in which slackness appears, at one and the same time, to degrade and liberate black women, or more broadly, the complex lines of affiliation and separation which mark its negotiations on the ground with the surrounding cultural terrain. Isaac Julian's arena study of this dark side of black popular culture is the first too long delayed, and characteristically complex and courageous, advance into areas carefully tabooed by black and white programmers alike. Many people are still trying to capture its contradictory diversity within older cultural models, honed mainly in the 1970s. But black popular culture of the 1990s is more internally differentiated, by locality, neighborhood, generation, ethnic background, cultural tradition, political outlook, class gradation, gender and sexuality than those older models allow. It is far less collectivist in spirit. It works much less directly to an explicitly politicized anti-racist agenda, though in many ways it is more confidently and unequivocally black in attitude and self-awareness, than the black cultural politics of the past. Its cultural entrepreneurial energy, an ambivalent cultural good, which may just be an exalted name for cultural hustling on a grand scale, has come into its own among some sectors of mobile, and mobile-phoned, black youth who, like some of their white counterparts, are the products of and have exploited many of the ambiguous openings created inadvertently by Thatcherism and the enterprise culture. Ethnic identifications remain strongly marked, more so than ever before, and viably on show, since popular fashion collapsed before the USA-oriented black street-style avalanche. Nevertheless, a particular variant of black cultural politics, which crested in the era of the GLC, Greater London Council, and had much to do with the campaigns around access and black representation in the media, has had its cutting edge blunted in the 1990s by the more self-help, not to say, help yourself attitude. This is to be seen in the way some young blacks, young professionals as well as in the street and neighborhood cultures, affirm their blackness while seeing no contradiction between that and taking advantage of the interstitial openings which Thatcherism, in its ambiguous assault on some of the older institutional bastions, prized open. Meanwhile, in television's schizophrenic manner, while the black performers on youth television are captured busily miming trouble on one channel, the other channels have reappropriated the black posse as a universal and sensationalist metaphor for the drugs, ghetto violence, crime and all the other tidal waves of barbarism threatening to overwhelm Western civilization, mainly, it appears, from Kingston and Peckham. The usual split representational strategies, or stereotypical dualism, as Peter Hume, the historian, called it, which have dogged the representation of blacks since the figure of the black mugger emerged to stalk the media in the late 1960s are alive and well on British television, trendy, noble savage here, crazy, gun-toting crackhead there. As yet, the way the troubles of a whole society are focused on, reproduced through, and its human costs internalized within black communities, which critical black intellectuals are beginning to make a key theme of the debate in serious circles in the U.S., is largely absent from informed, current affairs or documentary analysis here, with one or two notable exceptions. Market narrowcasting and cultural broadcasting. If the shifting and ambiguous terrain of black popular culture constitutes one parameter of the broader context in which the blacks and TV debate is unfolding, another is the dreaded concept multiculturalism. We are not particularly well prepared to handle this one critically either. Does multiculturalism represent an advance, with more openings and opportunities, for blacks and other marginal ethnicities in the media, and is it consequently part of a wider decentering of the television mainstream, its hybridization? Or is it another, more polite term for the retreat to the ethnic ghetto? This is a highly practical matter, not only because many program ideas depend on the precise rubric under which funding is sought, but because, in its name, resources are being shifted, jobs are being lost and redefined. For example, in the ethnic minorities sector at BBC Pebble Mill, units are being renamed and shifts of emphasis are being practically implemented. Many different definitions appear to be operative at the same time in different parts of the media. This has certainly helped to sow confusion and exacerbate tensions within the black programming sector. In the 1970s the picture was clearer. Multiculturalism, meaning cultural pluralism, was a negative concept, to be compared unfavorably with the more politicized and structural critique embodied in the strategies of anti-racism. Time and other things have, however, blurred and eroded that clear-cut opposition. The history of this is too complex to enter into at any length here, but, briefly, it has something to do with the way the politics of anti-racism have increasingly taken on a cultural dimension, and its implication in issues of cultural identity, which has had the effect of weakening the binary distinction between the two terms. This is compounded by the fact that the debate about how otherness is represented in the media is not confined to blacks, but extends to other marginalized ethnicities. This is particularly the case in the US and Canada, where Hispanics, Chicanos and Asians exhibit many of the same features as have been historically experienced by African Americans. The term multiculturalism marks the site of some of these partial, and by no means always harmonious, convergences. In recent years, multiculturalism has also become a signifier for the struggle to pluralize and diversify the cultural canon, whether that is the canon of Western literature or of mainstream white popular culture. In this form, it has become the site of a fierce backlash by the cultural right. If multiculturalism is the enemy of our enemies, has it by the same token become our friend? In any event, A major contestation around this concept is now in progress, much as has happened, and for many of the same reasons, as I once predicted would happen to ethnicity. The very term multiculturalism is on the slide. There is one sense in which multiculturalism, however cynically it is appropriated and misused by the powers that be, is an unqualified advance. It signals the racial and ethnic pluralization of British culture and social life which is going on, unevenly, everywhere. This is a threatening turn of events for mainstream culture, the more so in a period of national decline. It is already the site of a defensive backlash, some of which will be directed at the small screen, which is bringing this unwelcome message of cultural hybridization into the domestic sanctuaries of British living rooms. These wider cultural political shifts are of the utmost significance to the black and white on television debate because, of course, many of the gains we identified earlier were precisely the product of dedicated funding and programming, specifically targeted as part of a wider equal opportunities strategy, to righting the balance in terms of black visibility on the screen. How will the new multicultural regime affect those initiatives, and will it undermine the rationales which the black programming sector has advanced in defense of its claims? The term multiculturalism thus engages, in a new way, many aspects of the old but unresolved debates between, on the one hand, targeted strategies aimed specifically to create more programming opportunities for black programs through constructing specific enclaves within broadcasting, which many would argue was the strategy that enabled the breakthroughs to be made, and, on the other hand, those who would argue that this enclave strategy is now limiting and constraining black programming to an off-peak ghetto, and who welcome the opportunity to compete in an open market across the whole spectrum of programming. Interests being what they are, my guess is that those who are experienced and well-established tend to favor the latter strategy, while those who are just emerging or waiting for their chances to get in will favor the former. But that may be too cynical. However, this matter is resolved, and it affects not only what the television institutions do to us but also what steps the black program sector takes to establish a coherent position for itself. The multiculturalism debate will have profound consequences for the modes of address which black program makers adopt, as well as for how the audience is constructed in the heads of white, mainstream producers and policymakers whom black independents rely on to open doors. The view that blacks now have nothing to fear from an open market in television is succinctly summed up in Al-Karim Jivani's view, The Ghetto Hour, Time Out, February 26, 1989, that if Marks and Spencer's can put onion bhajis on the high street, then Channel 4 need not bury Movie Mahal in an inaccessible slot for fear it might prove an acquired taste. But will black program makers actually survive in an absolutely open free market? There is now a small but vigorous, mainly American-inspired, black lobby currently arguing in favor of a purely market-driven strategy. The argument runs as follows: the audience is partly black, therefore, commercial television, and the BBC in an increasingly market-driven system, will have to commission a proportion of black programs, since, they argue, without a touching faith in the gospel of consumer sovereignty, the market is economically not ideologically driven and will go where the demand is. Moreover, since a proportion of blacks pay the license fee, the BBC should be obliged to serve them by making black programs. Apart from the innocence this reveals about the market, this purely contractual view of the television-society relationship seriously misreads the historically defined nature of terrain on which the struggle is taking place. British television is unique in the way its practices have been inflected by the concept of public service broadcasting television and radio as, not simply commodities, but a public good. We all know the downside of this public philosophy, in terms of the grip of Reithian traditionalism over the airwaves. But it is also to be recognized that virtually all that is good, in the deeper sense, about British television stems from the structural requirement that it operates within the limits of some version of the public service idea, and it is this which has saved the system so far from the extreme corruptions and idiocies of more fully commercialized systems driven by market forces. Its influence, incidentally, was not restricted to the BBC, since an element of public service philosophy has operated right across the system as a whole, containing the worst tendencies of both public and private corporations. Indeed, many would argue that its true effectivity is to be found, in its modern variant, not in the BBC at all so much as in the way the idea was brilliantly adapted to the times in the original brief for Channel 4. Not to enlist this idea now to the future of black programming, because of some short-term fellow traveling with market forces idolatry, would be a serious strategic mistake. The contractualism at the center of the trust market forces position is at its most dangerous when it argues that programming, whether public or private, should mimic the market on a sort of catchment area principle. Presumably, this means quite a lot of black programming in London, Birmingham, and Bradford, and virtually none in other parts of the country where there are few black settlements. This might give a few more black people jobs locally in television. But what would it do to that larger project of trying to decenter white mainstream culture as a whole? It rests on a segmented market conception of the audience, black programs for black audiences, white programs for white audiences, which bears no relationship to what we know about the much more complex and diversified crossover viewing patterns, not to speak of symbolic identifications, of the black audience. There is, as yet, no serious study of the phenomenology of black audiences and their viewing practices, and when it is done, it may prove rather startling to the politically correct assumptions about black audience preferences. The same may be true about white audiences, incidentally. One suspects that it is precisely the overlaps, the flows between and the crossovers which have underpinned what advances have so far been made. It seems appropriate, therefore, to ask the newly converted free marketeers and self-helpers why they are so convinced that their programs and ideas will survive in an absolutely unregulated open market. Without some dedicated funding, some dedicated spaces in the schedules, some policy directives linked with funding initiatives, won't the old habits, the old conceptions of the audience, the old address books and contact phone numbers, simply reassert themselves? Has the image of the audience, the guiding fiction that shapes decisions inside the heads of program executives and policymakers, been multiculturalized? Of course, it doesn't follow that black program makers should not work with the market and compete in the mainstream. The two strategies require some sophistication to manage. Is the black program sector ready for that? But they are not mutually exclusive. Now you see me, now you don't. Let us turn now to the actual pattern and shape of black visibility on the small screen. What does the pattern of programming have to tell us about how far we have come, and about its balance, its range and its absences? The major black presence on the small screen is still, overwhelmingly, in light entertainment, in sitcoms and comedy generally, and in music and music-oriented youth shows. So far as the big mainstream soaps are concerned, our folks seem to lack stickability. Like the rainbow, we come and go. I'm told the writers keep running out of stories, but that may be because they didn't know many black British stories in the first place and haven't asked the right people. The black sitcoms and other forms of TV comedy represent one of the major, but inevitably ambiguous, achievements. In comedy, the breakthrough to the mainstream majority audience with black material is probably historically more significant, as is the role of the comedy workshops in leading to new shows and the showcasing of the rich talent in writing and performing waiting to be tapped. The deeper significance will be long debated, between those who think that black comedy plays on, and those who believe it plays off the well-entrenched black clown stereotype. A case could be made for saying that black comedy in all its forms offers the widest and most diverse picture of black British life currently available in any genre on British TV, albeit, as comedy always is, deliberately two-dimensional and typecast. Comedy is a double-edged game, in which it is impossible to ensure that the audience is laughing with, not at, the stereotype. We think of comedy as universal in its appeal, whereas it is bound by both time and context. Jokes about black life which blacks make about one another to a black audience, the generic, signifying trope of distinctive popular forms in the black diaspora, which provide so much of the basis for the exposure of talent in, say, The Real McCoy, BBC Comedy Entertainment, or 291 Club, Prod. Charlie Hanson, Channel 4 multicultural programs, can be read very differently when played across a more culturally differentiated audience. On the other hand, it often seems as if everything depends on the confidence of those who are telling the jokes and the self-confidence of the audience/community about whom and to whom the joke is told. Here, another of those wider cultural shifts we spoke about earlier may be in progress. It seems to me that blacks have become sufficiently confident in and about their own identities to have unilaterally, for good or ill, ended the embargo on finding themselves and the incongruities of their situation sometimes riotously funny. A certain kind of black political correctness, which still survives in the seriously right and black professionals, may indeed be required suddenly to melt away as part of one of those unnoticed cultural shifts which are changing the terms in which the comic exchange is now forged between black performers, black writers and the black and white audience, at least where comedy is concerned. But I hazard the thought here only as a guess. Any single viewing of Desmond's, Prod. Humphrey Barclay, Channel 4 multicultural programs, will provide plenty of evidence for both sides of the argument. If the more positive reading turns out to be case, it may be due in no small measure to the work of Lenny Henry, for he is a figure who carried a rich repertoire of black British experience in the comic mode across the line into enemy territory, without falling prey to contemporary forms of minstrelling, hitting off, with deadly and irreverent accuracy, a range of types. Moreover, With other brave souls like Charlie Hanson, he has developed the Comedy Workshop initiative, which has opened up enormous opportunities for black performers and writers inside the BBC. Accordingly, one is glad to see that Lenny Henry's move up market in Chef, Prod. Crucial Films, BBC situation comedy, with its high production values, though more variable than the assured touch of his other recent work, does not represent a Cosbyization of his enormous talents, neither of the coconutting, brown outside, white inside, nor the role-modeling varieties, role-modeling being a term much beloved by the latest black celebrity-obsessed British production, The Weekly Journal, and one of America's most barbarous contributions to psychobabble. It is incomprehensible why sophisticated American TV superstars like Bill Cosby seem to have taken it to heart. Instead, he remains in touch with the things which have given his work depth in the black experience across the year, that is, puncturing the exaggerations and uncertain pretensions, the clash of cultural codes which is central to the immigrant experience and the ambiguous relationship to the home culture precisely of those rising black professionals, some of whom, who knows, may well be represented at the conference. The larger question remains, what are we to make of the lopsided way in which comedy, including sitcoms, sport, music and dance, remain the stable and utterly predictable arenas of success on television for black folks? Is this nothing but a rerun of the old minstrelling story we tried to chart in black and white and color, dear? Isaac Julian, Prod. BFI/BBC? Music, if you think about it, is actually a slightly different case. White popular music has always had strong, if often uncharted, roots in black music. Black music is now a powerful active force in British youth culture in general, and black street styles are the cutting edge of the generational style wars. As the level and quality of white pop music plummets to an all-time low, the whole youth-oriented area of television programming has become a dependent zone for black musicians, dancers and presenters. The identification which this kind of music invites and, one suspects, gets across the ethnic divide in a generationally defined audience is difficult to be precise about, but it is probably very strong. For good or ill, young black style has become the universal style-setting signifier on TV for a certain late modern street cred, though, as we noted earlier, there is a darker contradictory side to the new ragga culture which its soft appropriation into white youth TV fails to address. Still, in the broader context we need to ask why these are the areas of programming where black performers and programs seem best able to hold their own in the mainstream. Why does the shape of the profile remain so unbalanced? The problem is not so much black visibility in these areas as the gaps, weakness and amnesia elsewhere. In current affairs, apart from the question of scale, variety and scheduling, there is the issue of whether we are anxious to see more of a distinctive black perspective on the often unexposed and unrecorded problems and experiences of Afro-Caribbean and Asian people and communities, or whether it is the world seen from a distinctively South perspective, something which the best of Bandung File, Prod. Bandung Productions, Channel 4, certainly offered. Should we take comfort from the growing use of black presenters, journalists and reporters on news and current affairs programs, as part of the normalized regime of mainstream nightly viewing? There are indeed examples of both of these strategies to be seen, not enough of them, and many still in the more off-peak, offbeat margins of news and current affairs. The shape of black visibility in this area has been radically affected by the disappearance of the Channel 4 flagship program, Bandung File, its diversification into documentary, together with the relative success of small black production companies in the one-off documentary arena, especially in the summer, which is fast becoming a black programmer's opt-out season, while senior producers are resting and the mainstream audience is sunning itself on tropical beaches abroad. Opinion was always divided as to whether it was better to concentrate funding in a single program slot of high quality or to spread it across the available talent more thinly, and I suppose we now, willy-nilly, have the experience of both regimes on which to make a retrospective critical judgment. I will not attempt one here. However, despite the much greater variability in quality, the second pattern does have the advantage of reflecting the growing diversity of viewpoints, interests and positions on controversial questions within the black community, thereby contributing to breaking down its assumed unitary and homogeneous character. The end of the essential black subject and of essential and unitary notions of the black experience, I have always argued, must herald a wider, more intense, and thus inevitably more bad-tempered, vigorous and open engagement in public by black critics and practitioners. If the fact that the programs are made by blacks about blacks is, as Isaac Julian recently remarked, not enough, i.e. not sufficient to be a guarantee of their politically progressive character or their aesthetic and cultural value, then there is simply no alternative to an open, critical dialogue about black cultural, political and social issue within the black community itself. Devil's Advocate, Prod. Trevor Phillips, London Weekend Television, with its open acknowledgement of controversy and debate inside the black community, may be a sign of this greater critical engagement. The airing of politically incorrect views in the BBC Birthright series, or the way black opinion has sharply polarized over the voyeurism of doing it with you is taboo. Prod. SWA Television, Channel 4 multicultural programs, is, in this respect, indicative of a more self-conscious attitude amongst black practitioners and critics, and wholly to be welcomed. South perspectives on the North, and with them the internationalization of program production, using directors, technicians and crews as well as writers, researchers and stories from there on a co-production basis, as for example in Parminder Veer's Women at War series, Channel 4, is another small but welcome sign of independence. They are significantly different in feel from those examples of the ethnic environmental or exotic ethnographic television essay pieces, indistinguishable from nature programs with their exquisite disquisitions on vanishing peoples and victimhood which, until very recently, marked the spot where overground television consciences were rapidly expiring. The New South series provides new mappings from, as it were, centers other than those which normally ground the national television gaze. However, this kind of work, important as it is in the long historical process of decentering the West which is going on in the world, has ultimately to be underpinned by an expanded presence of serious work which dramatizes the full range and diversity of black British experience. There continues to be outstanding occasional work in black documentary and, of a more exploratory nature, in arts features, where there is a lot of black independent talent and ideas going to waste without sufficient funded support, despite the encouraging efforts in this area by Channel 4. And occasionally we do see, but much more rarely, an outstanding piece of black television drama, like Horace Ove's adaptation of Phyllis Ulfrey's Orchid House, or crossover drama, like Prime Suspect 2. But these remain the poor relations of the rise in black visibility in the 1980s and 1990s. It has been pointed out that, despite Roots, writer, Alex Haley, and major American series on the history of the civil rights movement and its figures, there is as yet no serious, historical documentary account of the 40 years migration experience in Britain, nor any hope that the resources would be available to sustain a conscious, well-researched and above all well-archived exercise of this kind in television historical memory. This can hardly be because we have no mature talent capable of sustaining it. John Akomfor's 7 Songs for Malcolm X, Channel 4, with its boldly displaced narrative structure and controlled formal experimentation, more than held its own on the small screen while Spike Lee's Malcolm X was drawing the box office crowds at the same time. The remedy here may be not to abandon what has been achieved but to complement, extend and enrich the imagery of black life, and the range of experiences, attitudes, emotions and ideas which blacks are allowed to feel, and what black practitioners are allowed to do, experimentally, on television. This is no simple plea for a policy of positive images or equal opportunities. It is a demand for a recognition of the complexity of the interior landscape of the black landscape, the complicated inner dramas and tensions through which it has lived, that only the personal signature of creative work by our best black practitioners in documentary and, above all, the break into fiction, drama and film, where television now plays such a critical gatekeeping and funding role, can achieve, with their capacities to explore across the constituted boundaries of race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, class, generation and the tyrannies of television genre conventions. Remaining questions. Without the primary funding and visual showcasing of television, there would have been no British film renaissance, short-lived as it was, and black practitioners, like Isaac Julian with Young Soul Rebels, BFI Productions, were a significant part of that story. This may be the point, then, to return to institutional issues. We have as yet no serious, extended or honest assessment of the gains and losses of black television productions' relations to the institutional television complex since the 1960s. The role of Channel 4, with its specifically enabling remit, the complex relationship between the emerging black independent sector and the commissioning process, including the distinctions of practice within the channel's own internal departments, and the recent privileging of the talent criterion, an important but elusive and subjective concept, over a more equal opportunities representational strategy, all these await a substantial critical review. It is long overdue. Indeed, it is difficult to see how the black independent sector can develop strategies for the new television age, as British television moves into the shark and piranha-infested waters of sharper competition revenues, without a comprehensive assessment. I agree with Rod Stoneman that this assessment continues to be inhibited by the reluctance of the black independent sector itself to speak openly about the policies and practices of those from whom they are also trying to get a commission, in a seriously shrinking and depressed market. Could this be the beginning of a new dispensation in which tongues are united to appropriate the title of Marlon Riggs' superb and courageous Black American gay film, which took such a lead by refusing to censor itself for fear of arousing contentious issues within the black community, and which, incidentally, was screened on television, a footnote for those who would argue that nothing under the sun ever changes. The experience of the film and video workshops must certainly figure prominently in any such review. When that happens, I trust that a sense of historical perspective will prevail over the short-termism induced by current pressures and problems. The era of the workshops and the dependent relations they institutionalized may be passing. But the space they provided nurtured some of the most seriously creative and innovative black work to appear in film and TV. That seam, far from being exhausted, remains at the cutting edge of most of the exciting visual work by black practitioners, especially now in its crossover to film. The stability of production it ensured, the space to experiment and the time to develop a strategy that was not entirely driven by a sequence of separate commissions, was invaluable. It was a brilliant innovation for its time, horses for courses. I hope writing off the workshops will not become another piece of television conventional wisdom. The way Channel 4 redefined public service broadcasting in a more open, diverse, pluralistic, less conventional, English high-minded, paternalist way, its leadership for a time, now, alas, under new management, passing? The effect it had on especially BBC Two, as well as its more indirect influence on the BB as a whole, encouraging it to jettison a few of its encrusted habits and shuffle a little faster towards the light in the 21st century, are parts of a longer story. That story of redefinition both with respect to the BBC, and indeed to other parts of the ITV system, as well as the independent film and video areas of Channel 4 itself, in the end, come back to institutional strategies in a rapidly changing climate and structure. It seems to be the case that, in various respects, the 1970s prized open a space for black practitioners and program makers, and this was the material and institutional basis of the shifts in visibility charted earlier. Dedicated programming and funding, ethnic minority programs, equal opportunities pressures for training and recruitment, specific commissioning strategies and policies, built-in organizational enclaves, etc., were the leading edge of this strategy. Without them, all the other opportunities, uneven as they have been, would not have occurred. The overriding question is, have we come to the end of this era? Can a black presence in television be sustained and developed, in conditions of increased competition, the globalization of media structures and fragmentation, on the basis of an unregulated open market, and the unspecified search for and showcasing of black talent? Will this inevitably replace any more collective effort to protect, expand and institutionalize a more dedicated policy and strategy? When one looks at the compilation of work produced over the years by the multicultural units or the Afro-Caribbean and Asian magazine programs, it seems doubtful that any of it would have found its way onto the screen without a specific and concerted effort to secure resources and slots. On the other hand, there are clearly some who no longer wish to be constrained within these television enclaves and who want to reach out to audiences beyond the confines of a marginal existence in a sheltered market. This dilemma, which lies at the heart of the debate about future strategy for black television practitioners, needs to be addressed now, for the forces which are about to change the face of British television do not permit the luxury of slow and careful reflection. The mainstream itself is going to be narrower, more fragmented, more dominated by the fixed popular genres, more driven by market forces and unit costs, more addressed to passive audiences which can be rapidly mobilized, more structured against innovation, increasingly polarized between terrestrial and extraterrestrial sectors, more dominated by production for global markets and more exposed to blockbuster television by satellite, total sport by day, old movies by night, than ever before. Larger cultural questions are implicated here which we are only just beginning to debate, or to see the need to discuss, in the black community. Can the black sector of the program makers cut themselves off from the larger questions confronting British broadcasting's future, on the grounds that we done business with that, and still succeed in carving out a piece of the pie for itself? Or is it, willy-nilly, implicated in the struggle to both win wider space within and at the same time challenge the definition of the nation and thus, inevitably, that mirror of the national culture, the national broadcasting system? Black people and their culture, and the futures of their children in Britain, are deeply implicated in other national questions like the content of the national curriculum. What kinds of history and literature should the nation's children be taught? How should the nation's heritage and its relation, say, to the heritage of slavery and colonization be defined? How come we are suddenly exempt from the struggle to contest the restoration of a narrow exclusive and ethically absolutist definition of Englishness with respect to the national broadcasting systems, which speak to the vast majority of the nation, every night, in their most intimate, domestic settings. Does the future lie with the attempt to normalize further the Black British experience as an integral part of an increasingly hybridized, multicultural British society? Or does it lie with the attempt to constitute something distinctive, alternative, and different? Within those larger questions, the basis of a new, emergent kind of Black cultural politics, if only we knew how to conduct it, what are the implications for the struggle, so far only partially achieved, to correct the deep imbalance between Afro-Caribbean and Asian representation, within the already limited space of multiculturalism? Can all the related problems of access training, professional development, the nurturing of talent, and technical sophistication be achieved for Black cultural workers in an open competitive system? And if some elements of the public service idea survive, what forces can be relied upon to make the institutions change their spots? As I promised at the outset, I have fingered more problems and questions than there are answers for. The fact is that we are at a series of overlapping, historic turning points. Black programming is no longer struggling to convince itself and others that it can and should exist. Like Black people everywhere in Britain, it evinces a tremendous creative confidence and vitality. Its presence has been established, though lopsidedly, over the past 2 decades. But its regime of representation in television is both limited and profoundly uneven. The question now is, what visions do we have of how to build on what has been done? How can it be expanded, diversified, enriched and complexified on the back of its achievements? That question, I suggest, can only be posed against the background of a deep sense of how Black British cultural life and culture is changing, being transformed and producing itself anew, reinventing itself, in a new, more complex kind of multicultural society in whose fashioning it has been the critical force. We know that experience cannot be represented, on television or anywhere else, simply by trying to spin out from inside some singular, authentic and unchanging Black voice, but rather, will depend on our capacity to exercise what Gobina Mercer once called the dialogic imagination, inscribed in the aesthetic practices of everyday life among Black peoples of the African diaspora in the new world of the capitalist West, an imagination which explores and exploits the creative contradictions of the clash of cultures, critically appropriates elements from the master codes of the dominant culture and creolises them, disarticulating given signs and rearticulating their symbolic meaning otherwise, through strategic inflections, reaccentuations and other performative moves. One without this capacity to resignify, which as C.L.R. James once suggested, arose from the fact that we are people who are in Western civilization, i.e. modernity, sh, who have grown up in it, for example with British television, sh, but made to feel in themselves feeling that they are outside, and, for that very reason, sh, have a unique insight into their society. Too would we have come this far or stayed so long. Coda. Chapter 24. Stuart Hall's Desert Island Discs. Sue Lawley, my castaway this week, is a writer and teacher. A fervent advocate of multiculturalism, he spent a lifetime challenging racial prejudice. He arrived in England just about 50 years ago from Jamaica to take up a Rhodes Scholarship in Oxford. He never went back. His family were traditional in their attitudes and aspired to British values, but he found himself in a country where attitudes to race were changing. As editor of the New Left Review, a teacher of cultural studies, a professor of the Open University, and as the author of many essays on race, politics, and cultural identity, his life encompasses the history of modern Black settlement in Britain. If I have one hope, he says, it is that it could be possible to be Black and British, the same way as it is now to be Scottish and British. He is Stuart Hall. The Scottish example is the perfect model really of what you aspire to, isn't it, Stuart? To be part of the whole, British, but recognized as different. Stuart Hall, yes, this is a funny combination to aspire to, I suppose. People either want to be something or universally open to everything, and I don't think either of those things work. I think we have very strong but different attachments and we need our differences recognized, but, of course, at the same time we need to feel that we can belong, and are recognized, in a much wider context. But you could argue that, technically anyway, that obtains today. We have British Asians, we have British Muslims. But you look forward to much more than that, don't you? To the day when British denotes, as well as Westminster Abbey, denotes mosques. Yes, I think when British denotes all these different things. I mean, I don't want them to congeal into a homogeneous undifferentiated mass, I want it to be differentiated. But, funnily enough, it's an aspiration for Britain, not for me. I think the British have a future only if they can come to terms with the fact that Britishness is not one thing and has never been one thing. There have been a million different ways of being British, and there have been a million different struggles about Britishness, which only retrospectively are then smoothly accommodated into the story as if it's unfolding seamlessly from beginning to end. It isn't like that. SL, but don't you think it's coming to terms with that? I mean, you laughed, a lot of people laughed, it has to be said, when Norman Tebbit came up with his cricket test a couple of years ago, when he said that you could only test if you were truly English if you supported England when they played the West Indies. Are you able to laugh? A couple of decades ago that would really have hurt. Yes, of course, but if you think of last year, the two celebrations. First of all, there is the celebration of the Windrush arrival, which is 50 years since the first post-war migrants. On the other hand, there's the Macpherson inquiry into the death of Stephen Lawrence. And it seems to me that Britain is facing these two possibilities as an alternative future. And I want the British to consciously move towards, in a more concerted and open way, towards a more cosmopolitan idea of themselves. SL, tell me about your first record. Well, the first record is from my first listening to modern jazz. As a young student in Jamaica, I had listened to a lot of kinds of music. My brother played 40s American swing and we played Jamaican folk music and so on, but none of that music belonged to me. The first musical sound that I felt really belonged to me was the first sound of modern jazz. It felt this kind of opened up a new world. I knew it was a world from the margins, but it opened up the possibility of really experiencing modern life to the full, and it formed in me the aspiration to go and get it wherever it was. Disc 1, Miles Davis playing Sid's Ahead with Julian Cannonball Adderley, John Coltrane, Red Garland, Paul Chambers, and Philly Joe Jones. SL, that was, Stuart Hall, part of your youth in Jamaica, where your brother and sister were some years older than you. Theirs was big band, this was yours, modern jazz. Is that difference also symbolic of another difference between you, that they were accepting of the colonial society, you wanted something different, new? Yes, I suppose so. I mean, that was certainly the difference between us. There was a big age difference, but I think it was more than that. You know, curiously, I am the blackest member of my family. That's an odd thing to say, but these mixed families produce children of all colors, and in Jamaica the question of exactly what shade you were, in colonial Jamaica, that was the most important question because you could read off class and education and status from that. And I was aware and conscious of that from the very beginning. You know, this is colonial Jamaica, my families were quite mixed. My father was from a lower middle-class country family, respectable, his father was a chemist, etc. but not much money. My mother had been adopted by her uncle and aunt and lived most of her life on a small plantation, very close to the English. Indeed, her cousins were educated in England and never came back. She had grandparents who were white, and she brought into our family all the aspirations of a young plantation woman, as it were. SL, to be British? To behave like the British? Yes, nothing Jamaican was really any good. I mean, everything was to aspire to be English, to be like the English, or be like the Americans. The ideals in our family were somewhere else. So, I felt this tension throughout my life between what I thought I was, young, bright, Jamaican, with aspirations for a growing independence movement in Jamaica, you know, Jamaica would be free one day, and this refusal of my family really to live in that world at all. SL, and presumably what you could see, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but was that they, in a sense, in taking on these aspirations, were living in a bit of a fool's paradise. Because they were aspiring to something that they were never going to be allowed to have. They were aspiring to something we could never be, so, in a sense the ideal was an impossible one. It was a kind of fantasy. SL, did you see them being patronized? I watched my father being patronized. I watched my mother not being quite as well off and as respectable and as lauded by other people as she wanted to be. It was kind of constant lack of fulfillment of ambition in this family situation. This was dramatized for me when I was about 17. My sister fell in love with a black doctor, she was in her 20s. My mother said, absolutely not. Within about 3 months she'd had a serious nervous breakdown with this being treated with electric shock therapy. She's never really ever recovered. SL, so you had to get out? I had to get out. I thought, if I stay here, it'll get me. SL, tell me about your second record. Well, it's Bob Marley, and this is the sound that saved a lot of second-generation black, West Indian kids from just, you know, falling through a hole in the ground because they didn't know who they were. They had never been taught that they had a slave background and had been taught they came from Africa, the British didn't want them. And suddenly in their transistor sets, they heard this voice from a place called Trench Town, which became universally known throughout the world. It's an astonishing thing. Disc 2, Bob Marley and the Wailers, Redemption Song. SL, so, 1951, you'd have been 19, you set sail for England on the Rhodes Scholarship to Oxford, with your mother. SH, my mother delivered me in a felt hat and a checked overcoat and a steamer trunk, to my scout in Merton College, Oxford. Heaven only knows what he made either of her or of us or of me. I don't know what I ever did with the steamer trunk. I think I persuaded him to take it into the basement of the college and just lost it. SL, but from what you say, she'd have been incredibly proud. SH, oh, she thought this was the apotheosis of everything she had wanted for me and for her family. SL, and did it come up to expectations? Did it look like it was supposed to look? SH, well, it looked like it was supposed to look. It didn't quite feel like it was supposed to feel after a while. SL, why not? SH, well, Oxford was a bit of a shock, as you can imagine. What I realized the moment I got to Oxford was that someone like me could not really be part of it. I could make a success there, I could even be perhaps accepted into it. But I would never feel it was my place. SL, why not? SH, it's the summit of something else. It is distilled Englishness. It's the peak of the English education system. I mean, an Oxford education there works only because you already know 90% of it in your bones. You have absorbed the culture in a way in which you can't learn those things. I could study English literature, but the cultural buzz that made each text live as part of a whole way of life was just not me, just not me. SL, next piece of music. SH, well, at Oxford I had a lot of West Indian friends. I became a West Indian in England. Because before that I had only been Jamaican, I had never met anybody really from Barbados or Trinidad or Guyana. I met them all in London and at Oxford. So I had a lot of West Indian friends, had a lot of American friends, because there were a lot of American Rhodes Scholars. One had a wonderful range of classical music, and so for the first time I really listened, very seriously, to classical music, and he taught me a lot about it. Disc 3, Johann Sebastian Bach, Brandenburg Concerto No. 2 in F major, performed by the English Chamber Orchestra, conducted by Benjamin Britten. SL, you behaved, it's said, and looked very British when you were at Oxford. You were sort of tweedy and sober and well behaved, all those things, but what about all that argument and frustration that had built up in you in Jamaica? You can't just have offloaded that because you got out. SH, oh no, far from it. What I realized in Oxford was that I couldn't really escape it. I had to go through it, but I couldn't just leave it behind. I couldn't become something else. So it was a period, really, of kind of coming to terms with myself much more. SL, how? SH, well, I became involved in politics, with people in the Labour Party and Young Communists and people from the Third World. I played in a group, in Oxford, which kind of saved my soul some of the time. And we debated furiously, reading literature and so on. SL, but you talk about becoming politicized, I mean, was there a moment, after all, when you get to 56 and you've got the invasion of Hungary, you've got Suez and so on. Did all of these events have an effect on where you were coming from politically? SH, well, there was really a big argument going on amongst the circle that I had at Oxford, who were Oxford people but really trying to find alternative ways of living. Not really at one with the sort of dominant image of the university. And then the Soviets moved into Hungary, and the British and the French moved into the Suez Canal, and this was the beginning of my so-called New Left experience. And for the New Left, what it meant for me was that space in politics which was defined by, on the one hand, the Soviet invasion of Hungary, which, I thought, told us all one needed to know about the totalitarianism of that system, and, on the other hand, the invasion of Egypt, which I thought told us that the imperial legacy was not dead, as people were saying, and it hadn't gone away. It was a very long-lasting reaction or response within the English mentality, and one would have to struggle against it, not just think that it would fade away with the winds of change, so to speak. Somewhere in between there the idea of a democratic socialist anti-imperial politics was born, and that's the moment of the New Left. SL, and the New Left Review, the magazine you edited. SH, yes, we started, in Oxford, a small journal called Universities of Left Review, and then there was another journal started, mainly by people who had left the Communist Party, called The New Reasoner, and these two journals came together to form New Left Review. And people who ought to have edited really important politicians and political figures like the historian E.P. Thompson and so on, had really exhausted themselves in the struggles to found these journals, and so me, in my early 20s, found myself editing these grand figures. SL, Record number 4. I had a friend, Paddy Wannell, who was the education officer of the British Film Institute. And there was no teaching of film in universities, there was no formal study of film at all, but through the British Film Institute we started to do lectures on both film as a serious art form but also on popular cinema, and we got involved in trying to write for teachers who wanted to teach this stuff in classrooms but didn't know how on earth to do it. We decided to write a book, a How to Do It book, which was called The Popular Arts. But this was really an excuse for reading popular novels and looking at television and listening to rock music and listening to jazz again and just steeping ourselves in popular culture, and one of the things I discovered in that period was the voice of Billie Holiday. Disc 4, Billie Holiday, I Cover the Waterfront. Billie Holiday and I Cover the Waterfront, preceded as She Was by Bach, if you like, two examples of the different cultures, the classical and the popular. As you said, until you came along, things like that weren't on the agenda. Film, television, pop music weren't things that people studied. What made you realize they ought to be? Well, I think mainly because I thought the culture itself was being transformed by these forces. Britain was an old-class society becoming a mass society. This is the period of the coming of television, it's the coming of youth culture, it's, rock around the clock, it's just the explosion of the 20th century in a sort of pre-20th century society. And we wanted to say school was a place in which you can reflect on life as you know it. Not another thing, a sort of empty space that you have to enter and do a special thing with. It's about you and about the life you're living and about the changes that are going on in front of you. What you got accused of course, to use a 90s phrase, was dumbing down, in effect, wasn't it? That you were saying John Ford westerns were as important as Shakespeare. Yes, that is the argument and it's still going on. And what is the answer to the argument? Well, the answer to the argument is this, that really there isn't one kind of literary or cultural value. There are many kinds. Actually, you don't go to Shakespeare for the same things you go to Tolstoy or George Eliot. These are different values. You might say that certain works express these things, these values and meanings, at a level of complexity and refinement. That's one thing, that's quite true. But they're not different from, and there are certain kinds of emotions and experiences which can't be expressed in that form, which are best expressed in another form. But there's not high and low, those are the adjectives you'd least. Well, I think high culture is really the very selective appropriation of a certain limited range of cultural forms, and the investment in that of a kind of social value. It's not that people are really responding to what there is in King Lear, but they're appropriating Shakespeare as a kind of badge of I am an educated person. Do you watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Well, I knew you would find the limit point, the breaking point. I can't watch that. Why not? It's great. But if you ask me if I watch soap operas, I do. But, again, it's exactly what you're talking about, isn't it? It's what turns people on, it's what shows all kind of things about human nature. It's got it all. Yes, well, I think that's quite true. You asked me whether I watch it and there are limits to my taste, but if you ask me whether we should study it, I think we should study it. I mean, it comes right out of everything that has happened in economic life in Britain, and the Western world, in the last 10 years. It's the story of the free market. Next piece of music. Well, this is Marvin Gaye, and Marvin Gaye stands for all the music I listened to in the 1970s. By then I was at the Center for Cultural Studies, a very heady time, because we were involved in building this new area of study. I was working with very bright graduate students. We were making it up as we went, there was no discipline to study. So, it was hardly a relationship of teacher and taught. They were my friends, my students, my apprentices, and so on. I was just married, my wife was a historian, very involved in the early feminist movement. And one of the things we used to do was to dance. Disc 5, Marvin Gaye, I heard it through the grapevine. You said, Stuart Hall, that we can't leave a multicultural society to chance. You indicated that when we were talking at the outset. What more should we do? We have our race relations laws, we have laws governing equality of race, sex, opportunity. What more are you saying we should do, we could do? I think it's much more a question of trying to reimagine what Britain is. I think Britain has much more diverse origins, much more plural strands in its culture, much more mixes. I think it's got to learn to love mixture. At one point Salman Rushdie says, mixture is how newness enters the world. It is very different from the idea that it comes from a society that has been stable, from stable roots, and been the same throughout time. Who wants to be the same throughout time? What you want to do is to be different throughout time. It's a process of becoming, not a being. It's of routes, routes. It's the various pathways that have brought you to where you are that matter. SL, but isn't that exactly what's happening? SH, well, that is multiculturalism, and I think it's happening as of what I would call a sociological process. It's what I call multicultural drift. Society is kind of drifting into this. But what it is not yet able to say to itself is, difference is good. There's something positive about people being different from oneself. What is exciting is that they bring another way of being modern to the way in which we have been modern in the past. SL, and you don't think that's our attitude? SH, well, not yet. I think we're on the edge of that, and I think what threatens is the possibility of feeling modernity is too difficult for us. Let us withdraw into a little England citadel. I think that is also on the cards. I think Britain is at a very important historical turning point. SL, I don't want to sound complacent. I'm just being the devil's advocate, as you were, in all of this. I mean, you know, we do accept, in as far as we can do, the traditions of minority cultures. But we say no to them when they offend our natural respect for the freedom of the individual. So we say yes, if you'd like, to Sikhs not wearing crash helmets, as it were, but we say no to arranged marriages or female circumcision. I mean, isn't that a perfectly laudable and acceptable standpoint there? SH, yes, I don't deny at all that we are much closer to what I would think of as the multicultural ideal than we have been in the past. But I do think that the minorities are just on the edge of feeling that they've stopped being people from somewhere else, who didn't really have anything intrinsic to do with English and British history. And they're just on the edge of feeling, we have been a part of this story from the beginning. So I think, for instance, the heritage industry, or the teaching of history in schools, has to go back and reread the history of empire, not as some dangling appendage out there which you can or cannot know about, but as something that is absolutely deep at the heart of English identity. You know, my wife works on the connections between Britain, England, and Jamaica in the 19th century. Every English middle-class provincial abolitionist family had a connection with empire, knew about the empire, watched lantern slides about the empire, read about it, heard it preached in the pulpits. It's an inside part of Englishness. Not an outside which we have a choice about knowing about. So it's not a question of are you nice to us? It's a question of we are part of you. And there could come a time when Britain would be proud of saying, this is as much intrinsic to who we are as 1066. SL, record number 6. SH, I've always kept going back and listening to the music of my youth. But I like to hear that music rephrased in a more modern idiom. Disc 6, Wynton Marsalis Quartet, Caravan, originally composed by Juan Tizal and Duke Ellington. SL, so how long does it take, Stuart Hall, to create the something fresh you describe? How long does your multicultural utopia take to come about? SH, it takes as long as transformations of culture. I mean, the reason why I'm interested in culture is because culture is the meanings that are inscribed in our actions, in our behavior, in our everyday conduct. And not until those ideas take root in everyday practice, not a matter of consciously being good to the others, as it were, but naturally, organically, in our actions. You know, we just think that difference is what is really exciting about the world. SL, and it has to happen, doesn't it? It is just a matter of time, but what do you think it is, another 2 generations? What is it? How long does it take before you naturally breed out, as it were, that kind of inherent racism that you indicated? SH, I think this is an interesting moment because, curiously, just as the British are giving up on Britishness, we are just discovering it. Devolution puts a sort of question mark over whether people aren't going to just be happy by being Welsh and Irish and Scottish and let the Britishness go hang, and those of us from outside who could never be English and are never going to be European, in any deep and profound sense for a good long time, we nevertheless know that our fates and histories have been connected with this part of the world, just forever, irrevocably. And we're British in that sense. And there's a very long time, nearly 50 years, in which, I think, very few people from the Caribbean or from Asia would ever dream of calling themselves British, even in a hyphenated way. And it's just happening now. These are one of the ironies, quirks of history. Which is that as you brought down the flag of empire, we came to find mother country. And just as you desert Britishness, we discovered we're really pretty British after all. Black and British. SL, but what? Give us 50 years and that's absolutely. SH, you can have 50 years. SL, record number 7. SH, well, I suppose when I was about 20, 19 or 20, I would say Miles Davis put his finger on my soul, and the various moods of Miles Davis have matched the evolution of my own feelings. There are and continue to be a regret for the loss of a life which I might have lived but didn't live. I could have gone back, I could have been a Caribbean person, I'm not that anymore. I can't ever be English in the full sense, though I know and understand the British from the inside, like the back of my hand. So I'm a sort of diaspora person, and the uncertainty, the restlessness, and some of the nostalgia for what cannot be is in the sound of Miles Davis's trumpet. Disc 7, Miles Davis, with Art Blakey, Percy Heath, and Gil Coggins, I Waited for You. SL, Miles Davis with Art Blakey, Percy Heath, and Gil Coggins, and I Waited for You. Nostalgia for what cannot be. Perhaps it could just be, to some small extent anyway, on your desert island, Stuart. SH, yes, there's a funny way in which, because I can never go home again, Jamaica is a kind of fantasy island for me. When I go there, I love it. I know what it's like, but it's not me any longer. SL, and when you sit there, looking back across it all, your life, the part that you carved out for yourself, as it were, in this displaced position, this diaspora you chose to inhabit, what will you be proudest of having done or achieved or said or been? SH, I felt I was a good teacher. I loved my time at the Open University. When I left the center, I wanted to go not to a place where I taught very bright students who'd already had many of the opportunities. I wanted to take those ideas into teaching people who had no formal educational background, etc. I love being a teacher, I love working collectively with people. I work in arts organizations, black arts organizations, now, with filmmakers and people in the visual arts. I'm a sort of enabler of other people doing things and I work best collectively. I work best with a group. So, I do think of these with a sense of personal achievement really. I feel as if my life is a journey which many people have taken. It's a sort of paradigm of all those people who got on the Windrush and came to try and find another life. SL, last record. SH, well, I want music that will take my soul and just make it soar, and I've started listening to opera. I've never wanted to go to opera very much. I don't like the ambience so much, all those heads nodding through Don Giovanni, but I love the music, you know, the archetypal. I love Verdi and Puccini. Disc 8, Mirella Freni, singing Un bel di Vendremo, One Fine Day, from Giacomo Puccini's Madama Butterfly. With the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra conducted by Herbert von Karajan. SL, if you could only take one of those 8 records, Stuart, which one would you take? SH, Miles Davis. SL, which Miles Davis? SH, I Waited for You. SL, what about your book, as well as the Bible and Shakespeare? SH, well, the book is a problem because I would be terrified of running out of things to read, so that always pushes you towards collected works and encyclopedias. SL, but you're not allowed those. SH, but I'm not allowed those. So, I want to take a book which, the language is so complex, and the sensibility and feelings are so refined, that a paragraph would take a whole day. And that's Henry James's Portrait of a Lady. SL, and your luxury? SH, well, the luxury I want really is my grandson Noah, who's only 14 months so he's not really a proper person. We have long conversations, but he doesn't yet speak. But I know you're not going to allow that. SL, well, he's animate, all the same. SH, so, I'd better take a piano, and I'd really try for the first time to teach myself to play the piano properly. SL, Professor Stuart Hall, thank you very much indeed for letting us hear your Desert Island discs. SH, great pleasure. Figure 24.1. Professor Stuart Hall in his office at Birmingham University. Copyright Bentley Burke, 1975, reproduced with his kind.